Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes Overwatch agent? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Last time, Gabriel Winston. Winston flinched. He may not like when Gabriel calls him monkey. He knows when Gabriel calls him by his name is something serious. Gabriel, meet my son. Now Gabriel POV. I sighed looking in front of me, the old Overwatch headquarters now rebuilt, holding my son in one arm. Gabriel, this is gonna be a long day, I can just feel it. I mumbled to myself as I walked inside. The second the door closed, all eyes was on me. I ignored them as I walked forward. I could hear the mumblings of the worker as I make it to the receptionist towering over her. She looked at me scared. Gabriel, I have an appointment with Winston. Mariar, right? He's on the top floor, last door to your right, see, can't miss it. I nodded and left straight to the elevator just as the doors were about to close. Wait, hold the doors? I flinched. It's been 10 years, but I know that voice anywhere. I tried to hit the close button, but she managed to get inside just in time. Angela, man, that was a close one, thanks for. Her mood instantly changed as she saw me. She went from smiling to frowning. Angela, so Winston wasn't joking when he said he recruited you? I could feel the venom in her tone hitting me deeply. I said nothing and just pushed the button for the top. We stayed in uncomfortable silence. Gabriel, why is this elevator taking so long? My son started to squirm in my arms. I tried to make him stop, not knowing what he wanted. Angela, did he eat? Gabriel, a cheeseburger and coffee. Angela gave me the most scariest glare I've ever seen, making me chuckled, slightly scared. Gabriel, joking, I fed him baby food an hour ago. Angela, did you burp him? Gabriel, did I what? Angela sighed and took the baby, holding it lovingly, patting him softly on his back until her burped. Going back to sleep, Angela started humming a lullaby. I blushed behind the mask, looking at the woman I was gonna ask to marry me, holding my child. It looked so appealing. Gabriel, you would make a fantastic mother. She stopped humming and glared at me with nothing but hatred, giving me my baby. Angela, I'll never know. The man I loved is long gone. She gave me the baby as the door opened and she walked away. I wanted to stop her, but she'll know soon enough, so I followed her to the conference room. Inside there were most of the people of my past, people I haven't seen in 10 years. Reinhard Wilhelm, a man who styles himself as a champion of a bygone age, who lives by the knightly codes of valor, justice, and courage. Possessing an active imagination, he enjoys eating currywurst, is talkative to the point where if you don't stop him he will literally talk to you all day, and is a fan of David Hasselhoff's music. He used to spars with anyone who was dumb enough to accept his challenge, and like the dumb guy I was, I always challenged him every day, after which we would go to a pub or tavern to relax. Torbjorn Lindholm, or Torby by his friends, is one of the greatest weaponsmiths and engineers in the world. It was 10 years since I've seen him. He has a low opinion of omnics, believing them to be incapable of empathy, instead acting purely on logic, and disagrees with giving them the same rights as humans. As a not only black but Latino man, I could not disagree with him on that more. We regularly had discussions about the topic. Alt-Arant gold some glimmer, or in English, all that glitters is not gold, is one of his favorite phrases. While I never called him Torby, we both respected each other for being men who rather do things themselves than wait for others to do them. Anna, hailing from a long line of decorated soldiers, Anna inspired confidence and loyalty in her colleagues and soldiers under her command. She bore a tattoo of an eye of Horus as a symbol of protection. She'll never admit it, but she got it because of a drunk bet by me and Jack. Her call sign in the Egyptian military during the Omnic crisis was Horus. Even 10 years after the event, Anna is regarded as a hero by the Egyptian people. But never eat her cooking unless you have a death wish. I trusted her with my life, still do to some extent, but I will never eat her cooking. Jesse McCree, or formerly known as Cole Cassidy, armed with my old Peacekeeper revolver. I actually kept some dabs on the kid every now and then to see how he's doing. The outlaw Cole Cassidy doles out justice on his own terms, with a $60 million bounty is on his head. He enjoys liquor with bites to it, along with cookies. He refuses to eat pork since he had a pet pig as a kid. I'll admit being eating bacon in front of him when I was training him. Cassidy is an ace shot and is known for staying cool under fire, and his charm and adaptability that he always preferred revolvers to rifles. While the latter may have improved accuracy, I remember him saying he prefers revolvers for their rate of fire and one's ability to shoot from the hip. He also knows how to play poker, and by that I mean he cheats just like I taught him. All of them look at them, Reinhardt being the first to react, slamming his hands on the table, cracking it. Reinhardt, Winston, you were serious about hiring this DMN mercenary. Winston, now while it's true that Reaper has a dark past, he wants to right his wrongs and start again. I for one am one for second chances, and I'm sure you will all think the same when he takes off his mask. I sighed, putting my free hand on my mask. Gabriel, I was right about being a long day. Now third person. A huge explosion came from downstairs. Everyone looked and saw an attack coming their way. Winston's DMN it again? Everyone get to your costumes. Gabriel gave his son to Winston, grabbed his gun, and shot the window before jumping down, transforming into smoke when he reached the ground, transforming into his human form, both guns in his hands. Scott, wait, isn't that the Reaper? Mark, yeah, what is he doing here? Jake, isn't obvious he's here to destroy this place like. Jake fell back by being shot in the gut. Scott, what the hell? Gabriel dashed towards the other two, grabbing them both by their faces. Gabriel, who hired you? Scott, no one. Gabriel, does guns are expensive and your clothes doesn't say that you can afford it. Now talk before I make you. Mark, go to hell. Gabriel chuckled bitterly, tightening his grip. Gabriel, been there so many times. The devil considered me his friend. Gabriel smashed their heads together, knocking them out. Winston, gotta say, surprised you didn't kill them. Gabriel, I meant what I said about not wanting to kill again. Angela, you say that, but you shot one of them. Gabriel, with RBB bullets. Speaking of, you should look into bulletproof glass, since if my RBB bullets can break, then you got a real problem. Winston, I'll talk to the investors about it. Other than that, good job. Reaper, Winston, where's my son? Anna, do not worry, he is with my daughter. Reaper nodded. Reinhardt slapped Gabriel back, making Gabriel take a few steps forward. Reinhardt, haha, that was a terrific show, well done. Reinhardt's voice was booming as always. Winston, mercy, please heal the man Reaper shot. Angela, Jake, die. Jake was up with a shotgun pointing at Mercy before anyone could do anything. Gabriel appeared in front of Angela, taking the shot instead of her. Gabriel shot Jake in the head, knocking him unconscious. Gabriel, are you alright, me angel? Mercy, why, yes thank you, wait. Gabriel, monkey, give me the highlights of what the meeting was gonna be about. Winston, just so they could meet you and to give you all the keys to your rooms. Reaper nods, grabs his key and walked away. Later. We find ourselves with Gabriel alone in the library of the base. Angela, finally found you. Gabriel glanced at Angela. Gabriel, is there a meeting? Angela, no, but you were shot and didn't come to the clinic, so I came here to heal you. Gabriel, I don't need it, go away. Angela, excuse me? You do need it, I was there, you don't just walk off a shotgun wound. Gabriel, and yet that's what I did. Now let me read, woman. Angela, I said I'm gonna heal you, not take off your jacket and shirt. Gabriel just scoffed and ignored her. Angela grew a tick mark and jumped on top of Gabriel, both falling on the ground. Gabriel grunts at how heavy Mercy was. Gabriel, what you do that for? Angela, I'll just take a look, okay? You're hurt that bad, you need medical treatment. Gabriel, I said go away. Outside the room. Winston, Jesse and Anna came inside and saw them with Angela on top of Gabriel, trying to take his clothes off. Jesse, I think they're in the middle of something. Angela, I said take it off. Gabriel, what if I don't feel like it? Angela, undress. Anna, my Angela, I didn't know you were that type of girl. Both of them looked at their comrades. Angela blushed. Gabriel, only slightly before transforming into smoke and appearing on his two legs, making Angela fall. It's been a week since Gabriel revealed himself to everyone. Anna supported her oldest friend. Reinhardt was glad to have his old sparring partner back. Torbjorn didn't really care. He still respected Gabriel, but he spent most of his time building. Jesse was glad to see his old boss back, even if he now loses every poker match he plays. The only one who wasn't happy was Angela. In fact, she would ignore Gabriel whenever he would try to talk to her. Angela gave him the silent treatment. Mercy Clinic. We see her finishing up healing a random soldier when Anna came walking in. Angela, oh Anna, what are you doing here? Are you injured? Angela finished on the soldier and he left, leaving them alone. Anna, no, I came to talk to you. Angela, oh, what about? Anna, how long are you gonna ignore him? Angela flinched and looked another way, doing mindless busy work. Angela, that is none of your business. Anna and Angela. Angela, he was the one who apparently survived and never told me he's the one who abandoned me for a decade. I cried for him, I screamed, I went to a very dark place when he was gone, and it turned out it was all for nothing. I know now how much she really loved me, if he even did. Anna, you have the right to feel like that, at least for the last 4 years. Angela, what are you talking about? Anna, not my story to tell, you need to ask him, but I can tell you this: he loved you, he still loves you, and it's breaking him not being with you. I'm not asking for forgiveness, just hear him out. Anna left, leaving Angela alone with her thoughts. At night in Gabriel's room. Gabriel sighed, tired. He just put his son to sleep and now is working on tomorrow's work regiments for the new recruits when someone knocked on the door. Gabriel went and was surprised to see Angela. Gabriele, Angela? What are you doing here? Angela, I wanted to talk, can I come in? Gabriel, of course. Angela came inside. Gabriel in his long life never felt as nervous as right now. Angela sat on the bed. Angela, I want to know what the others knows about your past. I want to know why you never came back to Overwatch, why you never came back to me. Gabriel sighed softly, sitting on the chair in front of the bed. Gabriel, what do you remember of the incident 10 years ago, more specifically when I was in your surgery room? Angela, you were slowly dying. No matter what I did, your vitals kept dropping. I was so desperate that I overused my powers on you and you. Angela couldn't continue, tears threatening to escape her eyes. Gabriel, I exploded to smoke and disappeared. Whatever you did changed my body to a molecular level. I was extremely unstable and in pain. Angela, pain? Gabriel, you did manage to bring me back, but my body would slowly decay in 3 days before building itself back up, and it would repeat every day. I had to feel my body slowly rotting. 0 to 5 would not recommend. Angela, Gabriel, Gabriel, remember Moira? Angela, you mean the witch that tried to steal my research? Gabriel, the very same. Well, she didn't try, she succeeded. She found and captured me and experimented on me, making my body stabilized. I was glad, but then she put a chip inside my brain to control me. Mercy gasped, making Gabriel dryly chuckled. Gabriel, you still gasp for every little thing? Good to know. I still find it cute anyway. For 6 years I was nothing more than Talon's killer, being forced to do things I never wanted to do, things that will haunt me. I killed innocent people. I was powerless to stop it. I have so much blood in my hands now. Angela held Gabriel's hand, making him take some deep breaths, remembering all he did under Talon's control was breaking him. Gabriel, one mission, I got electrocuted extremely hard enough to fry my brain, and more importantly the chip. When my body rebuilt itself I was free, so I escaped. Angela, oh Gabriel, I'm so sorry. I didn't know, but why didn't you come back to me? Gabriel, Angela, I've killed so many innocent people. I couldn't come back. I didn't feel like I deserved you. I was scared of what you thought I did. I rather be a memory than what I am right now. The last 4 years I didn't come back cause of fear. Angela kissed him. Gabriel was surprised but kissed back. Angela, no matter what I will always love you. Gabriel, I'm still mad, but promise me you won't leave me again. Gabriel, I promise. Before they could kiss again the baby started squirming. Angela, what about the baby? Gabriel, found him some BS's, abandoned him in an orphanage. Only the orphanage was closed down for months, so he would have died, and I adopted him. Angela, how awful. What's his name? Gabriel. That is what? Angela, his name, what is it? Gabriel, you know what's a name in the grand scheme of life, and nah. Angela, you never gave him 6 months and he has remained nameless? Angela had an unamused expression, making Gabriel sweat. Gabriel, yeah, I know, I fed up. Want to give him a name? Angela, how about Izuku? Izuku Reyes. Gabriel, I like it. Gabriel Reyes, Izuku Reyes, and Angela Reyes. Angela slightly gasped and looked at him, the broken piece of the man she loved. Gabriel, I know I have no excuse for the last 4 years apart from my own fear, but I still love you. Angela, I never stopped loving you. Gabriel took out a necklace under his shirt and ripped the chapter chains out of it, taking the ring out of the chain. Gabriel, I know I'm a decade late, but... Angela gasped, putting her hand in her mouth, tears rolling down her cheek as Gabriel got on one knee and showed her the ring. Gabriel, will you make me into a better man? Will you give Izuku a mother? Will you marry me? Mercy just stood there for a good minute before getting closer, taking the ring and putting it on her finger, rubbing the gem softly. Angela, yes. Mercy whispered, but Gabriel heard her. He got up and hugged her. Mercy hugged back, holding him by his neck, kissing him. Gabriel quickly melted into the kiss. Izuku started making baby sounds, making them both get out of the kiss, going closer to their child. Angela picked him up. Angela, hey my baby boy, I'm your new mommy. I promise to always love you no matter what. Gabriel, he is gonna be something special. I can feel it. You will be a great hero. Izuku Reyes. 18-year time skip. We see Gabriel with the new generation of Overwatch heroes in a meeting. Gabriel, alright, is everyone here? Dvan, no, Izuku's still not here. Gabriel, of course he isn't, that boy always L. The door slammed open. Izuku came in out of breath. Izuku, I'm here, I'm not late. Everyone looked at him. Gabriel sighed, rubbing his eyes. Dva and Lucio were snickering at him. Bridget was giving him a sympathetic smile. Gabriel, what's your excuse this time? Izuku, I'll have you know I just happened to ran into an old woman in trouble on my way here and… Gabriel, son, shut up and sit down. Izuku, why, yes sir. Izuku sits down, sighing as Bridget rubs his back. Izuku smiled softly at her. Gabriel, alright, now that everyone is here we can start the briefing. Bridget and Lucio, you're going to South America to stop a drag lord that has been gaining power over the last few months. As for Izuku and Va, both of you are going to a small island that's in the middle of a civil war. Your mission is to help the government end the war. Questions? Izuku, yeah, why you tag me with the annoying gamer? Dva, oh f you, this gamer has better marksmanship points than you'll ever have, you edgelord. Izuku, don't tell me you're still salty. I beat your butt in Mario Kart. Both were glaring at each other. Gabriel was drinking coffee, not having enough caffeine to handle them. Lucio and Bridget, and this too, are supposed to be best friends? Dva, come on Captain, can't I just have Tracer with me on this mission? Gabriel, if I do that you'll end up in a makeout session half of the time. Dva blushed. Izuku, Gabriel, you're not any better if I pair you with Bridget. Izuku blushed. Gabriel, now all of you dismissed, get on your ships. Izuku, hold back for a minute. The other three left. Both father and son mood was more relaxed. Izuku, yeah dad? Gabriel, just wanted to say that don't f up. Izuku snorts and rolled his eyes. Izuku, thanks for the confidence. Gabriel chuckled and rubbed Izuku's hair. Gabriel, good luck son. Izuku, thanks dad, don't worry, this will be easy. Gabriel, Izuku. Izuku, yes, take things serious, life and death and all that, don't worry, I got this covered. Izuku smiled, making Gabriel look at him nostalgic. Gabriel, where did the time go? Izuku left and catches up to his friends. Izuku, alright, everyone ready? Lucio, good luck bro. Izuku, don't need luck when I look this good. Dva rolled her eyes. Dva, we're doomed. Izuku looked up and saw his fiancée. Bridget, good luck my little boy. Izuku, same to you my giant. Izuku got on his tippy toes and Bridget down and kissed him. They stayed like there for 15 seconds before Dva grabbed Izuku's arm and dragged him to their ship. Dva, you can have a makeout session after the mission, let's go. Izuku, why you're so cold-hearted? Dva, just turn on the ship, you have the keys. Izuku, yeah. Izuku turned on his ship and they left. Izuku, how long till we get there? Dva took her SW. Dva, few hours, get comfy. Izuku, you gonna share that? Dva, nah. Izuku beach. Dva, and proud of it. Izuku chuckled as he closed his eyes and took a nap. Few hours later. Dva, wake up, we're here. Izuku stretched as a gruff voice came from the radio. Voice, you're entering a restricted area, state your business or we will respond with lethal force. Izuku, we are heroes of Overwatch. I'm Reaper and my partner is Dva. We came here on request of your president. Voice, clearance granted, please land on top the highest tower for debriefing. Take care to avoid any airborne strikes from the enemy as you land. Dva, what are the chances of that happening? Izuku began to lower his ship down before something shot it. Izuku, with our luck I say pretty good, hold on. Izuku took the ship down in a nosedive, doing barrel rolls. Finding the source of the shot was located in an outpost with a large gun in the center. Izuku, Dva. Dva, I see it. Dva grabbed the guns on the ship and shot the outpost down. Izuku, so glad we remembered to refill our guns this time. Dva snorts and playfully punched Izuku's arm. Dva, tell me about it, come on, land us. Izuku lands the ship and both got dressed in their hero suit. Dva hurry up and jump up MUC. Izuku jumped and sat down on top of Dva mech ultimate charge. Or MUC as she called it, and both drop out of the ship with several armed soldiers were outside waiting. Chase, Overwatch, so glad you could help us in the president of this once appealing island, call me Chase. Izuku, alright Chase, tell us what we're dealing with? Chase, it's terrible, simply terrible. It began a few months ago. They had some belief that my government was responsible for the disappearance of multiple citizens when they brought upon false claims that my government was doing illegal experiments. Dva, were you? Chase, don't be absurd. We're a small island. Even if we did such things, the entire island would be ruined from the costs from maintaining such a place alone. We hardly have enough to pay our military, but however the idea spreads faster than we could contain it. Izuku, so what do you want us to do? Chase, in a perfect world just capture them all, but we don't live in such a world. My plan is not to kill them, of course. Hopefully if this works we'll be able to keep the lives lost to a minimum. Izuku dropped down from MUC and started walking inside. Izuku, let's get inside and you can continue on briefing us. Chase, yes of course, but what of your partner's mecha? I'm not sure it will fit. Dva, don't worry, it's not going anywhere, let's go. Dva got out and the three went inside. Izuku, yo Izuku here bios HUD, alright let's see. My name Izuku Reyes. My hero name Reaper. I'm the second generation who holds the Reaper mantle, first being my father Gabriel Reyes. My likes, really good Katsudon, abridged shows like Hellsing abridged, Yu-Gi-Oh abridged and Final Fantasy VII abridged, smoking courtesy of my uncle Jesse, my family Angela and Gabriel, Overwatch, sea shanties, my friends who I consider my second family, my fiancée Bridget, the most appealing woman in the world. My hates, Talon, fake heroes, my biological parents whoever they are, anyone who calls my father a killer, anyone who insults my fiancée Bridget. If you do any of the last two, better make a deal with the devil, cause that's the only way you're gonna be safe. I'm 18 years old. My gender male. My birthday July 20th, don't know if that's when I was born, but that's when my dad found me. Height 5'4", yes I'm short, I can also kick your but so no short jokes honey, you're next. Bridget? Alright thanks love, let's see. Named Bridget Lindholm. Hero named Lionheart. My likes, cinnamon rolls, but Izuku has me on a limit. Izuku, because last time I didn't you ate over 100 and got sick. Bridget, hey you had your bio, shut up now, where was I? I also like my parents, Overwatch, my friends, animals, the cute one, the best are cats, building things, my fiancé Izuku who's also my lab test dummy, not being scared of testing my new machines. Izuku shakes in fear remembering the sentient toaster. Bridget ignores him. My hates, when Izuku smokes, Talon, liars, abusers, when people break my inventions that I spend hours on. Izuku, it was gonna burn me. Bridget, it was trying to be friends. Izuku-ba. Bridget, also anyone who insults my relationship with Izuku. Yes I know the height difference, no you're not smart or funny pointing it out. My age 18. My gender female. My birthday April 25th. Height 6'3". Izuku, God you're basically a Amazonian goddess, I love that so much. Bridget, that I also like when Izuku gives me compliments. Lucio, get a room you too, alright my turn. Yo my name, Lucio Corella dos Santos. Hero name Laughing Face. J ready. My likes, my family, both my biological family and my Overwatch family, music obviously, hockey, junk food, anything romance from TV to books. My hates, Talon, the Vishker Corporation's toxic relationships, Izuku's stupid sea shanties. Izuku, oh if you they're better than your music. Lucio, oh now you just wanna die. Bridget, now let's not fight. Lucio continue. Lucio, fine I'm 18-year-old, my gender male, I'm about 5 feet 6 inches now, if you'll excuse me I'm going to make actually good music. Izuku, leave her Johnny, leave her. Lucio, they offensive. Izuku, oh now you're dead. Izuku chases after him. Bridget, boys please. Dva, let the idiots be idiots, it's better now, only girls here, hey all. Dva here. My real name Hana Song. My hero and gaming name Dva. My likes. My girlfriend Tracer, gaming number 1 being always Nintendo, second Sony but never Xbox, they FNGSK. I like junk foods like Cheetos and Monster Energy. My Overwatch family, like Izuku I was abandoned but the Korean military adopted me. I love my mech MUC and my friends, and as much as we fight my best friend Izuku who said he didn't put me in his like list. Izuku, slipped my mind, my bad. Hannah, Whatever my hates, dictatorships, exercise when in out of junk food vegetables, Xbox, homophobic assholes, and the number one thing I hate with a passion is anyone who say gaming is for kids. My age? Isn't that something you're not supposed to ask a lady? Izuku, then you should have no problem saying you age, my good sir. Hana, ofu. Izuku, she's 19 but the beach looks like she's 15. Hana, that I'm 5 feet 5 inches, love your turn, I'm gonna be busy kicking shorties but. Tracer, good luck love, alright. My name, Lena Oxton. My hero named Tracer. My likes are to my girlfriend's Hannah, who is currently chasing our leader with her mech, my favorite food fish and chips. I love my Overwatch family and my mom. Sadly my dad passed when I was young. He gave me my dream for speed. He was an amazing race car driver. I love punk/pop music. My dislike? Talon, my cheating ex-girlfriend, spiders, anyone who wants to hurt the Inoxen on purpose, and people who calls it fish and fries. You call my fish and chips that you're a dead man. My age, I'm 19. And my height, I'm about 5 feet 7 inches. Your turn now love. Zarya, very well, hello. My name, I'm Alexandra Zaryanova. My hero name, Zarya. My likes, Mother Russia, my bear Bella, working out, my friends, Overwatch, everything Disney, I know every song by heart. My family, Overwatch, fighting against friend Bridget. Neutral, Omnix, I still don't like them but my friends helped me not hate them anymore. My hates, anyone who insults the things I care about. Friend Izuku's biological parents, when I meet them I will crush them. I also hate smoking. I have crushed friend Izuku many times when caught smoking. Thing I hate the most, anyone who touches my Bella. My age, I'm actually the youngest member at only 16. Yes, I know what you're thinking, and yes, I was a child when I went to fight for Mother Russia. I could barely hold a gun. Good times. While youngest, I am the strongest and tallest. My height is 6 feet 5 inches. Izuku, is that everyone? Zarya, what a Farah. Izuku, she's not really next generation, she's 26 and has her own things going on. And Bridget, she said no, didn't she? Izuku, I told you all that if I asked she would say no, but did any of you listen? Zarya, friend should just apologize for the incident. Izuku, over my dead body, I did nothing wrong. She's in the wrong. Lena, anyone gonna tell us what the incident was? Bridget, I wished, but only Izuku and Farah know and neither will speak about it. We see the three of them at elevator going down. Izuku, what can you tell me of the city? Most of our city is controlled by the rebels, bank, hospitals, weapon shops, and such. We are not in a good position. They've made numerous bases of those places. There are a few spies feeding us info, but sadly it's not enough to make a dent at them. It's a miracle you came when you did. The only bank we control is almost out of money, and more importantly our hospital is almost out of supplies. If you didn't come, well, I rather not think of such things. Dva, don't worry sir, we will finish this war as soon as possible. Chase, I hope your words become reality. Izuku, then this plan of yours better work. The elevator stopped and opened, revealing a room perfect for a tactical team. Chase, over here, follow me please. Chase showed up a map of the city. It did not look good. 2/3 was controlled by the rebels. Izuku, Jesus, this is really bad. Chase, I am quite aware of the situation we're on, but our spies tagged 2 large bases on opposite sides of our island that are the bases you are going to wipe out. I'll send as many men as I can afford with both of you to help with the assault. Sadly, it's not a lot, just 10. Izuku, 5 each. We're going to divide. Each of us will tackle a different base to keep the element of surprise alive. Chase, very well, but please do try to capture them. These are my people. I don't want them dead. Dvong, we will try our best, don't worry sir. Chase, that's all I can hope for. I suppose once you capture them all, well, have us a bargaining chip holding them for ransom. Our side been fighting non-metallic in this war. It has cost us greatly, but I rather we lose land than lost lives. Once we have them, hopefully they'll listen to what we have to say. Izuku and Dva started walking to the elevator. Izuku, right Dva, let's go. I'll take the north, go south with your soldiers. Dva, you got it. They make it out of the elevator with their men's waiting for them in a army truck. Dva, don't die on me leader. Izuku, same to you. I rather not deal with their emotional Tracer. Dva, I can say the same of a emotional Lionheart. Izuku got inside the truck, slamming the outside. Izuku, let's move out. Soldier, right? The truck left. Izuku glanced at his 5 soldiers, if you could call it that. They look more like children. Some didn't look older, 15 with guns. One was shaking. He could see the fear in the kid's eye. Izuku scared? Jim, why? Yes sir, I just wanted to be a baker and now I'm holding a machine gun going to fight a war I didn't ask for. Izuku can't blame you, but you know what they say, the only way bad people win is if good guys don't do anything. Jim, can I ask you a question? Izuku, speak. Jim, how do you do it? Have something in your hand that could end a person in a second. Izuku, I just remind myself I'm doing this to keep the peace. I remind myself the person I kill are scumbags that don't deserve to live. Jim, but Izuku, yes I know they are not bad people, they're normal people, hell maybe some are former friends or neighbors, but they chose to believe a conspiracy theory that had no proof. Hopefully we'll be able to capture them all thanks to the element of surprise, but if not, be prepared. That's the best advice I can give you right now. Few hours later. Carl, we're here, what's the plan? Izuku, we rammed this wall, if I saw the map right it should lead straight into the base. The truck hit the wall sending dust everywhere, the alarm rung in everyone's ear. Izuku, don't stand there, pull out legs, go. Take cover on the tips vehicles. The soldiers got out, guns in hand, hiding behind the tipped cars as Izuku ran forward, grabbing one of Bridget's invention. A shield surrounded Izuku as multiple bullets started hitting their way. There had to be hundreds against their 6. The 5 soldiers started shooting. Izuku could see it hit some of the shoulders. Several were getting injured as a small group surrounded him. It didn't matter, Izuku shot them all just like his father. He used RBB bullets, so it caused several of them to fall on the floor, knocked out if not in pain. Izuku threw a grenade at the enemy. Soldier, grenade. The soldier jumped on top of them, but it made no difference. It was an electric grenade. Once it blew up, is electrocuted over 40 of the soldiers. Izuku, advance. His 5 soldiers did as they were told and advance. Izuku, I need 2 to gather and tide the knocked out and injured enemies, the other 3 with me. Jake, yes sir. They separate Izuku and his 3 soldiers, going deeper inside, shooting anything that moved. And saw the enemies running behind. Izuku shoot and trap them in one room while keep them there until further notice. Soldiers, yes sir. They started shooting. One of Izuku's soldiers took out heavier artillery, a rocket launcher. Izuku shoot the wall, trap them inside. Mary, yes sir. She followed orders and shot the wall, trapping the remaining rebels inside a closed room. No way out. Once the dust settled, no more gunfire was heard. Izuku and his soldiers took a breath of relief until they heard They investigate and saw one of the rebels lying in the ground under the rubble, a pool of blood surrounding him. Jim, we gotta save him. Izuku, we can't, we don't have anyone with a healing quirk and we're too far from any hospital. You 3 help the other 2 capturing the knocked out enemy. I'll take care of this. Izuku took Jim's gun as they left and walked slowly to the man under the rubble. Getting a closer look, Izuku could see his teeth were gone, bone coming out of the skin. No doubt his spine was broken. Izuku put the gun on the man's head. Izuku, rest now, soldier, you fought admirably. May you find peace wherever you end up. Izuku shot him, ending the poor man's suffering. Izuku closed the man's eyes, said a small prayer, a small tear falling from Izuku's eye. Killing's never easy, even if he doesn't know the man. The ending of a life will never get easy for him. Izuku walked away to help his men. With Va, third person. It took a while longer to capture the base on the south, but they managed. Due to it, with few casualties, they made it back to the government base, their captured enemies behind them. Chase, marvelous, Miss Dva, I see you've succeeded. Dva, all in the day's work. Where's Reaper? Chase, yes, he came a while back. Sadly his side had a casualty. Dva, what do you mean? Jim, one of the rebels, was hurt, deeply hurt. There was no way to heal him or save him, so the Reaper took it upon himself to end his suffering quickly. Dva, I see, where is he now? Chase, he said he needed some air and went to the roof. Dva came out of her mech. Dva, excuse me, I'm gonna go see if he's okay. Chase, of course I'll get one of my soldiers to come and get you when the second part of my plan takes place. In the meantime, soldiers, take the captured enemies to the jail cell. The soldiers did as they were told as Dva went to the roof, and there he was, Izuku with his mask off, smoking, leaning in the railing, looking at the sky. Didn't even look behind him to see who it was. He already knew. Hana went next to him, took his cigarette and took a smoke while she rested her arm on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku sighed softly, resting his head on Hana's arm. They didn't say anything. Nothing that Hana could say would make Izuku feel better. What he needed right now was just company from a friend. He didn't need Dva, the hero gamer girl. He needed Hana, his best friend. They stayed like that for half an hour until the cigarette was gone. A soldier came out of the elevator. Soldier, the president wants to talk to you both. Both nodded. Dva glanced at Izuku, who put his mask on, and nodded at her. They both left to speak with Chase. Chase, marvelous news, simply marvelous. The leader horde has agreed to negotiate. Izuku, and how will we make them listen? Chase, that my hot topic #1 shopper friend is what the hostages are for. We'll make them see that the government has not done anything of what they've accused us. Dva, how are you gonna prove that? Chase, showing them our vaults. Once they see this whole things was for nothing. Hopefully it will end this pointless war. Anyway, the reason I called you both here is that I need you both as my bodyguard while my soldiers hold down the fort, as they say. Izuku, alright, when are we meeting them? Chase, in a few hours, but we should leave now. Dva, then let's go. Time skip to the meeting place. Horde, I don't remember saying you could bring friends, especially ones so. Eunuch. Izuku had his arm crosses as Dva, as in he mech. Chase just smiled with his eyes closed. Chase, I could say the same thing of those snipers you have hiding behind us, or the gun you so conveniently have hidden under your shirt. Now we are here to negotiate, are we not? Horde, yes. Negotiate first, let my people go. Chase, I can't do that, then you'll have no reason to not attack us. No, first you hear us out. I may be a peaceful person, but you on the other hand have killed quite a few of my soldiers in this pointless war, so you're gonna see that it was all for nothing. Horde was glaring daggers at Chase. Horde, and how will you do that? Chase, simple. Those bases you captured in the beginning where you personally swore was the experiment facility is, but you can't open it without my code. I'll take you and some of your soldiers, a Kamara man and my bodyguard there to show you and your rebels what's really there. Horde, fine then, let's go. They went to the bases that they couldn't open and saw nothing, absolutely nothing. It was just boxes and other stuff that thanks to the war spoiled and went to waste. The rebels were shocked, they didn't know what to think. Horde, no. It can't be. Izuku, so many lost life, so many lives now ruined, so many people now damaged, some may never be the same again, and all that for nothing. This is over now. You see you were wrong. Dva, our mission is over, let's go. Dva. Chase, thank you so much. Overwatch, I'll make sure to contact your leader. Do not worry, I can take it from here. Both nodded and walked away, Izuku purposely shoving Horde's shoulder before looking at the Kamara. Izuku, if you're a soldier, do not blame yourself. You were just following orders. If you're a leader and gave the orders, the blood of the people who died are now on your hands. Never forget that. They left the base and made it back to their plane. Izuku sighed and rubbed his eyes. So much happened in too little time. Hana, you okay? Izuku, I'll survive. Let's just get out of here. Hana nodded, started the plane, and they left. Izuku, computer video call Commander Reyes. Computer, calling. The small 3D Reyes appeared. Gabriel, report? Izuku, mission successful, coming back to the base as we speak. Gabriel, negative. I have an urgent mission for you. Two Tracer and Zarya are already on their way there. Izuku, what's the mission? Gabriel, Japan, the school UA, the class of Hero A are under attack on the USJ. Izuku, aren't they the same idiots? We warned them of the very same attack happening, but they ignored us. Gabriel, the very same. Izuku, lovely, we're on our way. Gabriel, Commander Reyes, over and out, and both of you don't F up. Computer call ended. Izuku, Hana, push the turbo button. I rather not have 14-year-old children dead. Hana, Roger, hold on to something. Hana pushed the button and they were on their way. We see kids fighting the common criminal, some doing more than others. Shoto, Todoroki, Bakugo, Katsuki, and Izumi Yagi, all three fighting the Nomu with all might. Nowhere in sight, the Nomu slaps the boys out of the way and grabbed Izumi by her trot. Shigaraki, yes, Nomu, kill her. Just as Izumi's head was turning blue, the Nomu was hit by multiple gunshots, sending him back and realizing Izumi, who is catches by someone. Izuku, are you alright, little girl? Izumi, I'm fine, thank you. Izuku nods and leaves her softly on the ground. Shigaraki, who the hell are? Izuku doesn't even gives him a glance, he just shoots him in the head with a RBB bullets, sending him the ground. Izuku, grab the two boys and get as far away as you can. Overwatch will take care of this. Izumi did as she was told as Izuku looked at Shigaraki with his arm crossed. Shigaraki was fuming with rage as the other heroes of Overwatch dropped down their planes. Dva, Jesus Reaper, did you have to jump before we even landed? Izuku, if I didn't, that girl would have her neck crushed. Dva, fair enough. Tracer, cheers, love. The cavalry's here. Izuku, where's Zarya? A beam is shot close to Izuku, hitting the Nomu, sending it flying with a hole in its chest. Zarya, right behind you, friend. Reaper awaiting orders. Izuku, firstly that thing is already healing itself, so it has some type of self-healing quirk. Zarya, take care of it. Tracer, I want you to take care of that purple mist person. I saw it creating portals so they can teleport out of here if things go south. Don't let it create a portal out of here. Dva, search and rescue and take out any criminal scum that tries to attack a student. I'll take care of the leader. Everyone ready? Team Overwatch, ready. They each left to do their own thing. Izuku. Izuku walked up to Shigaraki, who was getting up angry. Izuku touched a button in his mask and scanned Shigaraki. Shigaraki, so no all might, but we're blessed with the presence of Overwatch. Izuku, count yourself lucky. Altoug, who are you? Shigaraki, Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. Remember that name, cause it's the name that will kill All Might and bring this society to its knees. Izuku, even if you kill All Might nothing will change, since A, the world doesn't revolves on what happens in Japan. 2, All Might is not the strongest hero. Shigaraki, liar. Izuku, oh, don't get me wrong, he is plenty strong for Japan's standards, but in the international scale? The man doesn't even break the top 100, so explain to me, how is killing C-rank hero gonna destroy this society? Shigaraki, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shigaraki jumped at Izuku and touched him with a crazy grin on his face, wanting to watch him turn to dust, but nothing happened. Shigaraki, wa. Izuku punched him in the gut, taking the air out of him. Izuku, my costume like it? It's made with anti-quirk fabric. Now where was I? What? Izuku kicked Shigaraki's head, probably giving him a small concussion. Shigaraki, you're gonna pay for that. With Tracer. Kurogyari saw his emissary in trouble and tried to help, but Tracer shot him multiple times. With how fast she was shooting, she could give McCree a run for his money for the fastest gunslinger in the West. Tracer, sorry love, can't let you do that, better keep your eyes on me. Tracer threw sticky bombs at Kurogyari, who just used his portal to send it back to Tracer to her back. When it exploded there, she was Tracer, bloody close to death. Tracer, recall. Tracer went 3 seconds to the past and dodged the bomb that went flying right back at Kurogyari, who didn't have enough time to use his portal, so it exploded on him, knocking him out. Zarya. Todoroki and Bakugo woke up to see Zarya keeping up with the normal blow for blow. Bakugo was seething that not only was someone stronger than him, but it was a woman. Zarya took her gun. Zarya, graviton surge. Zarya, launch a gravity well that pulls the Nomu to it, sending it to the ground. Zarya, you red and white boy, what is your quirk? Todoroki, iced out. Why? Zarya, so you have ice quirk and you were trying to fight this thing that you not smart boy, yes? Todoroki scowl, glaring at Zarya. Todoroki, what did you say to me? Zarya, why didn't you just freeze the creature in a block of ice? Todoroki froze, he didn't think of that. Zarya, don't just stand there boy, do it. Todoroki flinched, but he froze the Nomu. After about the time span of 20 minutes, Team Overwatch finished the job. Dva captured the remaining villains and helped the students that were trapped under the rubble. As for Shigaraki, he was furious, his plan were ruined. Izuku H.Q. mission successful, no casualties. Gabriel, loud and clear, come home. Izuku got shot in the shoulder, making him fall back, grunting in pain. Gabriel, Izuku response. Izuku's shoulder wound by unknown assailant. Sombra, unknown, you're gonna break poor Windowmaker heart. Nino Malo. Izuku growled as he got up and saw Talon agents. Izuku, Talon, what are you scumbags doing here? Izuku pointing his gun at Sombra. Sombra, I don't be like that, Chico Malo. Sorry to say, can't have you taking LOV to jail. Our Jeef still needs them, so bye-bye. Apagando Los Lucies. The lights turned off when they turned back on. Sombra cliched the main villains out of there. Izuku screamed frustrated just as they left. The UA heroes finally showed their faces. Gabriel Reaper report. Izuku's Talon was by the look of it Widowmaker and Sombra were involved. They took the main bad guys with them, saying her boss still has use for them. Demand it. Gabriel, it's alright son, you couldn't have known they would appear. Anything else? Izuku, yeah, a huge beast with multiple quirks. It's frozen, we're gonna bring it to the base so our scientists can study it. Gabriel, Roger, come home. Izuku, I'm gonna be a while. UA heroes and police are here, I'm gonna need to fill them up. And what happened? Gabriel, understood. Izuku, team assemble. The Overwatch team went to their leader. Izuku, you three take care of that thing and bring it to HQ for research. Zarya, what of you friend, you're injured, you must have your mother look at the wound. Izuku, I'm the leader. I need to make the report and fill them on what happened. As for my injury, UA has recovery girl on their employ. I'll have her heal me. Now go before the heroes decide that they get to keep the monster. Team Overwatch Roger. They left with the Nomu as Izuku walked up to the UA heroes. Izuku, I'm Overwatch hero Reaper. I just did your jobs for you. You ungrateful scum. Where is Nizu? Nizu, right here, young Reaper. It's Izuku, save it, we need to talk. Nizu sighed, knowing what's this is about. Nizu, yes, come, let my heroes and police take care of the cleanup while we take care of that bleeding shoulder. 2 hours after last chapter. Third person. 1 hour, that's how long Izuku has been screaming about Nizu and his school incompetent. He's been doing that so long. The others heroes and Detective Naomasa made it and saw what was happening. No one dumb enough to get in the middle of him. Izuku, I do hope next time Overwatch warns you of something you will listen, correct? Nizu sighed defeatedly, making everyone shocked that the rat god wasn't fighting back. Nizu, yes, I'll be sure to keep Overwatch advice in my mind next time, I assure you. Now can we please start the meeting? Izuku, fine, but first recovery girl? Chio, yes, Reaper? Izuku, you want a job on Overwatch? You're the smartest one here since you were on Overwatch side of not ignoring our warning. Wanna get out of working for morons? Chio, trust me, it sounds like heaven, but I can't leave the students without a healer. Izuku, worth a shot. Now let's start. Everyone sat down. Izuku snapped his fingers and a video projector came down. A video came out of the events of the USJ. Izuku, the enemies that attack are from 2 different organizations. First you have the League of Villains, Kurogiri and Shigaraki. What can you tell me about them? Shota, nothing, this was our first time fighting them. Izuku, lovely, good thing we have a man on the inside. I'll have him investigate their past. Now can someone please tell me why, oh why do these kids don't know how to fight? A good chunk of them just ran and hide. A few fought badly, and then the 3 moron Shoto, Todoroki, Bakugo, Katsuki and Izumi Yagi. At least Bakugo makes sense, but the other 2 are real morons. Toshinori glared and Inko scowled, having someone insult their daughter. Nizu, why do you say that? Izuku, they tried to attack that thing when Shoto could have used froze it or burned it to the point it can't regenerate itself, or Izumi could have kept it in a psychic ball so it doesn't cause more destruction. Need I go on? Nizu, note, but what happened to the Nomu after it was frozen? It disappeared. Izuku, it's on the Overwatch base being researched by our best scientists to see what we can figure out of the creature. If we find anything relevant we'll tell you, but that's on a need-to-know basis, and right now you don't need to know. Toshinori, that doesn't sound fair. We should know as much as you people. Izuku, who are you two? Izuku pointed at the 2 new teachers. Nizu, alright, where are my manners? We hired 2 new teachers before you warned us. Please introduce yourself. Inko, hello Reaper, I'm hero ranked number 9, the psychic hero Magnetic. Izuku nods and looks at the other, who reluctantly got up. Izuku could see the disdain in his eyes a mile away. Toshinori, hello, I'm hero number 1, All Might. Izuku, so you're All Might? Toshinori, yes I am. Izuku glared at Nizu, who flinched. Izuku, the same All Might that you. Nizu assured Overwatch that Class 1A would be safe since you would be there, but you never came until the end? Nizu, yes, he will be punished accordingly, I assure you. Izuku, right now your words mean nothing to me and you. Izuku turned his attention to Toshinori. Izuku, you were supposed to be there. Miss Yagi would have died if I was a few seconds late. Where the hell were you? Toshinori had nothing to say, just looked down. Izuku scoffed. Izuku, that's what I thought. Next time think before you speak. Toshinori, Overwatch should still keep us informed. We're just as involved in this as you guys are. Izuku, then I suppose you people have men on the inside of LOV, or knew of an incoming attack, or have agents that are made for stealth. Again Toshinori stayed quiet. Izuku, anything else you would like to contribute? Nizu, I think you made your point. Anything else you would like to tell us? Izuku, the second organization that came into play is called Talon. They were created in the 10-year gap of the disappearance of Overwatch. Their goals are not yet known. The agents, that's on a need-to-know basis. This is an Overwatch affair and we will deal with it accordingly. Toshinori, then what are we supposed to do? Izuku, oh I don't know, maybe be a teacher? Isn't that your job? And if you're their fighting teacher, you're doing a terrible job at it. Nizu, All Might is our heroic teacher. We don't have a fighting/self-defense teacher. Izuku, wow, you just keep getting worse. What would what will happen when does children go against someone like Eraserhead that can erase quirk? Or with the quirk erasing bullets that are now rampant in the underworld. Nizu, I'd have nothing to justify this was a failure on my part. Izuku, at least you admit it. Jesus, thank God I never went to this place. I would be a mediocre hero. Anything else you need or want to know, you can call our leader Winston or his second-in-command Gabriel Reyes. Izuku got up and left. Walking in the hallways, he could hear the whispers everyone was saying and the glances the kids were giving him. Not that Izuku cared. He made it out and saw Lucio waiting for him with a plane behind him. Izuku, you finished your mission? Lucio, yup. Bridget stayed behind a little longer to help the locals. Izuku smiled softly. Izuku, that's my fiancé. All right, let's go. If I stay longer in this godforsaken place, I blow my brains out. They both got on the ship and flew away, not knowing they were carrying some unexpected cargo in the trunk. We see Izuku and Lucio playing Uno while the automatic plane took them home. Izuku, so how's the dating game treating you? Lucio, I went on a blind date with some guy, but it didn't work out. He was too distracted by me being a hero and a famous musician. Izuku, that's why I told you to find some hero do date instead. Also +4 change the color to red Uno and now. Before Izuku could win, they heard a sneeze. Izuku, bless you. Lucio, that wasn't me, man. Izuku, well, it sure as hell wasn't me. Izuku eyes widen and he got his gun out. Izuku, whoever is there, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to come out before I start shooting. Wait, please don't shoot. They came out. Izuku, who are you and what are you doing in our plane? One of the girls stepped forward. Izumi, my name is Izumi Yagi, the girl you save at USJ, and I am so sorry. This is a huge misunderstanding. And Izumi looked like she was gonna cry. Izuku sighed. He had a soft spot for girl crying. Izuku, calm down, tell me what happened. I promise you won't be in too much trouble. Take a few breaths, then explain. Izuku said it as softly as possible with a mask on. Izumi took a few breaths. Izumi, I wanted to thank you for saving me, and my friends decided to help Mina. The pink girl had an idea. Izuku looked at Mina, who was looking nervous but then smiled. Mina, hi, I'm Mina, and well done. My plan was to wait for you inside the plan to surprise you. So surprise? Izuku took off his mask and rubbed his eyes. Izuku, that was a really stupid idea. You know you could all go to jail for this, right? The girls paled. Lucio sighed and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Lucio, relax, we're not gonna do that. No one is getting in trouble. Izuku, except Lucio. Lucio, right, except Lu. Wait, what did I do? Izuku, you didn't notice 7 girls sneaked inside the plane for what I'm guessing was you were distracted writing a new song? Lucio, inspiration hit me. I had to write before it escaped. Kyoka, I know that feeling. Lucio, you're a musician? Kyoka blushed slightly shy but nodded. Kyoka, why, MC, can I get your autograph? Lucio, but of course. Izuku, Lucio, now is not the time. Lucio, come on man, I can't disappoint my fans. Izuku groaned and just waved him of letting it happen. Tsuyu, excuse me, Mr. Reaper Karo. Izuku, speak miss. Tsuyu Azui, please call me Tsuyu or Tsu. I'm a very blunt person and I say what's on my mind. Izuku, fine. Tsu, how do you do? Tsuyu, I'm fine, but I wanted to ask if we could see you without a mask. Izuku, I'm sure you all saw some pictures of me without it on the internet or my initiation video. Tor, please Mr. Reaper, we really want to see it. Izuku sighed and took his costume off. Tsuyu, you look like a male older Izumi. Mina, God, Shoto can never see this two together. He'll probably have a conspiracy theory. Momo, hey, that's my boyfriend you're talking about. Mina, I know your boyfriend probably gonna think Reaper here is Izumi older brother or something. Mina and Toru laughed. Izuku rolled his eyes, not wanting to deal with this. Izuku, this is all fun and games and all, but you girls do realize that by being in this plane without permission you're committing a crime, and because of that you will be punished once we get back. Come on, let's take this girls back to UA before we make it to the base. Computer, now landing on Overwatch HQ. Izuku. Look. Momo, Mr. Reaper, may I say I am greatly sorry for all of this. I tried to stop them, I really did, but once Mina has her mind on something, nothing can stop her. Mina, hey, you could have not come with us if you had such a problem. Momo, someone had to make sure you and Toru didn't try and touch something you shouldn't. Torte. Mina, are you calling us irresponsible? Momo, well, if the shoe fits. Izuku, all of you shut up for a second. The girls got quiet as Izuku took a deep breath, mumbling nonsense to himself before looking at Lucio. Izuku, this is gonna be such a headache when Dad finds out. Lucio, come on, he won't be that mad, I sure he will be calm and reasonable man. 5 minutes later. Gabriel, you idiots. Izuku, hey, blame Lucio, he was supposed to be watching the plane. Gabriel, Izuku, you're the leader, their mistakes are your mistakes, so you will be punished accordingly. Winston, now, while true they should be punished, let's save that for later. Right now we should think what to do with them. Winston pointed to the girl who were sitting nervous, watching everything happening. Gabriel sighed, frustrated. Gabriel, nothing can be done, they'll have to stay the night and tomorrow bring them back to UA. Winston, I'll go ahead and talk to Nizu and tell him, even if I rather not talk to the rat that's been trying and failing to hack our systems. Izuku, make sure to grill that DMN rat, he is awful. Gabriel, explain. Izuku, he doesn't have a self-defense teacher, a lot of the students don't know how to fight without a quirk. Gabriel, that is so dumb, and oh not dumb, that's straight up neglectful. Winston, talk to him about that. Winston, will do. In the meantime, Izuku and Lucio, please take these girls on a tour of the place, who knows, maybe some of them will join Overwatch someday. Izuku groaned, looking at the girls looking exited. He glanced at the Izumi girl, giving him a sympathetic wave as an apology. We see Lucio in front giving the tour of Overwatch HQ while Izuku was in the back dragging his feet. He really didn't want to do this. He sighed, taking a cigarette out, putting it in his mouth. Someone tugged on his shirt. He looked, and was Izumi next to him. Izumi, why? You shouldn't be smoking, that could kill you, you know. Izuku, little girl, don't order me around, you don't know what I've seen or what I've done. I hope you never do, but if you do then you can judge me. Izumi, I've seen videos of your fights, of you saving people. Izuku, you only saw the good side, there's a dark side of being in Overwatch. For example, one mission, I had to kill a baby. Mina, what? Izuku looked and saw the tour was over now. Everyone was looking at him. Izuku sighed and lit the cigarette. Izuku, who here knows of the hero Night Eye? Izumi, he was All Might's sidekick a few years back with the power of future sight. Why? Izuku, he told us that future of the baby, it was going to grow up and kill millions. His future was nothing but pure hatred for the world and resentment for having a villainous quirk. He would have become a vicious dictator if we didn't end him. Momo, that doesn't justify killing him. Izuku, never said I was justifying my actions, but that's what an Overwatch agents does. We work on the gray area of heroes. We do what Limelight hero, like what most of you will become, can't or won't do. We take care of the dirty work to make sure this world is safe. So how do you live with yourself after? Izuku, for my father therapy, for others drinking, gambling, going hime, for me smoking, it calms my nerves down, makes it easier to make it to the end of the day. Izuku took one puff but looked at Izumi's sad eyes. He can't tell you why, but it affected him. He sighed and turned it off, clapping his hands. Izuku, well, I'm hungry and I got a lot of paperwork to do. How about we take you all to the lunchroom for the dinner rush? Everyone agreed and they went. Once they were seated and eating, Momo suggested that they start on their homework. Mina and Toru groaned but agreed. Then something shocking happened. They saw the Reaper and Izumi both doing their work, but that wasn't the shocking part. They were both mumbling at the same time, almost like an engine in perfect harmony. Kyoka, am I the only one who finds that creepy? Everyone nods. No. Momo looked at Lucio. Momo, does he always mumble when he's doing work? Lucio, yup, it's a bad habit of him. So they really look like they're siblings now. Karo. Mina, tell me about it. Izuku and Izumi started having a mumbling conversation without realizing it. Izuku, you forgot to carry the X in that equation. Izumi, oh thank you, you forgot to mention how many bullets you used in the fight. Izuku, thanks. Well, what have we here? Everyone minus the mumbling duo, who were now both biting the end of their pen, looked up and were shocked at who it was. Momo, oh my god, you're the hero. Farah. Izumi, what? She bit so hard she broke the pen. Farah, hello, nice to meet you all, please call me Amari, it's much simpler. Lucio, did you finish your mission on France? Farah, yup, appealing place, wished I could have stayed longer. Izuku, Fariha. Farah, Izuku. Both said with a hint of disdain in their voice. Lucio, can you two please make up already? Izuku, I did nothing wrong. How was I supposed to know that the goat? Fair, don't talk about what the goat did. With Winston. Winston was waiting for Nizu to pick up the video call. Nizu, hello? Oh Winston, how's my favorite ape doing? Winston, I would be a lot better if you stopped trying to hack my agency. Nizuha. No, so what can I help you with? Winston, first of all, some of your students decided to climb inside one of my planes and are in my HQ as we speak. Nizu, so that's where they went. Aizawa will be pleased. He was worried sick about them. With Aizawa. Aizawa, when I find those girls, they are gonna be in so much trouble. Back to Nizu. Nizu, simply worried sick, I tell you. Winston, glad to know he's a caring teacher, will bring them to you tomorrow. They'll spend the night over here. Nizu, better idea, I bring their class there so they can see how Overwatch operates. Give them a little tour. Winston, well, there's nothing happening tomorrow but a bit of maintenance, so I guess that's fine. Nizu, lovely, I'll tell them right away. You don't mind some pro heroes coming with us? Winston, I'll allow Eraserhead and the psychic hero Magnetic. I don't want to deal with the number one idiotic behavior, honestly. I don't know how you handle him. Nizu, we all have our cross to bear. I'll tell them after this call is over. Anything else? Winston, yes, what's this I hear of you not having a self-defense/fighting instructor? Nizu winced at that. Nizu, so Reaper told you about that? Winston, how could he not? He may be a bit ruthless, but he does care about children, and you're giving them a major disadvantage by not having some sort of defense class. Nizu, yes, I am well aware of that, even the smartest. Winston, second smartest. Nizu, that has yet to be proven. Winston, you just proved it by forgetting such a thing. Don't worry, as the actual smartest brain, I'll help you when you come here. Winston ended the call before Nizu could, but his 2 cents making him smirk. Hours later, nighttime. Izuku. We see Izuku tossing and turning in a cold sweat as Izuku woke up, jumping up, breathing heavily, almost gasping for air. Looking around, he saw his fiancée sleeping next to him. He sighed in relief. Izuku, thank God, thank God. Izuku muttered to himself before putting his feet on the floor. Sitting on the bed, hunched over with his hands covering his eyes, he felt the bed move as Bridget hugged him from behind. Bridget, that nightmare again? Izuku said nothing, just started trembling. Bridget? Oh baby. Izuku got up, but Bridget holds his hand. Izuku, I need to train, I need to get stronger. Bridget, Izuku, calm down, it was just a bad dream. Izuku, you mean a bad memory? Bridget, Izuku, look at me. Izuku didn't want to, but he did. Bridget pulled him softly down to eye level. Izuku, with tears running down his cheek. Bridget puts both hands on Izuku's cheek, cleaning his tears. Bridget, you saved me, it's over, I'm right here baby, and I'm not going anywhere. Izuku, Bridget. Bridget pulled Izuku closer to her so they could cuddle. Obviously Bridget was the big spoon. She rubbed Izuku's back. Bridget, sleep now, it's okay, I'm fine, I'm not going anywhere, I'm not leaving you, I'm here now, please go to sleep baby. Izuku sighed softly, hugging her back and going back to sleep. Hours later. The ringing of the alarm woke them up with a groan as Bridget breaks the alarm. Bridget, UPS. Izuku chuckled, getting up and stretching. Izuku, that's the 5-1 this month, love. At this point, Winston gonna take it out of your pay if this keeps up. Bridget rolled her eyes, smiling. Bridget, I'm sure you can convince him otherwise. Anyway, tell me about the kids Lucio let on the plane. Izuku, let's see, we got 2 irresponsibles, party girls that gonna need to change before becoming heroes or the world will eat them up. 1 blunt frog girl who was kinda cute. Bridget got up, stretching before going to her mirror and started brushing her lion mane of a bed hair. Bridget, I can see how that's cute. Izuku, there's a punk rock girl who was one of Lucio fans. Bridget, to be honest, who isn't? Izuku, me? Bridget, you don't count, you only say that to annoy him. Izuku chuckled before going to brush his teeth. Izuku, the final 2, a rich girl, Yayarozu, can you believe it? One of our financial backers, one of the minor ones, but still. Bridget, Hanit, and the last one? Izuku, the girl I saved in Ust, Izumi Yagi, she's not a shy girl but full of kindness. Imagine a baby kitty wanting to be a hero. Bridget, aw, that sounds so cute. Izuku, yeah. They got quiet for a minute. Bridget, Izuku. Izuku, Bridget, can we not? Bridget, I would love not to, but I'm worried the nightmares are getting worse for you. When was the last time you didn't have one? Izuku, tonight when we cuddled. Bridget, Izuku, I'm serious. Izuku, so am I. Bridget, Aizu. Izuku sighed, coming out the bathroom. Izuku, it's been a while, not gonna lie. Bridget, I keep telling you to talk to A. Izuku, Bri, can we not do this? You know every time we do this we end up fighting. I just want a nice morning with you. Bridget, then just listen, I'm worried about no. I'm scared for you, Izu. Please, can you just think about therapy? Even if it's just one session. Izuku, fine, I'll think about it for you, just don't hold your breath. Izuku kissed her cheek, chuckling. Izuku, you know I really love mornings where you fix your head when you're sitting like this. I'm the tall one. Bridget chuckled before getting up, towering over her future husband. Izuku, there's the woman I'm gonna marry. Bridget, oh you. Bridget kneeled down and they kissed softly. Izuku, hey, I love you. Bridget, I love you too, honey, come on, I'm hungry, let's have breakfast. Both left to the dining hall while holding hands. Once inside, they saw their friends talking to each other, laughing. Izuku smiled softly, looking at them. They both got their food and sat down. Bridget, hello guys. Izuku. Alexandra, friends. Come sit. Izuku, Alec, we're already sitting down. Alexandra, lo? Right you are. They started talking. After a bit, someone touched Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looked, and it was the girls from Class A, with Izumi leading the charge with a nervous smile. Izumi, mind if we sit here? Izuku, I don't mind, what about you guys? Alexandra, by Mother Russia, you're gorgeous. Please sit. Izumi blushed. It's been a long time since someone gave her a compliment. Hannah, sure, I don't mind, what about you, love? Lena, no, the more the better, please sit down. Lucio, please sit, there more than enough room. Izuku, plus that way you won't be the single Pringle in the table. Lucio glared at Izuku, who just laughed. Lucio rolled his eyes, smirking softly. Lucio, but Izuku, and yet you're my friend. Lucio, very true, what does it say about me? Izuku, that you're an assman. Hannah and Lena snorted while Bridget gave Izuku a light whack at the back of the head. Smiling, Izuku and Lucio laughed wholeheartedly. Bridget, please ignore my fiancé, please sit. Mina, fiancé. Mina had star in her eyes as they all sat down. Izuku, yup, I love this woman and I asked to marry her. Mina, aw, how romantic. How long did you date before asking the question? Izuku, we never dated. Tsuyu, but you said you're each other fiancé, Karo. Bridget, trust me, it's more romantic when you know the story. Izuku, I'll tell it. Okay girls, story time. This is the story of how a small man found a huge love. Last time. Izuku, I'll tell it. Okay girls, story time. This is the story of how a small man found a huge love. Now the thrilling conclusion. Before Izuku could tell his story, the door slammed opened, revealing Inko Yagi. Izumi/Momo mom/auntie. Inko ran to her daughter and niece, hugging them both hard. Inko, are you guys okay? Tell me you're okay. Izumi, we're fine. Momo, we're okay. Inko let them both go softly, putting a hand on both girl cheek. Inko, oh good. Inko grabbed them by the ear and pulled it. Inko, then what were you knuckleheads thinking? Mina snorts but feels an evil looming behind her. She pales, knowing who it was. She turned around trembling, and there he was, Aizawa-sensei looking, said. Showed it before I start screaming. Whose idea was it? Mina, mine, sensei. Shota, you are so grounded once we get back to the dorms. Izuku, don't you mean suspended? Shota, I know what I said. Toru, yeah, everyone fine, and Mina getting in trouble again. Now please tell us the story, Reaper-san. Inko, story, what story? Wait, Reaper? Where I don't see him. Izuku, yo, Izuku Reyes, second generation Reaper, pleasure to see you again, Miss Yagi. Inko took a good look at Reaper without his suit. Izuku still with bedhead and wearing shorts and a sleeveless shirt, aka his PJ. Inko, you're Reaper? But you're so young, and what on earth are those tattoos? Does your mother know you have them? Angela, trust me, once I saw what my moron of a husband let him do, I almost killed them both. Inko turned around and saw Izuku's mother also in her sleepwear. Izuku, hey mom, new watch? Angela, anniversary present from your father. Bridget, love, so good to see you. How are you doing? Bridget, I'm doing fine ma'am, thank you. Angela, oh please call me mom, we're gonna be family soon. Inko, sorry if I seem nosy, but what do you mean? Bridget, oh, and engaged to Izuku here. Izuku smiled and kissed her cheek. Toru, finally back on topic. Now tell us the story of the proposal. Inko, please do, I also want to hear it while we wait for the rest of the class finish the tour. Izumi flinched for a second. Izumi, the boys are here, I should get going. Izumi tried to get up, but Zaria stopped her. Zaria, nonsense, stay, listen to story, it is good story, friend. Izuku, go on, and tell story. Izuku, alright. Flashback. We see Izuku coming back from a long mission. His eyes were dull, but at the same time they had determination inside them. He knocked on Bridget's door. After some shuffling around inside, Bridget opened. Bridget, Izuku? What's up? It's kinda late. Did you finish your mission? Are you okay? Izuku, yeah, I'm fine. Did you eat yet? We could get something to eat together. If you want. Bridget, oh sure. They went to the dining hall. Bridget was surprised that some real expensive-looking food was waiting for them. They sat down and started eating. Bridget, Izuku, are you sure you're okay? Izuku, Bridget, there's nothing bothering you? Izuku, Bridget, then you might want to slow down. Izuku's mouth was just full of fries. He swallowed them, taking a deep breath. Izuku, breathe. At how long have we known each other? Bridget, my god, for years. Why? Izuku, right, years. And, you know how as Overwatch heroes we take care of more dangerous missions? And like we can be dead tomorrow? Bridget, yeah? Izuku, yeah, and I just can't die yet. Not having something. If I am to go, I want to meet death with a smile on my face with no regrets. Bridget, Izu, where are you going with this? Izuku, I guess what I'm getting at. That I said I guess what I'm getting at. Lucio, sheet. Lucio stumbled, making Bridget giggled, wondering what Izuku was planning. As music started to play, Izuku took out a mic out of nowhere. Izuku, it's a appealing night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I want to marry you. Bridget blushed. Izuku, is it the look in your eyes or is it this dancing juice? Who cares, baby, I think I want to marry you. Izuku grabbed Bridget's hands and pulled her up. Izuku, well, I know this little chapel on the boulevard. We can go. No one will know. Oh, come on girl. Who cares if we're trashed? Got a pocket full of cash we can blow. Shots of patron and it's on girl. Hannah, don't say no. Just say yeah. And we'll go. If you're ready, like I'm ready. Izuku, 'cause it's a appealing night, we're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I want to marry you. Is it the look in your eyes or is it this dancing juice? Who cares, baby, I think I want to marry you. I'll go get a ring, let the choir bells sing like. So what you want to do? Let's just run, girl. If we wake up and you want to break up, that's cool. No, I won't blame you, it was fun, girl. Lena, don't say no. Just say yeah. And we'll go. If you're ready, like I'm ready. Izuku, 'cause it's a appealing night, we're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I want to marry you. Is it the look in your eyes or is it this dancing juice? Who cares, baby, I think I want to marry you. Izuku gets in one knee and takes out a ring, making Bridget gasp, putting her hand on her mouth as tears threaten to come out. Alec, just say I do. Izuku, tell me right now, baby. Tell me right now, baby. Alex, just say I do. Izuku, tell me right now, baby. Tell me right now, baby. It's a appealing night, we're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I want to marry you. Is it the look in your eyes or is it this dancing juice? Who cares, baby, I think I want to marry you. Bridget, Izuku, are you serious? Izuku, I'm serious. Like I said, we could not be here tomorrow. I don't want to wait for something. I know it's right. I love you, Bridget. I want you to become Bridget Reyes Lindholm. I want to wake up with you. I want to have dumb arguments with you. More importantly, I want to be with you forever. So this is me, putting all my cards on the table. What do you say? Present. Bridget, and I said yes. Bridget showed them the ring. Mina, oh my god, it even matches your eyes. Izuku, happiest and scariest day of my life. I know what I was asking sounded crazy. I'm just glad she said yes. Bridget, well, I'm a little crazy too. Bridget kissed Izuku softly until they heard an explosion, making Does, who knew where it came from, groan in frustration. So guess the tour is over, Karo. Kyoka, Izumi, go control your boyfriend. Izuku, boyfriend? Izuku didn't know why, but he felt like he needed to be overprotective to Izumi like he is to Bridget, only different somehow. The boys of Class A made it inside. Izuku took a good look at them and looked curious at two of them. Shoto got closer and hugged Momo by behind, making her giggle. Momo, missed me, honey? Shoto nods yes happily. Izuku looked at them with a curious expression. Izuku, you're his support for something dramatic that happened. Izuku tone made it known. He said a statement, not a question. Momo nods with a small sad smile. Momo, Shoto's that had a bad childhood. I was always with him to help him when he was in a dark place. Izuku, Ichim, you have my sympathy then, kid. Bakugo, the FDO, you mean you're out of peace? Lunch lady, like I told you, that boy took the last piece now back of punk. The lunch lady tone said she was having none of his sheet while she pointed at Izuku, who was sharing his pie with Bridget, smiling softly, feeding each other a piece. Bakugo came stomping. Bakugo, hey you. Izuku looked at him with bored eyes. Izuku, what do you want, brat? Bakugo, I'm taking this pie, I deserve it more than you. Izuku, if off, kid, and go back to your group. Bakugo fumed, activated his quirk about to attack when everyone took their weapons out and pointed at him, including the lunch lady that had a shotgun at the back of Bakugo's head. Izuku finished the last piece of pie and looked at Bakugo. Izuku, bad move, kid, stand down. Bakugo, tisk, at least I don't need other people's do help me, I a self-made man. Izuku, then you're pathetic, we all need help. Let me tell you a story. A friend of mine went to America with absolutely nothing but $20 and some sweaty clothes in a gym bag. He had this one little apartment, and on Thanksgiving his friends at the Bodybuilders Gold's gym came to his apartment and they brought him pillows, dishes, silverware, all the things that he didn't have. One day I was visiting him and a fan went up to him and called him a self-made man. You know what he said? He said, you see, call me anything that you want, but don't ever call me a self-made man. It gives the wrong impression that we can do it alone. None of us can. That man named the pro hero Crimson Riot. Kirishima, no way, that's my favorite hero. Izuku, I'm glad. Then listen as well, all of you kids listen, especially you blonde dynamite. The whole concept of the self-made man or woman is a myth. He told me I would have never made it in my life without the help, so this is why the self-made man is not real, even a hero as what's the word I'm looking for? Kirishima, manly. Izuku, heh, right, not even a hero as manly as Crimson Riot. He needed help to be where he is. Izuku got up and put his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Izuku, you see why I want not just you but your whole class to understand that is because as soon as you understand that you are here because of a lot of people's help, then you also understand how to become a real hero, that when you go out there in the field, when you get your license, then will be the time to help others. Bakugo scoffed and pushed Izuku's hand off of him. Bakugo, I don't need help from others, I'm gonna be the #1 hero by myself, just wait and see. Showed up Bakugo, enough, got the plane and wait there, you're no longer welcome at this tour. Bakugo, find better that than to stay with you extras. Come on, Izumi. Izumi flinched and got up, but Alex grabbed her shoulder and softly sat her back down. Alex, your teacher said only you, not the girl. She stays with us now, off with you. Bakugo looked around and saw all the people glaring at him. He growled and left Izuku's side, nodding his head in disappointment, crossing his arms. Izuku, that boy is walking a dark path to becoming a fake hero. Shota, don't worry, he just starting his first year, plenty of time for him to change. Izuku, or the get worse, keep an eye out for him. Nizu, oh, I'm sure you'll be able to keep a better eye on him. Everyone looked and saw Gabriel, Nizu and Winston walking inside. Izuku, explain. Gabriel's son, we've discussed Nizu's failure at not giving his students a self-defense teacher, so we came to an agreement giving you accept. Izuku, you want me to be their teachers? Nizu, my quite perceptive yes, I believe you would be perfect for that given your condition. Izuku, first of all, don't call it that I'm quirkless, it's not a sickness nor anything that's wrong with me, call it like it's a sickness again and I'll give you an even bigger scar, you chimera. Nizu nodded, so what do you say? Izuku, I have some conditions. Nizu, of course, what are they? Izuku, first and foremost, I will still be able to go on missions if I'm needed. Second, I have full authority with the kids in my class. No one is allowed to interfere. Those who try, I will be able to punish them. And lastly, I want all of December off for my wedding and half of January for my honeymoon. Nizu, deal, will take care of the paperwork back in UA. Izuku, I'm not done, I want 2 things from Overwatch. Winston, of course, my nephew, what do you? Izuku, first I want a 30% raised for dealing with snot-nosed brat. Winston, I'll give you 15%. Izuku, 20%. Winston, 17% with a chance of 20% depending on how well you teach the kids. Izuku, deal. Winston, and the second? Izuku smiled evilly, looking at his uncle. Izuku, I get to throw out all of your peanut butter while you watch. Winston gasped as Gabriel laughed his butt off. Gabriel, you evil boy. Izuku, he learned from the best, just joking uncle, I would never do that to you. Winston sighed in relief. Izuku, I want a house or apartment paid by Overwatch while I'm a teacher in UA. I don't trust that Nizu won't bug whatever living arrangements he had planned for me. Nizu, not gonna lie, that is a strong possibility. Winston, deal. Izuku looked back at Class A smirking evilly. Izuku, enjoy your final day of peace cause tomorrow. Nizu classes start next week. Izuku, what did I say? No one is to interfere with how I do my class, so starting tomorrow you're going to hell. Izuku, Gabriel and Nizu laughed, putting the fear of God into them. We see Class A on the plane ready to leave, Izuku being the only one left. We see him outside the plane saying goodbye to his family. Izuku, I guess I'll see you guys in December. Lucio, good luck man, give them hell. Izuku, oh trust me I'll give them a watered-down version of the training my old man gave us so they don't die. Hannah, still can't believe we made it out of that. Gabriel, but you did. Now you're all Class A heroes. Izuku, never forget. Izuku's teamwork is everything. Gabriel ruffled his son's head, smiling at him. Angela gave her son a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. Angela, good luck my baby boy, better not hear anything of you smoking, you hear? Izuku chuckled before Alexandra slapped his back, laughing. Alec, that goes double from me my friend, or I crushed you again. Izuku, pretty sure you're gonna crush that Izumi girl. Alec, what? Why would I crush that gorgeous girl? Tracer, don't worry love, I'll explain what he meant. Izuku, do it after I'm gone so she doesn't crush me from embarrassment. Izuku walked up to Bridget. Izuku, I'll call you when I get to my new house. Bridget, you mean our new house? I'm gonna be visiting a lot, don't you worry about that. Izuku, he wouldn't have it any other way. Izuku leaned up and Bridget leaned down and they kissed. Izuku, see you soon Min Karlek, my love. Izuku walked inside the plane and sat down next to Izumi with his arm crossed, and they were off. Kaminari, how long till we get back to you, eh? Izuku, 8 hours, get comfy. Izuku closed his eyes and took a nap at the same time. Izumi did the same, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. So they really look like siblings now, Karo. Inko flinched at that comment and looked at Izuku and Izumi. She feels a small bit of fear in her heart. Inko, no, it can't be him, that's impossible. Edith, this is completely unacceptable, she should not be sleeping on our new sensei's shoulder like that. Kaminari, dude, give it a rest. If sensei doesn't care, why should you? Mina, besides they look so cute. I know, let's take pictures. Izuku, do it and I break your phones. They flinched as Izuku opened his eyes. Tsuyu, I thought you were gonna take a nap, Karo. Izuku, in Overwatch they train you to be a light sleeper, now just play with your phones or something and let us sleep in peace. Inko, if you don't mind, I'm sorry, what am I supposed to call you? Izuku, off duty. Izuku, if you're a student, Reaper, if you're a colleague, Reyes. Inko, alright Izuku, I'm sorry if this seems rude, but you don't look nothing like your parents. Izuku, I'm adopted, let's just leave it at that. If I trust you more I'll tell you more. Anything else? Ida, I am Tenya, Ida, brother of Pro Hero. Izuku didn't ask for a life story, ask a question or stay quiet. Ida, right, my apologies, I would like to know where you stand on the hero ranks? Izuku, depends. In Japan nothing, Overwatch doesn't have a base here since the Hero Association believe Overwatch isn't needed here since you all have the great All Might on your side. If we're talking international, I'm rank number 55, my teams are all rank around the same while All Might is around 150 to 180, somewhere around that line. Cody, you're ranked higher than All Might? Izuku, internationally yes. Bakugo, that's bullshit, no way you're stronger than him. He's the only person stronger than me. Izuku, first of all lower your voice. Second, if that true then Japan is doomed. Thirdly, I never said I was stronger than him, just that I'm ranked higher. If we went on a pure fist fight I would lose, granted I would be able to hold my own but still lose. Kaminari, then why are you higher internationally? Izuku, simple, power isn't everything. Yes, power-wise I'm weaker than All Might, but if done more missions than him I have more experience. Even if he's twice my age I've seen more than him. Can anyone tell me why? Mineta, because All Might stayed in Japan? Izuku looked at Mineta, making him flinched, scared, but Izuku smiled at him. Izuku, correct, All Might only saves people in Japan while me and everyone in Overwatch save people around the world, making us have a higher rank. Not to mention Japan is one of the few places where heroes don't kill. Kyokan, wait, what? Izuku? Oh, don't get me wrong, it's frowned upon in most places in the world, but it does happen. Overwatch is the only agency that regularly kills off rank A to triple S type villains. The only exception, at least for me, is that I kill pedophiles and RPS. Even if they're only ranked C type villains, the survivors love me more for it. Ida, but heroes should not kill. Izuku, now I'm sure we can't talk like civilized peoples and I'll be more than happy to discuss heroic philosophy with you, but now is not the time or the place. Any other questions? Kirishima, who's the strongest in the world? Izuku, in my opinion is the Tibetan monk Aang, otherwise known as the Avatar or Sun Wukong. The Moki King China does too, are the strongest in the world, both being ranked as triple S level heroes, while All Might power-wise right now is only double S, to give you all an idea of how powerful they are. The students paled, even some of the heroes paled thinking of that. While Bakugo made a fist, he was furious thinking about that. Izuku took the opportunity to close his eyes and sleep the rest of the way. The flight finally ended and the students and pro-heroes got put some stretching. Izuku snapped his neck, touching Izumi's cheek. Izuku, hey Yagi, wake up, we're here. Izumi, MH.5 more minutes. Izuku, suit yourself. Izuku got up, making Izumi fall, waking up. Izumi, what was that? Izuku, you got 2 minutes to get off the plane before the automatic computer sets off to Overwatch, and you'll be here another 16 hours. Izuku got off carrying his luggage, with Izumi scrambling to get off just as Izuku finished to put on his hero costume. Nizu, splendid, everyone here, come now Mr. Reyes, let's get the paperwork started. Izuku, oh goody, before that who is going to be my class? Nizu, I've been thinking about that and it will be Class A. Class B will be taken care of from someone else, but we'll talk about this once the paperwork been done. Izuku, you're gonna make my class and Class B fight for some reason to prove something, am I right? Nizu, my how insightful you are. Izuku, I'm not one of Overwatch top agent for no reason. Nizu, no, you're there because your father gave you that position. Izuku, just like Winston gave you the position of second smartest being. Both chuckled at the good nature ripping. He turned around to see his class with a serious face. Izuku Yazawa, you said they have a week off? Nizu, no my dear boy, that was me, but yes, but really it's 3 weeks after this week is over. They'll only have 1 day of school before 2 weeks off for training for the sport festival. Izuku, so I have 3 weeks to train this brats into real heroes. I like a challenge. All right, listen up. The kids looked at Izuku. Izuku, wait for me in your dorms and wait for further instructions. I will tell you what's gonna happen when I get back. In the meantime, rest, you're gonna need it. Eat it, what do you mean by that, sensei? Izuku, let's just say by the end of the 3 weeks you will respect me, but by God you will hate me for a long time. Izuku turned around and walked with Nizu and the other pro-heroes to the meeting room. Class A walked off, no one noticing. Bakugo was holding Izumi by her wrist hard with the heroes entering the meeting room. They were the other one being All Might aka Toshinori Yagi, who was scowling seeing Reaper there. Nizu, alright everybody, as I said some changes would be made once back from Overwatch, and here's the change. May I present to you our student's new self-defense/martial arts teacher Reaper. Someone slammed his hands on the table. They looked, and it was Toshinori. Toshinori, why is someone from Overwatch working for us? If it's self-defense we need to teach, I can teach the students, not this. Izuku, choose your words carefully. Number 1, don't forget Overwatch was the one that saved your butt on your last battle with AFO. If it wasn't for the first Reaper you would have a hole in your lung right now in retirement. Nizu, that's enough both of you, and Toshinori, I'm glad you think so because you are gonna do just that. Izuku eyes widened figuring out Nizu's plan. He chuckled to himself. Izuku, he's my competition? Man, talk about easy. Toshinori, what are you talking about? Nizu, you are gonna teach the hero class B fighting/martial arts until the sport festival. The winner, well, we'll discuss the implications of that after we cross that bridge when we get there. Izuku sat down. In the back of his mind, he was already thinking, why was Nizu making this competition, ignoring Toshinori's arrogant smirk. Toshinori, fine, I'll train them and I'm gonna make them into the greatest any first year anyone has ever seen. Izuku just waved his hand dismissively at him, making him more mad. Nizu, now Izuku, if you would just sign this contract we can get started. Izuku took the contract, giving it a quick ready before laughing. Izuku, unlike them Chimera, I am not an idiot. I'm not signing this with all this small print stuff you managed to fill. Mike, what are you talking about? Nizu just laughed, smirking, signaling Izuku to tell them. Izuku, basically you are all screwed. For example, at page 7 it said that Nizu is allowed to bug your phone and any and all electronic devices. Everyone pulled, looking at their boss. Nizu, well, how is it that you all thought I always knew what you were gonna ask me? Before you all start, yes, it's perfectly legal. Izuku, basically you all sold your soul to the rat god, or as you all see him now, the rat devil. Both Izuku and Nizu laughed as Nizu gave Izuku another contract. Nizu, this is the same contract with every of my benefits taken out. Take a read if you don't believe me. Izuku, do be fair, would you believe you? Nizu Izuku read it, saw nothing wrong with it, and signed it. Nizu clapped his hands. Nizu, splendid Toshinori, I'll tell you all of what your new job entails after I take Izuku somewhere. Both Izuku and Nizu got up. Snipes, and where are you taking him? Izuku, oh, nowhere special, just that the contract said I get a nice new office. Both of them left as the pro heroes started throwing a storm. Nizu, funny, I don't remember giving you a new office in your contract. Izuku, true, but did you see the look at their faces? Both of them laughed as they went their separate ways. Nizu went back to his office and Izuku walked to class dorms, smirking, snapping his fingers. Nizu, still not fully knowing the demon he brought to his school. Izuku kicked open the door of class A. Everyone looked at him. Izuku, alright, everyone line up now. They did as they said. Izuku noticed two people were missing. Izuku, I told you all to stay here. Where are Yagi and Bakugo? Momo. Bakugo said, and I quote, I don't give a damn what that extra said, and took Izumi with him. Ida stepped up and bowed. Ida, I greatly apologize for my classmate behavior, sensei. Izuku, are you the class president? Momo, no, that would be me, sir. Izuku, then you're a disappointment. Momo flinched. Shoto and Kyoka glared at him, with Kyoka being the outspoken one. Kyoka, hey, you can call her that. Izuku, I can, and I did. She has no leadership skills. A real leader takes charge and responsibility for the actions of their squad, or in your case class, and yet you let not one but two people leave. Tell me, did you even attempt to stop them? Momo looked down ashamed. Momo, no, that was Ida. Izuku, did you tell him to stop them? Momo, no. Izuku, then Ida. Ida, yes sir? Izuku, congratulations, you got some leadership skills that are underrated in your class. Ida bowed to Izuku even deeper than last time. Ida, thank you for the compliment, sensei. I always make a point to follow the rules. Izuku, as you should. We're heroes. Part of our jobs is to enforce the rules. Everyone here should take a page out of Ida behavior. You all could learn a thing or two. Ida smiled, feeling proud of himself and happy that someone finally gave him credit for following the rules and not just tell him to shut up or take it easy. Even his family would ignore or tell him to shut up. Izuku, now who here is the closest to Mr. Bakugo apart from his girlfriend? Kirishima, that would be me. We're totally brothers. Izuku, then grab your bro and drag him here. You have my permission to use force if necessary, but with what I've seen of Bakugo's temper I've seen so far, it will be. Kirishima, yes sensei. Kirishima left. After a few minutes later they heard Bakugo's yelling and the sound of his quirk. Bakugo came back yelling. Izuku, he screams like a no-good dog. That's not true, that's an insult to dogs everywhere. The three came back with Izumi looking down, hiding part of her face with her hair, rubbing her arm, while Kirishima was holding him by his wrist, using his hardening quirk to not get hurt by Bakugo. Bakugo, why am I here? Izuku, you are here to hear my commands. I'm your new self-defense / quirkless fighting sensei, so I demand respect or I'll show you why you should fear me. Kaminari, don't you mean respect me? Izuku, no. Bakugo, like hell I will list 5 shots. That's how fast Izuku shot Bakugo before anyone could tell what happened. 2 in his should, 1 in his head and 1 in his groin, making him fall down in pain. Izuku, anyone else has a problem listening to me? No one said anything. Izuku, good. Now I saw the videos of what happened before me and my team made it to USJ, and I have to say, you all just raise your hand if you know at least some form of martial arts. Only one student raised his head, making Izuku groan, rubbing his eyes. Izuku, pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Starting tomorrow I'm putting you all through the same workout regimen they give in Overwatch, only a watered-down version so you don't all die. The kids paled, thinking how could it get worse. Izuku, also say thank you to Bakugo and Yagi for disobeying my order. None of you are getting breakfast tomorrow, so you'll do the exercises on an empty stomach. Everyone looked at him, shock-hopping. He was joking, but they saw he was not. They glared at Bakugo, some at Izumi too, but at least she looked guilty, looking down, rubbing her arm. Izuku, now it's getting late. If I were you, I eat before going to bed early. You're gonna need the energy. Minoru, Mineta, Koji, Koda, and Toru Hagakure, you 3 stay behind. I need a word with you 3, but first I need to make a call. Excuse me. Izuku went outside grabbing his phone and calling an old friend. Luvia, hello? Izuku, hey Luvia, is Izuku, how are you? How's the family? Luvia, oh Izuku-sama. Hello. Luvia is doing fine, my family is doing great. Natsu is playing with our daughter as Luvia speaks to you. Izuku, a little Natsumi, I remember when she could fit in the palm of my hand. She must be so big now, hopefully she has your personality instead of. Izuku heard something breaking on the other end. Luvia believes that sound answered your question? Izuku, oh you poor woman, I wish you luck. Luvia, thank you Izuku-sama, but I don't need it. I'm perfectly happy with my family. I will never thank you enough for making see how toxic Gray was. Izuku, don't mention it anyway. I need to collect a favor. How fast can you make it to Japan? Luvia, Izuku-sama is in luck. Luvia and Luvia's family is on vacation in Japan. Izuku, you don't say? Too bad Bridget is not with me. She would love to see you again. Luvia, too bad. Luvia would have loved to see her again. Izuku, you will at the very least at my wedding maid of honor. Luvia is the maid of honor. Izuku, did Bridget not tell you? Luvia, no, Bridget texted me, she wanted to talk. Luvia guesses she now knows what's it about. Izuku legs started giving up on him out of fear of his future wife for ruining her surprise. Izuku, Luvia, please don't tell her I told you. Luvia giggled. Luvia, don't worry Izuku-sama, it will be our little secret. Izuku, thanks, I'll text you the time and location you have to be in a few minutes. I need to talk to 3 of my students. Luvia, what? Izuku, you remember the anime Naruto? Luvia, of course, although Luvia favorite of the big 3 was always Bleach and I always shipped Ichigo with Orheim. Izuku, same, but anyway, remember what I always wanted copy from that series? It was quiet before Luvia started laughing. Luvia, I wish you luck then, oh great third Hokage. Izuku, same, but anyway, remember what I always wanted copy from that series? It was quiet before Luvia started laughing. Luvia, I wish you luck then, oh great third Hokage. Izuku smirked before hanging up and going back inside where everyone but the 3 left. Now Izuku as narrator. I walked inside and saw the kids flinched, seeing that made me so happy, seeing them squirm. Hakigura Sensei, what did you want to talk about to us? Izuku, I'll be brutally honest, the 3 of you are the weakest of the class, hell maybe the school, since I bet a good number of non-hero students can beat all of you. They flinched. Koda looked down ashamed. I could tell he wanted to cry. Mineta was trembling, scared. Mineta, are you gonna expel us? Izuku, NOP, but I will give you all an opportunity to mark your name to be remembered for generations to come. Hagakure, an opportunity, sensei? Izuku, for me to be your personal trainer, to teach you all that I know and more. You accept this, you will be trained twice as hard as more than even I was, but by the end of it you will all become the strongest in the school, strong enough to be the big 3, Mirio, Nijire and Tamaki. By the end of the final exams. Koda, why, you think we can? Izuku, if you 3 are willing to put in the work, yes, but I'll warn you again, I will train you all 5 times harder than the rest of your class and twice as hard as the training I got on Overwatch. I will train you all to the ground. If you collapse, I'll throw burning hot water and make you get up and keep going. If you cry, I will slap you and make you shut up. By the end of it you'll become a beacon of hope that civilians will feel protected. So what do you all say? Mineta's become stronger than the rest. Flashback middle school. Mineta. We see him on the ground being beaten up by other kids making fun of him for having such a weak quirk. Mineta spits out blood. GG, God, you're such a loser, you'll never be a hero with such a pathetic quirk. Mark, yeah, how are you gonna save anyone with stupid ball? Mineta, you'll all see I'll become a heroes and you'll all be sorry. Kido? You still talking? Aikido, the most popular of middle school. Mineta glared at him. Aikido, don't worry, you won't talk much after this, babe, come over here. Mineta looked and was shocked. It was his girlfriend Mary. Mineta, Mary. Mary looked at Mineta with disgust before Aikido kissed her passionately. Mineta looked broken-hearted as tears start falling from his face. He looked at the ground, his hands turned into fists. Mineta, so what do I cares? I'll become a hero, and become king. Mineta left running crying. Flashback over. Mineta made his hands into fist with a scowl. Mineta in. Koda. Flashback middle school. Koda. We see him walking back home, his head down as always, not wanting to any trouble, until he heard a cry for help. He flinched, looking around. The sound came from a dark alleyway. Trembling, terrified, but seeing as he saw no heroes around, he walked inside. His heart was pounding so fast he made it to the source of the sound and paled some kids 3 times his size were beating up a mother dog who was just protecting her babies. Koda was shocked. One of the boys and Koda hid behind a dumpster. James, what's wrong? JJ, I thought that. Never mind, let's keep having fun. They keep kicking the mother dog. Koda was trembling, angry, but he didn't move. He was too scared. The mother's calls for help became bigger and more desperate. Koda hugged his shoulder, closing his eyes shut, putting his hands over his ears to block the noise until one final scream, then silence. Kai, well, that was fun, let's go. The group left and Koda went running to the dog and her puppies, but the mother dog was dead. Koda, no, please no, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Koda stared, crying, feeling huge amounts of guilt for doing nothing. Then he heard whinging. He looked and was so happy to see the puppies were still alive, but it broke his heart as they were calling for their mommy. Koda grabbed them all, hugging them as he got up and left with them. Koda, I promise to take care of them. I'll become a hero for all animals. Flashback over. Koda remembering the results in the quirk evaluation, how he was the second last on the list. Koda, I'm in. Hakigure to be remembered? Hakigure flashback. We see her alone in her room. She was 10 and still didn't have her quirk. She got out her room and walked to the main room, seeing her family clapping happily as Tsuni, her older sister, was showing up her quirk. Mom, that was amazing, honey. God, you're gonna make such a great hero. Dad, I'm so proud of you, honey. You're the best daughter anyone could ever want. Kagekure holds her skirt, feeling hurt. She gets closer. Hakigure, Mom, I'm hungry. Mom, I'll cook you something late. Toru, stop bothering me. Hakigure, but you said that hours ago. Dad, Toru flinched, scared, looking at her father, scowling, angry at her. Dad, can't you see we're busy? Stop being a nuisance. Go back to your room. Toru went to her room. As soon as she closed the door, she collapses to the floor, crying, feeling so useless, so small, so invisible. After a while of crying, she got up and looked at her mirror, but was shocked at what she saw, or rather didn't see. Present. Toru, in the end, I'm in the hero course, not my sister, and they still don't notice me. Toru, I'm in. Izuku smirked, looking at his 3 new pupils. Izuku, then Operation Sannin is right underway. Izuku walked up to his new house. Izuku, I even bought me a car? Uncle Winston really lives. His peanut butter. I chuckled to myself as I go inside, smiling that it was already refurbished. Izuku took out his phone and called Bridget. Bridget, hey love, what's up? Izuku, just wanted to tell you I made it to our new house. Well, if we ever retire. Bridget, I guess we can use it for vacation, but that's beside the point. I'm glad you made it safely. How's the class? Izuku, spineless wimps that still see the world was black and white. Bridget, so bad? Izuku, very bad, especially Katsuki Bakugo. That brat has a huge ego he has no right to have. I can't wait to break him. I can see why my old man loved doing that in the academy. Bridget giggled as Izuku sat down on the couch. Bridget, like father, like son. Izuku, there are 4 with some potential. Minor, Mineta, Toru, Hakigure, Koji, Koda, and Izumi Yagi. The first 3 I'm gonna turn them into my own team. Sannin. Bridget, oh my god, you were serious about that? I should have never let you watch Boruto's dad anime. Izuku, honey, I love you, but don't even joke about that. Bridget, yeah, Naruto is better, I get it. What about Izumi Yagi? Why single her out? Izuku, I'm not just interested in her. I can't really explain why. I just not feel like I want to protect her like I want to protect you, but different if it makes sense. Bridget, kinda? It is strange, I mean you don't even know her. Izuku, I know. Bridget starts snickering. Bridget, maybe you evolved from Reaper to Batman and want a little Robin. Izuku, oh if it... Both laughed good-heartedly. Izuku, well it's late and I gotta wake up extra early so. Bridget, yes, sleep tight love, but are you gonna be okay? It's the first night since the incident that you don't sleep with me. Izuku, I thought I should be fine. Bridget, that's a lie, just not try to get some sleep for me. Izuku, I'll try, love you honey, hope I'll see you soon. Both hanged up. Izuku walked up to the bedroom and went to sleep. Inside Izuku's brain. Izuku opened his eyes. He was running in a hospital robe. He stopped to the sounds of screaming. He looked around in a panic and saw Bridget tied down to a chair, bloody with drills on her legs, and a person in a robe torturing her. Izuku Bridget. He went running but someone punched him straight in the face falling on the ground. He growled looking up seeing him again. Soldier 76, my look who made it out his cell block? Izuku screamed in anger got up and started punching him or at least tried. S76 dodged and counter ever punched. S76 grabbed Izuku's wrist bringing him closer and slamming his knee on his gut taking the air out of him. S76, man is this the best Gabriel's son can do? Izuku shut up. Izuku spits blood on S76's face making him frown before slamming Izuku's face right at the window where Bridget room was cracking it. S76, so pathetic can't even land a punch just stand there and look while your girlfriend dies and you're powerless to stop it. Izuku squirmed trying to no avail as he saw the man in the robe grab a needle with a toxic green liquid inside it. Izuku no. Real world. Izuku woke up. Izuku in oh. Izuku looked around panicking seeing he was in the bedroom. He looked at the clock. He only sleep 1.5 hours. Izuku didn't even try to go back to sleep. He went right to the floor and started doing push-ups as fast as he could. Izuku need to be stronger. 3am at you. Mineta was sleeping peaceful hugging a lady hug pillow until he woke up by having a bucket of water splashed to his face. He jumped on his bed like a fish looking around. Izuku rise and shine my student time to train. Mineta looked behind Izuku and saw both Toru and Koda also wet. Izuku, well what are you waiting for, an engraved invitation? Get up. Mineta stumbled out of his bed and went with his classmates and followed Izuku to the first floor. They were surprised seeing a sleeping little girl and man both with pink hair and a blue hair woman reading a magazine. Izuku, pay no attention to them out the dorms now. They were about to go out but stopped. It was raining heavily outside. Koda B, but sensei it's. Izuku pushed Koda to the ground with his foot making Koda fall in the mud. Izuku, do I look like I dumb? I know it's raining. I don't give a CRP. You're gonna train in the rain. Toru but. Izuku, what did I tell you all yesterday? Toru shut up and got out along with Mineta both helping Koda up. Izuku gave a small smile seeing that. Izuku, alright maggots, you're going to do training 3 hours before everyone else. You're gonna to a 7k run then 1 whole hour of push-up and your final hour I'm gonna train you in martial arts and in clear. All 3 why, yes sir. Izuku, well why are you still here? Move. They started running. Izuku smiled with nostalgia remembering his first day of training. Flashback. Izuku fell on the ground tired wet and now body full of mud. Gabriel, did I say you could rest maggot? Izuku-yin, no sir. Gabriel, then get up or maybe you don't belong in Overwatch. And a flashback. Izuku, good times. 16. Aizawa came inside to the dorms running completely soaked, his shoes covered in mud, grumbling about the stupid meteorologist. Aizawa, sunny all week my butt. Only to see 3 people he never meet and his new colleague Izuku with a bugle? Aizawa Reyes? What are you doing? Izuku, waking my class up. Izuku connected the trumpet to Nizu speakers that spread all over the dorms. He gave a thumbs up. Behind him Aizawa looked and saw Nizu on his computer cranking the volume to max. Someone tugged on his breathes. He looked down and it was a little girl. Natsumi, you might want this. She gave Aizawa noise-canceling headphones as they all puts them on. Izuku starts. The whole dorms shook from the vibrations alone. Even with the noise-canceling headphones, he could still hear it. It didn't take long for his class of problem children to come running to find the source of the noise. What surprised him was Mina with green clay mask grabbed the bugle and threw it to the wall. Mina, F-dash. You blow that horn again, I swear to God I will ram that thing up your goddamn butt. Izuku, and good morning yo you two now Before Izuku could continue in came Mineta, Toru and Koda both sweaty and wet, trembling, collapsing on the ground, all 3 hugging each other for warmth, Toru not even caring that Mineta was touching her. Aizawa, what the hell happened to them? Izuku training. Everyone looked at Izuku with Aizawa glaring. They may be problem children but they were his problem children. Izuku, I decided to make those 3 my personal students and train them harder than the rest of the class. Bakugo does extras are. Before Bakugo could continue he saw Izuku reaching for his gun and that made him shut up. Izuku, you're learning. Bakugo glared at him. Izuku ignored him. Ida-sensei, if I may ask, why are you training them personally? Isn't that what you're doing to all of us? Izuku, nope, with them I'm 5 times harder than I will be with you all. Does 3. I see the most potential for once in a generation greatness and I'm gonna make them reach that potential. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. Izuku, anyway, time for your training, but before that let me introduce you to 2 dear friends of mine, the British heroes Luvia and Natsu Dragneel, also known as the Dragon Slayer and the Water Emissus. Izumi screamed exited since she was the only one that paid attention to heroes inside and outside Japan. Luvia, hello all. Luvia is very excited to meet you all. Natsu, and I'm so excited to see you all do what Izuku has planned for you. Izumi went running grabbing Natsu and Luvia hands. Izumi, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I am such a huge fan of you both. Izuku, yagi. Izumi flinched and went back to her place embarrassed, but Luvia giggled. Luvia is very happy to meet you, especially Natsu. She certainly has a fire in her belly, and am I blind or does she look like Izuku? Izuku, no, you're not. A lot of people, included myself, noticed. That doesn't matter now. Before we begin, does anyone have any question for them? Ida, I do, sensei. What are your ranks? And how do you know our sensei? Luvia, I'm rank number 11 in England. Natsu, I'm ranked number 88. Nizu looked a bit surprised. Tsu, I'm Tsuyu Azui, and I say what's on my mind, but how come you're both ranked so far apart from each other? Natsu, well, Luvia, Natsu-kun always ends up destroying a lot of towns by accident when fighting villains, and most of his paycheck goes to fixing his mistakes. Natsu rubbed the back of his neck, laughing nervous. Natsu, yeah, that, and the reason we know Izuku is because we went to the same academy. Momo, wait, you're part of Overwatch? Izuku, no, you see, since the main base of Overwatch is located in the UK, instead of having hero schools, the UK government just sent kids who want to be heroes to us to train. After they finish training, they get the choice to join Overwatch like Tracer or stay in the UK like Natsu and Luvia did. Nizu, fascinating, but why are they here? Izuku, technically they're on vacation, but I call Luvia so she could do me a solid. Luvia, is you would be so kind to explain your unique quirk? Luvia, yes, Luvia quirks is special since it's a quirk and a mutation. Now Nizu was really interested, some of the students too. Luvia, you see, Luvia's quirk is water control. I can control any and all water. The extreme rain you're hearing outside is my doing. As for my mutation, I can transform my body into a being of pure water. Izumi, that is so cool. Aizawa, wait, why did you need Luvia to make it rain so hard? Izuku smirked evilly, looking at the class. Izuku, because the first week of Class A training will be purely exercises to build up stamina, and your first activity will be running in the rain against me. Bakugo, beating a quirkless extra, this is gonna be easy. Izuku, oh, I can't wait to break you. This isn't a race, this is about stamina, something I'm sure you don't have more than 3 minutes of. I feel bad for your future wife. The girls snickered at that, even Izumi, making Bakugo glared with full hate at her, making her flinch and look down. Izuku notices this and narrows his eyes a little. Izuku, oh, and I forgot the best part, you're all gonna be singing while you run to make it extra hard. Kaminari, how is singing gonna make it harder? Izuku, you'll be using extra oxygen. Yo, sing, making you feel more tired early. Now you maggots have 5 minutes to eat, change clothes, or take a bath. Choose one and go outside. Everyone was shocked. Izuku glared at them. Izuku, well, why are you still here? Move, move, move. They got out of shock and left some to eat, others to change clothes, and the idiots to take a bath, while Izuku threw protein bars to his 3 students. They looked at him as if he was their savior. Izuku, eat fast and rest, you'll be joining them at the run. They didn't even complain, just ripped into the bars, eating as fast as they could. We see Nizu, Izuku and Aizawa sitting waiting for the 5 minutes to end. Aizawa, Riz, clear something up for me. Izuku, not even glancing up from his book. Izuku, shoot. Aizawa, you said you went to the academy with Natsu and Luvia, but you look younger than them. Izuku, because I am their 21 and I'm 18. Nizu, so they're your senpai? Izuku, no, we went at the same time. Aizawa, hold up, what? Izuku, did I stutter? We went at the same time to the academy. I was a bit of a prodigy entering Overwatch Academy at the age of 10. Not gonna deny that having my parents as the people who decided who gets in and who doesn't didn't contribute to that, but that's beside the point. I went to hero training at the age of 10 while my friends Natsu and Luvia went at the age of 14 like my NA students. Oh, I had so much potential. Nizu had? What do you mean, did something happen? Izuku said nothing. Looking down, he closed the book, and he took out a cigarette, putting it to his mouth and takes one big puff. Aizawa was about to complain when he saw Izuku looking at the burning part of the cigarette with broken eyes. Soulless, he knew those eyes all too well. It was the eyes of someone who lost something close to him. As Izuku looked at the lit cigarette as the smoke slowly comes out of his nose. Izuku, I am fed up. Let's leave it at that for now. Izuku took Niza mic and screamed. Izuku, 5 minutes are up. Maggots, everyone outside now. Everyone scrambled to get out. They were immediately freezing. Luvia made the water extra cold. Izuku came out. Izuku, all right, you miserable maggots, listen up. Everyone looked at him confused as he had a drum with him. Izuku, we are gonna run until only one remain. Bakugo, this is gonna be a piece of cake and no one gonna beat me. Izuku compensating for a small D. Say what? Bakugo what? Izuku thought so. Moving on. People would be laughing if it wasn't so cold. Izuku, remember this is about stamina, not about being first. You'll also be singing while running. People started complaining, but one good glare shut them up. Izuku, be thankful I decided to give you all some mercy and let you eat, change, or take a shower now. Any questions? Ida, sire. May I ask why you have a drum? Izuku, so you all keep the memento. Let's start. Izuku starts jogging with Class A behind him as he starts drumming the drums. Izuku's ships on vigor of the waves are skimming. Barren summits to the verdant plains. Each horizon is a new beginning. Rise and rain. Izuku, I don't hear singing. Class, far from the fjords and the ice-cold currents. Ravens soar over new frontiers. Songs and sagas of a fate determined. Shields and spears. Class, vows of favor or the thrill of plunder. Pull together for the clan and kin. Clank of hammers and the crash of thunder. Pound within. Team Sanio. The echoes of eternity. Valhalla calling me. To pluck the strings of destiny. Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me. Class, sails of swaying on the crimson rivers. Blood and glory in the fighting fields. Shields that shattered into splintered timbers. Iron and steel. Class, fires are rising and the bells are ringing. Glory, take us into Odin's halls. Golden glimmer and the sound of singing. Asgard's call. Team Sanio. The echoes of eternity. Valhalla calling me. To pluck the strings of destiny. Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me. Class, wind and the waves will carry me. Wind and the waves will set me free. Wind and the waves will carry me. Wind and the waves will set me free. Team Sanho. The echoes of eternity. Valhalla calling me. To pluck the strings of destiny. Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me. Izuku as narrator. Whenever the song would end, they would start it all over again. Some like Mina and Tokoyami only lasted 15 minutes before they collapsed tired. I'm gonna need to train them in stamina more than the others. Most did alright for their first time, lasting an hour. Few lasted 3 hours. Right now 9 hours later, just now I was starting to sweat. I look behind me and see who was left. Only 6 left, my personal students. Even though they were the fastest from me, whenever one would fall the other 2 would go back and pick him or her up, making me proud. Already Izumi was sweating a lot, breathing heavily as she sang loudly. Izumi wins and the waves will set me free. Izuku felt a small sense of pride there, not knowing why. He looked at the other 2 polar opposites. Tensei Ida, running in a steady pace. The boy has good stamina, keeping good pace. His clothes wet but not dirty. He hasn't fallen once. Even when he sang, there was no deep breathing in his voice. He sang keeping up with my tone of voice. And on the other side of the coin, Katsuki Bakugo, his whole clothes were dirty. He wasn't signing anymore. It was all unintelligible growling I could see in his eyes. He gave up 2 hours ago. The only thing keeping him up was pure and unfiltered anger and determination. We kept running. 30 minutes later, once we made it to a dry place, my sanine all collapsed, not being able to get up anymore. I gave them a small prey and kept running. 15 minutes later, Izumi gave out. It was only me, Bakugo, and Ida left. Oh, spooked. Soon Bakugo's body finally gave out, collapsing. His growls were still loud, but his body wasn't responding to his brain's commands. Izuku, stop, and motion Ida to stop, both catching their breaths but still with stamina left in their body. Izuku, not bad kid, pick Bakugo up and meet me back to set the score. Ida, yes sensei. Izuku went grabbing Izumi like a princess who cuddled on Izuku's chest, tired but feeling protected in his arms. Izuku subconsciously smiled softly at her as he made it to his sanin. They all saw him and slowly and painfully got up. Tori, is it over? Izuku, for them, yes, for you this is just a break. Your training will continue in 0.6 hours. Use them well. Now let's go to see where you all landed, but know that I'm impressed by you three. Mineta, thank you sensei. I'll be honest, the only reason I made it was because the others didn't give up on me and picked me up. The other two, same. Izuku, good. Remember, if you're abandoned a mission you're scum, but you abandoned your friends you're worse than scum. Thumbskip. Izuku, alright, most of you are. The picture of mediocrity only lasting 1 or 2 hours, very few impressed me and one disappointed me. Izuku glanced at Mina, who flinched, looking down. Izuku, here are the results of the test. They all look where they landed. Mina spared a glance and was shocked she wasn't in last. Everyone was shocked at who was in last place. It was Ida. Idas, sir, I don't understand. I did everything right. Why am I in last? Izuku, I'll answer that question with my own question. What is my class about? Ida, self-defense? You're here to teach us how to fight without our quirks. Izuku, then why did you use your quirks since the beginning? Ida blushed, embarrassed, and immediately bowed his whole body. Ida, please forgive me, sensei. It was a complete mistake on my part. Izuku, you're forgiving apart from that you did everything else right. You ate breakfast instead of changing, or the dumbest option, take a bath, and for those who chose that, why take a bath when you were gonna get sweaty and wet already? Anyway, you also kept a steady jog and kept your breathing in control even when singing. I'm very impressed. Edith, thank you for the compliments, but I insist that you punish my mistake. Izuku, oh, I was in 6 hours. My personal students are gonna do it again. You, Mina, and Tokoyami are gonna join them. Mina, why me? Izuku gave her a nasty glare. Izuku, because if it wasn't for Ida's mistake you would be dead last. You and Tokoyami have the worst stamina and I'm gonna fix that any problem. Mina, no sensei. Izuku, anyone who wanna keep training be here in 6 hours to do it again. Now dismissed. Izuku left to do paperwork. The second Izuku left the room, most collapsed on the floor. Momo, this was the first day. Kaminari, oh god, it's gonna get a lot worse. This is pure fluff. Few days after last chapter. We see Class A resting. Izuku gave them Sunday off. Everyone was having fun until the door slammed opened and in came Aizawa stomping to his room. Izuku came in walking with the biggest grin on his face. Izumi, sensei, what happened? Izuku, you guys wanna know? They all nod. Izuku smirked. Izuku, that let me tell you all about the best meal I've ever had. You see, the teachers wanted to get to know me better since we're gonna be working together for the foreseeable future, so they take me to a restaurant called the Salt and Pepper Dinner, which is a family restaurant at the bad part of town, so it means it caters to mainly to teenagers and homeless schizophrenic. So we all go into the place, and I swear to God, Jad, a retro juice box, and it was 3 plays for $1, so me and Hizashi put in $7 and selected 21 plays of What's New Pussycat, and then we sat down and waited. Kirishima, what's the big deal about that? Izuku, well, here's the thing about What's New Pussycat plays over and over and over and over and over again. The second time it plays, the immediate though is not of everyone on the table was, hey, someone's playing What's New Pussycats again. It's, hey, What's New Pussycat is a lot longer than I first thought, and it has like a dip in the middle. You know how some songs have a dip? Like Guns N' Roses, November Rain? You're like, hey, November Rain's over. No, it's not. There's more. The third time it plays, they're thinking maybe someone's playing What's New Pussycat again. The fourth time it plays, Midnight said, whoa. Someone just played What's New Pussycat 4 times, or at least someone played it twice, and it's a really long song. So, the 5th time is the kicker. Now, we're watching the entire diner at this point. Most people have gotten wind as to what's going on, and we're staring at this Aizawa, and he's sitting in his booth and his hand is shaking and like he's been on to us since the beginning, and he's staring at his coffee cup like this, and he has this look on his face like like he just got his 30-day chip from anger management. He's staring like this, and the 4th play fades out. It's dead quiet, and then, I don't know if you know this, but the song begins very subtly, blah blah blah, What's New Pussycat, and the guy goes, God damn it, and he pounds on the table, and silverware flies everywhere, and it was fantastic. Kaminari, man, that's pretty funny. Izuku, oh, it gets better, but a word about your teacher, President Mike, And what a genius he is, because when we were first up at the jukebox and we were punching in the What's New Pussycats, alright? I'd punched in about 7, and then Hizashi says to me, hey, wait. Before we drop in another What's New Pussycat, let's put in one, it's not unusual. And that is when the afternoon went from good to great. After 7 What's New Pussycats in a row, suddenly, dum, da-na, it's not unusual, and the sigh of relief has swept through the diner. People were ecstatic. It was like the liberation of France. You know, for years, Nizu have wondered, can you make grown men and women weep tears of joy by playing Tom Jones? It's not unusual, and the answer is yes. You can, as long as it is preceded by 7 What's New Pussycats. Izuku grew an evil smirk. Izuku, and on the other hand, when we went back. Holy shit. It's not unusual fades out. It's dead quiet. Bwabwa What's New Pussycat? People went FING insane. No one could handle it. No one could handle it, and we were surrounded by like this seemingly indifferent staff, you know, that was just like, yep, same sheet as always. My only wish is that Nizu would have been there, had stood up and been like, now you know. Now you know what it's like to live in my brain. They unplugged the jukebox after 11 plays, and that was the best meal I've ever had. Aizawa came back to the room glaring at Izuku, who smiled back at him as Hizashi walked into the building. He looked at Aizawa. Aizawa looked back at him. Hizashi smirked, took a deep breath. Hizashi Bwabwa What's New Pussycat? Aizawa screamed and tried to chase after Hizashi, who was running Loganji his head off, but Izuku stopped him. Aizawa, calm down, it's just a prank. You're a teacher, you need to set an example to our students. Beside, he is just doing it to get a rise out of you, let it go. Aizawa took some deep breath. Aizawa, you're right. Aizawa turned around and started walking to his room. Izuku K. Aizawa. Aizaza, yes Reyes. Izuku Bwabwa What's New Pussycat? And Aizawa snapped completely. He ordered Momo to make him a sword, and she did. Izuku left running behind Hizashi with Aizawa chasing after them, screaming bloody murder. Kyoka are the people that are training us to be heroes. Everyone looked back with a bit of a grim expression. It's late at night. We see the lights of the UA gym still, and there we see Izuku lifting weights while listening to music, and he looked just awful. He finished his set and sat up looking himself in the mirror. Izuku. If Bridget saw me like this, it would break her heart. God, I'm pathetic. Izuku closed his eyes, rubbing them for a few seconds. S76, I'm gonna kill Bridget soon. Izuku, don't worry about that. Izuku, like hell I'll let you do that. Izuku opened his eyes looking around, but there was no one there. Izuku went to the punching bag and just started destroying the thing. Izuku, I'm just a regular, everyday, normal motherfay. Some contact is needed. It's been a week since he made it to UA, and Bridget hasn't visited, not for lack of trying, but she's in a secret undercover mission, so Izuku haven't slept well since he got there. At most he's gotten 5 hours of sleep in the whole week. His students and colleagues are getting a little worried about him, but Izuku just dismissed them. It's not like they could do anything about it, and believe me, they tried. Nizu even tried giving Izuku the Aizawa test whenever Aizawa doesn't get enough sleep. Nizu gave him a special test. He fails, he is forced to sleep, but Izuku always came out victorious. Even Aizawa, who could respect not sleeping a lot, was getting concerned when Izuku told him his blend of coffee. Flashback. Aizawa, hey Reyes, what you drinking? Izuku, my coffee. Want anything? Aizawa, I'm doing paperwork. Aizawa, just making conversation. Mind if I have a test? Izuku, knock yourself out. Aizawa took the mug and took a dip and instantly spit it out. Aizawa, what the F was that? Izuku, my special wake the F up coffee. Aizawa, what's in it? Tastes like death. Izuku, first you grab a cup of pure burning hot black coffee, then you out 10 shots of espresso, after that 1 can of Red Bull and 1 can of Monster Energy. You mix it together and you get this. Izuku took the cup and drank a big gulp, gagging when he finished. Izuku, I'll give you that, it tastes awful but it keeps me awake. Flashback. And Izuku started having flashbacks about what happened to him and Bridget. Every time he would hit the bag harder and harder until his fist broke the skin of the sandbag. He took his fist out as sand started falling from the hole. Izuku took a few deep breaths. Inko, am you sure or something? Izuku looked behind him and saw Inko in her civilian clothes. Izuku, can I help you with something, Miss Yagi? Inko, please, where colleagues call me Inko. Izuku, keep calling me Reyes. Izuku is for my friends. Inko giggled. Inko quite rude but okay. Question: why are you wearing your hero costume while training? Izuku: never know when Overwatch will need me. Inko: I get it. Izuku: get what? Inko: you're scared. Izuku flinched and looked at her. Izuku: you don't know what you're talking about. Inko: Izumi told me she heard you calling a friend of yours asking if she returned. I'm guessing someone close to you is on a mission. Izuku: that's on a Inko need to know basis. Yes, you don't look like the person who would mind that, so what's bugging you? Izuku: it's a need to know mission and I don't need to know. They won't tell what's the mission or if she's even fine. Izuku kicked the half-empty sandbag, making sand fly into the air. Izuku: I'm the leader of the group. I should know the missions my teammates go on or the status of them. Inko: lying is not really good right now, Ray. As you said, you're worried about one person above the rest. Izuku chuckled, rubbing his eyes. Izuku: you're good. Inko: I'm a pro hero and a mother. I'm basically a lie detector. Who is she? Izuku: Bridget. Inko: your fiancé. I can see why you're worried. I would be too if my love would be in that situation. Izuku: the difference, Bridget is a level A hero and your husband is level SS. There's not much that can hurt him. Inko: I never said Toshinori, I said my love. Izuku looked at Inko confused. She sighed, grabbed one of Izuku's cigarettes and lit it. This surprised Izuku since she's always on his case about not smoking. Inko: before I met Toshinori, I was in a relationship with someone else. Her name was Shukonimi. She was one of the happiest people I ever met. What drew me to her. She wanted to be a hero that saves everyone with a smile. Izuku: what happened? Inko: she went on an undercover mission to a abandoned building that was suspected of having human trafficking. Turns out she was alone and had to fight 15 armed guards with extremely powerful quirks, and she won, but she lost all of blood. The survivors told me that the last thing she did was look at them all and smiled before taking a picture of me and kissing it. Izuku: I'm sorry for your loss, but that didn't exactly help me. Inko: maybe there is no point. Maybe I just wanted to tell you a story. Inko finished her smoke. Inko: or maybe I wanted to tell you you're not alone. I've been where you are right now. I know the fear you're feeling. If you ever need someone to talk to about this, I'm here for you as a colleague and maybe a future friend, even if I'm twice your age. Both chuckled at that. Izuku calmed down a little, just enough for his body to give up and collapsed. Inko got him. His body finally gave up and passed out. Inko felt a sense of warmth she only feels with Izumi that made her fears a little bigger, but she ignored that feeling for now. Inko: alright big guy, let's find you a bed. For Katsuki haters, this chapter is for you. Carrot, that song playing the whole chapter. Few days later, we see Class A relaxing. Only one more week till the sport festival and they were seeing results. They had more cuts and bruises on their bodies, but they were determined to see the training through. No one made more progress than Team Sannin, but that's for another chapter. One exception to the rule is Bakugo, who after the race started ignoring the trainings or doing only the bare minimum, and Izuku was having none of it. He would be harder on Bakugo than the rest, and not hard like he is with his pupils. Hard as is humiliation, regular beatings showing him just how weak he really was, but it just didn't stick with Bakugo. It went in one ear and out the next. We see him collapsing on the floor as Izuku walked in behind him. Izuku: did I say you could rest? Get back up, we're not done. Minas: sensei, look at him, he need to rest. Izuku: no. Kirishima: but sensei, he looks like he's at death's door. Izuku: don't care. Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the hair and started dragging him to train again. Kirishima: I've had enough. Kirishima tried to stop Izuku. Keyword tried. Izuku shot him the bullet, grawing his cheek, cutting it, making it bleed. Izuku: that was a warning shot. Ejiro. Kirishima: sit down. Kirishima: no. I'm not gonna let you keep hurting New York friend just because you don't like him. Kaminari: why? Yeah, I second him. Bakugo is actually a pretty cool dude. I don't know what your problem is with him, but it stops now. Sito: yeah, how come you don't like him? Everyone was looking at Izuku, waiting for an answer. Izuku gave them an unamused look before throwing Bakugo to them, who got but glaring at Izuku. Izuku looked at him. Izuku: okay, you Bakugo Katsuki are the worst person I have ever met. I did some digging. Oh, you Bakugo Katsuki, you constantly treat your parents like shit, the people who raised and took care of you and gave you the opportunity to go to this school to follow your dream, and that is how you repay them? You insult them, you treat them like servants that cater to your every whim and add insult to injury. You're just as awful with your classmates and friends, and you're such a sponge. You take advantage of the generosity of others, especially your girlfriend who got a part-time job. Everyone looked at Izumi with a bit of wide eye since she always said she couldn't hang out and now they know why. Izuku just to fill your pockets? Because God forbid we make the great Bakugo do any sort of work. Making you do your responsibilities is such a difficult task because you're always too busy being such a crude, arrogant, short-tempered, and aggressive person, or wasting everyone's time with your nonsense of, I'm the greatest, the rest are pebbles in my way. You do know that every FNG time you do that, one of your friend has to clean up your mess, apologizing and trying to convince people that, oh, he's not all that bad's pathetic. Izuku pushed Bakugo on the ground. Kirishima tried to help, but one glare from Izuku stopped him in his tracks. He looked back to Bakugo. Izuku, and what really gets me is that you act like you're superior to everyone around you and you're entitled to talk down to others when at the end of the day all you are is a pathetic fake hero. Not even that, because even fake heroes do help people every once in a while. You're nothing more than a no-good third-rate villain. Seriously, I FNG dare you to deny any of the things I just said. Do you think a hero makes others work for their money? Does a hero tell people to give up or to kill themselves like you did to Izumi Yagi? Both Bakugo and Izumi flinched as people gasped. Izuku, yeah, that's right, I even know about that, and Izumi, we will talk about that later. Now back to you. Answer yourself. Do you honestly think a FING hero would tell someone to kill themselves because they want to follow their dreams? Disgusting. And another thing I hate. Kirishima's sensei, that's enough, I think he gets it. Izuku points his gun to Kirishima, laughing a loud, bitter, angry laugh. Izuku, now you all wanted to know why I hate him, and I'm not finished, so keep your mouth shut. Izuku glared at Bakugo. Izuku, and another thing I hate is how easy you've had it so far. You keep getting away with this sheet because for some reason everyone around you want to think you're some kind of misunderstood tortured soul, or maybe they're blinded because you have such an awesome quirk. The sarcasm and venom was thick in Izuku's voice that made Bakugo finally react and start to tremble. Izuku, so no matter how hard you think your live has been, let me give you a reality check. You've been born with a silver spoon in your mouth since the second you got your quirk, because apart from that mediocre piece of garbage you call powers, you're nothing more than and spoiled effing brat. Bakugo, but... Izuku scoffed. Izuku, tisk, yeah, I can imagine what you're gonna say, but I'm not a villain. I have a strong quirk and I'm in a hero school that makes me a hero. I'm just alternative. Well, you are a hero, that's for sure, an alternative to being a decent human being, but you know what, I could forgive all of it if you weren't such a bore. That's all you are, Katsuki. Bakugo, just a big pathetic villainous bore. Now get up and get out of my effing sight. Bakugo slowly got up, looking at the ground as he left with his tail between his legs. Izuku looked back, glaring at Class A, who flinched, scared. Izuku, if any of you want to defend him, now is your chance. Think long and hard and prove me wrong that all the things I've said are fake. No one said a word, either too shocked, scared, or actually agreed with Izuku. Izuku, that's what I thought. Now get back out there and get back to training. They left slowly. The mood was down, but Izuku didn't give a shit. Izuku, I don't hear singing. Someone grabbed Izuku's shoulder hard. He looked behind and saw a said-off Shota Aizawa. Shota, what the F was that? Izuku scoffed and shrugged Shota's hand off, glaring back at him, not backing down. Izuku, that was the truth. I'm sorry, you're too much of a disappointment of a teacher that you can't see Bakugo past his quirk. You want to believe you're different from the rest since you've had a hard life for having a villainous quirk, but be honest, you're just the same as the rest on this cursed island. You only care if someone has a strong quirk, because if you didn't you would have kicked Bakugo out on day one, but you didn't. Now I got clean up your mess. This is for Bakugo's own good. I'm giving him a chance to reflect on his actions, one last change to start changing before his ego eats him alive and he turns into a fake hero or villain. If he fails to change, I will recommend to Nizu to kick him out of the hero program. Now stop using my time for nonsense since it's too late for you to change, but I'm demon sure gonna try and save that boy before it's too late, because that Aizawa is what a real teacher would do. Izuku walked away to oversee his class train. Third person. Few days after last chapter. We see Izuku outside the dorm smoking, waiting for someone. He closes his eyes for a second. Sadly, a second is all you need to let guilt get into your brain. Inside Izuku's brain, we see Izuku and running from a small army of Omnics, shooting them. Keep running, we're almost. Arg. Izuku turned around to see. Get shot in the gut. Izuku? Forget about me, keep going. Real world. Izuku is taken out of his flashback by the sound of the helicopter landing. He finished his smoke and walked to it. Izuku, thanks again for coming on short notice, Mom. Angela, of course, after what you told me I can see this need a woman's touch, and did you smoke? Izuku, is that regular instead of decaf? Angela. That moving on, where is she? Izuku, she's in her room, I told her to wait there. Angela, walk with me, talk to me till we get there. They walk together, ignoring all the stares of awe of having one of Overwatch founding members so close to them. Angela, refresh me on the problem. Izuku, I was doing some research on my students. Angela, how are they doing, by the way? Izuku smirked and took a stand of pride, puffing his chest. Izuku, watch the sport festival and find our especially my big three. Angela, oh, you got yourself some personal students? Izuku, yep, right now one is C rank, another is C+ rank, and one had better keep that one quiet since their eyes and ears everywhere. Izuku glanced at Momona, who flinched and ran away. Izuku, nice try, ass mite, you're not getting any information on MY students, I'll deal with that later. Angela, just like your father, paranoid. Izuku, better to be prepared than to be taken by surprise, we both know I learned that the hard way. Izuku said, sighing. Angela looked at him with a sad smile, concern clear in her eyes. Angela, we're getting off track, line, you were saying you were doing research. Izuku, I was doing research and found out one particular student of mine, Katsuki Bakugo, had been showing some really toxic behavior, especially on his girlfriend. Angela, is the girlfriend that little girl that looks like you? Izuku, yup, found out he's been mentally abusing her, the worst been when he told her to kill herself because she was a late bloomer. Angela, just disgusting behavior. Izuku, what can we do? It's Japan, they have very quirkiest views. If you don't have one, you're basically considered a second-hand citizen, not to mention there's still some misogyny left in this island, this Katsuki being male and with a strong quirk, a lot of people just give him a pass. Angela, I too hope you didn't. Izuku, God no, if I did, you my fiancé, Hannah and Zaria, just to name a few, would kick my butt every way to Sunday. Anyway, I call you here to talk to her since I figured she would be more comfortable talking about this with another woman, and plus apart from being a licensed doctor, you're also a licensed psychologist and… Angela, Izuku, you're starting to ramble. Izuku, shit, I thought I had that under control. Anyway, we're here. Angela, I'll go in the meantime. Izuku, way ahead of you, already have Bakugo waiting for me so that I can talk to him. With Izumi. We see her nervously waiting, sitting on her bed waiting, not knowing why her sensei would wake her up so early and told her to wait there. She flinched when the door opened and closed. She was shocked seeing the pro hero Mercy there sitting down on the chair in front of her. Angela, hello again, I'm sure you remember me, I'm Izumi, T, the pro hero Mercy, on a huge fan. Angela, I can tell, I'll give you an autograph later, but for now tell me, do you know why I'm here? Izumi looked down, holding her skirt. Izumi, is this about Kakens? I told Sensei it wasn't that bad. Angela, telling you to kill yourself is not that bad? Izumi, T, that's taken out of context. Angela, alright then, tell me the context, what's the story behind that? Izumi. Angela, Izumi, I'm not gonna judge you, whatever you say here it stays between us. Izumi, it was my fault anyway, I just wanted to help people, I wanted to be the first quirkless hero in Japan, but Kaken kept saying to stop dreaming. Angela, just that? Or did he insult you? Izumi, he's like that to everyone he called Kirishima shitty hair, and that's his best friend, it's just. Angela, just because it's the way he is, that's no excuse for him to insult you, keep going. Izumi, one day we had a fight, I kept showing him ways I could be a hero without quirks and he took my notebook and burned it. Angela, and then he told you that? Izumi nods sadly, holding on to tears remembering that day. Angela, did you tell your parents? Izumi, no, please don't tell them. I don't want to bother them. Angela, Izumi, they're your parents, it's their job to take care of you, why would you think they wouldn't want to help you? Izumi, it's just they're pro heroes, they have better things to worry about than my problems. Angela, and? Izumi, and that they love Bakugo, dad treats him like he is his own son. Angela, if they knew what he's been doing to you think they would still treat him like that? Izumi hugs herself. Izumi, I'm scared that they will. Angela, Izumi, you. The door was opened, revealing an angry Inko Midoriya. Inko, what is the meaning of this? Warning. Slight torture. Izuku doing slightly illegal sheet, but it's on Bakugo, so who cares? Laughing face. With Izuku. We see Izuku walking holding a cart. Inside the cart were a box of nails, a hammer, some pliers, cable, a car battery, and a pumpkin. He was walking to his destination smiling while listening to music. Izuku, a hero of war? Yeah, that's what I'll be, and when I come home they'll be DMN proud of me. He made it to the interrogation room of UA only to see a few unpleasant people blocking his path. Izuku, well, how can I help you, gentlemen? Nizu, very much so. Could you tell my why is one of our brightest students is locked in the interrogation room with his hand handcuffed to the table with anti-quirk HNDCFFS? Not to mention in the anti-all might room? Izuku, I could, but the contract I made them and you signed said I don't need to. But what the hell, I'll humor you lot for a while. Katsuki Bakugo has been abusing mentally Izumi Yagi for years and I want him to admit it. Shota and does things in your cart? Izuku just smiled an eager smile. Izuku, it's Bakugo, he's not gonna take the easy way out, so I'm gonna have some fun. Toshinori, now wait just a minute. All eyes were on him. Toshinori, yes, Bakugo has his rough spots around the edges, but he would never harm Izumi. Izuku, to be so naive and dumb, but unlike you I have proof that says the opposite. Changing the subject for a minute, I would like to talk about Toshinori sending Monoma to spy on my students. Nizu, sadly no changing. I do hope you have proof that Bakugo is doing what you say he's doing, because if you don't it's your butt on the line. Izuku, that's what the truth detector is for. Nizu, why not call Detective Nao Mesa? Izuku, he's biased, he's friends with All Might and would lie to cover his butt. Toshinori, he would never. Izuku, the underground lab incident, Flight 444, the orphanage, just name a few. Toshinori grew pale but then glared at Izuku. Izuku, bet you wish you had some heat vision, huh? Doesn't matter if you kill me, all of Overwatch know about this. We even told your government. The only reason we kept quiet is for some sweet blackmail. Now are you gonna get out of the way? They all reluctantly did, and Izuku walked inside with the rest. Looking through the one was mirror. Izuku deactivated the cameras inside the room and sat down in front of Bakugo. Izuku, Katsuki Bakugo, we both know why you're here. Want to save us some time and you some pain and just admit that you're an abusing piece of shit? Katsuki, the F you call me? Izuku, did I stutter? Katsuki, tisk, I never hurt Deku. Izuku, abuse is more than just physical, it can be emotional or psychological. The law sees all three as equal. In my opinion, emotional is way worse cause physical does scars heal over time, but words does stay with you for life, like calling your so-called girlfriend useless so much she sees it as a fun little nickname you made just for her. Correct me if I'm wrong, my Japanese is a little rusty, but doesn't Deku mean useless? Bakugo stayed quiet. Izuku just took the pliers and nails out. Izuku, now I'm gonna ask again, if you keep quiet, this nail in my hand right now is going on your finger. Bakugo, like you would. Izuku grabbed his hand with his free hand, took the pliers, and in one motion ripped one of Bakugo's nail out. Bakugo screamed. Izuku, first time? Yeah, I know the pain, trust me, you're getting it easy. The nails that went into my hands were old and rusty, had to get a shot so I wouldn't go into shock and die, but that's a story I'm sure you won't hear now. See what I did there? I hurt you physically, but the nail will grow back painfully, but it will grow back. But calling someone Deku, that sticks with you. Now I'll ask again, does Deku mean useless? Bakugo, yes. Izuku clapped. Izuku, good boy, now let's step it up a notch or two. Izuku took out the car battery and the pumpkin. Bakugo, what are you gonna do with that? Izuku, oh, this just a demonstration of what will happen if you lie to me on this part of the investigation. Izuku put the cables on the pumpkin and turned the knob that activated the battery to full power, and well, Bakugo ducked down in time so he wasn't hit with the pumpkin chunks when he got back up. What finally scared Bakugo wasn't the pumpkin exploding, but that the steaming hot chunks of pumpkin and pumpkin gut landed on Izuku, and he didn't even flinch. He just kept smiling as he walked to him and sat down, his hand on the knob. He put all the cables on Bakugo's head. Izuku, now, does in your head are the lie detector now for the boom boom cables. Izuku pulled down Bakugo's breathes, ignoring the slams on the door and window. Bakugo, what the F are you doing? Izuku, you know something that I always found just so pathetic about the male species? We will lie our butt off even if it meant our head will explode, but when it come to our family jewels we would sing like a canary to make sure they're safe and sound. Bakugo, you're insane. Izuku, no, I'm an Overwatch agent and a DMN good one at that. Now well then let's start. Angela, Izumi, you. The door was opened revealing an angry Inko Midoriya. Inko, what is the meaning of this? Izumium, Mom, what are you doing here? Inko glares at Angela, her mama bear mode activated. Inko, I could ask this hussy the same thing. Angela, Miss Yagi, could we please talk outside? You're upsetting my patient. Inko, patient? What the hell is going on here? Angela got up with a smile on her face and pushed Inko out of the room. She turned around and looked at Izumi. Angela, I'll be right back, don't worry. Angela walked out and closed the door looking at Inko. Angela, Miss Yagi. Inko, don't. I want answers. Why the hell were you talking to my daughter? Angela, your daughter is a patient of mine. Her sensei told me what she's been through and asked me to help as a licensed therapist. I took the first jet to be here to help her. Inko, what do you mean help? She's a perfectly healthy girl. Angela, healthy girls don't stay in abusive relationships, Miss Yagi. Inko, what are you talking about? Angela, I see you seem to be under the impression that Bakugo is a good kid. Inko, he's got problems, yes, but so does everyone, but I know he's a good kid at heart. Angela, you do know he's been mentally abusing your daughter for well since they first met, right? Inko, what is this, some kind of sick joke? Angela, I hardly kid of this type of thing, Miss Yagi. Did you know that Izumi was being bullied by Bakugo? Or how about how she was forced into a relationship with him? Or all the name calling? Did you really think calling her Deku was some kind of sweet nickname? You know Japanese better than me, and even I know Deku means useless. What kind of sweet nickname is useless? Angela activated her own mama bear mode. Inko was shocked, left speechless. Inko, he calls her what? Angela, it would seems you don't know Bakugo, the real Bakugo, as well as you think you do. Katsuki Bakugo has been abusing your daughter to the point she thinks it's okay, where she thinks that it's just how relationships are supposed to be. Did she tell you she got a part-time job? From guilty face I'm gonna say, yes. Imagine. Wait, no, you don't have to imagine. You did go to hero school, so you know how stressful it can be. Combine that with having a part-time job. It's a miracle she doesn't burn out. Inko, I didn't know. Angela, because you didn't spend enough time with her. You were too busy playing hero that you forgot motherhood comes first. I love my son and I would soon burn Overwatch to the ground, then let them hurt him. Can you say you'll do the same for your daughter if UA goes against her? Angela walked back inside. Inko just stood there collapsing on the ground with tears falling from her face, trying to think if she missed some signs of Bakugo being bad for her daughter, but she couldn't remember any. Not because he didn't, but because she wasn't there for her. She was always too busy being a pro hero that she doesn't have many memories with Izumi. Then one name came inside her head: Shoko Nimi. We see Inko cuddling with Nimi. Inko had her head softly on Nimi's belly. Nimi, Inky, do you want kids? Inko looked surprised and looked at Nimi with a small smile, blushing. Inko, I always pictured myself as a mother of 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl, but that I'm a pro hero, we hardly have time for us. How we gonna add a kid into that equation? And mutter. Nimi giggled, pulling Inko up to her, kissing her lips softly. Nimi, we can make time. I wouldn't mind being a stay-in-home wife. Inko, now that's not fair. I want to stay with the kids and spoil them. Nimi, hey, you'll make a great mom. Present. Inko, she must be rolling on her grave, gave one up and barely spend time with the other. Inside the room, Angela took a deep breath before turning around and facing Izumi with a small smile. Angela, so sorry about that. We shouldn't have any more interruptions. Angela sat back down. Izumi looking unsure. Izumi, what did you say to my mother? Angela, don't worry, like I said, whatever you say here, it stays here. Doctor-patient confidentiality. This is a safe space. Izumi, please don't be afraid. Izumi, it's just. Bakugo has always been that way with everyone. It's not like he's like that with just me, and he never abused me physically. Angela, sigh, this is what I hate about this island. Izumi, just because Bakugo is like that to everyone doesn't makes it okay. He shouldn't be treated like he's God gifts to Earth just because he's a walking bomb. What he does is wrong, and also people can be abusive and not touch you. They can manipulate you or mentally abuse you. For your case, Bakugo did both. He manipulate you into thinking it's okay for him to treat you like that when it's not. Calling you names, it's not a cute nickname, it's abusive. But there's more. You're a smart girl. I know you are. I know you know all of this is not okay. Why do you stay with him? Izumi, because. Angela, go on. Izumi, I'm not gonna judge you. Take your time. Izumi looked at the ground, looking ashamed as tears fall her face, rubbing her eyes to take the tears out. Izumi, because he's what people think a man is supposed to be. If I'm with him, I can. Angela, you can hide who you really are. Izumi, I'm sorry. Angela, Izumi, there's nothing wrong with you. This is not a disease, it's who you are. Angela walked up to Izumi, kneeled down and hugged the small girl who cried softly at her chest. Izumi, I'm gay. Last time. Izuku, you know something that I always found just so pathetic about the male species? We will lie our butt off even if it meant our head will explode, but when it come to our family jewels we would sing like a canary to make sure they're safe and sound. Bakugo, you're insane. Izuku, no, I'm an Overwatch agent and a DMN good one at that. Now well then let's start. Now with the heroes outside. Toshinori, hua. He threw a punch to the window, didn't even cracked. Nizu, Toshinori, enough, it's no use, this room was made to withstand your strength. Toshinori, why the hell did you even build such a thing? Nizu, in case you ever decide yo turn against us. Toshinori, I would never. Nizu, I know you would never, it's just for security reasons. Inside. Izuku, alright, all systems are go, are you ready kids? Bakugo. Izuku, I can't hear you. Izuku slammed a nail on Bakugo Nyla's finger, making him scream. Bakugo, yeah. Izuku, close enough now, then question on when did the abuse start? Bakugo, f you. Izuku, alright, it would seems like a demonstration is in order. Izuku turned the knob at level 1, already he was screaming, especially in his finger. Izuku, turn it off. Izuku, yeah, having a metal nail while electrocuted really hurts like a beach. How I know the feeling, fair warning, the higher I go the higher the chances your finger will become black and useless, not just your finger, soon your jewels will be without soldiers. So again, when did it start? Bakugo, that after the hospital visit she told me she was quirkless and said she still wanted to be a hero. Izuku, like I said, we sing like a canary when our boys are on the line. Anyway, why did you attack her? And don't say because she's a Deku or I'll slam another nail to your hand. Bakugo, that because she's quirkless she can't be a hero, she would just get other people killed by being in the way. Izuku, I see you still believe that? Bakugo, no. Izuku looked at the lie detector and he was telling the truth. Izuku, and why is that? Why did you think she would get in the way? Bakugo, because she didn't have a quirk. Izuku, alright, let's play around with that. Your sensei Aizawa, do you consider him a hero? Izuku, even if he fights quirkless? I mean, all he does is make quirks disappear. After that he needs to fight hand on hand, not to mention if they bad guys has a gun, Aizawa will be in a disadvantage, would he not? Bakugo, yes. Izuku, let's see. Nizu, he's considered a hero for his brain to make up plans and strategies. He doesn't go on the field, and yet do you consider him a hero? Bakugo, of course. The machine said he was lying. Izuku put another nail on Bakugo's finger, making him scream. Izuku, that's two, it's not nice to lie. Bakugo. Bakugo, if I wasn't lying. Izuku, your words said one thing, your subconscious said otherwise. Deep inside you think Nizu is not a real hero. God, you really are a open book. You think if they don't fight, if they don't have a combat-ready quirk, they are not heroes. You think you're special, but I've seen a million of you. Trust me, you're not special. Now on to the next question. Have you ever wanted her to kill herself? Bakugo, yes. Izuku, why? Bakugo. Izuku, fine, I'll say it. You told her, and I quote, if you want a quirk just jump and pray for a quirk on the next life. You told her that, yes or no? Bakugo, yes. Izuku, you want to know something? She did jumped. Bakugo and does outside looked at him in shock. Bakugo, the F you talking about? Izuku turned the knob to level 2, making Bakugo scream louder, steam coming off his body as Izuku turned it down. Izuku, first of all show me respect, and don't you dare curse at me. Second, I'm lying, she jumped, she took your advice. The only reason she's here right now is because of me. You see, let me tell you a story. Just finished a mission to get a Yakuza member. It was considered an S-class secret. Since O wasn't supposed to be in Japan, I was supposed to just let your heroes take care of him, but I didn't want your incompetence to ruin a month-long mission, so I took care of it. I was walking back to the base when I saw it. I saw a girl, what I know now as Izumi Yagi, on the top of a tower, and she jumped. I ran as fast as I could on top of the tower so I could catch her on the way down and minimize the damage, but boom, it happened. Her quirk appeared, creating a huge bubble that pushed me and everything out of the way. Bakugo, then how the hell did you save her? Izuku, simple, her quirk got out of control. That the thing about being a late bloomer, once it activates you lose control and can die from it. I had to put like 5 tranquilizer on her to stop her from exploding. After that I took her to her home and left before she woke up. That's the kind of hero I am. Bakugo, Katsuki, I didn't stay for the glory. I didn't save her to prove something. I, a quirkless man, saved her because it's the right thing to do. Can you say you would have done the same? Bakugo didn't say anything. Looking down, Izuku finally broke through to him as Bakugo started crying. Bakugo, I'm a horrible person. Izuku, yes you are, but you're lucky I'm doing this and not my mother, because unlike her I do give second chances. Bakugo, what are you talking about? Izuku, for one, do you think you deserve to be here? Bakugo. No. Izuku, do you still wish to be a hero, a real hero? Bakugo, why yes. Bakugo sounded so unsure, he sounded like a lost boy. Izuku, well, for one, Bakugo Katsuki, you are hereby expelled from UA, but it's not the end. I got you a seat on Shiketsu High School. Bakugo looked at Izuku confused. Bakugo, why? Izuku, like I said, I've seen a million of you and I should commend you. Most of them just end up in jail or dead by my hands, but since you actually finally feel regret, I'm giving you one last chance. You screw this up, I'll deal with you personally. Do I make myself clear? Bakugo nodded. Izuku got up and opened the door, seeing Toshinori on his knees, Nizu looking genuinely surprised and Aizawa scowling. Izuku, Aizawa, be a good boy and clean up that mess and take him. Yo, recovery girl, thanks. Izuku started walking away. Aizawa, you still believe he can be a hero? Izuku, that I believe everyone make mistakes, some big, some small. Hell, I've done quite big mistakes in my short time alive, but as long as you accept and regret them, you should be giving another chance. Angela, I raised you well. Everyone looked and there was Angela with Inko not far behind her. Angela, although you were always soft when it came to torture, I would have made him suffer more. Izuku, sorry to disappoint you, mother dearest. While you did teach me how to torture, you know it's not my style. Come on, I'll walk you to the plane and let them clean up the mess. Both left once they were alone. Izuku, did you get it? Angela, yes, you sure about this? Izuku, I need to know. Angela, I should have an answer to you in a week. Izuku nods. They make it to the plane, give each other a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Goodbye. Izuku left to his room. With Angela. She sat down sighing, tired. She took out 2 bags with a little bit of hair. Once was Izuku's and the other's Izumi's. New story. Izuku groaned under his blanket at the peeping sound his phone was making. He grabbed the phone and dragged it inside his fortress. Izuku, someone better be dying. Izuku pressed the phone, but the sound didn't stop. He had to do the unthinkable and open his eyes to see the sound was not coming from his phone. Gabriel, you and your mother are so alike. She also hates waking up early. Izuku, Dad? Izuku got out of his blanket and saw his father sitting near the bed smoking one of his cigars. Izuku, did you drag my dining chair here? Gabriel, not important. Izuku, you're getting too old to lean against the wall? Gabriel, keep it up, you little sheet. Izuku, we both know I can anyway. What are you doing here? Gabriel, I got a mission for you. The rest of your team are on their own missions. Izuku, is Bridget okay? Any news on when she'll be back? Gabriel, that's on a Izuku, yeah, need to know basis, and I don't need to know. Izuku said bitterly. Gabriel sighed and rubbed Izuku's hair. Gabriel, sorry kid. Izuku, I get it, I don't like it, but I get it. So what's the mission? Gabriel, it's a pretty simple mission. You just need to keep a builder safe. Izuku, builder? Gabriel, yup, the last builder you see. Izuku, hold on, if I'm doing this I want to bring the 3 students I've personally trained. Gabriel, yes, your mother told me about them. You sure they're ready? Izuku, it will give them a taste of what it means to be heroes. Gabriel, fine, let's go to you. Izuku, hold up, it's still early, and when was the last time we had breakfast together? There's an IHOP not far from here. Gabriel, well, I could eat. Izuku and Gabriel went to IHOP. Go spend some father-son time together. Gabriel, so let me get this serious question out of the way first. Izuku, shoot. Gabriel, your mother told me about the hair. You really think? Izuku sighed, playing with his food. Izuku, I mean, she does look an awful lot like me. I just need some confirmation. Gabriel, what are you gonna do if she really is your sister? Izuku, tell her the truth and go from there, I guess. Gabriel, and your BRDH parents? Izuku, what of them? Last time I checked, parenthood is a job. You don't become a parent just because you pop off a couple of kids. You become a parent by taking care of them, and they never did. You and mom were the ones who changed my diapers, fed me, bought me toys, gave me an education. You and mom raised me. You guys are my parents, no question about it. Before Gabriel could start crying and blame it on dust on his eye, the waitress came with the bill. Waitress, whenever you're ready. Both Izuku and Gabriel grabbed the bill and then glared at each other. Izuku, Dad, let go, I'm paying the bill. Gabriel, you think my money is no good, is that it? Izuku, it's not that it's the principle of the thing you're my father, I'm paying for this bill. Both heard a click under the table. They glanced and saw both of them pointing a gun at the other. Gabriel, you really are my son. Izuku, your son that will pay this bill. Gabriel, over my dead body. Izuku, that can be arranged. Gabriel, you don't got the stones to pull the trigger. Izuku, and do you? Gabriel, I don't hear your mother complaining. Izuku, how can she? It's been so long, I bet she forgot how it feels. Gabriel, why you little sheet. Their trigger fingers started pulling back when both were hit on the head, making them stop. Izuku, ow, what the F dash? Izuku got hit on the head again. He looked and paled at the person he feared more than his wife. His mother. Angela, what have I told you boys about guns at breakfast? Izuku, not to have them. Angela, and Izuku, I better not hear another bad word out of you, am I clear? Izuku, yes ma'am. Gabriel chuckled. Angela looked at him with a sickly sweet smile, making him start yo sweat. Gabriel, sorry dear, didn't expect you to come for a visit the same time as me. Mercy, it's a good thing I did, or it would have been a bloodbath in here. Now I'm paying this bill. Any of you boys have a problem with that? Both no ma'am. Angela went to pay the bill, both father and son looking at each other. Izuku, we both know I would have one. Gabriel, oh please, I taught you everything you know. Izuku, if I need to remind you, I did beat you once and I'll do it again. Gabriel, son, for the 100th time, it doesn't count, you were like 3, I let you win. Izuku, and I still say it counts. Angela, of course it does, honey. Angela appeared out of nowhere and kissed his cheek, making him blush of embarrassment. Izuku, Gabriel, don't talk back to you mother. Izuku groaned as his parents had a smug look on their faces. They got up and walked out. Izuku, I'll meet you at you. I forgot something back home. Gabriel, don't be late. Izuku, why father, whatever gave you the idea that I would come late? Izuku gave him an innocent smile. Gabriel huffed and played with his hair. Gabriel, just hurry up you little sheet. Izuku, yeah, love you too dad. Izuku walked away. Gabriel waited until he was out of distance before he started walking with Angela holding his hand. Angela, where did the time go? Gabriel, tell me about it. With Izuku. We see him walking back home while mumbling to himself a song. Izuku, oh Lord, what have I done? Fallen in love with a man on the run. Oh Lord, I'm begging you, please don't take that sinner from me. Oh, don't take that sinner from me. Something small bumped into his leg. He looked down and saw a little girl. He kneeled down. Izuku, hey sweetheart, are you lost? The girl looked at him and hugged him, holding on to his shirt tightly. Eri, please don't let him take me. Izuku grabbed Eri, holding her in his arms. Izuku, hey, calm down, tell me what's wrong. Excuse me. Izuku turned around and there was a man with a bird peak on his mouth. So sorry for the inconvenience my daughter gave you, she can be a bit of a handful. Eri holding Izuku's shirt tighter. Izuku instinctively holds Eri tighter. Izuku, this is your daughter? Izuku blinked 3 times to activate his spy's contact lenses that gives information on the person in sight. Lenses, Kai Chisaki, also known by his villain name Overhaul, leader of the Shai Hasaikai, a Yakuza organization. Warning, level B villain with AS class quirk bordering on SS class. Izuku sheet. Kai, yes, so if you don't mind giving her to me, she's already late for her hospital visit. Lenses, quirk name Overhaul. Grants him the ability to disassemble anything he touches, as well as reassemble it in any configuration he desires, effectively giving him full control over matter. He can disassemble people to kill them or reassemble them to heal their wounds. Izuku, she has an awful lot of wounds. What happened to her, if you don't mind me asking? Kai, she is very clumsy, always getting hurt around the house. Lens, warning, no drawback that can be exploited. Izuku double sheet. Izuku, she seems very scared to go with you. Kai, she just scared of the doctor, hey, who wasn't at her age. Izuku, so you're her father? Kai, yes I am. Izuku, then I suggest we start running. Kai, running why? Izuku, cause the villain known as Toga is running this way with a knife in hand. Kai, well, Kai turned around and saw no one. He turned back and saw Izuku no longer there, making him sigh annoyed. Kai, I hate it when they run. He looked at the distance, seeing Izuku already having quite the large distance advantage. Kai, whoever he is, he's fast, but Kai took off one of his gloves and touched his legs, wincing a bit at the pain as his legs largely increasing the muscle mass of his lower legs and requiring exposure to not clogged as pipes made out of bones appear from his calves similar to the Tenya family quirk. He started running quickly, minimizing the distance. Izuku, okay, let's assess the situation. I'm in my civilian outfit that doesn't have anti-quirk fabric. Izuku took a right and saw a huge fence blocking his way. He did parkour against the wall and jumped over the fence, having a bit of a crash landing. He looked down, seeing the little girl. Alright, just scared. He got up and kept running. Izuku, behind of me is a powerful Yakuza boss with a quirk that can basically kill me if he touches me. Izuku quickly made it inside a mall that was full of people to hide them both in plain sight. Izuku, I can't just kill him since Japan has a strict no-killing law for heroes, not to mention Overwatch has no say or even a base here, so if I shoot even one bullet I'm not just screwed, Overwatch will be in a sheetload of problems. Izuku quickly made it inside a thrift store and bought a change of clothes for him and the little girl. Izuku, and I have a little girl in my arms, which means extra weight, and I'm extra vulnerable since I can't let her get hurt. Izuku walked inside the bathroom and quickly got changed, wearing a black hoodie to cover his face and an eye patch to look a bit different for Eri. He took out what's basically looked like just rags and dressed her up in a bright pink sundress. He tied her hair into a bun and puts a wig on her with bangs large enough to cover her little horn. Eri, are we gonna be okay, mister? Izuku, that not the best situation, I've been, not gonna lie, but I've been through worse, like the time me and my friend Hannah forgot to refill our ammo for a mission. Don't worry baby girl, I'm gonna take you out of this safe and sound, you have my word. Eri smiled with tears, feeling hopeful. Izuku, Sirpi can't believe I'm asking her for help again. Izuku took his phone out and called the only person that could help him right now. Meanwhile, with Olivia Carr, we see her drinking a smoothing while hacking multiple networks just for fun. Her phone starts to ring, making her groan. Olivia, arg, really just when I was having so much fun, sigh. She got up and starting walking past the now dead CEO and multiple of his bodyguards. She grabbed her phone and picked it up. Olivia, Ola? Izuku, it's me, I need a favor. Olivia. But it's me who? Izuku, stop with your bullshit, it's me Izuku. Olivia, Izuku. Izuku. Olivia smirked as she heard. Izuku sighed loudly from the other line. Izuku, it's Reaper now, can you help me? Olivia, oh Reaper. How long has it been? When was the last time we saw each other? Izuku, when your partner shot me in the shoulder. Olivia, oh, you should be thanking me, she wanted to just shoot you in the head and get it over with, and I was like, where's the fun in that? Izuku, Sombra. Olivia, hey, fine, what do you need? Izuku, I'm guessing you can track my phone. I need you to hack into the mall I'm in and turn off all the lights, including the emergency lights and backup generator, but keep the emergency alarm turned on. Olivia, is that it? Sombra said, kinda disappointed as she rested her head on her hand while hacking the mall Izuku was in. Izuku, just do it. Sombra, fine, apagando las luces. The lights turned off as Izuku walked out of the bathroom holding Eri's hand. He looked around. Even in the dark he could see people confused. He picked her up with one arm. Izuku, put your hands over your ears, I'm gonna make a big noise. Eri does as she's told, and with his free hand Izuku grabbed his gun, points it in the air, and shoots it 3 times. Izuku, somebody help a villain with a gun. Izuku hides the gun again and holds Eri tight as people start running. Izuku runs with them, blending into the crowd as they go through the emergency door. The heroes are quick to arrive, but so is Kai. Eri start trembling again. Izuku, just relax honey child, he doesn't know it's us, and I have a plan. I just need you to be a big girl, okay? Eri nods as Izuku walked up to Kai behind him. As soon as Kai turned around, Izuku pushed his gun on Kai's chest. Kai, confused, grabbed the gun before it fell. His eyes widen. Izuku, heroes over here, the villains over here. All eyes were now on Kai. Everyone was scared as the heroes surrounded him. Izuku quickly got out of the crowd into the sidewalk, whistling like a New Yorker. Izuku, hey taxi. A taxi came and Izuku went inside just as the fight against Overhaul started. Izuku, get us out of here and floor it. The taxi man did it and left as quickly as possible. Eri, is it over? Izuku, yes honey bun, it's over, you're safe now, he's not gonna hurt you anymore. Taxi man, take us to XXXXXXXXXXXXX. The faster we get there, the bigger the tip. Taxi man, you got it. Eri started crying, hugging Izuku's shirt as Izuku rubbed her back until she fell asleep. Izuku sighed, softly rubbing her cheek with his thumb. Looking at the innocent face he made at home and paid, the taxi man went inside, putting Eri softly on his bed, covering her with a blanket before leaving the room, and sat down on the couch in his living room, sighing deeply before making a call. Gabriel, son, finally, where the hell are you? You're never this late. This something happened? The worry in Gabriel's voice made Izuku smile softly. Izuku, it's a long story, but the short of it is I can't do the mission. Gabriel, are you okay? Izuku, I'm fine. It's complicated, but I have full faith in my students. Give them the mission. Gabriel, are you sure that's a good idea? Izuku, it's better than you dragging me to your missions, calling it family bonding. Her mom was so angry at you those times. Gabriel, yeah, good times, good times. Izuku, yeah, but trust me, Dad, I know they will not fail. Gabriel, okay, I trust you. Izuku, thanks. Is Mom still with you? Gabriel, yeah, why? Izuku, can you both come to my house after you're done giving my students their mission? I'll explain when you get here. Gabriel, okay, I'll see you soon. Izuku hangs up, rubbing his neck. It's not even 3 p.m. and already he's exhausted, but once he heard Eri screaming, he bolted up and went running to his room, almost breaking the door when he entered. Izuku, honey pie, what's wrong? Eri ran to Izuku, hugging his leg tightly, crying. Eri, I thought you were gone, please don't leave me. Izuku grabbed Eri, hugging her softly, rubbing her back as she cried it out. Izuku, don't need Mom to know she has separation anxiety and it's extremely bad. They stayed like that for a while until Eri calmed down. The door rang, making Eri flinch. Izuku walked out to the living room, putting Eri on the couch. He turned around and started walking to the door. He could hear Eri's footsteps behind him and her little hand holding his breaths. He opened the door, seeing his parents there. Izuku, Mom, Dad, thanks for coming. Gabriel, what's going on, boy? You never say no to a mission. Angela, sweetie, why is there a little girl behind you? Gabriel looked down and saw Eri looking at them shyly, hiding behind Izuku. Izuku sighed and stepped aside, letting them in. Izuku, come inside. It's a long story. They went inside. All three sat down, with Eri climbing on Izuku's lap, hiding her face on his chest. Izuku, okay, so I was on my way back home when. Izuku, and that's the story. Gabriel had his hands into fists, furious that someone would hurt a little girl. Angela cried a little but went to professional mode quickly. Angela, and the reason you made me come was to do a checkup on her. Izuku, yup, honey, can you go with? Eri, no. Eri was trembling, scared to leave Izuku's side. Izuku, honey, can you let the nice lady look at you and make sure you're all right? I promise to hold your hand the whole time. Eri. Promise? Izuku, I promise. Eri nodded, and Angela started doing the checkup with Eri, scared the whole time but feeling a little better that Izuku was holding her hand. Angela, and done, you were a very brave girl. Eri, here, have a candy. Angela took out a lollipop from her lab coat pocket. Eri looked at Izuku, who nodded, her hand trembling. She quickly took the lollipop, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. She went back to Izuku's lap, only not hiding her face anymore. Gabriel, so to recap, you didn't fight the villain? Izuku, couldn't fight the villain. I only got a teacher's license in Japan, not a hero one, and since Japan doesn't acknowledge Overwatch, I can't use my normal hero card. Gabriel, yeah, I know it's a pain. Winston is working on it. Izuku, so am I. The sport festival will help prove that Overwatch is needed in Japan once they see my trained students in action. Gabriel, you're lucky he never touched you, you know. Izuku, I know, I'm in my civilian clothes. I would have been screwed each way to Sunday. What happened to him? I left after the heroes arrived. Gabriel, some bunny hero defeated him. Angela, man or woman? Gabriel, woman. Angela, oh, that's wonderful. It's so nice to have women heroes get recognition in this island. There needs to be more female heroes. Gabriel, true also. Izuku, guys, this is so not the time to talk about this. Gabriel, right, so, what are you gonna do about the kid? Izuku, well, I'm not leaving her in an orphanage, that's for sure. Angela, don't think you could even if you wanted to. She has obviously imprinted herself on you. She must see you like her father. Izuku, then, Mom, Dad, your grandparents now. Last time. Izuku, well, I'm not leaving her in an orphanage, that's for sure. Angela, don't think you could even if you wanted to. She has obviously imprinted herself on you. She must see you like her father. Izuku, then, Mom, Dad, your grandparents now. Angela and Gabriel didn't talk for a good minute, just looking at their son as if he's insane. Gabriel, son, you can't be serious. Izuku, you heard mom, she imprinted on me, I can't let her in a orphanage even if I wanted to, which I don't. If I leave her in a orphanage, all it would do is harm her already fragile mind. Angela, I know, but adoption, you're only 18. Izuku, I'm also getting married at 18. I had my first kill at 13, my first cigarette at 16, had people die because of my mistakes at 15. In all intent and purposes, I've done things most take their entire lives to do. I've matured quickly, so why not? She needs a real family and I'm more than willing to give it to her. Gabriel, are you sure? Izuku, you're really asking me that? Did you forget that stunt I pulled that got me rejected from joining Fariha in the Overwatch Black Ops initiative? That proves I would do anything for my family, even if that mistake cost someone their life. Gabriel sighed, looking at his son and then at the little girl. Gabriel, I guess she's a Reyes now. Angela was surprised, looking at her husband, then at the child, sighing with a small smile on her face. Angela, this family never gets normal, does it? Izuku, who needs to be normal? Eri went up to Izuku's ear and whispered something. Izuku, Mom, can I have another lollipop? Angela gave it to Izuku, who gave it Eri, who shyly took it and ate it. Izuku, I'm gonna need to buy some things. Gabriel, at least the basic, the rest wait for Bridget to come back from the mission. Izuku flinched with everything that happened. His fiancée slipped his mind. Izuku, oh CRP, she's gonna kill me for this one, isn't she? Gabriel, well, let's see, you went up against a mayor Yakuza boss in your civil outfit, used a firearm on a country that has a ban on them, and went up to set villain to give your gun to him so he be blamed again with no protection. Nah, I'm sure you'll be fine. Gabriel gave a deep chuckle while Angela giggled. Angela, as a wife whose husband has done some stupid stuff. Gabriel, guilty as charged. Angela, I can honestly say, she's gonna ring you a new one. Izuku sighed, smiling. Izuku, well, she is the woman I'm gonna marry, wouldn't change her for the world. Angela, good. As for the little girl, her father always talking about how she wants a big family. Izuku, how big? Angela's 7 kids. Izuku paled a little but then chuckled. Izuku, guess you're gonna be a big sister one day, but first, honeypot, can you tell us your name? Eri, I'm Eri. Izuku, well, Eri, from now on your full name is Eri Reyes, I'm gonna be your father. Eri W, what's a father? Izuku, a father is someone you look up to, someone you love and respect, someone who takes care of you and would take a bullet for you without a second thought, one who would give his life for you in a second. That Eri is who I'm gonna be, I'm gonna take care of you from now on. Eri, why, you mean I get to stay here? With you? Izuku, yup, I promise no one will hurt you here. Eri hugged Izuku, crying tears of happiness. Izuku hugged her softly. Gabriel and Angela got up. Gabriel, well, best we're off, she can know about us some other time, best if we don't push her too much at once. Angela, 18 years later and I'm still surprised at how gentle you can be. Gabriel, what can I say, I have a soft spot for children. Hell, most of Blackwatch was just teenagers I took off the street. Izuku, yeah, you're the new Batman, I'm sure Bruce would just love to give his bat suit to you, old man. Gabriel, oh, shut up. Angela, now that's not a bad idea, I already know where to find a Robin. Looking at Izuku, making him blush. Izuku, hell nah, I ain't no Robin, have you seen them? The first 2 didn't use any Gotham breathes, they were fighting crime in their underwear. Gabriel, I can see you know we can do this forever, but we should let little Eri rest. Both nodded. Angela gave Izuku a kiss on his forehead and both left. Izuku looked at the day and time. Izuku, shit, I still got paperwork to do at UA, and knowing that rat he won't let me skip it. Izuku, honeybun, we gotta go. Where? Izuku, the place I'm working, I got a lot of paperwork to do. Eri, are there a lot of people? Izuku, yes, but we'll be in the teacher's lounge, so at max there'll be 5 to 6 people. I promise if you don't want to talk to any of them, I'll scare them away. Eri, they won't do things to me? Izuku, what things? Eri looked scared, she obviously didn't want to talk about it. Izuku, gonna need to talk to Hound Dog while I'm there. Izuku, it's okay, you don't need to tell me, just know no one will hurt you or touch you in a bad way. Just saying. Does word made Izuku feel sick to the stomach. Eri just nodded. Izuku got up, holding Izuku on his arms, and they left for you. Izuku, I can already tell it's gonna be an even longer day. Chapter end. We see Izuku driving to UA when his phone rang, making him groan. Izuku, please, for the love of God, just let it be a scam call. He picked it up. Izuku, hello? Sombra, hey Chico Malo, you break my heart. Izuku, what do you want, Sombra? Sombra, oh nothing, just heard that little conversation you had with your parents, couldn't help but be insulted that you didn't tell them my involvement in your story. Izuku, you're bored aren't you? That's the only reason you're calling to annoy me. Sombra, I wouldn't talk back to me like that. Just imagine how your parents would react if I gave them the audio of you asking me for help both times. Izuku, they'll be sad now. Just imagine what would happen if your bosses found out you helped the enemy both times. Sombra, that you're no fun. Izuku, so I've been told, is that all? Sombra, nope, I want to collect one of the favors. Izuku, what do you want? Sombra, Overwatch has a file I need, you're gonna get it to me. Izuku, fine, next time I'm in HQ. I'll grab it. Sombra, oh no rush, it's nothing major, adios chico malo. Sombra hanged up Izuku's side annoyed and looked in his mirror Eri's sleeping body. Izuku, it's worth it. Izuku made it to UA and parked his car, grabbing Eri from the back seat, waking her up. Eri, where are we? Izuku, my workplace, go back to sleep. Izuku walked to the teacher's office, opened the door, and much to his dread, every single teacher was there looking at him. To make his luck worse, Eri woke up and saw everyone looking at her. She started having a small panic attack, holding on to Izuku's shirt tighter, hiding her face on Izuku's chest. Izuku rubbed her back. Izuku, remember what I said, little girl, no one will hurt you as long as I'm here, okay? Eri nods, still not moving her face from Izuku's chest. Izuku ignored the looks and went to his desk. Sitting down, he cracked his knuckles and started doing his paperwork. Izuku, are you all just gonna stare, or are you gonna get back to work? Mike went close to him, too close for his liking. Mike, why, who's the little girl? Eri started trembling, scared. Izuku grabbed the gun under his desk and points it right on Mick's neck, right where his voice box is. Izuku, she's someone who hates loud noises. Now are you gonna lower your voice, or do I have to do it for you? Mike started sweating and backed away. Aizawa, sorry for my friend, he's a dumbass. Mike, what? Now both Aizawa and Izuku glared at him. Mike has never been so scared in his life. He felt as if two demons were looking right at his soul. Midnight, anyway, who's the little cutie pie? Izuku, before I tell a warning, the first one to scream is getting shot. They all nod. Izuku pets Eri's hair to calm her down, and that's when Toshinori and Inko open the door. Izuku, she's my daughter, adopted her this morning. Both, what? Izuku shot, then both, without even looking at, then both fell on the ground unconscious. Izuku, before the rest of you start screaming, they're my special blend of RBB bullets, they're fine. Nizu, what makes it special? Nizu appeared out of nowhere but kept his distance from Izuku. Izuku, it's a secret, just know they're heavier than regular RBB bullets. You get hit by one, it hurts like it. Izuku looked down at Eri, then back at his colleagues. Izuku, it hurt a lot worse than a normal bullet, enough to pass out if shot at the right place. Nizu, fascinating, but on to the child care to explain why a 18-year-old adopted what looks like a 5 to 6-year-old? Izuku, rather. Nizu, not giving you an option after your paperwork, come to my office. Izuku groaned but nodded. Nizu already left and Izuku went back to work. After 5 minutes he started mumbling a sea shanty. Izuku, I'll be a man of the land, I'll be man of the trees, I'll be a man wherever my woman will be. I won't be any captain's mate, I won't be any servant of the seas, cause this pretty little woman is all I need. Eri pulled Izuku's shirt. He looked at her, who quickly looked down, shyly rubbing her stomach. Izuku, catching what she meant, he holds her in his arms, and they went to the cafeteria. He got food for the both of them and sat down and started feeding her. Sensei? Izuku slaps his faces and slowly lets his hand fall. He looked at who called him. Eri looked at the girl with a bit of awed, being locked away. She never seen someone with pink hair and skin. Eri W, who's the pink lady? Izuku, Mina Ishido. Mina, hello. Izuku, my greatest failure. Mina, hey. Izuku, daddies. Everyone wait, daddy. Izuku ignored her and covered Eri's ear ahead of time. Izuku, as I was saying, daddy's job is to train her and her class in a word. To break them, then mold them to be stronger. I had managed to break Bakugo, Mineta, Tokoyami, Kyoka, almost everyone in class A, but... Izuku looked at Mina, who flinched and started sweating, scared. Izuku, Mina Ishido is the only one I have yet to break or even come close to breaking. She is still the same bubbly party girl she was when I first got here. Everyone looked at Mina, surprised. Mina was just as surprised as the rest, looking at his sensei feeding the little girl. Izuku, and In a weird way I respect her for it. Hell, I broke when I training under the old man and I was doing the non-watered-down version. Mina smiled brightly, feeling proud of herself. Izuku looked at her with bored eyes, but really he was analyzing her while he cleaned Eri's mouth with a handkerchief. Izuku, guess this girl has more willpower than I give her credit. That might be something to talk to Hal about on the next Overwatch Justice League Christmas party. The rest of his class went to his table, all exited wanting to ask question, but unlike the adults, no better than to PSS him off Izuku's side. Izuku, fine, one at a time, ask your question. Chapter end. Last time. The rest of his class went to his table, all exited wanting to ask question, but unlike the adults, no better than to PSS him off Izuku's side. Izuku, fine, one at a time, ask your question. Before they could ask questions, Nizu's voice came out of the speakers. Nizu, Mr. Reyes, go to the class A living room. I repeat, Mr. Reyes, to class A living room to discuss your daughter does of his class who wants to know are welcome to join. Izuku, that rat ever heard of privacy? Nizu, duck privacy, I'm the almighty rat god. Izuku, that I can blackmail with a piece of smelly French blue cheese. Nizu, just get your butt over here. Izuku, fine, fine. Izuku looked at Eri. Izuku, did you finish eating? Eri nods a bit shyly since they were all of people around. Eri, why don't you didn't eat, daddy? Izuku, I'll eat later, you are what's important. He got up and left to class A dorm with his students behind him. Izuku, I feel like a mother duck with her baby ducks on her back. They made it and saw Nizu with others pro heroes waiting for them. Does heroes are Toshinori and Inko Yagi, the pro hero Mirio, Sir Night Eye and Detective Naomasa. Izuku, what's this, a surprise party for me? Where's the cake, or is this a different kind of party? Nizu, Mr. Reyes, now is not the time to joke around. You are being charged with some serious allegation that's if found guilty, well, let's just say it won't be pretty. Izuku, I've been through worse, tell me what allegations are this? Naomasa, for one, interfering with a pro-hero investigation. Knight, my investigation, I was investigating Overhaul and I needed to find his hideout. Color me surprise when I find he's in jail now. Izuku, ooh, and that has to do with me how? Last time I checked the news the pro-hero bunny Maruko took the credit for that. Knight, I cut the CRP, I know you're to blame, you ruined a 3-year operation all for one girl. Izuku. That man kinda sounds like you're nothing more than a fake hero. Mirio, hey Sir Night Eye is a fantastic hero. Izuku, does a fantastic hero sacrifices a life to save others? Every life is precious and should be saved. Saving one doesn't mean your plans failed, it just means you need a better plan. Tell me, how many men, women, and children did you let Overhaul get away with just so you can get closer to finding out his base of operations? Night Eye, I don't have to justify myself to you, the ends justify the means. Izuku, there it is, if you have that kind of mentality then you're a fake hero, because if the ends mean people suffering then you're not a real hero. Both Night Eye and Izuku glared angrily at each other. Nizu, we're getting off track. Izuku, did you or did you not take this girl from Overhaul? And don't lie, Detective Naomasa has a lie detector's quirk, he will know if you're lying. Izuku, you sure about that? I'm pretty good at lying, I am a 400-foot tall platypus bear with pink horns and silver wings. Naomasa, my quirk told me he's telling the truth. Everyone was surprised, especially Toshinori, who looked at Izuku, who shrugged. Izuku, I'm a professional Overwatch agent means I'm also a spy. Being a spy means I had to learn to lie, but off to the point, not even lie detectors can detect if I'm lying. Nizu, that's rather impressive, even I can't outsmart Naomasa's quirk. Izuku, and to answer your question, no, Eri is not that man's daughter, she is my daughter that I adopted this morning from an orphanage. Her parents died in a car accident, simply a tragedy, or who knows, maybe I'm lying and I did take her from Overhaul, not like you have any proof. Nizu, care to bet on it? Izuku, if you have actual proof I'll double the paperwork, if I don't you rat will do my paperwork. Nizu, deal. Nizu turned on the TV showing Izuku and Eri in disguised running away from Overhaul. Izuku didn't react and looked at Nizu. Izuku, ooh, and where exactly am I? I don't see any green hair or little girl with horn anywhere on that TV. Nizu, you're right there, the boy with the hoodie and eye patch. Izuku, can you prove that boy is me? Nizu, sadly no. Izuku, then he is not me. This conversation is over and I'm clear of all charges since you can't prove I did any of what you're accusing me. Toshinori, Mr. Reyes, I still believe you should not be taking care of a child, your line of work. Inko, yes, you're simply much too young. Izuku, you really want to throw that rock-ass might? Or do I have to remind you about Bakugo? Or about the time I saved your daughter from her quirk, or how you didn't even know she was hiding her true self? And much too young? If I'm old enough to kill, I'm old enough to take care of a child. Eri is my child, and I dare any one of you to take her from me. Free hand hovering on his gun with a serious expression. Nizu, you do realize that you don't have a hero license here in Japan, so if you use that gun. Izuku, I know full well what I'm doing, and I'll fight Japan itself if I'm forced to, just like my parents would do for me, so choose your next move carefully. Rat cause Overwatch is prepared to go to war at a moment's notice, are you? Nizu, Izuku Reyes, you are clear of all charges and you can keep the girl. Izuku, yeah, you had no control over the second part. Well, if that is all, you can all leave, especially you, fake hero. Night Eye got up, both glared at each other, just waiting for the other to make the first move. As he left, Mirio left soon after, looking at Izuku, disappointed. Not that Izuku gave it rats, but about a kid he doesn't even know. Toshinori and Inko were the next to leave, and finally Nizu. Nizu, we both know you're guilty, Mr. Reyes. Izuku, maybe, but you can't prove that, so why don't you go and do my paperwork? Both stared at each other for a minute before Nizu started to laugh. Nizu, that's why I like you so much. Nizu left and Izuku sat down on the couch exhausted. He grabbed the TV remote and puts a Disney movie for Eri. Izuku, here sweetheart, you'll like this movie, watch it while daddy sleeps. Eri's surprised face, okay daddy. Izuku glanced at his class, making them flinch. Izuku, anyone who dares change the channel will have my size 10 boot up there, but am I understood? Class say yes sir. Izuku closed his eyes as the music part of the movie started. Each morning in Paris, the city awaits for the bells of Notre Dame. Chapter end. Izuku knocked on a door. It opened, revealing Aizawa. Shota Reyes? What do you want? Izuku, Eri's asleep, don't want to wake her just to go home and sleep again, so I'm asleep in your room and you can go back to your house with Miss Joke. Shota, that I'm way too tired to ask how you know about my secret marriage. You have a deal. Shota left and Izuku walked inside, putting Eri on the bed, sighing. Izuku, Jesus, what a long day. If this was a fanfic it would take like 7 chapters just to write it all. Eri Daddy? Daddy? Izuku rubbed his eyes. Izuku, I'm right here honey. Izuku turned on the light and she saw him, feeling better. Izuki, go to sleep honey pie. Eri, I'm scared. Izuku, okay. Izuku got up and gave Eri his hand. She took it and they walked to the girls' room. Izuku knocked, almost slamming on the door. Jesus Christ. The door opened, revealing a mad Momo, who quickly got scared at who it was. Sensei. Izuku, who did you expect? Jesus Christ? Izuku glanced around the room and saw the others girls. They're having a slumber party. Momo, how can I help you? Izuku, I need you to make me a guitar now. Momo nods and makes him one. Izuku takes it, holding it like it was, and acts and left. With the girls. Mina, we need to follow him. Kyoka, are you out of your mind? I'm not following that guy. Mina, did you see how he was holding that guitar? He's gonna hurt somebody with it. Toruso? As long as it's not us. Mina, he was taking little Eri with him. I don't know about you, but I'm not letting him corrupt that little girl. Now who's with me? The rest, yeah. They followed him and found him in the rooftop with a tent set up and a mini fire close to them. Eri, why are we here? Izuku, well, when I couldn't sleep my mother would take me outside and we would have a mini camp. Something about sleeping under the stars, just make the monsters go away. Now finish your s'more and daddy will sing you a song. Doesn't that sound nice? Eri nods and finished the store, getting chocolate all over her mouth. Izuku chuckled, finding it cute, and cleaned her mouth with a cloth. Eri went inside her sleeping bag as Izuku grabbed his guitar and started to play it. Izuku, if you ever awake in the mirror of a bad dream. Izuku sat down next to Eri. Izuku, and for a fraction of a second, you can't remember where you are. Just open your window and follow your memories upstream to the meadow in the mountain, where we counted every falling star. Eri looked up at the stars in awe at them. Izuku, I believe the light that shines on you will shine on you forever, forever. And though I can't guarantee, there's nothing scary. Hide in under your bed. Izuku, I'm gonna stand guard like the postcard of the golden retriever. And never leave. Till I leave you. With a sweet dream in your head. Izuku kneeled down and kissed Eri's forehead. Izuku, I'm gonna watch you shine. Gonna watch you grow. Gonna paint a sign. So you always know. As long as 1 and 1 is 2. There could never be a father. Love his daughter more than I love you. Izuku looked up at the stars. Izuku, trust your intuition. It's just like going fishing. You cast your line and hope you get a bite, but you don't need to waste your time worrying about the marketplace. Trying to help the human race. Struggling to survive. It's as harsh as night. Eri started singing with him. Izuku/Eri, I'm gonna watch you shine. Gonna watch you grow. Gonna paint a sign. So you always know. As long as 1 and 1 is 2. Eri yawned, feeling tired. Izuku smiled at that. Izuku, there could never be a father. Love his daughter more than I love you. Izuku/Eri, I'm gonna watch you shine. Gonna watch you grow. Gonna paint a sign. So you always know. As long as 1 and 1 is 2. Izuku, there could never be a father. Love his daughter more than I love you. Eri cuddled up close to the fire and fell asleep. Izuku, only had you for a day now, but if anything ever happens to you. He glared at his female student, who all flinched, terrified that they've been caught. Izuku, I would kill everyone in this school and then myself. The girls ran away as Izuku put the guitar aside and cuddled next to Eri, a bit awkwardly since he's not used to being the big spoon when sleeping. Izuku is a small spoon for life. Izuku closed his eyes and fell asleep. In the morning, Izuku yawned as he woke up and froze mid-yawn as he felt big, strong, familiar arms around him. His heart started beating faster as he turned around and saw the devil herself, his fiancée that he loves so much. Izuku, mommy. Izuku whispered/whimpered to himself as he slowly and carefully tried to escape his fiancée embrace. Once he thought he was free. Bridget, Izuku, get your butt back here before I whoop your butt. Izuku. Izuku went back to the cuddles. Izuku, are you still gonna beat my butt for my dumb stunt? Bridget, when I wake up then you're going to introduce me to our new daughter. P.S. She's gonna be the flower girl at our wedding. Now sleep. Bridget went back to sleep and Izuku thought he was too scared to fall back to sleep. Chapter end. Izuku as narrator. I crashed through a wall falling from the 5th floor. Yes, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, we're not there yet. Flashback. Once Eri and Bridget were awake. Once Eri saw Bridget, she hid behind Izuku. Eri W, who is she, daddy? Izuku was about to speak when Bridget kneeled down and gave Eri a soft, loving smile. Bridget, hi Eri, I'm Bridget, I'm your new mommy. Eri W, what's a mommy? Izuku sat down and grabbed Eri, putting her on his lap. Izuku, well honey, do you remember what I said a daddy was? Eri nods yes. Izuku, well a mommy is the same thing. She's someone who will love you unconditionally, who will always be there for you and will protect you. Bridget, that's right, I promise Eri, I won't let anything ever happen to you. Can you give me a hug? Eri shyly went to Bridget and hugged her. Bridget hugged her back softly. Eri, feeling warm, she cuddled close to Bridget, who kissed her forehead. Bridget, now how about I make you breakfast and we spend the day together? Doesn't that sound nice? Eri W, what about daddy? Bridget, oh, daddy is gonna be busy. Izuku, I am? Bridget, oh yes, you see baby girl, daddy was a dum-dum and he needs to be punished while you and me go have breakfast. Daddy is gonna have a word with your grunkle Reinhardt. Izuku paled as he heard it, the sound of metal landing on the ground. Trembling, he looked at the ground floor and saw him. Izuku, honey, what did you tell him? Bridget, oh, I said nothing to him. I just told my dad how you upset me. He told Reinhardt and both agreed you needed to be taught a lesson in treating their princess. Bridget had such a sickening sweet smile on her face as Reinhardt looked up and saw him. Izuku fell down to hide, but it was too late. He saw him. Reinhardt, Izuku. Izuku turned around to ask for help, but Bridget was already gone. Izuku, oh that beach, I'm so getting you back for this. Izuku's phone vibrated. He looked, all it had was a message from Bridget. Text, no you won't, face with tongue, love you, I'll visit you in the hospital, red heart, kiss mark, red heart. Izuku just chuckled. Izuku, I really do love this woman. Text, I hate you so much right now, love you too, see you in my hospital room, wear that nurse uniform, I love you much, red heart. Izuku put his phone away and made a run for it. Hearing Reinhardt landing behind him, Izuku ran to the emergency exit and turned around. Reinhardt was too big to fit inside. Izuku, sorry Uncle Reinhardt, it would appear that Reinhardt picked up the room, not one wall, not two, but all four walls, and threw it to a mountain. Izuku paled and looked up. He swears he saw the Grim Reaper himself laughing at him. Izuku legs gave out, but he didn't fall as Reinhardt grabbed him by his neck. Reinhardt boy. Izuku, did anyone tell you? You sound just like Kratos from God of War when you get mad. Reinhardt lifted Izuku of the ground to eye level. Reinhardt, boy. Izuku J, just saying. And slam. Reinhardt slammed Izuku to the ground and he fell through 7 floors. Izuku groaned in pain as he slowly got up. Ejim? Izuku groaned louder as he knew who it was. He looked around and saw him, his father-in-law. Torbjorn's son-in-law. Izuku, father-in-law, well, if I'm gonna die I might as well die by my terms. Torbjorn, and what terms would that? Izuku, I have fed your daughter. Silence. Izuku grabbed a cigarette from his pocket and out it in his mouth. He turned it on and started smoking. Izuku, yeah, the night I proposed we had AC, and when I mean AC I mean hump like rabbits SEC. Torbjorn looked so red Izuku was concerned he was gonna pop a blood vessel, but he took some deep breaths. Torbjorn, that's so I'm a very modern father. I'm cool, I'm hype as you kids say him. Izuku, at one point we did role-playing and I made her call me an omnic. That what did it? That's when Torbjorn snapped. Torbjorn, rah? And shot Izuku multiple times with bullets that are supposed to be used only on Reinhardt when he is in full armor. Because of the force, Izuku broke through the wall and fell 5-story with just so many holes in his body. Izuku smirked in a large amount of pain as he coughed up blood. Izuku, how does the song go? Oh right, I did it my way. Izuku passed out due to blood loss. At the hospital, we see Izuku resting on a hospital bed as his mother healed him. Angela, you know you didn't have to PSS him off like that. Izuku, and where would be the fun in that? Angela, the fun would be you don't give your mother a heart attack. When I saw the state they left you in I almost killed them. Izuku, come on, Uncle Jesse was in a worse state when you found out he gave me one of his Cuban cigars. I thought he was gonna be a robot like that ninja guy from Blackwatch. What was his name again? Gabriel. Genji, wonder what happened to him. Never found him after we got back. Angela, that was different. Izuku and Gabriel both had smug smiled as Angela refused to look at them. Izuku, come on mom, we're Overwatch, we're a dysfunctional loving family, all this is just us playing. Angela, you're all just lucky I've gotten better at healing, or you're playing would be funerals. Izuku, yes mom, thank you mom. So when am I getting out of here? Angela, in a few hours, just need to do some final checkups. The results should be here soon, but my god, was the system so old? I mean seriously, when was the last time this hospital bought a new computer? I mean. Izuku, hey dad, I'm gonna take a walk while mom goes on her rant. Gabriel, be careful Emma, go to the cafeteria, get me and your mom some coffee. Izuku, think she'll figure out we're gone? Gabriel, Both left as Angela kept her rant. With Izuku, we see him walking when he saw a familiar face sitting in a hospital chair. Izuku, Nito Monoma. Chapter end. Nito looked at Izuku surprised. Monoma, Mr. Reyes? What are you doing here? Izuku, my mother was healing me after a misunderstanding with my in-laws. What about you? Monoma, nothing, just waiting. Izuku, been here long? Monoma, no, I just got here. Izuku looked down at a backpack, then back eyes, seeing the bags under his eyes. Izuku, it looks like you've been here for a while. Monoma hides his bag under the chair. Monoma, so it does, I've been here all since yesterday morning. Izuku sleep? Monoma couldn't find any. Izuku sat down next to him. Izuku, are they out of surgery? Monoma, about a few hours ago, but... Izuku, you're scared to see them like that with tubes in their body? Monoma scoffed, making Izuku a bit curious. Izuku, so not fear, maybe anger? Monoma, what am I supposed to say? Hey dad, remember me? The son you said would never be a hero is the only family member who bothered to come visit. Izuku probably cut some of that out. Monoma gave a tired chuckle and kept looking at the door. Monoma, I don't even know why I'm here. He's just gonna say where's my older brothers or where's my stepmother. Izuku, real mom? Monoma, died giving birth to me. Izuku, my condolences. Monoma, happened a long time ago, but thanks, I just wished I knew why I'm still here. Why can't I leave or at least go inside and confront him or hug him? I don't even know anymore. I just wished I knew why he doesn't like me. Minoma puts his hands on his head. Izuku rubbed his back for support. Minoma felt a little better. Izuku, I'm gonna give you some tough love, but trust me, it's important. Answer me. Minoma, who said he has to like you? Minoma wa. Izuku, what law does it say he's got to like you? Minoma. Izuku, I asked you a question. Minoma, what law does it say your father has to like you? Minoma, none. Izuku, alright then answer me this, don't you eat every day? Minoma. Izuku, answer me when I talk to you, I'm still a teacher at your school, don't you eat every day? Minoma. Izuku, Nito. Minoma, as long as I'm your sensei, you put a sir at the end of it when you talk to me. Minoma, why, yes sir. Izuku, you eat every day. Minoma, yes sir. Izuku, got a roof over your head? Minoma, yes sir. Izuku, got clothes okay your back? Minoma, yes sir. Izuku, why you think that is? Minoma, cause of him. Izuku gives a breathless laugh. Izuku, you still don't get it. I know it's because of him, but why do you think that is? Minoma thought about it for a minute, then he got a small smile. Minoma, 'cause he likes me. Izuku, like you? Izuku sighed, nodding his head no. Izuku, he goes out every day, he busts his butt at work every day making sure he has enough money to support his family, having to deal with a bunch of a-holes and scumbags bosses 'cause he likes you? Izuku looked Minoma straight in the eye, making him flinch. Izuku, you're about the biggest fool I've ever saw. It's his job, it's his responsibility. A father is supposed to take care of his family. You live in his house, fill your belly with his food, put your behind on his bed because you're his son, not because he likes you, because it's his duty to take care of you. He owes a responsibility to you. Now let's get this straight right now before you go on with this pathetic excuse of, oh my daddy doesn't like mean bullshit. He ain't got to like you. His bosses don't give him his money every day 'cause they like him, they give it to him 'cause they owe him. Now, he gave you everything he's got to give you, he gave you your life, and liking your butt ain't part of that bargain. Minoma looked down and Izuku sighed a bit, putting a firm hand on his shoulder. Izuku, now don't you go through life worrying about if people like you or not. You best be making sure they're doing right by you, and your father may not be the best, but he sure as hell is doing right by you, is he not? Minoma, yes, he has done right by me. Izuku, then there's your answer why you can't leave. You at least owe him to do right by him and visit him even if it's hard. Minoma, did your parents did right by you? Izuku, more than right, they loved me unconditionally. I was lucky to have loving parents. You are lucky too, cause trust me, you could have gotten a lot worse. Does he beat you? Minoma, of course not. Izuku, exactly, you could have gotten an abusive father, but you didn't. While he may not be the most loving, he does care for in his own way. If he didn't, he wouldn't feel responsible to take care of you now. Izuku got up and gave Minoma his hand. Izuku, get up and go in there. Minoma said nothing, just looked at Izuku for a minute, unsure of what to do, but Izuku never wavered until Minoma finally spoke. Minoma, can you come with me? I know it sounds stupid, you're not even my teacher, and Izuku grabbed his bag and looked at him. Izuku, room 305, right? Minoma was a bit taken aback but smiled and took a bit of a breath of relief as he got up and went with Izuku to see his father. Chapter end. Few days after last chapter. Izuku woke up groaning softly. He opened his eyes to be met by his wife hugging Eri, and both of them stole the blanket, leaving Izuku in the cold, making Izuku chuckle. Izuku, already she's making Eri go against me. Izuku got up, kissing both of them on the cheek, and walked down to start breakfast. Izuku, today is the day, sport festival, the foot on the door. We need to have Overwatch in Japan, and I'm so nervous. I'm talking to myself. Well, not really. I'm sure Sombra is listening in from a bug somewhere in this house. Izuku kept muttering as he made breakfast until at the end, he felt someone wrapped her arms on his waist, resting her head on top of his head. Bridget, coffee. Izuku, set the table and I'll bring you your coffee and breakfast. Bridget, but that would mean letting you go. Izuku, like the song said, only know you love him when you let him go, and you let him go. Bridget rolled her eyes, smiling, and sets the table, both stopping for a minute, watching Eri sit on her chair, finding it cute how she was trying to climb it. Both parents finished up. Izuku, there, let's eat. Bridget, darling, don't you think that's a bit much for Eri? Izuku just pointed at her, already finishing the omelette and now in no signs and stopping. Bridget, oh never mind then. Izuku, yup, you like daddy's food, sweetie? Eri nods vigorously as she finished all the fruits and vegetables. Eri, yeah, daddy's food is the best. I've never had so much before. Eri said with a bright smile, while Bridget and Izuku just flinched and gave a bit of a forced smile. Izuku, that's good, eat as much as you want anyway. What do you have planned for today, love? Bridget? Oh, nothing much, just gonna take Eri shopping for clothes, toys, a bed, stuff for her new room. Izuku, darn wish I could go, but today is the sport festival. Bridget, feeling nervous? Izuku, not really, I know my class will all at least pass the first event. Bridget, what makes you so sure? Izuku, flashback. Izuku, listen up, maggots. All eyes were on Izuku. Izuku, tomorrow is the sport festival, what you all been training so hard for, so make me proud, am I clear? Class A Ichai. Izuku, also anyone who doesn't at least makes it to the second event will be expelled. Class, hideout what? Present. Izuku just smirked, chuckling softly to himself. Izuku, let's just call it a feeling I have anyway. Don't forget, tomorrow we need to bring Eri to Hound Dog for her first therapy session. Eri, daddy, what's the Eri? Why? Izuku, it's a person that helps heal minds, sweetie. Eri, but my mind's it fine, isn't it? Eri said, scared. Izuku sighed, got up and kneeled down next to Eri. Izuku, honey, one thing you can be sure of is that daddy will never lie to you and your brain is fine, it just needs a little help, like how mommy's brain needs a little help from coffee to wake up, do you get it? Eri nods as Izuku cleaned a tear from her face. Eri, will you and mommy be there with me? Izuku, I can promise you that at least one of us will be there for you at every session, sweetie. Now finished your breakfast, you have a big day with mommy, okay? Eri, daddy. They all finished eating with Izuku and Bridget giving parts of their breakfast to Eri, who took it smiling. Bridget did the dishes as Izuku went upstairs to get Eri dressed. Eri, daddy, can I have that? Izuku, what you mean, my old backpack? Sure, I haven't used that in years. Eri looked excited, holding the strap of the bag tightly as they went down. Bridget grabbed Eri and they went to their car, putting her on the back seat. Bridget was about to put her seatbelt. Eri, I can do it, mommy. Eri puts her seatbelts on, smiling proudly. Bridget giggled and kissed Eri cheek. Bridget, well done, Eri, mommy is so proud. Bridget went to the driver's seat and Izuku sat next to her. Bridget, okay, first we drop daddy to school and then it's gonna be Eri and mommy's day of fun. Eri, Izuku, oh, you're making daddy feel so jealous. Eri giggled at her daddy dramatic sigh. After 45 minutes driving they made it to Ue. Izuku, Jesus, traffic was horrible, it normally takes 5 to 10 minutes to get here. Bridget, it's the sport festival, dear, it's Japan's most watched event, everyone must be going home to their TV or to Nizu's newly built stadium. How did he get the money to build it? Izuku. Flashback. We see Nizu talking with the MDM president of Pro Heroes in Japan. Sakura, so you want me to give you not just extra money, no, but and I quote, sheetload of money to build this stadium? Why on our great god Magneto would I give you that? Nizu, I could blackmail you, but there's an easier option that I'm sure you will like. Sakura, and that would be? Nizu, Reaper, could you come here a minute? Sakura, Reaper? Sakura blushed, fixing her hair a bit. She was over 50, but she was a huge fan of this new Reaper. Izuku walked in wearing his full Reaper outfit. Izuku, you called Nizu? Sakura felt a bit lightheaded hearing the Reaper's deep voice. Nizu, yes, didn't say you and your fiancé have an agreement. Izuku, yes? Nizu, what was that agreement? What was it? Yes. You're both allowed to sleep with one person before you get married. MDM president was getting excited seeing where this was going. Izuku, yeah, Bridget, choose Rumi, that pro bunny hero you guys got. Nizu, and you, my dear boy? Izuku, no one yet, since I kinda want someone with, what's the word? Sakura's experience. I mean experience. Izuku, correct, but why are you asking me this? Nizu, I believe the term is, two bird one stone, isn't that right, MDM president? Sakura, that you have a deal. Nizu. Nizu, lovely. Izuku, would you be a dear and help the MDM president with something on her house? Izuku, sure, I would love to help. Nizu, oh, an MDM president. Sakura, yes? Nizu slipped Sakura a photo of Izuku without his armor. Nizu, just so you know what to expect. Present. Izuku, did I forgot to tell you I have my one before marriage. Bridget, same DMN, that bunny has some legs on her, did you film it? Izuku, of course. Why? Bridget went up to Izuku's ear. Bridget, because at our honeymoon we're gonna watch them and have some real fun. Izuku, God, I love you so much right now. Bridget, love you too, now get out, we're here. Izuku, yeah. They gave each other a loving kiss before letting go. Izuku, love you. Bridget, you say that every time we kissed. Izuku, 'cause every time we kiss I swear I can fly. Bridget, honey, leave the song puns to Lucio. Izuku chuckled, went to the back and kissed Aries' forehead. Izuku, I'll see you later, honey, be good to your mother. Aries, yes daddy. Izuku got off the cat and waved them goodbye until he could no longer see them. Mr. Reyes? Izuku turned around and saw the Yagi parents. Toshinori, we need to have a talk. Chapter end. Last chapter. Izuku got off the car and waved them goodbye until he could no longer see them. Mr. Reyes? Izuku turned around and saw the Yagi parents. Toshinori, we need to have a talk. Inko, why are you so dressed up? Izuku started to adjust his tie. Izuku, because I'm not here as just a teacher, I'm also here as a representative of Overwatch, and Sakura Iman MDM president will be here to evaluate if my teachings can in fact produce better heroes than your husband, the #1 hero, and if she does it will be the first step to get Overwatch in Japan. Inko, I see, well you sure look. Izuku, let's cut the small talk, get to the point, what do you want? Inko took a deep breath before her and Toshinori both bowed completely to the ground. Inko, we would like to. Izuku, I'm gonna stop you right there, whatever you have to say, I want Mr. Yagi to swallow his pride and say it. Izuku said, serious with his arm crossed. Toshinori gritted his teeth but then sighed deeply. Toshinori, we would like to give you our thanks. I would like to give you my thanks for catching Izumi where I failed as a father. Izuku, I would say any teacher would have done the same, but Shota Aizawa turned a blind eye just because Bakugo had a powerful quirk, so I'll take the thanks. Anything else? Toshinori, I'll be the first to admit that I can be as prideful as Endeavor, but I always thought I could see when I'm harming my only child. Guess I'm no better than him. Izuku. Izuku grabbed one of his cigarettes, puts it in his mouth and smokes it. Izuku, Toshinori, lift your head. Toshinori does so, and immediately Izuku kicked him, breaking his nose. Toshinori, Argef why did you do that? Izuku started walking away. Izuku, Enji Todoroki is an abusive piece of shit that treated his son so bad he died, and the other he traumatized so much to the point he won't use his fire. You on the other hand were just a dumbass, you're nowhere near Enji Todoroki's level, now go clean yourself up. I won't have you meet the MDM president with a bloody nose, it would be bad for the school and my paycheck if the #1 hero has a bloody nose. Izuku walked away. Inko lifted Toshinori up, chuckling, a bit nervous. Inko, I think that's his way to say you're welcome, come on my big log, let's get you to recovery girl. With Izuku walking to the teachers' part of the stadium on top of everyone where you can see everything, Izuku grabbed his phone and called his mother. Angela, hello? Izuku, hey mom, just wondering how are this test coming along? Angela, I'm afraid I had to put them on hold, you know how things are in base, always busy, it will take a bit longer than expected. Izuku, it's fine, I'm in no rush, where are you anyway? Angela, already at where you're supposed to be, you better be wearing a suit and tie. Izuku, yeah I am, is Uncle Monkey with you? Winston, of course. Izuku, I hope you trained your students right, this could be big for us. Izuku, don't have to tell me anyway, I'll see you in a few minutes, but I'm guessing Dad is not there? Angela, no, your father Lord Magneto knows I love him to bits, but politics like this are not his strong suit. Izuku hung up and kept walking. Soon enough he made it there, seeing his mother and Uncle Winston along with his colleagues and the MDM president. Izuku, president, it's so nice to see you again, thank you for taking time out of your day for this. Sakura, of course, if your methods will create better heroes, I want direct confirmation. Nizu, then let's not keep people waiting, let's the show start. Nizu laughed his crazy laugh as the event happened. Izuku, remind me again who's gonna give the speech this year? Nizu, you're about to see. All eyes were on the stage as a purple color hair boy walked up the stage. Shinso, hello, I'm Hitoshi Shinso from class 1C. I'm not big on giving speeches, honestly. I don't know why the principal recommended me to do this, but then again he's crazy. This got a few chuckled around the audience. Shinso, I'm one of many who aimed to the hero course but didn't make, and the sport festival is my time to show the principal, the teachers, and the world that I deserve to be in the hero course, and I'm not alone. This goes out to everyone out there. It doesn't matter if you have a flashy quirk or born quirkless or born with a villainous quirk, as long as you work hard you can be a hero. I'm gonna prove that to you all today. I'm gonna show you my plus. Audience Ultra. Shinso, always wanted to do that anyway. Here's midnight, I guess. Shinso left the stage with a round of applause with the teachers. Izuku couldn't get his calculating eyes off him. Izuku, Nizu. Nizu didn't speak, didn't even spare him a glance, just threw Shinso file on his lap. Izuku grabbed it and started reading it. Izuku, I see that he has a very powerful and useful quirk. Why wasn't he allowed at the hero course? Or recommended for a hero course at another hero school? Nizuj, he didn't meet the requirements to pass, only was able to destroy one robot. Izuku, I'm sorry, what? Are you telling me that to make it to the hero course you have to destroy a robot? Showed multiple robots been that way since forever. It's bullshit. If you ask me, I had to enter the hero course through the sport festival like Shinso is trying to do. Izuku, that is so effing stupid. Do you realize the number of potential heroes you've lost over the years, the number of students you might have sent the path to villainy? Nizu, now it's not the time nor place to discuss this. Izuku, fine, but believe you me, we will discuss this after the sport festival. Sakura, I would also like to be a part of that meeting. Nizu sighed and nodded, seeing another 2-hour rant like the USJ in his near future. Midnight, now ladies and gentlemen, the first part of the sport festival will begin. Racers to the starting line. Chapter end. Midnight go! And they were off. Izuku's class leading the herd, and it wasn't even a close match. They were 15 feet apart from the closest ones, who were from Class B, but Izuku's eyes were on Shinso. With Shinso, we see him running as fast as he could, being just behind the students from Class B, dodging the giant robot's hands coming after them. Shinso jumped at the wrong time, and a robot slapped him to the back, falling to the mud. Looked up at the bleachers and saw his grandfather. Flashback. Shinso fell to the mud, breathing heavily. He screamed in pain as his grandfather whipped him. Sean, get up, your training's not done. Shinso, I can't. Sean, yes, you can get up. Shinso, I said I can't. Sean, then you'll never be a hero. You're already at a disadvantage with the quirk you have. You need to train twice as hard as the rest to be able to compete. Shinso, but... Sean, either get up or give up. What will you choose, the lion or the mouse? Shinso, I am. Present. Shinso, am a lion. Shinso got up and ran faster than before, feeling nothing but pure rage. He recovered ground and passed Class B. Shinso made it just behind Class A when they all jumped the second stage of the obstacle course, the pit. With Mina. Mina jumped the pit but didn't make it. As she was falling, her whole world slowed down. Mina, no. I can't lose yet. I can't lose here. I refuse to lose. With Izuku. Izuku saw a blur of green, making him open his eyes and stand up in shock. All eyes were on him. Angela, son, what's wrong? Izuku, was that? No, it couldn't be, could it? Mina, beware my power. Green lantern's light. They were blinded by a green light. Back with Mina a few seconds before. As Mina closed her eyes waiting to reach the floor, she felt something. She opened her eyes and saw a green ring on her fingers. Mina felt power coming through her body as words appeared inside her mind. She was compelled to say them. Mina, in brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might, beware my power. Green lantern's light. The whole pit went bright green as Mina came out flying. Everyone was shocked at what they saw. Author here, I'll be honest, I looked up Mina Green Lantern out of a whim. I was 100% sure it wouldn't exist, and yet here she is. It's true what they say, Google really has everything. Mina went flying to the finish line, her willpower surrounding her, taking shape of a rocket, flying at top speed, going from last to fifth. She got out of the rocket just as shocked as the rest of the people there. With the teachers. Angela, Izuku. Izuku on it. He left running, leaving. Does not from Overwatch, confused. Toshinori, what just happened? Nizu, I would like to know myself. Angela, I'm afraid we can't tell you, and before you start, we're under a contract to keep our mouth shut, so we literally can't tell you anything. Sakura, can you be vague? Angela, Mina, Ashido had willpower, more willpower than anyone in this school. For that willpower, she was chosen by a group of people. Nizu, that ring on her finger, what can it do? Angela, anything really. The limits, it's the wearer imagination and willpower. Nizu, tell Midnight to continue on before more people start asking questions. Nizu, with Izuku. Izuku made it to the stadium and saw people started coming close to Mina, who was looking around confused and looking at the ring, not knowing what it was. Izuku ran to her and grabbed her shoulder. She looked at him. Mina-s, sensei? Izuku, you're coming with me now, no objection. I'm gonna tell you about the ring. Mina nods and they leave together, class of being smarter than to follow him, the rest wanting to follow but being too scared. With Izuku and Mina. They made it to a classroom no one ever used anymore. Mina sat down on a chair. Mina, so what can you tell me about the ring? What is it? Izuku, it's complicated and we don't have the time to go into it and its history, just know you're gonna come to Overwatch HQ after the festival, there will tell you everything, am I clear? Mina, yes sensei, but can you tell me one thing? Izuku, yes, it's an alien ring. Mina, holy shit. Aliens exist. Izuku, keep your voice down. Mina, why? Izuku, because people can't know that they exist, that's why. Mina, but why not? Izuku, again, it's complicated, but to put it simple and as quickly as possible, if people knew the truth, the relative peaceful times we're living would be ruined. Mina, but I don't get it, why? Izuku, how much do you know about history? Mina, almost nothing. Izuku, did you know people with quirks used to be killed? Mina, what? Izuku, yup, people with power were few and far between, and the people back then used to think they were demons, but after years and years people with powers started growing care to take a case. What happened next? Mina, they were killed? Izuku, no, were the world's governments all wanted the people with quirks on their side so they could be a powerhouse and take control of the world. Mina, okay. But what's that got to do with this? Izuku, I'm getting do it, answer me this, if the world knew the truth that we're not alone, how long do you think will last before some greedy asshole makes a deal with alien forces to get their advanced weapons? It took 10 centuries for the world to calm down and find relatively peace, and all major discoveries were set back thousands of years to the point we're still using the same phones and cares as 10 centuries ago. Now how many centuries do you think technology will take a hit if aliens are involved? Meanin.I. Izuku, look, like I said, it's complicated and we don't have the time to get into it. I'll explain it all and way better later. For now, don't tell anyone about the ring, just say, is a support item, understood? Mina, yes sense. Izuku, now go before you miss the second event. Mina nods and leaves, with Izuku walking back to the teachers and slumping on his chair, sighing loudly of how tired he was. Winston, did you talk to her? Izuku, yes, and that's when his phone rang. He looked and it was Bridget. Izuku, sorry, I gotta take this. Izuku hit the green button and put his phone on his ear. Izuku, hey love, what's up? That's when Izuku's heart fell to the deepest pit of his stomach, feeling more fear than he ever felt on his life. Bridget, Izuku, come quick, her eyes in the hospital. Chapter end. The world seemed to just freeze for Izuku after he heard that he's been an agent of Overwatch for 3 years and he's never been more scared than this very moment. Izuku, what hospital? All eyes were on him, surprised to see Izuku for the first them show panic in his voice and face. Bridget, XXXXXXXXXXXX, hurry. Izuku hung up his hands, trembling. Angela, son, what's wrong? Izuku, Aries at the hospital, I gotta go. Winston, take care of this while I'm away. Winston, me and your mother will take care of it, go. Izuku was about to leave. Toshinori, Ray is my boy, wait a moment. Izuku, what? Izuku looked at him, nothing but fury in his eyes. Toshinori threw him his keys. Toshinori, take my motorcycle, you'll get there faster. Izuku nods and leaves, running. Mike opens the door and Izuku literally threw him out of the way as he ran. Mike, Jesus, what's the rush? It's not like anyone's dead. Izuku heard that as he was running and he started thinking the worst possible scenarios. Izuku, what if a villain attacked? What if she was shot? Oh god, what if Overhaul escaped? Izuku made it to Toshinori motorcycle. Izuku, I'm surprised it's not yellow. Izuku chuckled to himself, then slapped himself hard. Izuku, now is not the time for that. Izuku jumped on, started an engine, and he was off. He races through the streets on the motorcycle, weaving in and out of traffic, even running red lights to get there faster. Nothing will stop him. Sadly, nothing is stopping his mind. The scenarios were getting darker and darker. Izuku, oh god, what if her quirk went out of control and she hurts herself? What if she's in a coma? What if someone stabbed her and she's in critical? Izuku, stupid, stupid, stupid. I should have been there to protect her. Izuku kept insulting himself as he made it to the hospital. He parked the motorcycle and ran inside to the receptionist, slamming his hero and driver's license on the desk. Izuku, where is Eri Reyes? I'm father. Receptionist, aren't you a lit? Izuku, tell me now or I swear to Magneto that they will not find your body and you won't die slow. Izuku said, giving the receptionist the nastiest, scariest glare she's ever seen in her life. Bridget, Izuku. He looked and saw Bridget's sure eyes red from crying. He ignored the receptionist and went running, hugging her. Izuku, what happened? Bridget, I don't know. We were having fun. I bought her ice cream, then suddenly she started turning red. Then she said it was getting hard to breathe and. Bridget started crying again as Izuku held her tight. After 15 minutes, a doctor came to see them. Doctor, are you Eri Reyes' parents? Both yes. Izuku, is she all right? Doctor, she's fine. Her face went back to normal and she's breathing fine. Both parents took a huge breath of relief. Bridget, but what happened? Doctor, we did some tests and apparently little Eri has a nut allergy. Bridget, oh god, her ice cream had peanuts on top. Izuku, why didn't you tell me she had a nut allergy? Izuku, because I didn't know. Doctor, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say both you are new at this whole parenting thing. Izuku, what gave it away? The doctor chuckled. Doctor, she'll be fine, she's just sleeping off the drugs we gave her, she'll wake up in a few minutes. Bridget, thank you doctor. The doctor left and Bridget sat down tired since in her panic she didn't call 911. No, she ran to the hospital with Eri in her arms. As for Izuku, her fell to his knees. Izuku. Izuku fell on the floor. Izuku, oh my heart. Izuku went to the fetal position. Izuku, oh my poor heart. Bridget, honey, get off the floor, sit next to me. After a few minutes Izuku did as he was told, both not saying anything until Izuku started chuckling. Bridget looked at him as he was cleaning tears that were falling from his face. He was laughing and crying from the stress. Izuku, what the hell is wrong with us? We've been through war, we've faced off against countless villains, we've been spies, hell I faced against a giant with a god complex and I wasn't as scared as I am now. Welcome to being a parent. Both looked in their parents. Izuku/Bridget, dad? Izuku, what are you guys doing here? Angela Winston is taking care of the politics with Miss Sakura, plus the second event won't start until like 2 hours to give the students time to rest. Also, she's my granddaughter. The F, you mean I stay with Winston? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Nurse Shu. Angela gave the nurse a demon's glare, making her leave. Gabriel, as for me, I was actually in the stadium watching the sport festival. Gotta say, seeing a new Green Lantern was not something I thought I would see. Izuku, tell me about it, we gotta talk to her after the festival. Gabriel, I know I already called the Justice League, they're sending Jessica Cruz. Izuku, thank God, better her than Hal Jordan, the guy is such a tool. Bridget, Ejim, can we please not talk about work when our baby is in the hospital? Izuku, yes, sorry love. Gabriel, like I said, welcome to being a parent where every day you're gonna be scared out of your mind about if something happens to them. Angela, I can't tell you how many times I was scared when we lost connection to you when you were on missions. Izuku, yes, sorry. Angela, it's fine, but both of you need to learn something you're gonna learn right now. Bridget, what's that? Angela, you're both Overwatch agents, both of you have been on countless missions around the world, and both you have what I like to call the burden of knowledge. You guys are gonna be worse than any parent who freaks out cause their kids eat Play-Doh. Izuku, why? Angela, the same reason your father and me were scared for you you were a little kid, because you've seen too much, you've seen what can really go wrong. Torbjorn, and if you don't get a handle on that it's gonna kill you both. Both of them got quiet, just letting the information set in when the doctor came. Dr. Little Eri is awake, you can come see her. Izuku and Bridget ran to her room to see their daughter. Warning, just pure family fluff. Both Izuku and Bridget went inside, seeing a scared Eri who looked relief at seeing her parents. Eri, mommy, daddy. Bridget tried to hug her, but Eri jumped into Izuku's arm. Izuku looked at Bridget with a smug smile. Izuku, I believe Jide said it best, my love. Bridget said wah. Izuku wasted. Bridget, you're hilarious, love. The sarcasm was thick as she got close and petted Eri's head. Eri's, I don't remember what happened. I was eating ice cream, then it was hard to breathe, then I woke up here and neither of you were here. Eri said, sniffling as she cuddled on Izuku's chest. Izuku, it was nothing to be scared of, honey, apparently you have a nut allergy. Eri, allergy? Izuku, yup, it means you can't eat any peanut or stuff with peanuts in it. Eri, see, can I still have candy apples? Izuku, of course my princess, now the doctors said you can leave, so how about you go with daddy to his work? Eri, is mommy coming too? Bridget, of course baby, I'm not leaving your side. Eri nods and they go outside and see their family. Eri gets shy until she sees someone that Izuku doesn't know it yet, but it will cause him so much pain. Eri, grandpa. Izuku let Eri go and she went and hugged Torbjorn, who hugged back laughing. Torbjorn, haha, so glad you're okay honey, you gave this old gnome quite the scare. Eri, can I see one of your toys? Eri said. Exited. Torbjorn laughed. Torbjorn, of course, come, I brought one of my inventions just for you. Bridget, come with me. Bridget coming, father. Bridget kissed Izuku's cheek and she left with Eri and her dad. Izuku smiled softly, touching his cheek until he felt a chill up his spine. He turned back and paled at what he saw: his mother and father giving out killer instinct. Angela's killer instinct. Gabriel's killer instinct. Angela, Izuku, Jameson Reyes Ziegler. Izuku paled, feeling true fear. His mother just used his full name for you see. Izuku is normal Izuku Reyes, professional Izuku Reyes Ziegler, angry Izuku Jameson Reyes Ziegler. Better start praying to whatever god you believe in. Gabriel, care to tell us why Eri knows that Torbjorn is her grandfather before us? Izuku, A.A.A.W. Well, you see that after the whole Bridget being angry with me, she kinda introduced Eri to her father. I had no say in it, I swear I didn't know until she did it. Angela. Oh, that's fine dear, but why, oh why haven't we been invited to see her again and tell her who we are? Izuku, I thought it slipped my mind. And that's when it happened. In Angela's hand was her greatest weapon, the thing every Latino and Asian kid fears more than death itself. La chancla. Izuku. Izuku tried to run, but Angela appeared behind him faster than he can see. Angela, oh ho ho, you're not going anywhere. Izuku, mommy. Angela, oh ho ho, mommy's not here right now. 5 very painful minutes later. The Reyes family came out of the hospital, Angela smiling like nothing happened, Gabriel with his usual serious expression, and Izuku that the poor boy was limping his way out. Angela, oh stop being a baby, I didn't hit you that bad. Eri, daddy. Eri came to Izuku holding a neighbor Totoro plush. Eri, look what grandpa made me. Izuku pets Eri head, smiling. He could feel his mother eyes burning a hole behind his head. Izuku, honey, I want to introduce you to some people, can you be a big girl for that? Eri nods and Izuku leads her to Angela and Gabriel. Izuku, honey, this are daddy's mommy and daddy, they're your other grandparents. Eri, hi. Eri said shyly. She looked at Gabriel. She walked close to him. Eri, I feel safe close to you like I do with daddy. Gabriel kneeled down and pets Eri hair. Gabriel, I get that a lot, what do you got there? Eri surprised face. Oh. Grandpa made it for me, he called it Todaro, he said it will protect me. Gabriel, that's nice, but you don't need that when Pop is around. Izuku snorted in amusement. Izuku, chihihi Pop, I am so making that your new contact name. Eri, Pop will protect me? Gabriel grabbed Eri, holding her in his arm. Gabriel, not just me darling, you have a big family and we will all protect you. Now I want you to meet your grandmother. Angela, hello darling, you're just the cutest girl I've ever seen. Angela softly pinched Eri's cheeks. Eri, you can't be my grandma, you look really young. Eri said innocently, but it gave Angela a big ego boost. Angela, ho, a smooth talker, she really is a Reyes, but yes darling, I'm your gram and Izuku, if you but that as my contact number you'll see why I was feared in Blackwatch. Izuku paled and nodded. Angela, oh this is so great, you, me and your mommy are gonna have so much fun together buying you clothes. Izuku, remember mom, she's not a doll. Angela, hush you. Gabriel, it's no use boy, just prepare for your wallet to take a big hit. Izuku, I can say the same for yours. Both laughed softly as a car horn took them out of the moment and they saw Bridget with her father already in the car. Bridget, come on everyone, if we hurry we can still make it to see the 3rd event of the sport festival. Izuku, coming love, alright sweetie, ready to go again to daddy's workplace. Eri, is the pink lady gonna be there? Izuku, yes Mina will be there, you like the pink lady? Eri, she's fun. And she makes daddy make funny faces. Izuku gave a breathless chuckled. Gabriel, funny faces? Izuku, the Reyes signature frown. Gabriel, I gotcha. All 4 of them went to the car and they left for UA for the final event of the sports festival. Chapter end. The Reyes family made it back to the stadium. Gabriel, Well, this is where we go our esperate ways, son. I can't wait to see your students in action. Izuku, keep your eyes out for my student Ejiro Kirishima, his fight will be entertaining to say the least. Izuku chuckled a bit darkly, making Gabriel join him. Torbjorn, since I don't have to convince people of nothing, mind if I join you, Reyes? Gabriel, sure, then we can talk about who's best grandfather. Torbjorno? While I would love to do that, I think spending all that time talking about me is a bit egocentric. Torbjorn left laughing, with Gabriel joining him not before kissing his wife goodbye. Angela, alright, I just finished my call with Monkey, I mean Winston. Angela blushed while Izuku laughed, and Bridget kept quiet but couldn't help but let an amused smile escape from her lips. Izuku, Dad is finally breaking you, Mom. Angela, oh honey, he broke me a long time ago. Izuku, what do you thought? Oh my god, Mom, EW. Angela left laughing. Izuku sighed and walked with his fiancée until Eri tugged his shirt. Izuku looked at Eri, who was squirming. Eri D, Daddy, I'm hungry. Announcer, the third and final event will start in 2 minutes. Izuku sighed, grabbed Eri, holding her in his arms. Izuku, would a candy apple cure that hunger, sweet pea? Eri nods his head excitedly. Izuku smiled and looked at Bridget. Izuku, go inside, love, we'll be right back. Bridget, fine, but be careful, remember you have precious cargo with you. Izuku, I know Eri's life is more important than our own. Bridget, demonstrate. Izuku and Bridget kissed but were stopped when they heard a flash. Tura eep. Kyoka, you dumbass, you forgot to turn off the flash. Tura, sorry, I forgot. Mina, never mind that, let's get out of here before. Izuku game. All the girls looked behind them to see their very angry sensei. Izuku, I'll give you 5 seconds to start running. Momo, S, sensei, we. Izuku, Momo, W, wait, we can explain. Izuku, Mina, screw that. Izuku, they started running. Izuku snapped his neck. Izuku, once they were out from sight, Izuku grabbed Eri and went the other way to get her food. In the waiting line, we see Izuku and Eri waiting. Eri got tired and was taking a nap while Izuku waited. He felt someone put their arm on his shoulder. He looked and frowned. Moira, so the rumors were true, a little reaper's son of one of my test subject, and that beach of an angel. Izuku growled, looking at her. Izuku, Moira Odiarain, the witch that stole from my mother. Don't know why you have that lab coat, since that's for scientists, you faker. Moira frowned and added pressure to Izuku's shoulder, making grunt a bit, but still smirked. Izuku, what's wrong? Can dish it put but can't take it? I thought rats ran in packs, so who's with you? Do you have Widowmaker pointing her sniper rifle at me in the roof? Or maybe Tracer is looking at me through the cameras Nizu has all over this place. I know it's not Doomfist, he thinks too highly of himself to do dirty work, and Soldier 76 is too much of a coward to show his face since the last time I saw him. Izuku heard a chuckle. He turned around and his frown became even deeper. Maximilian, my, you sure know a lot about us, Mr. Reyes. Say, what do you know about me? Izuku's Maximilian Talon's personal piggy bank. Say, how's selling your soul been trotting you? Maximilian, last I checked, most of you hairless apes can't accept that robots can have a soul, so I can't really sell something I don't have. Izuku, so any reason you're here in a festival surrounded by heroes? Maximilian, come now, Mr. Reyes, you're smarter than that. There is no proof that I or Moira are part of Talon, so you can't just scream villain over here like you did with Underling Overhaul. Izuku, now I get it, you're here to get revenge for him? What did I stop your flow of anti-quirk bullets? Maximilian, a bit, but worry not, production will resume as soon as we find out that secret ingredient. It took everything inside Izuku not to flinch or show any kind of emotion. Maximilian, sadly, Overhaul is not being very forthcoming of such valuable information. Izuku, because he knows it's his only trump card, he tells you that you would have no reason to keep him around and just let him rot in a jail cell. Maximilian, well, of course I would, just like you humans discard any electronic device as soon as it gets the tiniest bit of damage, but worry not, I'll find out what that secret ingredient is soon enough. They made it to the front of the line and Maximilian bought a candy apple and gave it to Eri, who woke up and smiled too innocent to know what's going on. Eri, thank you, Mr. Robot. Maximilian chuckled and looked at Izuku, who glared at him. Maximilian, cute kid, now if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Izuku, and you're not gonna tell me what that work is and just save us some time? Maximilian, Now Mr. Reyes, where would be the entertainment in that? Come where? Moira slapped softly condescendingly Izuku's cheeks a bit before leaving, making Izuku sigh frustrated. Izuku, come on honey, let's go to mommy. And they went, one too innocent to know what happened and the other with too many chains on him to do anything. Chapter end. With Angela. She and Bridget made it to the teacher's room and opened the door. All eyes were on her and Winston smiled, but his eyes showed worry. Winston, so how's the little girl? Angela, Eri is fine, don't worry. Toshinori, if you don't mind me asking. Bridget, I do mind, since you and your wife told my fiancé to give up our daughter, so leave does comments to yourself, you self-righteous piece of. Angela, wow girl down, let the disgrace speak, he say something stupid, I'll personally skin him alive. Angela said with a cold smile, sending shiver to Toshinori's spine. Toshinori, I just wanted to ask, why was little Eri in the hospital, and for the keys of my bike back. Bridget, your keys, Izuku has them. As for Eri, we discovered she has a peanut allergy. Winston, what? So she can't eat peanut butter. I can't think of a more cruel hell. I would kill myself. Sakura, while we are all glad it wasn't something more serious, since she is our future right now, we should watch the fight that about to start, especially you Overwatch, since this will give me the information to decide if we should allow you lot to train and have hero licenses in Japan. Winston, write my apologies. Angela, you guys too, that I need to talk to Miss Yagi for a minute in private. Inko was very confused but noted and followed Angela out. They walked for a bit until making it to a private empty room. Inko, so why did you want to talk to me? Angela said nothing and just gave Inko an envelope with a serious expression. Angela, I'm showing you this because I'm also a mother and you have a right to know. Inko was even more confused until she opened and read the files. Her eyes went wide. Paper Chizuku. Reyes and Izumi Yagi match for siblings DNA. Inko puts the paper softly on a table next to her, looking down with a sad smile. Inko, so it's my suspicions are true. Izuku is was my child. Angela, I'm surprised you're taking this so well. I would have thought you would have screamed or act entitled and demand that I give your baby back. Inko looked surprised and gave an uncomfortable chuckle. Inko, I'm not some insane woman who would do that. Angela, Inko and the author looked at the others. Izuku Yagi stories, straight face. Inko, no. As much as it breaks my heart, Izuku is no longer my son. He is your son. The most I can ever hope for is that Izuku and me have a friendly relationship and that he at least sees Izumi like his sister. She always wanted an older brother. Angela, I see. Then when he was your child, how in the ever-living F could you have left him in an abandoned orphanage? Angela's cold glare would have scared Inko, but she just looked confused. Inko, what are you talking about? Angela, the orphanage you left Izuku was abandoned. It was abandoned for over 3 years. What in the world were you thinking? Inko looked shocked and involuntary tears fell from her face. Inko, I didn't know. I thought. I swear I didn't know. I wasn't ready to be a mother, but I would never. Flashback. Inko, okay, so what orphanage should we? Toshinori took all the forms. Toshinori, let me take care of it, love. I need to make sure they can't track where the baby came from. Inko, Toshi, come on, I know you're scared, but at the very least this baby is gonna go to the best orphanage money can buy. I will not let him suffer any more than he has to just because of fear. Toshinori got quiet for a few seconds before he talked again, his voice more cold-hearted. Toshinori, fine. I actually know an orphanage that will work. He won't suffer, at least not for long, and our reputation will be safe. Present. Inko, that be Esther at that, Fing, be Esther D. The room began to tremble as the roof broke and everything around started surrounding Inko in circles. Her eyes were pure white with rage. Angela, what the hell, calm down. Inko, calm down. How can you possibly want me to calm down? Inko quirk was going out of control. Angela, with no choice, shoots Inko with a tranquilizer tard. Inko, what the? Inko fell and Angela caught her and jumped out of the way as everything that was levitating fell on the ground. Angela, by Lord Magneto, that was close. I see why she's the number 4 hero in Japan. Angela used her powers to take the tranquilizer serum out of Inko's system and slapped her a few times to wake her up. Inko, what happened? Angela, well, it looked like you were about to create a black hole when you snapped. Care to tell me what the hell that was? Inko, oh I'll tell you what that was. Inko procked to tell Angela her flashback, making her just as angry as Inko. If it wasn't for Garbiel, baby Izuku would have starved to death. Small time skip. We see Inko and Angela sitting back with the other teachers, both glaring at Toshinori, who was none the wiser. The door opened and Izuku appeared with Eri in his arms. Izuku, sorry I'm late, the dot line was long. Bridget, it's fine, your students haven't fought yet, just that Shinso kid, and man was he brutal, he didn't even use a quirk, just beat that 1B Mantis kid senseless. Izuku, shame I missed it. Angela, no matter son, did you read that envelope I gave to you a few days ago? Izuku sighed a bit sadly and sat down. Izuku, yes I did, just another thing I have to deal with after the games. Inko, I'm sorry you have to do so much, really am so very sorry. Inko said softly, looking down, not having the stomach to look at Izuku, who for his part could read between the lines, and sighed and looked at the fight. Izuku, me too. Chapter end. Mike, alright everybody. Our next match for the sport festival is ready to start. Today we got a great match for you today. Aizawa, God you're an awful announcer, you said today twice. Mike, hey I didn't invite you here to criticize me. Aizawa, then why did you invite me here? Mike, did I get lonely here alone? Aizawa rolled his eyes as Mike went back to announce. Mike, anyway today's match is the fight of rock versus steel, manly versus manly. On your left you have the man of steel of class B, Tetsu. Tetsu came running to the stage, waving at everyone, smiling. Mike, and on your right you have the stone man of class A, Ejiro Kirishima. Ejiro walked to the stage with a serious expression with his arm crossed. With Izuku. Sakura, so it's finally starting, Toshinori versus Izuku's students who will come out on. Izuku. He grabbed his phone and called someone. Izuku, Gremlin, yeah it's me, yes you said thank you enough, I need you hack the audio on the arena. Everyone looked at Izuku confused. Izuku, Ejiro Kirishima. Kirishima flinched and stood straight up. Kirishima, why, yes sensei. Izuku, win this fight without your quirk. Kirishima, yes sensei. Izuku hangs up, looking straight at the fight, ignoring everyone staring at him. Izuku, there I gave my student a handicap, so Asmite over there has a fighting chance at least. Toshinori, are you crazy? Your student will get beat up. Izuku, you don't know anything about my students or the training I subjected them to, so shut your mouth before I do it for you. Toshinori glared at Izuku. Sakura, enough both of you, and Mr. Reyes, are you certain what you're doing? Izuku, I know completely what I am doing. I have full confidence of Kirishima's skills. If he used his quirk, this match would be over far too quickly for you to make an assessment, and it would give Asmite over there an excuse that it was all luck. I want to prove that it was all skill and hard work. Sakura, very well, I'll allow it. Nizu, I'll allow it too. Winston, Reyes, a moment. Izuku, make it quick, the fight is about to start. Winston, right, but my question is, who's this gremlin? Izuku, recent incident made me realize that Overwatch doesn't really have a good hacker or inverter. I mean, sure, Bridget's father is one hell of an inventor, but he won't be working forever, so I decided to inject fresh blood into Overwatch. Bridget who? Izuku. Flashback. Izuku was walking to the support department when he saw a door exploding and huge smoke coming from the room. Izuku went running to help. Izuku, is everyone alright? PW, goddamn it, May, no time to talk, power loader sensei. I need to fix my baby. PW, no, you need to clean this mess. After that you are suspended from working on any of your babies for a goddamn month. May, you can't do that. PW, the hell I can't, I'm tired of this sheet. PW threw a broom at her. PW, now get to cleaning. PW walked away mumbling curses at the wind as Izuku walked closer to May, who was sweeping depressingly. Izuku, era, what crawled up inside him and died? May, I know, right? I do one little explosion and I'm banned from my workshop for a month. How is that fair? Izuku, sounds like he's holding you back from reaching your true potential. May, tell me about it. I hate people. How am I supposed to build babies if I can't make mistakes? Science isn't a one-way street, it's a roller coaster. Didn't someone say I have failed, but I found 500 ways it didn't work? Izuku, not quite, but I get what you mean. If only there was some way for you to build your babies without the man interfering with your babies. May, oh, there is. The sport festival. Once a scout for a big support company sees my babies at work, they'll love them and want me to work for them. Izuku, but that's still a while away, and even if they like what they see, that's no indication that they'll choose you. They can just as easily steal your babies and call them their own, or even if they don't and they still choose you, that will be years away until you graduate. Are you ready to wait that long to really start making babies? Mei, you're right, but what am I gonna do? I need to find someone who's not gonna steal my babies and has the money to let me keep making them. It's not like he's just gonna magically walk through that door. Izuku gave Mei his hand and Mei awkwardly shook it. Izuku Reyes, second-generation Reaper and a representative of Overwatch, and I'm interested in what you have to make Miss Hatsum. Mei's eyes were replaced by stars as she dragged Izuku to her lab so he could see all her babies and plans for future babies. Present. Nizuj, so you used fear and manipulation to steal one of my students? Izuku, no, of course not. I used fear and manipulation to poach one of your students. Now she's a full member of Overwatch and is as we speak building things with my fiancé's father. Bridget, oh my god, that pink girl that kept telling me to thank you, now it makes sense. Bridget said, laughing. Izuku just smirked. Izuku, yup, you all really made a mistake limiting her creativity. Now she is unhinged with basically a blank checkbook. Oh, the things she will build for us and not you. Nizu, can't you see it, uncle? Winston, I do believe that's a point for Overwatch, old friend. Nizu just had to force a smile and kept his eyes on the fight ahead. And if anyone is wondering how PW reacted to being freed from Mei, yes, safe to say he was happy with the news. Chapter end. In the arena. Midnight, now Tetsu, are you ready? Tetsu, bring it on. Tetsu pumped his fist to the air, making the crowd cheer. Midnight looked at Kirishima, who still had a stoic face. Okay, he's just moving his neck from one side to another. Midnight, Ejiro. Kirishima, are you ready? Kirishima just nods as Midnight lifts her hand in the air. Midnight, then start. Tetsu went running with his fist pulled back. Already his skin changed from flesh to steel and he punched Kirishima straight in the head, but Kirishima didn't move. Everyone got quiet. All that could be heard was the dripping of blood coming from Kirishima's nose. Kirishima, is that it? Tetsu, huh? Kirishima, you trained with all might and that's the best you can punch? How unmanly, let me show you a real manly punch. Before Tetsu could react, Kirishima punched him in the gut so hard it made Tetsu spit out blood and send him back a few steps. With the teachers. Nizu, did you teach him Muay Thai? Izuku, not, I gave him a even better art, Myanmar Lethwei, or for the uncultured Burmese bare knuckle boxing. Back to the fight. Kirishima kicked Tetsu in the gut before hitting him in the face. Tetsu face fell as Kirishima gave him another punch, sending his face back up, then another punch in the gut. Kirishima kicked him in the ribs before giving him an uppercut. He gave Tetsu another hit on the gut, then two in the face and again at the gut. This went on repeat over and over with Tetsu not being able to defend himself even with his quirk. He could feel the pain of the punches until Tetsu got lucky and punched Kirishima in the face, sending him back. Tetsu tried to give another, but Kirishima dodged it and kicked Tetsu in the ribs before jumping and slamming his elbow on Tetsu's head. Tetsu failed to get another hit as Kirishima kicked him in the head. Blood fell from Tetsu's mouth, and in the amount of time it took for the blood to reach the floor, Kirishima kicked Tetsu 5 times, 1 in the head, 1 in his neck, 1 in his ribs, and 1 in his knees, forcing Tetsu to kneel down as Kirishima slammed his knee on Tetsu's face, but Tetsu dodged it before getting up faster than Kirishima expected and slammed a metal-infused karate chop to Kirishima's spine, causing Kirishima to black out for a minute, just enough time for Tetsu. Using his full strength, he pulled back his punch and threw it at Kirishima, sending him flying. Tetsu, no more playing around, Tetsu said, breathing heavily through bloody teeth. With the teachers. Nizu, fascinating. What type of training did you give the boy? It looks like he's actually hurting Tetsu even though his skin is metal. Izuku, normally the body can't withstand a series of punches, however after a series of repeated bone fractures the bone's hardness is elevated to endure abnormal conditions. Sakura, so you're saying. Izuku, my student has the skin of rock and the bones of steel. Toshinori, while I commend Kirishima for making Tetsu get serious, this match is over. You're not the only one who trained Reyes. Izuku said nothing and kept looking at the fight. Back to the fight. Midnight, Kirishima, can you continue? Kirishima got up as Tetsu kneeled down in pain. Kirishima, I can but this unmanly boy can't. Midnight looked to see what he meant and paled a little. Tetsu hand his fingers were all broken unattached to the palm. Kirishima, call the match. Tetsu's like hell. Tetsu touched his fingers then winced instantly in pain but he pulled through and reattached his fingers back to normal screaming as he did it one by one until he was done. He was breathing heavily getting up the sense to puke was big but he just looked at Kirishima determined and got into fighting position. Kirishima sighed. Kirishima, this would be over if I could use my quirk. How annoying is that how I used to act? Kirishima asked himself as he ran to Tetsu dodged a punched and kicked Tetsu in the knee sending him to kneel. Kirishima took a step back before frowning. Tetsu was still getting up. Kirishima, just stay down. Kirishima rushed Tetsu and proceeded to unleash a series of punched and kicked even faster than before until he kicked Tetsu one last time with his speed boost to the face. Everyone heard a crack and were shocked to see Kirishima manage to break Tetsu quirk. He still had it on but his face looked like cracked glass. Kirishima, you're not gonna win. My new fighting style sacrifices all defenses and allows me to go completely on the offensive with speed you can't dodge. Face it Tetsu, you've been outmantled. Kirishima walked a few steps back instantly bleeding coming down blinding his left eye. Kirishima looked with his good eye and was shocked at what he saw. Tetsu, like I said I'm done playing around. With the teachers. Everyone minus Toshinori was taken off guard. Izuku, what the hell just happened? Izuku sat up from his seat. Toshinori gave a smug chuckled. Toshinori, like I said you're not the only one who trained Reyes. Sakura, all might explain. Toshinori, what you see down there is my work with Tetsu, his ultimate form. His whole body becomes not metallic but Bridget, nanobatic. He reached the next phase of his quirk. You were able to evolve his quirk to where his whole body becomes nanobots. Toshinori, yes, like I said this match is over. Sakura, Mr. Reyes, would you like to tell Kirishima to use his quirk? Izuku thought about it for a few seconds before sitting down kneeling holding his hands in a thinking position. Izuku, no. No, Kirishima can still win this match just the way he is. Toshinori, a hubris, it's a bitter pill to swallow. Reyes. Izuku grabbed his hands harder looking at the fight more seriously. Chapter end. With Kirishima. Kirishima and Tetsu walked around each other in circles. Kirishima had his hands up in a defensive position while Tetsu had a smug smile on his face. Tetsu, what's wrong Kiri? It's not manly to feel fear but since you have to face me I'll let it slide, just be a good little beau. Kirishima punched Tetsu sending a few steps back, blood in his mouth, only it wasn't Tetsu's blood. Tetsu smirked as he looked at Kirishima holding his now bleeding hand in pain. Tetsu, it looks like that hurt you a lot more than it hurt me. Kirishima, don't you ever shut up? Tetsu, fine, I'll let my fist do the talking, let me show you a real manly punch. Kirishima, bring it. Both contestants ran at each other at the same time but Kirishima lands the first blow, a front kick to the gut, but his foot got stuck as spikes appeared in Tetsu gut impaling Kirishima's foot. Tetsu grabbed Kirishima's ankle and released his leg before he threw him over his head and slammed him to the ground. Tetsu lifted his arm about to land a blow but Kirishima kicked Tetsu's shin sending Tetsu back. Kirishima got back up fast and threw a punch. Tetsu kneeled down. Dodging it, and Tetsu gave Kirishima a bear hug. Spikes appeared all over his body impaling Kirishima as Tetsu squeezed harder like a boa snake. Every breath Kirishima took Tetsu would hug harder making it harder to breath. Tetsu, I think it's my turn to. Izuku Yajiro. Kirishima. The stadium froze and looked at the monitor that had Izuku sitting holding his phone as a microphone. Kirishima S. Sensei. Izuku, your punishment is finished, bring out the beast. The monitor turned off as the crowd was confused. With the teachers. Nizu, care to explain Mr. Reyes? Izuku, Kirishima a while back tried to defend Bakugo Katsuki and went against my orders. Those who don't follow orders must be punished and that's what I did. Toshinori, what a disgusting display. Izuku, no disgusting display would be forcing experimental surgery on a student to evolve their quirk, but then again who would do that? Izuku glanced at Toshinori smirking as Toshinori glared at Izuku. Toshinori, how did he? Izuku, how did I know that? Toshinori froze as now Izuku was giving him his full attention. Izuku, I'm a Overwatch agent, that's how I know your dirty little secrets, you scared little quirkless betrayer. Toshinori stood up furious at Izuku. Sakura. Toshinori, stand down, that's an order from your commander. Toshinori reluctantly stood down, his arm crossed as Sakura looked at Izuku. Sakura, Mr. Reyes, care to explain this surgery? Bridget, we call it deal with the devil, since the success is only 9%, it's upgrade your quirk to the next evolutionary step of their powers, but it comes with a price apart from the fact that you will probably die on the operating table. Izuku, the price being that you have to deal with basically having 2 quirks. While that might sound fantastic, having multiple quirks can have lasting deviating effects on the body, since they're still humans, not omnics. The body can't handle it like most people with twin quirks. If they overuse it, the effect will be fatal, and Toshinori here subjected Tetsu to that surgery. Sakura, that is very concerning, but tell me, Mr. Reyes, has anyone in Overwatch done the surgery? Izuku, yes. Sakura, and have they survived? Izuku. Back with the fighters. Tetsu, it doesn't matter what beast you have, you will. Tetsu stopped as he heard chuckling, then full-on laughter coming from Kirishima. Tetsu, what's so funny? Kirishima, I get it now, sensei. Kirishima looked at Tetsu straight at his eyes, making Tetsu feel a twinge of fear in his heart. Kirishima eyes, they wear. Tetsu can't put into words what he saw behind those eyes. Kirishima. For all your flashy powers, you're not an omnic, you're human, you can't stay in that form forever, giving you only had less than a month of training with it, you should run out of gas right about. The spikes disappeared as Tetsu returned to his base form. Kirishima, now. Kirishima escaped the bear hug by kicking Tetsu's gut, sending him back growling. Tetsu, you disgust me, you know that, you trained on offense and sacrificed defense, but for me? I worked with my quirk. Our quirks are made for defense, we're not meant to be the shining heroes who save the day, we're meant to be the unmovable object that protect the innocent. Kirishima, what a bunch of shit, who told you that? Our quirks are made to protect and to serve justice. We will be the hero people can look upon us and know we will never give up, that I will never give up. How did it go? That oh right, in brightest day, in blackest night. Tetsu eyes widen as he remember what happened to Mina when she said that. Tetsu, wait, you have one of those too. Kirishima, no evil shall escape my sight. With the teachers. Sakura, to Mr. Reyes, care to explain. Izuku just smirked, knowing what's gonna happen. Izuku, Kirishima is being Kirishima. In the arena. Kirishima, you may want to close your eyes for this part. Let those who worship evil's might. Tetsu ran towards Kirishima to stop him. Kirishima, beware my power green lantern light. Tetsu threw a punch with his eyes closed. Kirishima easily dodged it, grabbed Tetsu wrist, as Kirishima flipped Tetsu over his head out of the arena. Midnight, Tetsu is out of the ring, winner by ring out Kirishima. Kirishima fell to his knees, breathing heavily but smiling, then the smiling turned to laughter. Kirishima, I can't believe you fell for that troll. Tetsu, man shut up, pff, ha. Tetsu transformed back to normal and laughed with him. Both manly competitors grabbed each other and helped the other go to recovery, girl laughing all the way. Might, what a stunning show of showmanship, ladies and gentlemen. Next up we have a fight of the legacy. Shoto Todoroki versus Izumi Yagi. Now with the teachers. Sakura, both are your students, Mr. Reyes, who do you think will win? Izuku, can't say. If it was before Shoto used his fire, I would say Izumi easy, but I grilled that thought out of his head and now uses his fire without trouble. I couldn't tell you. Nizu, really, how did you get Todoroki to use his fire? Izuku. Flashback. Shoto, stop it. We see Shoto locked up while Momo was in front of him, who was chained up to the wall while Izuku was whipping her hard. Momo screamed as another gash appeared. Izuku, I can't stop this Todoroki, only you can. That cell will open as soon as you use your fire. Shoto, I can't. Izuku, then I guess innocent people will die because you refuse to use your fire and… WHP. Momo's back turned red. Izuku, it's… WHP. A gash opened on Momo's back, making her back red with blood. Izuku, all. WHP. Her already opened wound gets hit and more meat is revealed. Izuku, your… Her whole back is filled with gashes and blood, you could even see the spine. Izuku fault. Momo, help me Shoto. Momo begged as her back was completely red with blood. You could see the flesh. Izuku walked up to the table and grabbed something. Izuku, yes, salt and lemon juice, this should do the trick. Momo-en, no sensei please. Izuku, don't beg me my dear, beg Shoto. He's the one who refuses to use his second quirk. Whatever happens it's on him of course. The second he uses his fire side I'll stop. Momo, help me Shoto, please use your fire, I'm begging you. Shoto, I can't. I'm sorry sensei, please punish me, not her. Izuku, that's exactly what I'm doing. Momo's wound will heal and disappear as soon as she goes to recovery girl or my mother, but the wound that you could stop this, but don't, that's a wound that will never go away. But hey, I'm a nice guy, I'll give you till the count of 3 before I pour this on her back. Izuku lifted the gallon of the salty lemon juice to Momo's back. Izuku starts to lean the jar to spill it. Momo kept screaming for help, but Shoto didn't move. Izuku, one sorry for this Yayorozu. And Izuku did it, pour the whole thing on Momo, making her scream out of pure agony. Shoto snapped and screamed in fury, using his fire side to melt the shackles and run towards Izuku, who simply dodged and kicked Shoto to the ground. As Shoto was getting up, Izuku puts the tip of his gun at Todoroki's head. Izuku, A for effort finally using your fire side, but D for taking so long. Look at her. Izuku grabbed Shoto's hair and lifted him up, showing a crying Momo still screaming in pain. As Shoto closed his eyes shut, Izuku slammed Shoto's head on the ground. Izuku, look at her. Izuku screamed with fury. Izuku, she's like that because of you. She's crying because you refuse to use your fire. What's gonna happen when you're out on the field and it's someone else, a father, a mother, FNG, children in danger? And you refuse to use your fire because of some bullshit reason. Izuku threw Shoto at Momo. Izuku, 24 hours, you have 24 hours to SCK in my words, and if you can't use your fire then you're good as worthless and I will expel you now. Take your girlfriend to recovery girl and get out of my sight. Izuku walked away with the other students, making room, scared of Izuku. -1. Kyoken, what was that? Izuku, proving a point. Kyoken, you did that to Momo to prove a point? Izuku, yup, now move, I'm hungry, I'm feeling like a burger or maybe some pasta or... Izuku stopped as he felt something wasn't pain, more annoyance. Izuku looked and Kyoka's fist was connected to Izuku's cheek. Izuku didn't move, it didn't even hurt. Izuku didn't even feel it. Izuku, was that a punch? Kyoka for the first time didn't feel anger for her sensei but fear from Izuku's calm, bored look as she took a step back. Izuku, that was cute, really it was. Izuku grabbed Kyoka's wrist hard, making her wince. Izuku, but let me teach you how a real punch is supposed to feel like. Izuku punched her hard enough to break a molar at the back of her mouth. Kyoka fell on the floor in a daze, her ears ringing, her eyes seeing double from the force of it. Izuku, remember what I said, by the end of your training you'll hate me but by God you'll respect me, so get some respect. Izuku kicked her stomach, making Kyoka spit blood before walking away. He glanced at his students, almost daring them to make a move, but no one did. He saw the fear and slight disgust in their eyes and smiled, proud of it. Present. Nizu Reaper? Izuku shook his head, chuckling. Izuku, sorry about that, I got lost in my mind. What was the question? Nizu, how did you get Todoroki to use his fire? Izuku, oh, that was simple, I just took a page of my father teaching handbook and just put something he loves on the line. Back to the fight. Midnight, are you both ready? Both competitors nods. Midnight raised her hand in the air. Midnight, and go. Chapter end. I'm putting all my stories on hold for at least a week. I am swamped with university work, but worry not, I'll be giving y'all a new chapter of all my stories. Shoto jumped first and made a club out of ice. He swung, but Izumi dodged them. Izumi crouched down as Todoroki threw her fire with his free hand. While down, Izumi sweeps Todoroki's leg, making him fall down. As Todoroki fell down, he breathed fire at Izumi's direction, who used her telekinesis to create a shield around her as she jumped back. Izumi, is that the best you got? No wonder Momo left your butt. Todoroki's eyes widened in fury as he got up and threw a fury of ice and fireball at Izumi, who rose the stone tiles from the ground to block the attack and pushed the huge tile to Todoroki, who made an ice wall to stop its momentum. Back with the teachers. Toshinori, does words Izumi just said does are not the words of a hero. Izuku, you're right there, the words of a survivor in a battle. It doesn't matter if you play dirty as long as you win. Now shut up. Back to the fight. Izumi levitates the ball of ice around her and throws them at Shoto, who just melted them. Izumi smirked since that was part of her plan, as now the water could go at a faster rate. Shoto's eyes widen as he panics for a second and uses even more fire, causing mist to cover the arena. Izumi, you know Momo and Kyoka totally made out at our last slumber party. Shoto, shut up. Izumi, gotcha. Izumi levitates a huge chunk of tile at the silhouette of Shoto, slicing the head right off. Izumi screamed and went running. Izumi, oh my god, Shoto. When she made it, she froze as it was an ice decoy. Shoto, you know what sensei said, always keep your enemies on their toes? Shoto slammed the floor. An ice cell was created around Izumi. She tried to rip the bars but winced back in pain. It may be ice, but it burned like fire. The gate started to get smaller and smaller, giving Izumi little space to work as Shoto came running, his arm covered in flame. As he slammed the gap between the gates, Izumi used her telekinesis to protect her head as she jumped up and dodged it. We see Izumi floating in the air thanks to her quirk. Shoto frowned as he made an ice cannon. Shoto, dodge this? Shoto fired multiple ice bullets the size of Izumi's head at almost at Mach 10 speed, with Izumi grabbing each one with her telekinesis and starts circling around her looking like a ring. Izumi foot dives at Shoto, who dodged, and Izumi throws one of the ice cannonballs, hitting Shoto's firearm, breaking it, making it useless. Shoto screams in pain but doesn't stop his attack as he slammed his fist on the floor, making a huge glacier to freeze Izumi. Shoto falls on his knees, breathing heavily, holding his now broken arm. Izumi, kind of funny when you think about it. Shoto's eyes widened as he looked at the sky and saw Izumi floating there with an amused smile. Izumi, you lost your girlfriend for that fire, and in the end you couldn't capitalize on it since you never trained it, while I and every other member of our class has trained our butts off to get where we are. You were blessed with not one but two quirks, and what did you do? You overused one and neglect the other, to the point even without teachers training it is unbalanced, without knowledge if it will even be 100% again, because you got scared. You don't deserve to have your quirks, just like you don't belong in the hero course. Izumi picked the glacier up in the air, blocking the sun. Izumi crushed her hand and the glacier broke into millions of small shards. She sent them all at Shoto with no way to dodge, and no longer able to use his ice. He just stood there and took every last shard. Midnight, and the winner is Izumi Yagi. With the teachers. Izuku smiled softly, looking at Izumi. Izuku, I'm proud of you, sis. Toshinori, ha, look at that, of course my daughter won. Was there ever any doubt? Sakura, yes, that was quite the fight to see. Izuku, although if you read it, it might be pretty boring. Everyone looked at him confused but decided to ignore it. Sakura, I have to admit, Mr. Reyes, your teaching is quite brutal but effective. Izuku, learned from the best, my own father Gabriel Reyes, the first Reaper, although his training was so much more intense than the one I gave this kid. Some cadets died in the training. Ah, good times, I almost miss it, almost. Winston still does. Who made it are the best of the best, like Izuku and Farah. Izuku, don't say her name. Angela, son, if you just tell us what happened when I got there. The goat. Izuku, we don't talk about the goat. Back to the arena. Midnight, what a thrilling fight that was. But now on to our next match. On your right you have the normal course that has just blowed through the competition. The mysterious Shinso. Hitoshi. Hitoshi walked out to a few applause but mostly confusion. Midnight, Shinso, what are you wearing? Shinso, I got a financial backer that gifted me my new upgrades. She told me to say all this were built for Overwatch only by Mei Hatsum. With the teachers. All eyes were on Izuku, who was just smiling. Izuku, show me in the rules where it said I can't sponsor the kid. Nizu, there is none at the moment. Izuku, lovely. Back to the arena. Midnight, I'm getting word from Nizu that it's allowed, alright, and in our left we've got the saint who has her aim to show everyone the grace of her god Magneto, the vine hero Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara, our Lord Magneto has made you my opponent. He will teach you his glory and I will be his instrument. Shinso, this speech is crazy. Midnight, that's it, it's over. 26 seconds after the start of the match, it was all over in a matter of moments. Flashback. Midnight begin. Ibra came running, raised his fist to land the first hit. Shinso raised his hands to block it, but at the last second Ibra changed trajectory and lowered down, grabbing Shinso's waist and started dragging with him. Shinso didn't give in as he kneed Obara in the nose, instantly breaking it and sending Ibra back. Shinso, where's your god now? As Ibra was taking steps back, Shinso appeared in front of her and kicked Ibra's right kneecap, instantly turning it purple. Ibra didn't have time to react to the pain as she started dodging. Shinso punched. Ibra was so concentrated in Shinsu's hand that he didn't see Shinsu's feet. Shinso used this and kicked Ibra's arm, causing another bruise. Ibra dodged another punch and saw her opening. She tried to punch Shinso, but Shinso threw that punch on purpose. He grabbed Ibra's at the back of the head and kneed her in the gut. Ibra withstood the pain as this is what she wanted. Ibra wrapped her vines around Shinsu's hand. Shinso tried to free himself, but the more he moved, the tighter Ibra's grip would become. Her vines quickly wrapped her vines all over his body and lifted him in the air. Ibra, you insulted the good Lord Magneto's name. You will pay for your sin. Shinso tried to talk, but the mask wouldn't let him. Shinso, the hell? Shinso was slammed outside the ring hard enough to knock him unconscious. Present. Midnight's winner is Ibara Shiozaki. Ibra bowed to the crowd as she walked away. Shinso was picked up by the aide Omnic to Recovery Girl. With the teachers. Nizu, such a shame he holds such promise that one. Izuku, yes. Meanwhile with Recovery Girl. Shinso groaned as he woke up feeling bitter. Shinso's diamond gadgets didn't work. And thank Magneto for that. Shinso looked and saw a woman sitting on the chair next to his bed. Hana, you should be thankful Reyes did you a favor. Shinso, what, making me lose? Hana, you're thinking too small. Shinso Hitoshi quirk brainwash allows him to put someone in a state where they are forced to obey whatever he commands. He can only activate this power when his target verbally responds to something he says. Shinso, you researched me? Hana, yes, and what do you think would have happened if you could use your quirk? Shinso, I would have won. Hana, yes, and the whole world would have known how your quirk works, making it worthless since no one would respond to you knowing that's how you activate it. Shinso, so what was my other option? Hana, nothing, you were never gonna win anyway. Shinso clicked his tongue, feeling even more bitter. Hana, that's why we want you to join Overwatch. Shinso turned his head and looked at Hana. Shinso, what? Hana, you heard me, you did a small splash here but not enough to be remembered, so if you join Overwatch now we can train you. You'll be a hero, only you'll be properly trained, since I don't know if you noticed this school is only for Limelight Hero and you're made for underground heroics. So like I said, Reyes did you a favor. He saw potential in you, potential you were so quick and, let's be honest, desperate enough to throw it away. You wanted to become a hero, well you got it if you want it. Hana gave Shinso her hand and Shinso shook it. Hana let go of his hand and started to walk away. Hana, now rest up, we'll take care of the boring stuff when you're all healed up. Hana grabbed her phone and started texting. Back to Izuku. We see Izuku watching another fight, Tsuyu versus Yui Kodai. When he got a text he looked and a smile slowly came to his face. Sugar Rush, mission complete, just stole another student from Nizu. Izuku, yes, quite the shame indeed. In the arena. Tsuyu jumped out the way as a huge nut bolt crashed into the arena. Tsuyu landed on top of it as she spit out her tongue faster than Yui could react, and liked her. Yui looked up, her neutral face not showing emotions but her eyes showed confusion. Tsuyu landed next to Midnight. Tsuyu, call the match, I won Karo. Midnight, what do you mean you've only been dodging? Midnight and the crowd saw Yui fall on the ground, her body trembling. Tsuyu, I've been waiting for the chance to poison her and I did. Her body will freeze up in a few moments. It's not lethal but she won't be able to move for hours, like I said, call it Karo. Midnight winner Tsuyu Azui. Back to the teachers. Izuku, would you look at that? It would appear that not a single one of Class B managed to beat my class, Miss Sakura. Don't you think this is proof enough that Overwatch is needed in Japan? Toshinori, the final event is not over yet. Izuku, does that matter? Just look at the results. All of my students made it out of the first course like it was nothing. The second course again, all my students won by a large margin, and now on the 1v1 battle my class has won. Now look at All Might's class, 3 students failed the first course and 2 failed the second. Toshinori, you think you won just because of 5 students? Izuku, 5 people could be the difference between life and death. Just imagine if this was a real-life situation. Does 5 kids would be injured, if not worse? Can you live with that in your conscience? Knowing that 5 heroes' kids really died because they weren't trained to the best of their abilities? Toshinori, don't listen to him, MDM president, he's just trying to manipulate you. Sakura. Toshinori, quiet down and stop complaining like a brat. Can you give me a reason why I should hear you? Can you counter Izuku's claims? Toshinori, yes, I can just wait for the next match and see that my training can bring results. With midnight. Midnight, and now on to our next challenger. On your right you have the wild animal of Class B, the beast that haunts your little kid's dreams? Who the hell writes this? I mean Juroda Shishida. The crowd gave a few claps and a few cheers since Class A been winning every match so far. The hype for Class B was low as Shishida walked out fixing his glasses as he made it to the arena. Midnight, and on your left the Class A, the baker with the sugary tooth. Yeah, no, I am not reading that. I don't care about the consequences, this is just stupid. On your left Rikido Sato. Sato walked up to the stage as he waved to the crowd making them cheer. Midnight, it's a battle of the buff men. What the hell, who wrote this? Oh, you are dead when this is over, Mike. Sato watched as Shishida got on all four and transformed into his beast form as Sato ate a small pouch full of sugar. Shishida runs at Sato and throws a punch. Sato caught it, push him back a few feet. Sato then punched Sato in the gut, sending him up in the air as Shishida used his claws to grab hold of Sato's arm, making him wince in pain as he fell on purpose, landing on top of Shishida with his free hand. He started to punch his face over. Shishida let go of Sato's hand and bit Sato's hand. When he came in for another punch, Sato screamed and tried to free himself, but it was for nothing. Shishida got up and his grip got harder as Sato kicked Shishida in the stomach, making him puke Sato's hand out. Shishida landed on all four, breathing more wildly as he ran at Sato. Sato got in a defensive stance. Sato, when he gets here I'll grab him by the fur and throw him out of the arena. But at the last second Shishida grew double in size, becoming 3 times the size of Sato with more than enough strength to overpower him. When he reached Sato, he bit Sato's waist and started to violently move side to side with all intent and purpose to rip Sato in half. Sato screamed in pain as he felt Shishida's teeth impale his skin, making it to his internal organs. That was enough pain to make Sato pass out. The second Midnight saw this, she used her quirk to make Shishida pass out. He slowly got back to his human self as both competitors fell on the arena. Midnight, match over, winner Shishida Juroda. Toshinori, haha, did you see that? Izuku, you mean your student going out of control and almost killing mine? He has such a great future as a hero if he keeps this up. Sakura, he has a point, we already have our hands full with Endeavor, we certainly don't need more violent heroes like that. Toshinori, oh come on, you can't be serious. Izuku, what you fail to realize, you Neanderthal, is that it takes more than just raw power to be a hero, and that boy has power, no argument here. What he doesn't have is control. What if he loses what little control he actually has on a civilian? Did you think of that when you did whatever it is Yo did to that boy? Toshinori and Izuku glared at each other as the room got tense. Sakura, enough both of you. Izuku, fine, I was gonna go to a vending machine to get something to drink. Izuku got up and walked away slowly since he had a little stowaway following him. Izuku, honey, what do you want to drink? Eri caught up to him, grabbing hold of his breathes. Eri, apple soda, when can we go home? Izuku, not for a while, you bored? Eri nodded as Izuku kneeled down and grabbed Eri, holding her in his arms. Izuku, don't worry, I have Auntie's Hana SWH, you can use that, and make sure to make a new game file and delete the old ones, you understand, honey? Eri nodded, exited as Izuku gave Eri Hana's SWH with an evil smile. Izuku, oh, she is gonna kill me for this, and I love it. You can even tell your love for her in your voice. Izuku flinched a bit, then sighed. He turned around knowing who that voice belongs to. Izuku, Mrs. Yagi, what do I owe the pleasure? Would you like a drink? Inko, if it's not too much trouble. Izuku nodded and the three of them walked to the vending machine in silence. Izuku bought drinks for the three of them. Izuku put Eri down on a chair with headphones as Izuku leaned against the wall drinking an iced coffee. Izuku, so, let's get this over with, I want to get back to see the fights, I'll hear what you have to say, just don't expect any forgiveness because that's not gonna happen. Inko flinched and nodding, having a sad smile, looking at Izuku's feet. Inko, I mostly knew that there was still a small part of me that thought that somehow, someway you could forgive me, but I know it will take time and even then it might never happen, but it's just. Tears started to fall from her face while he hugged herself harder. Izuku sighed and gave Inko a handkerchief. Inko gave a small smile and cleaned her face as her mascara was getting smeared. Inko, yes, sorry, I know I have no right to cry. Izuku, You're sad so you cry. I see nothing wrong with that. Father taught me that is not bad to cry, it's bad to keep your feelings hiding, so even if you're not exactly my favorite person in the world you have a right to cry. Inko, your father is a good man then. Inko gave a wet chuckle before taking a few deep breaths to calm down. Inko, I am so sorry for what we did. I doubt we were young and dumb, too young to have a child yet, so we decided that it would be best to give you up for adoption. Part of me will always regret not being able to see your first steps, your first words, watching you grow up, but another part of me is glad that you have a new family that is filled with love, and I'm just so happy for you. Inko looked Izuku in the eyes and smiled at him with tears, but Izuku gave a hollow breath, looking another way, his hair covering his eyes. Izuku, some things I can forgive, that others I can't forget. Just tell me why. If you didn't want me, that fine, I get it. You two were not ready yet, but why leave me in an abandoned orphanage to die? Inko frowned and her sadness was replaced with fury. Inko, that wasn't me. I promise you I wanted to give you to the best orphanage money could buy, Toshinori. Toshinori told me he would take care of it, and like a fool I trusted him. I never knew the orphanage was abandoned. It was dark. I put my trust in that man and he just broke it. I didn't want you. I'm not gonna pretend I'm any better than him, but please. Inko walked up to Izuku and caressed his cheek, making Izuku look at her. A tear was falling from his face. He loved his parents, of that there was no question, but this was always something that was at the back of his head. Why was he abandoned? Inko cleaned the tear. Inko, please believe me when I say that I never wanted any harm to come to you. I wanted you to live to find happiness, and I'm glad you did. I know it's absolutely selfish, but could I hear you say it at least once? Izuku, thank you for telling me the truth. Mom. Both gave each other a soft hug and just stayed there. They would never be mother and son. The damage was simply too great for that, but this was the opportunity for something, and Inko was gonna try her hardest to build a new relationship with Izuku. Sadly for Inko, Izuku let go and Inko did the same slowly. Izuku, we should head back. The match is probably over by now. Inko, probably right. I just know my daughter will make it to the finals. Izuku chuckled as he grabbed Eri, who was still concentrated on her game, as they started to walk back. Izuku, I have full faith in her. I did train her after all. Inko, arrogance is a dangerous thing for a hero, Mr. Reyes. Izuku, please don't call me Izuku. Inko looked at Izuku surprised before having a soft smile. Izuku, and it's not arrogance, it's confidence. I have confidence that she will make it far in this tournament, and in life she has a bright future ahead of her. Inko, I agree. Izuku, that I feel like we're just dancing around the issue. Inko, yes we are. Do you want her to know? Izuku, that she has a right to know, so yes, I'll be there when you tell her, but not yet. I have my hands full with my Sannin team, and now with the whole Mina Ishido situation, but that I would like her to know before the wedding of me and Bridget. Inko, oh? Is she gonna be invited? That's wonderful. Oh, I'm gonna have to take her shopping for a dress. Is it casual or formal? Where will it take place? Should I buy her some? Inko started to mumble, herself dizzy. Izuku, it's formal suits for the men and gowns for the women. It take place at the final day of December. Should give you enough time to buy a dress for her and for you as well. Inko froze and looked at Izuku, completely shocked. As Izuku kept walking, Inko stood there for a moment, fanning her eyes to not start crying as she ran to catch up. Izuku, sorry we're late. Who won? Sakura, another point for your class. Mr. Reyes, may I say I am deeply impressed. Toshinori only has 2 members remaining in the tournament. You should feel proud. Izuku, oh believe me, I am very proud of my students, so I take it this means you see the importance of having at the very least one Overwatch base here in Japan and allowing us to help, more importantly allowing me to have my heroic license active here. Don't get me wrong, I love my students, but the paperwork is killing me. That got a chuckle from a few of the teachers as Izuku and Inko sat down with Eri on his legs. Bridget noticed something. Bridget, beloved, isn't that Hannah's SW? Izuku, yes it is. Bridget, you know she's gonna kill you when she find out. Izuku, yes I am and I can't wait. Toshinori, MDM president, you can't possibly be considering this. Look how he acts like an immature teenager. A hero should never. Sakura, enough. Toshinori, Mr. Reyes? Izuku, yes Sakura? Oh I'm sorry, yes MDM president? That intentional slip of the tongue made Sakura shiver and cover her legs, as she coughed to regain some composure. Sakura, I've more than seen enough to make a decision. I'll put it to a vote on the Commission's Council, but I can be confident when I say that Overwatch will soon have a base here. The members of Overwatch smiled at that, as Winston and Sakura spoke about the little details. Izuku and Bridget hold hands, having a smile on their faces, looking at the fight. Inko saw that and had a small smile on her face while her husband was frowning for the rest of the tournament that Izumi ended up winning. Hours later with the Yagi family. We see Toshinori in his home office finishing some paperwork. All day after the tournament, he has felt something in the pit of his stomach. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. The door opened and in walked a neutral-face Inko, who sat on the chair in front of Toshinori's desk. Inko, Toshinori, we need to talk. Toshinori, can it wait like 30 minutes? I'm almost done with. Inko used her quirk to throw all the paperwork around the room. Toshinori looked at his wife with his eyebrows raised before taking off his reading glasses, putting them gently on the table. Toshinori, all right, what do you want to talk about, dear? Inko, I know about the orphanage. That feeling Toshinori was feeling finally dropped to the pit of his stomach as he connected his hands together. Toshinori, I see. Inko, that's it? That's all you have to say? Are you ready to kill a baby and all you have to say I see? Inko's short temper finally got released as Toshinori just chuckled softly. Toshinori, you spend far too much time with Mitsuki, you know that. Inko, Toshinori. Toshinori, all right, what do you want? An apology. I'm sorry the lie I gave you was destroyed and now you have to live with what I've been living for years, but I kept it for your own good, you would have never agreed otherwise. Inko, didn't right, I never would have. What in the F is wrong with you? How can you be so calm? Toshinori, because I've had years to prepare for this moments. Inko, honey, I did what was best for our careers. Can you imagine the controversy we would have faced if they found out we gave a child up? We would have never made it to the number 1 and number 5 spot if the media ever found out. Inko, that's your excuse? Our reputation? Our F&D reputation? You can shove your number 1 spot straight up your, but I couldn't care less about that. Toshinori, well, I do. Why even talk about this? There's nothing that can be done. The child died on those steps. It's a horrible tragedy, but what's done is done. Inko, you think so, huh? Inko threw papers on Toshinori's desk. He looked at them and he paled. It was the DNA test for Izuku and Izumi. Toshinori, this can't be right. Inko, they are very right. Izuku's was the son you wanted dead. He was lucky the first Reaper found him. I will always be grateful at him for that. As for you, you absolutely disgust me, you vile thing. What Nana must be thinking about your actions. She must be rolling in her grave. Toshinori got up and walked past her. Inko, and where do you think you're going? Toshinori, to the Reyes household. There's much I need to. Toshinori fell on the ground in pain as the sound of an evil cackle filled his head. He looked back and saw his beloved Inko with a deranged smile walking to him, using her quirk to keep him in place. Inko, Izuku Reyes is happy. He found the happiness I always wanted for him. He came back and is willing to give me and Izumi a chance to be in his life, and I will be dead if I let you ruin that for me. You will leave him alone and stay here because we are not done talking. Oh no, not by a long shot. Meanwhile, in Izumi's room. While her parents were busy arguing, Izumi couldn't hear it. She was busy setting up a video call. Zaria, Izumi, my friend, I'm very happy to see you. Izumi blushed, seeing what Zaria considered sleeping wear. Izumi, it's not good to see you again. Ever since Izumi admitted the truth of who she really is and broke things off with Bakugo, Zaria not wanting to wait for her chance, she immediately encouraged Izuku to give Izumi her number. Ever since then, both girls started talking with each other. Zaria was a great help for Izumi to understand herself better. Izumi, sorry, did I get you on a bad time? Zaria, no, was just going to sleep. I have time for you. I'll always have time for you. Now what do you need? Izumi blushed, feeling a bit light-headed at Zaria's thick Russian accent. Izumi, and nothing much. I was wondering if you saw the tournament. If you didn't, surprise, I won. Izumi showed Zaria her medal, making Zaria smile brightly, jumping off her seat. Zaria, marvelous. Of course you won. Everyone else is much too weak for you. Izumi smiled, loving all the compliments Zaria was sending her way. They stayed there talking about their day. Both didn't notice how it got later and later. Meanwhile, with Izuku and Bridget, we see Izuku smiling softly, leaning against a door frame as he is witness to Bridget telling Eri a bedtime story. Bridget, and then the brave knight kissed the princess and they lived happily ever after. Eri yawned as she cuddled with her teddy bear. Bridget's smile, feeling her heart swell looking at Eri. Bridget kneeled down and kissed Eri's little horn. Bridget, sleep tight Eri, mommy loves you. Eri loves mommy too. Once Eri fell asleep hugging her favorite plushie, her and Izuku walked to their room to talk. Izuku, so how long until you have to go back? Bridget, until January 16th. Izuku looked at Bridget surprised as she sat next to him smiling. Bridget, I decided to stay here and help raise Eri. She is my daughter, so being a stay-in-home soon-to-be wife isn't the worst thing in the world. Izuku smiled and kissed her cheek. Izuku, I'm sure Eri will love that, and I'm on the same boat. I missed you so much. Bridget, I know. And on that note, Bridget started to pinch Izuku's cheek, making him wince. Bridget, what did I tell you about having a proper rest? Izuku, I'm sorry, you know I can't sleep without you. Bridget sighed. She grabbed Izuku and put him on her legs, hugging him like the small spoon he is. Bridget, I know you know I just worry about you. A lot. In a hypocrite, I would be just as scared if the shoe was on the other foot. It's just. Izuku, that day that it still haunts me. I did everything wrong. I got a friend killed. I almost lost you. I'm sorry. They didn't say anything for a while. They just remained in silence, hugging each other. The memories affected Izuku more, but Bridget also wasn't fully healed from that dark part of their life they might never be. Izuku, I talked to her today. My biological mother invited her and my sister to the wedding. Bridget, good to know. How do you feel about it? Izuku, she's trying. She wants to try and have a good relationship with me, and I guess I just want to meet her halfway. Inviting her and Izumi to the wedding is a good step in that. Bridget, maybe I should make Izumi a bridesmaid to help with that. Izuku, thanks love, always helping me. Bridget, you've helped me the same amount of time love, and you know that that's what a marriage is. It won't be a fairy tale. We'll have fights. Sometime it will be big fights, other times fights about total nonsense, but in the end we'll be there for each other. That's a marriage. Come on, let's go to sleep. So, we see a person leaning against a branch looking through the window, seeing Izuku and his family sleeping together. That man did not look pleased. No, he looked angry. I lost everything I've loved while he has everything that should be mine, but that will change. Believe me, that will change very soon. Count your blessings, Mr. Reyes, because as a doctor I don't fear the Reaper. The man jumped down the tree and made a circle around him. That circle made a portal and the man left, but not for long. Izuku woke up in the warm arms of his beloved and hearing the soft sound of his daughter sleeping. For once since Izuku was sent to UA, Izuku finally was able to have a good night's sleep, making him the first to wake up. Izuku, can't think of a better morning. This day is gonna ick, I can feel it. Izuku got out of the family cuddle and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After a while he felt the strong hands of Bridget and her head on his shoulder, mumbling softly. Bridget, I'm the housewife, am supposed to do the breakfast. Izuku, so you don't want the coffee I made? Bridget, 0.3 spoons of sugar and almond milk please. Bridget kissed his cheek and went back to the room to help Eri get ready. Once she was gone, Izuku took a huge breath of relief. He loved Bridget and she did know how to cook, but her last small meal was the size of a full-on buffet and it made Izuku go into a week-long food coma. Later, we see the family eating in a peaceful quiet. Bridget, so Izuku, what do you have planned today? Izuku, well, my personal Sannin team should get here today, but before that I have to take Mina Ishido to the closest Overwatch home base to explain the ring she got. I already called the Justice League and Jessica Cruz is on her way. Bridget, oh, we should take Eri with us. It will be her first time seeing outside of Japan, and while you explain all that, me and Eri can go sightseeing. She will love South Korea. Izuku, you can take Hana with you as a tour guide. I'm sure she'll love going back home. Eri, where are we going? Bridget, well, honey, while Daddy works, you, me, and Auntie Hannah are going to see another country. We'll have a good time. Izuku, he wonder if she noticed yet that I stole her SW. Meanwhile, with Hannah song. Hannah, where the F is it? We see Hannah looking all over her Overwatch base room, while Lena drinks coffee, watching Hannah freak out as she drinks her coffee. Hannah, you know you could help me. Lena, you're right, I could help you. Lena kept drinking her coffee and looked down to her phone with a smirk on her face, hearing Hannah huff. Hannah, my suitcase. Hannah ran to it, opening it, saw no SWH, but did see a note. Note, looking for something? From your a-hole best friend Izuku. Hannah, you son of a. Back to the new Reyes family. Izuku and Bridget's phone started to vibrate out of control. They look, and there was Hannah in the group chat swearing up a storm while Izuku laughed his butt off. Izuku text, so it probably won't calm you down that I told Eri that she could delete your save state. Ima turn my phone off now tell Lena I say morning. Izuku turns off his phone Bridget does the same thing, since her phone almost committed suicide by falling from the table by all the vibrations. Bridget, you know she's gonna come over here right? Izuku, as long as Lena doesn't help and we both know she won't she still said Hannah forgot their 2-year anniversary. I'll be fine beside by the time she makes it here we'll be halfway to South Korea. A song played on the radio making both of them smile. Izuku, would you look at that the song that made me fall in love with you well darling. Izuku got up from the table giving Bridget his hand with a smile. Izuku, will you give me this dance? Bridget giggled and gave Izuku her hand getting up they started to dance while in the background Eri was stealing food from Izuku's and Bridget's plates. Izuku struggled and slipped making Bridget and him fall with Izuku on top of her thankfully, both looked at each other before laughing. Bridget, I think you need more time in the gym honey. Izuku chuckled as they got up looking at their plates seeing their food all gone their eyes went to Eri. Izuku, well whatever happened to our food? Bridget, I think a little food gremlin ate it all. Izuku, oh then I think we should punish the little gremlin. Both Izuku and Bridget went to Eri and started to tickle her making Eri start laughing and begging to stop. Meanwhile with Toshinori. We see him getting up with back pain. After the fight with Inko she made him sleep on the couch. The memories of last night hitting him hard. The son he wanted dead is alive. Izumi morning dad. Toshinori was taken out of his thoughts when Izumi walked in making him have a soft smile at her. Toshinori, hello Izumi congratulations on your victory yesterday you did amazing work and I'm so very proud of you I knew you would win. Izumi, so you were betting against your class? Toshinori, what's with the 3rd degree? Can't you just be happy that I'm happy for you? Izumi, you're right I'm sorry thank you father now I gotta go before I'm late for school. Toshinori now? It's so early. Izumi was thankful she had her back on her dad so he could not see her blush growing. Izumi, yeah I just don't want to be late, I'll eat breakfast out. Izumi walked out fast. Once she was in the designated place she waited her heart pounding so fast as she starts playing with her fingers. Izumi surprised face, okay I can do this it's just breakfast. Izumi get mumbling to herself as a motorcycle stopped in front of her making her jump the biker took out her helmet AMD smiled at Izumi. Zaria, Izumi hello you look krasivaya this morning. Izumi, krasivaya? Zaria it means appealing in Russian which you do, I very much like your long hair. Izumi, really why not grow your hair out you would look amazing like that. Zaria, I did once when I was younger but I had to cut it or else I would not be here today. Izumi, what? What happened? Zaria, that's a fantastic story I'll tell you over breakfast come friend Izuku has told me of a fantastic place. Zaria gave Izumi a helmet the both of them got on the bike and rode off with Izumi hugging Zaria toned body tightly. Back to the yagi. We see Inko and Toshinori eating in silence you could cut the tension with a knife as Inko finished and put her plates on the sink. Inko, I'll be out for most of the day you're gonna have to make your own food. Toshinori, may I ask where are you going? Inko you can ask doesn't mean I'll answer. Inko said in a cold tone as she was walking away Toshinori stopped her. Toshinori, Inko we have to talk about this. Inko, we've talked enough last night I have nothing more to say to you. You broke my trust you absolutely betrayed me and I hope you rot in hell. Inko walked out slamming the door shut. Later. Back to the new Reyes family. We see a happy Mina playing with Eri both coloring, a colorings book while Izuku and Bridget talked about wedding plans when they got a notification on their phone they looked and Izuku's smile got even bigger. Few moments before. We see Hannah flying to Izuku's house in Taki. With fury in her eyes she landed in front of his house creating a crater on the streets. Hannah Izuku you miserable excuse of a man get your butt out here and face death like a man. When Hannah heard no answer she shut the door and walked inside seeing nobody there nobody but a note. Oh dear dumb beach. My family is going to South Korea you know the place you just came from I look forward to seeing you there love the man who's gonna ask you to be his best woman Izuku. Hannah. Back to Izuku. The living room was destroyed and they could see a note. No, yes I'll be your best woman PS. I'm gonna kill you before the wedding I'm coming for that but. Izuku just kept laughing, imagining Hannah's face, while Bridget just rolled her eyes. Bridget, she's gonna turn you inside out. Izuku, worth it, I can't wait to see her face. Anyway, for cake I want a strawberry cheesecake. Bridget, fine, but in exchange you have to dance with me for every song I want. Izuku, of course my love, whatever love wants. They kept talking for the last 2 hours until they made it to their base in South Korea. In South Korea, we see the Reyes family walking to the base. Eri was in the arms of Bridget while Mina looked at Izuku. Mina, so, what's gonna happen in the base? I mean, I know you'll tell me everything, but that's kinda vague. Izuku, do you know the Justice League? Mina, aren't they like rivals of Overwatch? I know, I've heard you curse them out more than once. Izuku could feel Bridget's eyes burning the back of his head since she had friends there. Izuku coughed a bit. Izuku, it's complicated anyway. I asked them to bring a member of theirs, a member that also has a power ring like you, her name being Jessica Cruz. Fair warning, do not eat meat in front of her. On an unrelated note, I need to find some food stand. Bridget, are you hungry, love? Izuku, no, it's so I can eat meat in front of her. Izuku said, smirking. As they made it to the base, both saw someone waiting for them. Linio. Izuku, you are a dead man. Izuku, like the great Tim Curry once said, if I must die, I shall encounter darkness as a bride and hug it in my arms. Lena, ooh, $20 that he runs when he hears Taki's guns warming up. Bridget, I got 20 on him running the second he hears it land. Izuku, oh hardy har har. Lena, Oxton, meet Mina, Ashido, the student I've told you about. Lena, I see, nice to meet you. Ashido, mind if I see the ring? Mina nods and show her power ring, making Lena whistle. Lena, man, this makes Izuku's ring for Bridget look like a pebble. Izuku, yeah, not as much as yours. Oh wait, you don't have a ring. Lena, better not having a ring than having a cheap one. Izuku clicked his tongue while Lena smiled, smugly winning that little interaction. Bridget giggled. She kneeled and kissed Izuku's cheek. Bridget, I don't care about price. What it represents, that's what counts now. Is Jessica here? I haven't seen her in ages. Izuku, my turn to bet. 20 that she's in the kitchen giving a lecture to the cooks about using vegan byproducts. Lena, sad that no one is taking that bet, but yes, that's where she has come. I'm sure you and her will get along just fine. The small group walked to the kitchen, seeing the poor chefs just about ready to kill Jessica when Izuku coughed loudly to get her attention, making Jessica look at them. Jessica, Bridget, it's so good to see you. Jessica said, smiling as she flew towards her friend, hugging her. The moment was interrupted by a crunching sound. They looked and Jessica frowned as Izuku was eating a bag of pork rinds. Jessica, Izuku. Izuku, Jessica, lovely to see you. You simply must excuse me, I was hungry and just had the itching for something crunchy. Oh, where are my manners? Do you want one? Izuku's smug smile got bigger as he shook the bag of fried pig skin. Jessica kept herself composed and got forced to smile. Jessica, no, but thank you. Remember, I'm a vegan, which reminds me, what are you having for your food on the wedding, and will the cake be dairy-free, gluten-free? When Izuku coughed again to get her attention. Last thing he wanted was for Jessica to give Bridget ideas. She's petty enough to do that just to PSS Izuku off. Izuku, Jessica, this is Mina, Ashido, the newest holder of a power ring. You know the whole reason you are here. Jessica, oh yes, well don't keep me waiting, show me. Mina jumped a bit as the eyes were now on her, making her smile in excitement as she put her ring hand up as it started to shine. Mina, in brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green lantern's light. Light filled the room, covering Mina. When the light left, they saw Mina in her Green Lantern suit. Izuku, marvelous. Well, Jessica, I'll leave her in your very capable hands. Mina, wait, what? But what about school? Izuku, yeah, don't worry about it. The school was gonna send you all for week-long internships. I've already taken care of your paperwork for that, so for the next week you'll work under Jessica to get a feel of your power ring. Izuku walked to Bridget, and much to the amusement of Mina and Jessica, Izuku had to be on his tiptoes to kiss Bridget, who lovingly kissed back. Izuku, I'll see you too when you get home. Also remember, no peanuts or peanuts byproducts. Bridget, don't worry, I remember. I even have my bag full of EpiPens in case of emergency. I'm not having another heart attack of a scare. Both parents chuckled as Izuku kneeled down and rubbed Eri's hair before kissing her little forehead. Izuku, I'll see you soon, honey. Be good to mommy and remember to stay with her. No wandering off. Trust me, I did it when I was a kid and you'll get in big trouble, you understand? Yes, Daddy. Izuku smiled before getting up, stretching a bit and running full force to the exit. He's been keeping time. If he runs and steals one of the bikes they have in the garage, he could make it to the plane before Hana made it back. Later. Sure enough, Izuku was safe. For now, he was in a plane back to Japan. Izuku pulled up his laptop and answered a video call of Nizu and the rest of the staff. Nizu, hello Mr. Reyes, how was Miss Ishido trip to South Korea? Izuku, it went without any issues. She'll be staying there a week to do her internship. Unrelated, I'll be back in Japan and at UA by the end of the second PRD. Nizu, noted. On other news, I would like to make you an offer. Izuku, I'm listening. Nizu, since Overwatch coming here is pretty much a guarantee now, me and Winston have been talking and Overwatch is going to need a representative in Japan. How would you like to be set person? Izuku eyes widen. This was a huge promotion being handed to him. Izuku, that is wow, I'm kinda speechless. Can I have some time to think about it? I should have an answer for you by the end of the internship. Nizu, of course. Also, if you do decide stay, how would you like to be a permanent teacher at UA for the class A? Izuku, oh my god, did you finally open your eyes and fired that waste of space? Aizawa? Aizawa, I'm still here. Izuku, hush, grown-ups are talking. Nizu, no, but it would be in the best interest for you to be the teacher and Aizawa the assistant teacher. There'll be a pay raise if you do. Izuku, Magneto, you are keeping me a lot of compelling arguments to stay in Japan, but let's put a pin on news about me. Let's continue with the meeting. And so they did. They talked about school issues while on the back of Izuku's mind he was thinking of what to choose. Izuku, I would be basically locked in Japan and in a desk for most of the time, but it would be a 9-to-5 job. I would be able to take care of Eri, but that also means no more undercover missions and be in a constant state of worrying about Bridget. But what about Eri? It would be horrible if something happened to one of us, let alone the both of us. I take it at least she won't be alone should the worst come to happen. There's also the fact that this would put me in a position higher than Fariha and I could have that over her and that stupid goat's face. On the non-petty side, this could be a great way to reach my goal of being head of Overwatch one day. Izuku kept thinking it over the rest of the flight back, not noticing Toshinori was looking at him the entire time. Back to South Korea. We see Bridget's and Eri getting ready to leave when something was falling from the sky. Bridget protected Eri as the thing landed. They looked and it was a set-off Hana song. Hana, where is he? Bridget, back in Japan. You can kill him later. Stay and be our tour guide. Spend time with your niece. Hana, fine, but my wrath will not be frozen. I will have my revenge. Izuku made it back to Japan, got showered, got changed, and drove to you. Once he parked and got out, he could feel something was off, the same feeling he's had all morning. Izuku, I was right, I don't know what, but something is coming, something that's going to SCK. Izuku said to himself as he walked inside. He glanced at Aizawa who was waiting for him. They gave each other nods and walked together to class. Izuku, so you're okay of the demotion to teacher's assistant? Aizawa, I would get paid the same amount, less work, little do no paperwork, and more sleep, so yes, I'm okay with it. It's been a few hours. Have you thought about it at least a little? Izuku, yes. It does comes with a lot of benefits, but I'll need to talk with my Bridget about it before making such a big decision. I would be basically stepping down from being the leader of our team to being the leader of the New Japan division. Both comes with different outcomes that I need to think about deeply on. Izuku and Aizawa didn't talk more after that. Seeing no reason to fill the silence, the door opened and the kids there immediately sat down and quiet down, showing fear in their eyes seeing Izuku there. Izuku, I'll give you all points for shutting up and sitting down, but I expect all of you to already be doing that before we arrive. Am I clear? Class A, yes sir. Izuku, now where are my personal students? Mineta, Hakigure and Koda walked in front, all in formation like they were soldiers. Izuku, how was the mission? Mineta, successful. Izuku, let me rephrase. How did you three like your first experience out on the field, and do you still wish to continue being my personal students? Hakigure, I can speak for the three of us when I say you are a cold bee that we wish for the most painful death imaginable, and we would love to keep being your student, sensei. Normally that would get a response from Ida, but he kept quiet. That didn't go past Izuku, and he made a mental note on it. He looked at his three students smiling. Izuku, that almost brought a tear in my eye, and fantastic since you three are going with me to Paris for internship week. That got a whole lot of different responses from outrage to surprise, but one look from Izuku and Aizawa shut them all up. Izuku, now Aizawa, since you're still the teacher, explain to them what's to come. While Aizawa explained the internship, Izuku took his phone out and started doing some light research. Article, Ingenium forced to return after assaulted by hero killer. Izuku, so that's it, I know that look, but does he have the guts due to it? Aizawa, now before you all pick where you'll intern you have to choose hero name so. The door slammed opened and in walked Midnight much to Aizawa's annoyance. Aizawa, you're early. Midnight better early than never showing up at all. Aizawa groaned with a roll of the eyes. Izuku smirked. Izuku, please tell me the story behind that. Midnight, oh, so you know how him and Hisashi are married, right? Well, guess who slept and completely missed the wedding? Izuku. The whole class gasped and looked at their teacher shocked. Aizawa, to his credit, did look somewhat embarrassed. Midnight, let me tell you it's a miracle that Hisashi didn't just straight up kill him when he found him. Aizawa, alright, can we please get back to what we're meant to do and give the problem children their new hero names? Midnight chuckled and helped the children. Many had fitting names while others had to change them. For example, Izuku, Mineta, for the last time your hero name can't be the pro hero, the HRM King, change it. Izuku said in a frustrated tone, pinching the bridge of his nose. Mineta whined a bit but ultimately accepted. Mineta, Phi 3N, there is another one I had in mind. Midnight, then by all means tell us, it can't be any worse than that. Mineta, the restraint hero, Dionysius. Midnight, actually not bad, I like it. What about you, Izumi, have you come up with a name? Izumi, yeah, I chose Atlas, the holder of the world. Izuku, so your plan is to be a next All Might? Izumi, is that bad? Izuku, very. Miss Yagi, having a role model is good, great even, but you can just stay in their shadows. You need to grow and be your own person, your own hero. Take me for example, I'm a second-generation Reaper, but while my father put the fear of God into the enemies, I made my legacy into giving the victims hope that their pain is over. You should do the same, all of you. Be better than the hero you idolize, only that way will you truly be heroes worth remembering. After the students finished with their names, Izuku walked out grabbing Ida by his shoulder. Izuku, hold up a minute. Ida. Ida, yes sensei? Izuku, I would like a word with you alone if you have the time. Ida, of course sensei, please lead the way. Izuku nodded and he walked off with Ida behind him. They made it to the roof and Izuku took out a smoke, taking a puff. Izuku coughed a bit since with Eri being a part of his life he hasn't been smoking as much. Izuku looked at Ida before giving the cigarette to Ida to have a puff. Sensei. Izuku, I know what you want to do with the hero killer stain. Trust me, I know as eyes I had them myself. Ida. Ida grabbed the cigarette and took a smoke, coughing since it was his first time, making Izuku chuckle while he looked at the view. Ida, you're not gonna stop me. I have to do this to avenge my family, to avenge my brother. He did not deserve losing his hero carrier over some FING but job that has a warped idea of what a true hero should be. Izuku, I know that's not why I called you here. I need you to do something for me. Answer me this question. Can you live with yourself if you actually go through with it? And don't dance around the issue, cause I hate that. Can you honest to Magneto kill a man? Take a life and still look at yourself in the mirror without feeling disgust for yourself? Because I'll be honest kid, you don't look like the type. I've known stronger men than you that couldn't do it, and does who did. They either turn out like me or just leave the business altogether. Either way they are never the same. Oh sure, they can pretend that they're fine, but they never will. To take a life, no matter the circumstance, will change you forever. Now can you Tenya Ida take a life? Izuku to the cigarette back and started to walk away. Izuku, think about it, he already took your brother. You go through with this, he'll take you too, and I'm not talking about your life. With Izumi. Izuku, be better than the hero you idolize. Izuku's words kept bouncing around in Izumi's head like a ping-pong ball as she looked over her list of recommendations. She was originally gonna go with Torino since that was her father's old mentor, but those words made her second-guess her decision. Then one recommendation came into view. Recommendation: work under Overwatch for 1 week with the Reaper. Izumi's sensei wants me to study under him. Let's think about this. Torino did teach my dad a lot of things, but he's retired. He hasn't been a hero in over 10 years. He would be rusty. Mr. Reyes is on the top 100 on the international stage and is without a doubt a very powerful person. Hell, the way his 3 students act show they've changed. Could I get like that if I go with him? Izuku Izumi Yagi. Izumi wa. Izumi fell off her seat. She looked up and saw Izuku with his arm crossed looking at her. Izuku, class ended 45 minutes ago. Why are you still here? Izumi, I was thinking, sensei, why did you give me a recommendation? Izuku, what kind of question is that? You're a very powerful individual but could be so much more if you were under my wing and not under the shadow of a giant. Izuku sat on the chair next to her and took hold of her tablet. Izuku, so you have it between me and Gran Torino? Izumi, what? Yes sir, thoughts? Izuku, that depends on you and the hero you want to be. With Torino he'll push you to your limits, yes, but he'll just push you to your limits using techniques that might have worked for your father, but I don't know if it will have the same effect on you. With me? Izuku grew an evil smirk, making Izumi tremble. Izuku, with me I'll push you beyond your limits, I'll break you and build you back up to only break you again and build you up again. Every day would be grueling, unending work to make you the best hero you can possibly be. I won't make the decision for you. It's up to you to decide who you are. What kind of hero will Izumi Yagi be? Izuku lifted Izumi up, giving her the tablet before walking away, with Izumi looking at her tablet more conflicted than ever. Meanwhile, with Izuku, we see him in a vending machine, chips in one hand. Once he heard the noise of his can falling to the opening, he kneeled down taking the cold beverage. When he heard a cough, Izuku looked up and sighed. Toshinori did not look pleased. Izuku got up, opening the drink and taking a sip before looking at Toshinori again. Izuku, refreshing. Now what can I help you with, Mr. Yagi? I do hope you have a reason for that gaze you have on me. It would be a shame if I had to retaliate in kind. Toshinori, what were you doing with my daughter? Toshinori's tone was cold, but did that affect him? Nope. He opened the bag of Doritos, taking a perfect triangle chip, but Toshinori slapped it out of his hand. Izuku looked at his biological father, annoyed. Izuku, that was uncalled for. Toshinori, you ignoring my question is even more uncalled for. Now answer the DM in question. What did you say to her? Izuku, what's wrong, Toshinori? Scared I'll reveal that skeleton you have in the closet? I'm sorry, that's very vague. You have so many skeletons. Let me be specific. Are you scared I'll tell Izumi I'm her long-abandoned brother? Toshinori, you are her teacher and nothing more. Toshinori didn't scream, but he did get closer, making them nose to nose. Izuku's temper, Mr. Yagi, you're not in your super strength form, and by the time you transformed I could shoot 2 bullets in your stomach before you can say, worry not, for I am here. Now how about you take 2 steps back before you do something you'll regret? Toshinori kept looking at Izuku until he took those 2 steps back, making Izuku chuckle. Izuku, the most inflated egos are often the most fragile. Quite the quote, wouldn't you agree? Now who was it who said such incredible words, such raw, powerful words? Oh, that's right, you did. I guess that was a bit of calling the kettle black, don't you agree? Izuku said, smirking, taking a potato chip and eats it. Izuku, now are you done throwing a fit? You are? Fantastic. For your information, Izumi Yagi asked me a question. She asked for my opinion on a question. She's in a crossroads on her path of being a hero. If she'll become a hero like her father, or will she go beyond and become her own hero? Now I've entertained you enough. I'm going to enjoy my potato chips and doing paperwork. Anything more to say? No, fantabulous. Izuku walked away, leaving Toshinori there frowning, his hands made into fists as he turned around and walked away. With Izuku, he walked to the teacher's office, opening the doors, seeing his personal students there waiting for him in formation. Izuku, thank you for waiting. Now, you'll be going on another mission when the internship begins that will give you 3 days to rest. Any questions? Mineta, what will be doing on this mission, sir? Izuku, that's classified until further notice. Just know we won't be working alone since it will be going to Paris, France. He have to work alongside their heroes Ladybug and Queen Bee. Hakigure, oh my god, seriously? I have such a crush on Queen Bee. Do you know if she's? Izuku, she's married to Ladybug with a child, so I would keep your hands to yourself. Hakigure, fine, looking is free anyway. Hakigure grumbled in a huff. Koda took a step in front of his teammates and now friends. Ever since Izuku started training him, he's become more confident in himself and mostly shyness-free. Koda, sir, if I may ask, do you know them on a personal level? Izuku, they're dear friends of me and my fiancée. Helmi and Ladybug went to the academy together for a brief PRD before she was transferred to France. Koda, would it be overstepping if we could see them without their hero suits? Izuku, not a bad idea. We'll be working with them for the week, might as well get to know them. Izuku took out his wallet and showed pictures of what Queen Bee and Ladybug look like without the masks. Izuku, Ladybug real name Marinette, and Queen Bee real name Chloe. Hakagure took the picture almost drowning in drool looking at Chloe. Hakagure, I am so glad looking is free. Izuku, I'll be working with them with you 3 possibly 4. Mineta 4? Izuku, possibly 4 I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I will only be doing it part-time. The other reason we're going to France is because that's where my wedding is gonna be and me and Bridget are gonna look for places to have it, and yes Hakagure you 3 are invited. Hakagure squealed while Mineta and Koda just smiled and nodded in appreciation. Meanwhile in South Korea, we see Eri, Bridget, Hannah and Lena talking amongst themselves, all 3 adult women with clothes bags. Bridget's pile was huge since more than half were just clothes that Eri looked absolutely adorable wearing them. See Exhibit A. All 4 didn't notice that in the background 2 individuals were looking at them. D.T.B, so they're my target? Dr. Izuku, yes don't care who but one of them has to go. This Izuku has it too good. While we suffered he enjoyed and I for one won't stand for it. Everything I've been through, everything I've sacrificed, and this guy has everything that should be mine. Dr. Izuku slammed his hands on the table spilling the tea. In the background a server quickly comes to clean it up. DDB, someone's bitter. Dr. Izuku, oh? You think I'm bitter? Maybe I should put my efforts on you instead. I'm sure Himiko and Shinso would love to meet me. D.T.B I retract my statement. Just keep your hands off of my siblings. Dr. Izuku, oh don't worry your pretty little head about it. Just do as I ask and you'll return to your own branch of the wolf tree. DTB took his mask off and Izuku took a sip of his coffee glancing on his potential targets. He sighed finishing his drink. He out the mask back on. D.T.B, better him than me. Finally back. Day before of the internship. We see Izuku leading the charge. Walking out of the Paris airport stretching his arms and yawning. Izuku's 20 hours on that plane, my god my back is killing me. Hakagure, oh that's some bullshit, you were in first class while you put the rest of us in economy. Izuku, trust me wasn't worth it. I mean only 1 bottle of wine per person is outrageous and that cheese was aged 1 year not 3. Hakagure, I want to hit you with a mallet. Mineta come on Hagu it wasn't that bad. Hakagure, you shut up. You say in between those 2 gorgeous women or as you called them, grade ass. I was in between a fat BE and a woman who never flew before and was having panic attacks that I had to deal instead of relaxing. Izuku, did you get their numbers? Mineta they called me cute. Mineta said smirking as in the background Koda was holding Hakagure back from killing him. Izumi, Hakagure I'm so sorry for you having to help me with my panic attacks, it just I never been to a plane before and… Izumi started to mutter apologies while Izuku pets her head. Izuku, now relax it's fine. Hakagure just being a drama queen. Come on let's go to the hotel. Chloe hates to wait and we're already 1 hour late. Koda then why are you smiling? Izuku because I love to make her wait. They got on a taxi Koda and Mineta in one and Izuku, Hakagure and Izumi in another and drove off. Izumi looking at the window at how appealing Paris was at night, her nervousness of being in a new country slowly leaving her body while Izuku glanced at his little sister. Izuku, after the internship is over Inko will tell her the truth. One can only hope she takes it well. Toshinori is gonna be said I can't wait. They've made it to the destination and they all got out of the car. Izuku's guys say hello to the most overpriced hotel in all of Paris. Izuku Le Grand Paris. Chloe, overrated? Did you just call my family's legacy overrated? I should kill you for that, Reyes, or better yet I should kill you for making us wait for what now is 2 hours. I'm only 5 minutes away, my effing butt. They all looked as a very angry blonde walked up to Izuku's face. Sadly she only reached to his chest slamming her finger on it. Izuku, Chloe lively as always, where's your calm SW? Chloe, she went back to our room, go take care of our baby now. What do you have to say for yourself? Izuku. Traffic? Chloe. Kids go inside, the receptionist will give you all your keys while I have a chat with your superior. The kids did not before Hakagure had a small fan freakout seeing Chloe transform. Chloe boy you better start running. Izuku did as he was told and ran for his life since unlike Marinette, Chloe doesn't hold back. Izumi while walking saw something a bit strange at the coffee shop in front of the hotel. She saw a man with a mask looking at them and since she was the only one outside now he was looking at her. Izumi gave the man a small nervous wave while the masked man just took a sip of his coffee. The coffee fell on his lap, but the masked man didn't even seem to notice it, freaking Izumi out a lot more and making her all but run inside safety of the hotel. Few moments later, Chloe and Izuku walked inside the hotel, Chloe feeling satisfied and Izuku with a black eye. Chloe, now that that's settled, I'll see you tomorrow morning, and I swear if you're late I'll ram my spinning top right where the sun don't shine. Am I clear? Izuku Crystal. Chloe left in a huff while Izuku walked to the elevator, pressing the button and waiting for the door. "My, that won't do at all. Mind if I help you?" Izuku turned around and saw a man wearing a purple suit. Instantly Izuku's instinct told him to be on high alert as the man walked up to him and grabbed hold of his face, moving it side to side. "Oh me, oh my, it's already swollen. That simply won't do. Izuku, if it not too much trouble, can you kindly get your hands off my face?" "Oh, but of course, but please sir, take my card." Izuku did and read the card out loud. Izuku, Dr. Facilier, tarot readings, charms, potions, dreams made real. Dr. Facilier, catchy. I know I'm simply a Louisiana doctor. When I saw your face I just knew I had to help. If you'll let me, I have a potion that will make that swollen eye back to normal. Before Izuku could refuse, Dr. Facilier already had the potion out and in his hands. Running his hands together, the doctor proceeded to rub it at the swollen eye. It gave Izuku a slight burning sensation, but soon he could see from that eye again. The elevator door opened and Izuku walked inside. "Izuku, man, thank you for that, Dr. Facilier. How much do I owe you?" "Dr. Facilier, money? Oh, don't even dream of it. It was my pleasure. No point in you fighting if you're not at your best," Dr. Facilier said, smiling. That smile never left his face as the door closed, creeping Izuku out a little, but he didn't think much more than the doctor lacking some social skills. When the door opened again, he just went to his room and crashes on the bed, falling asleep. Scene change. Morning. We see Izuku in the restaurant inside the hotel. Like always, without Bridget, he could only sleep for 2 hours. The rest he spent working out, and he made sure if he didn't sleep his students didn't sleep. The new team Sanin sat down with their food as the four of them watch Izumi almost crawl to the table, her hands trembling to hold a simply dish tray as she made it to the table and collapsed on the table. "Izuku, I would eat up. You still have patrol in 2 hours. Izumi, how can the three of you still stand?" "Koda, gotten used to is I guess. Can't say I'm mad with the results. My net, I know, right? Can't wait to prove ourselves when we fight the big three and then become the new big three." "Izumi, you actually think you have a chance on beating them?" "Hakagure, we don't think we know we can beat them thanks to Mr. Reyes." "Chloe, how good can he be when I was able to give him a black eye last night?" Chloe said, using Izuku as a arm rest. "Marinette, Chloe, sit down and stop causing trouble." The four in turn looked to their right where Marinette sat down holding her baby, while in the background Chloe and Izuku's bickering became worse. "Marinette, hello you four, it's so very nice to meet you. My name is Marinette de Painting aka Ladybug. Hope you four are ready. Excuse me." Marinette got up and gave her child to Koda. Marinette walked up to Chloe, grabbing her softly by her neck and making Chloe look at her. "Marinette, calm down my love, okay?" "Chloe, cheater, you know I can't resist those eyes." Marinette and Chloe kissed, who returned the kiss. Hakagure gave a small squeal while the rest ate, knowing better than do not eat everything on their plate before Izuku threw everything on the trash. "Eri, daddy." Izuku turned around just in time to see something to make his heart skip a beat. His fiancée and daughter at the doorway. Eri let go of Eri's hand and ran to Izuku, hugging him. Izuku hugged back while Bridget walked up to him. "Izuku, hey baby, I've missed you." Bridget smiled, kneeling down and giving him a quick kiss on the lips. "Bridget, I missed you too." "Chloe, Marinette, is nice to see the both of you again. I see Marin is nice and healthy." "Marinette, it's nice to see you too. Thank you for the invitation and for taking care of Marin while we're off on the field." Izuku, wait, what? I never agreed to this. "Chloe, hey, it's fair we take care of your students and you get to plan your wedding. They still get an education. UA still give you a paycheck. Everyone wins." Izuku, fine, we'll take care of Marin. How bad can taking care of a baby be? Marinette and Chloe. Izuku didn't see the evil smile that was growing on their faces. He was too busy grabbing Marin and giving it to Eri, who looked at her with wonder. "Eri, she's so tiny. Was I this tiny?" Izuku, yes honey, all of us were that tiny. "Marinette, me and Bridget will go up and get the stuff you're gonna need while you all enjoy your breakfast in peace." Chloe, hey, enjoy this peace, Ray, is cause my little demon will not give you such a thing. We see him and his family eating in one of the many French bakeries. Eri was playing mommy with Marin. Izuku and Bridget were tapping their spoons, smiling at their daughter while having a Morse code conversation. Bridget, is he still there? Izuku, yes, on the roof. Izuku and Bridget coded to each other knowing that someone was following them since they left the hotel. Frustratingly, they couldn't act on it for 3 very important reasons. 1, they were both in their civilian outfits, meaning no weapons, and 2, they had children with them. Bridget? Assessment? Izuku, ideally you would go up there and face the agent since out of the 2 of us you're the better fighter. Bridget, ideally yes, but since Eri and Marin are with us you would be 50% slower since you would have to carry a baby, a 5-year-old child, and a stroller. That's not even mentioning the fact that we don't know if this individual is working alone. Izuku, yes, so splitting up is too dangerous. Our only options is the one I hate the most. Bridget, let the events play itself out. Izuku, yes, at least until he starts to walk behind us and not jumping building to building. I have an idea and you're not gonna like it. Bridget, when do I ever like your ideas? Izuku, there's the snarky woman I'm gonna marry. Izuku got up and whistled a taxi while Bridget kneeled down smiling at her daughter. Bridget, okay baby, that's enough playtime. We got to see the places you and daddy are gonna get married. Oh, and to get you a flower girl dress. Oh, you are gonna be so pretty. Bridget hugged her daughter tightly as Izuku placed the baby in the car. Soon the rest of them go in and the taxi and drove away. Izuku, go to XXXXXXXXXXX. The taxi man nodded as he drove to the location in the way passing a tunnel. Scene change. We see DTB waiting at the first location, seeing the taxi get there with the reticle of his sniper rifle. The taxi opened and out came Bridget alone. Confused, he flinched when Bridget looked at his direction and smiled, waving. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he felt the unmistakable feeling of a metal barrel on his neck. Izuku, you squeeze that trigger and I promise you I won't kill you, but you would have wished that I had. Now get up slowly, hands where I can see them. With a sigh, DTB slowly got up and turned around. Izuku, so since I have no idea who you are, I'm gonna guess you're a hired hitman. DTB, no. Izuku dodged just in time as a bullet grazed his body but shot his gun out of his hands, making it fall out of the roof. DTB, that man is a hired hitman. Izuku turned around while falling to the floor, shooting the bullet reaching the hitman, killing him while the hitman's bullet reached Izuku, who used his last gun as protection. The force of the bullet made him lose the gun as it fell from the roof, as Izuku quickly got up and distanced himself from DTB. DTB, or was hired, so glad I didn't pay up front. Were the kids? Izuku, far away from danger, and in a few minutes my fiancé will join me in beating you into a bloody pulp. DTB, really? You know, since I got here I always wondered what's better, you military training or my Yakuza training. Guess we'll put it to the test. Both Izukus looked at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. DTB brought her fist back, firing a straight punch for Reaper's face. Reaper suddenly dropped onto his knees, leaning his body back while he slid between the broken masked boy's legs. He leaped onto his feet, spinning around and delivering a strong kick into DTB's set of ribs, sending the other man sideways. With blood coming down his nose, DTB flipped in midair, sliding across the floor a little. As he glances up in time to see Reaper firing a straight punch for his face. DTB sway the punch just enough to avoid it. Sadly for DTB, he didn't notice the other punch going straight for his ribs with enough force behind to hear an audible crack. DTB shot his fist up, landing a perfect uppercut against Reaper's chin. Reaper forced his head down before slamming both of his palms down on DTB's shoulders and pulling him forward to deliver a knee into the other boy's stomach. Making DTB spit out the remaining air in his lungs, DTB hands grabbing onto his forearms. DTB yanked the Reaper boy down to deliver a powerful head bump, making Reaper's head to go dizzy. The moment Reaper felt DTB release his forearms, he straightens his stance, rotating his hips to deliver a nice blow to DTB's ribs, which sent the boy sliding back far enough to give Reaper some breathing room for his head to be under control while DTB was on all four, his breathing erratic as he puked up blood. It wasn't cracked. Reaper managed to break at least 2 ribs this time. The mask fell when DTB puked up, giving Reaper a nice look at his assailant. Reaper took off his own mask and gave a neutral expression. Reaper, another me, huh? DTB, you don't seem surprised. Reaper, buddy, I'm from Overwatch. one of my friends can recall back in time. You think this is the first other me I've seen? DD the boss was right, you are the worst of us. Also F you only aim for my ribs. Reaper, find the enemy's weakness and exploit them. DTB, your case would be that family of yours? Reaper frowned deeply as Bridget should have been up here by now. And that's when it hit her. Thieves, that's right, best version of me. I was nothing more than a distraction. Oh, poor little Bridget, small price to pay for my own family. DTB spat out as he slowly got back up, only for Reaper to shot forward with his fist ped back. When Reaper was within reach, he changed his attack from a punch to a low kick which knocked DTB feet from under his and led to him landing straight on his back. This wasn't Izuku the soldier anymore, this the thing that every man will one day meet, death. Reaper quickly brought the same leg around, bringing it straight above DTB head and slamming it down hard onto DTB's stomach. Blood erupted from her mouth from the strike. DTB growled before rolling out of the way of Reaper's second strike. He rushed forward right after with a scream of rage. Reaper blocked early to prevent the attack that most likely was aimed for his face. To his surprise, instead of going with the obvious straight punch, DTB dropped onto the floor. He slides forward just enough before pushing his body upwards from the floor and delivering a straight kick into Reaper's jaw. Reaper stumbled backwards from the strike, his vision going dark for a moment. When his vision cleared just in time to see DTB's fist flying for his face, he dodged the blow in time to twist his body and press it against DTB's. He quickly flipped DTB over. DTB's hands suddenly grabbed onto his forearms. DTB bent his knees, allowing them to slam into the floor hard enough to crack it. DTB used the momentum of the throw to flip Reaper over him instead. The moment Reaper's body slammed against the floor, his body stayed there unmoving. DTB night-night a-hole. DTB started to walk away, grabbing his mask before going to the location the doctor specified. Later. Izuku woke up 3 minutes later, getting up as fast as possible, looking around, but DTB was gone. Izuku gave a scream of pure fury as he grabbed his phone and called Ladybug. Marinetti. Izuku XXXXXXXXXXXX, get everyone here in 10 minutes or I'm doing a rescue mission by my. So, Marinette. We'll be there. Izuku broke his phone in his anger as memories of the last time Bridget was kidnapped. He could hear him, he could hear that BSRD whispering into his ear. Soldier 76, still too weak to protect her, can you do anything right? You should have died that day, you are nothing without daddy behind you to help you. Izuku slapped the air behind him and shot at nothing. He took some deep breaths to calm down and sat down at the edge waiting to the rest to get here. 10 minutes later. Marinette, Chloe, Hakigure, Izumi, Mineta and Koda made it. Izuku, before anyone starts, Chloe, your child is fine. Marin are with Marinette's mother, same as Eri. Chloe, well, that explains why you're in uniform and no in civilian wear. Okay, what happened? Izuku, me and Bridget were being followed. We made the executive decision to leave the kids in the care of Marinette's mother and then face the assailant. Bridget decided to be the bait while I sneaked behind him and confronted him. As you can see, I lost. He had more hand-to-hand combat training than me and took Bridget. Marinette, okay, do we know where they took her? Did you get a look at the person who captured her? Izuku, yes and yes. Bridget and me both have tracking chips inside our body to be sure another incident like the one that cost me and her to be captured and tortured for 8 months to happen again. Izumi, isn't that a bit much? Izuku, if you leave Japan and decided to become international heroes, you'll understand that this is just a necessity since they can take us all over the world. Marinette, take this as an advice, kids, being a regional hero you'll be safer, but you won't be able to save as many people since if they leave the place you live, for example Paris, for me and my wife, we have to leave that in the hands of another hero. While being international you can save a whole lot more people, yes, but it's like 3 times more dangerous since you make so many more enemies. Izuku, in my case, in the black market there's a bounty on my head for around 2 million from the South American cartel. Chloe, alright, so we know how to track her. Who's the assailant? Izuku, me, another me from another dimension. Marinette, like that Venom you had to fight in New York. Izuku, exactly. Mineta, wait, what? Izuku, we live in a multiverse, it's complicated, so just don't think about it. If you really want to know I'll explain later. Marinette, right, so what's the plan? Izuku, me, Izumi, Hakigure, Mineta and you will go rescue Bridget? while Chloe and Koda will continue with the regular schedule. Chloe, true, as much as I love Bridget, she's a dear friend, but we can't just leave Paris without heroes looking after it, not since Chatmore turned evil and took those traitors with him. Izuku still haven't gotten the people's trust? Marinette, it's not hard with us being the last two that didn't become corrupt. They find us hard to trust us since we were on the same team. Izuku, we'll discuss this later. The tracker finally stopped. It will take 30 minutes to get there. Let's go. They nodded and went their separate ways. Scene change. We see the rescue team on top of the glass ceiling looking down at Bridget and the other Izuku, who was patching himself. Hakigure, it's still so weird seeing another you-sensei. Izuku, it's a big world out there, not the strangest thing I've ever seen. Mineta, and what is the strangest? Izuku. Scene change. A man with a mermaid quick was training with his quirk, going deep into the dark abyss of the ocean when he felt something swimming away from whatever that was. The man turned on his underwater flashlight and gave a scream that no one will ever hear. Back to Izuku. Izuku. SSS-type creatures that I can't talk about. Just know there's a reason it's safer to explore space than to explore our oceans. Izumi, wait, that there's a second you? Man, there's 3 sensei, they could be twins. Izuku, well, thankfully I don't have twins, I have a little sister. Hakigure, you have a sister? Izuku. It's complicated. Okay, we go on 1.2.3. They jump down the glass, breaking the glass under them. DTB points his gun up and shoots, hitting Reaper on his side. Reaper, being too filled with determination and the nightmares of that failed mission, he didn't even flinched. The bullet didn't stop his momentum as he reached DTB and punched him to the ground, making his gun fall away from him. He didn't stop at one, he got on top of him and kept hitting him over and over again. His knuckle was raw, since in Reaper's eyes all he could see while he was punching was him. Before he could continue punching, something pushed him out of him. Reaper looked, and it was a smiling Dr. Facilier who had a tentacle appearing from his back. Facilier looked down at DTB. Dr. Facilier, come on now DTB, it's no fun if you let him win. DTB off. Reaper ignored DTB and went straight to the doctor, who dodged every punch as if it was nothing. Out of the doctor's back grew this black-like tentacles, each pointing to Reaper. Reaper managed to dodge most, but one managed to slice his cheek. Reaper jumped out of the way, making the tentacles finish their landing on the ground, cracking the floor under them. Izuku blinked twice, activating his contact. Status unknown. Power status hesitant, face growing to double SS as I'm analyzing. Reaper, great, why do I always get the S or above villains? Reaper glanced at Izumi and DTB. DTB grabbed a gun from his back pocket and points it at her, making her eyes widen up. Reaper went to her aid but saw the doctor walking to Bridget, making a fear to grow inside Reaper as he shot the doctor in his kneecaps, destroying it. The doctor didn't react, didn't even scream. He just looked at the Reaper and smiled as his kneecap was magically healed up. Reaper looked at Bridget, still in her chair, trying to get out to help. Izuku kept shooting at the doctor, making his body look like Swiss cheese, but all his wounds would come back to normal, making Izuku frustrated until a white light blinded him. As everyone was trying to get their vision back, Reaper could hear the two Izuku having a conversation. DTB, a little help would be appreciated. Dr. Facilier, and why would I do that? You can't even beat 3 kids? DTB, oh, I don't know, a-hole might have something to do with being injured thanks to you and the Reaper. Dr. Facilier, then I guess you are of no use to me anymore. Dr. Facilier took out a knife and stabbed DTB in the back, making him scream. Dr. Facilier got shot with a BMG bullet, sending him back with a destroyed shoulder. The shot was delivered by Marinette, who was outside with a sniper rifle waiting for the perfect shot. The doctor looked at the wound, then at Marinette outside, and it made the doctor laugh. Dr. Facilier, really? FNG, really? You just don't learn, do you? Dr. Facilier started to crack as his body started to transform. It suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Izumi, who was struggling to keep the body the way it is, making the doctor frown. Dr. Facilier, looks like no matter where I go I have to teach my little sister a lesson. Reaper TMN it? Izumi looked shocked and looked at the Reaper, who was helping DTB up. Dr. Facilier just laughed. Dr. Facilier, oh, you didn't know? You two are siblings and you didn't. Another bullet was shot on the doctor, breaking his jaw off of his body. This time the bullet was delivered by Reaper, who was frowning deeply under the mask. DTB, that's gonna be a fun conversation to have. Reaper, quiet unless you want me to leave you here. Reaper looked at his little sister who was looking at him in a state of shock. Reaper, Midoriya, I'll explain later, for now don't let him transform. Izumi nodded as she struggled to contain him. Reaper took out a device, he pointed it to the doctor and blasted, freezing him in place. DTB, what did you do? Reaper, freeze him like we froze his branch. DTB, wait, that was you? Reaper, Overwatch deemed his reality too dangerous to be left alone, we froze it until we can figure out how to protect the other worlds from it. DTB, here's hoping you never do that to my world. Reaper, now with you. Scene change. We see them all in a Overwatch base. Angela was there healing DTB. She won't lie, it's a little strange healing another version of her son when he was right behind her. Speaking of Reaper, Izuku. Izumi felt something cold on her cheek. She looked, and it was her sensei and now big brother giving her a drink. She took it and opened it. Izumi, thanks. Izumi mumbled as Izuku sat down next to her and took a sip of his beer. Izuku, don't mention it. Izumi, it's been one hell of a day, huh? Izuku, pretty normal for me. Izumi, you're my brother. Izuku, yes. Izumi, since when did you know? Izuku, since the sports festival. Had my suspicions before that, but yeah. Izumi, what happened? Why didn't I know? I had a right to know. Izuku, I'm sorry? Izuku, who gave you the right to know? You are owed nothing in this world but what you work for. As for why you didn't know, well, I promised your mother that I would let her tell you. That's gonna be a fun call to make. Izumi, she's... Izuku, no she's not. My mother is Angela Reyes, my father is Gabriel Reyes, and I am Izuku Reyes. Your mother will explain more. Angela's son, he's ready. Izuku, copy. Alright, I'll bring those two to their homes and then we'll talk more about this. Izumi nodded as Izuku got up and walked away with DTB, Tracer, and a wheelchair holding Dr. Facilier. The four of them walked through the machine Winston invented and walked to the frozen branch, throwing Dr. Izuku there. They walked to DTB's branched. Izuku, Tracer, your turn. Trace, you got it, mate. Recall. Scene change. Izuku walked behind Dr. Facilier as they're both essing into the portal, going to another dimension completely. The very second that portal closed, a new one opened and out came a healed up Izuku, Reaper, and Tracer. Izuku, this should be the place now, remember. DTB, oh trust me, you don't want that. Like all the crimes I've done this last 2 days are going in the part of my brain that blocks it from remembering, like that baby I stole a while ago, don't even remember who I gave it to, don't care either. Tracer, Magneto, this you is a scumbag. DTB, guilty as charged. Izuku, yes, but it's out of our jurisdiction, let's go. Tracer. Reaper and Tracer walked to their world. Izuku sighed as he walked to his fiancée and kissed her cheek, who smiled at him, hugging him. Izuku melted on the hug and just let the stress of everything slip away. Version Español: En su propia historia buscan, no latimas a la muerte. John. Passengers, this is your captain speaking. You were having a bit of turbulence. Our in-flight movie today is a Pirates of the Caribbean marathon. We should be in Japan by the time of the third one. We see Izuku and Izumi on a plane trip back to Japan. Izuku had his arms crossed taking a nap while Izumi was looking through the airplane windows. Flashback. Izuku and Bridget were cuddling still when the door was knocked. Izuku groaned, while Bridget giggled. Bridget, you're still a teacher, love. Izuku, my students know better than to interrupt me when I'm with you, so it can only be one person. Come in, Midoriya. Izumi walked in with a phone in hand, looking nervous. Izumi, I am Dada, called my mother that she wants a word with you. Izuku, lovely. Izuku said, his sarcasm thick in his tone as he grabbed the phone and placed it on his ear. Izuku, before you say anything, she found out on a S-rank mission, so I can't tell you how she knows. Inko, I see. I wanted to tell her in person. Don't suppose you can bring her here? Izuku, so you want me to just stop my internship just so you can have a face-to-face talk with your daughter? Inko, that, or I can tell Nizu that you're giving your internship to Ladybug and Queen Bee while you and your fiancé look at places to get married. Izuku. FING Beach. I'll see what I can do. Izuku hung up and threw the phone to Izumi, who got it stumbling. Izuku, get my students, Marinette and Chloe, here in the next 5 minutes, or I'll make what I did to Momo look like a FANG party. Clear. Izumi nodded, terrified, as she left running. Bridget gave out a giggle. Bridget, harsh much? Izuku, when it comes to you and Eri? I don't give a DMN what I need to do if it means I get to be with you. Bridget hummed and kissed his lips. Izuku melted on the kiss and kissed back, deepening it. Bridget let go of it with a soft smile. Bridget, I'll look for locations with Eri, I'm sure you'll love it. Izuku, we could be getting married in City Hall and I would love it, honey. That's not that point. This was supposed to be my break to spend more time with you. Bridget, we're Overwatch, honey. Time off is a luxury for the dead, you know this. Izuku pursed his lips as the promotion came back into his mind. Izuku, if I took it, it would mean more time off, but I would be bored doing mostly paperwork. 5 minutes later. We see them all reunited as Izuku had his hands behind his back, standing in a military position. Izuku, alright, since Midoriya couldn't wait to talk to her mother until after the week was over, I'm gonna have to go with her while the three of you will be trained under Ladybug, Queen Bee and my fiancé, that may God have mercy on your souls. Izuku's team Sannin all flinched hearing the three women cackling with what they have planned. Bridget, just a small warning, unlike my fiancé, I don't believe in watering down, so you'll have the full Overwatch training experience. Izuku, oh, and Izumi, since this all happened because of you, care to guess who I'm also gonna give the full Overwatch training experience? Izuku said with an evil smirk on his face, looking at the trembling girl. Present. Izuku and Izumi walked off the plan and saw Inko waiting for them. Inko smiled and hugged her daughter, who hugged back. Inko looked at Izuku and gave him a soft smile. Inko, Reyes, it's good to see you. Izuku just rolled his eyes and lighted a cigarette. Izuki, F you cost me my vacation. Izuku walked ahead of them. Izumi let go of her mother and looked at her expectantly. Inko sighed and gave her a small smile. Inko, let's go somewhere private where we can talk. Izumi nodded as they walked to catch up to Izuku. Scene change. We see them in a cafe. Izuku was drinking a cup of coffee, waiting patiently. Inko was having some tea and Izumi that was picking apart her muffin, feeling anxiety over the quiet. Izumi, so that he's my brother. Izumi said, having enough of the silence, looking at the two adults in front of her. Inko placed her cup down and looked at her daughter. Inko, in blood, yes, but I do hope you're still respecting him as a sensei. Izumi. Izuku, well, she does mumble when I'm speaking to the class. Inko, Ozumi. Izumi blushed as Izuku kept drinking to hide his smirk. Izumi, tea, that's not important right now. Izuku, I don't know, sounds like something we should talk about. Izumi, no, that we don't. Inko sighed and slowly nodded. She was so not ready to have this conversation. Inko, okay, what do you want to know? Izumi, everything. Inko, me and your father were young, very young, still in our 20s, when I got Piarjin and tea. How do the kids say it these days? Your dad's pull-out game was weak. Izumi, oh god, gross. Izuku, look at the bright side, you were planned. Izuku said in a dry tone, sense of humor, but it did nothing to calm the situation. Inko, Ejim, as I was saying, your father got me Piarjin tea by accident. We were too young to properly raise a child, not to mention our hero career was just starting. I couldn't abort Izuku, no matter what. The child was no at fault for his parents not being careful. We decided to put it. Izuku, Ejim. Inko, sorry him, to put him up for adoption as soon as he was born. Inko took a break to let Izumi soak in the information while she drank her tea. Izumi looked in between Izuku and her mother in a state of shock. Izuku, hold it, it gets better. Izuku said with a dried sense of humor. With a deep sigh, Inko continued. Inko, your father was scared how this would look for his image, and in a moment I will forever regret. In my mind I let Toshinori pick the orphanage. Izuku, that being an abandoned orphanage, he was expecting me to die, which I probably would have if it wasn't for. Izumi slammed her hands on the table, interrupting Izuku. Her face giving away a fury of emotions, most biggest of all, denial. Izumi, what? And, no, you're lying, father could never do that. Izuku purposely took a large loud slurp of his drink before looking at Inko with a raised eyebrow. Izuku, I'm guessing she's a daddy's girl? Inko sadly. Izumi, honey, I know this is hard to understand, but… Izumi, no. Izumi left running from the cafe. Inko sighed, looking at Izuku, who gave her a sympathetic smile. Izuku, she just needs some time, this is some big news. Inko, I know. I'm sorry I forced you to do this, I kinda panicked. Izuku, must run in the family. Izuku finished his drink and placed enough money to pay for everything. Izuku, I'll look for her, she's still under my care for the internship. Inko nodded as Izuku walked away, leaving Inko there alone with her thoughts. Scene change. Izuku walked casually to Izuku, who was busy punching boulders and breaking them. Izuku, wonder what will give out first, your quirk overheating or your fists? Izumi ignored him and she kept going. Izuku, come on, are you really that upset that you saw your father for what he is? Just a human being like the rest of us mere mortals? Izumi, shut up. Izumi muttered as the current boulder became dust. Izuku placed his hand on her shoulder. Izuku, okay, you got it out of your system now. Izumi turned around, rage in her eyes as she threw a punch at Izuku's chin. She stopped at the last second, feeling a gun tip on her neck. Izuku raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Izuku, you done throwing a fit? Izuku said in a bored tone, his face showing he was not playing. Izumi heard the clicking of the gun getting ready to fire. Izumi. Izumi powered down and hugged herself, looking at the ground. Izumi, why aren't you mad? Izuku, because I'm not? Izumi, I've faced so many things that shit like this. Doesn't matter. Toshinori is not my father. My father is Gabriel Reyes. He's the very reason I'm still alive today. He took me in when Toshinori wanted me dead. My mother Angela Reyes helped me let go of that anger I did have when I was young. Where now? I'm indifferent to it. Izumi, I just can't believe he would do something so horrible. Izuku, even the greatest person alive has demons he hides from the world. Why? Because he's human. No matter how good you are, you'll do something you will regret later on. Izumi, what do you regret? Izuku, a few years back Bridget was captured. Dad put me off the case for good reason, but in my arrogance, anger and fear I defy his orders. I took a ship with a very close friend of mine and I went to save her. Izuku took out a cigarette and took a deep breath, letting the nicotine fill his lungs. Izuku, my mission was an utter failure. I got my friend killed and me and Bridget were tortured for 8 months before we got rescued. That's something I will forever regret. I let a man die over my feelings, but that's just life. Some die, some live, and someone tells your story. Izumi hugged Izuku. It took him by surprise, but slowly he hugged her back, rubbing her back. Izuku, it's not going to be okay, I promise. Izuku looked at the sky with a sigh, remembering that mission and the friend he lost. Izuku was resting in a hammock with a pair of shades in his eyes and a pina colada in his hand. As he was relaxing, Izumi was running for her life as 10 robots, courtesy of Mei Hatsum. Izumi jumped out of the way of a bomb attack. When she tried to use her quirk, she was electrocuted. Izuku, I don't hear any signing. Izumi, frick you. Izumi got hit in the back by a laser, making her scream in pain. Izumi, why did we build the wall? My children, my children. Izuku, that's Broadway, not a sea shanty. Izumi, I don't know any sea shanties. Izuku, unforgivable. Fine, keep going. Izuku, that's why we build the wall. We build the wall to keep us free. Izuku got a phone call. He looked and it was Bridget. He answered. Izuku, hello love, how's the internship going? Bridget, hold on. I don't give a damn, and if you puke blood, you don't stop until we say you stop. It's going fine. You really did train them good, but my god, do they complain. Izuku, tell me about it. I can't get 5 minutes without them crying about wanting a break. Where is their work ethic? Bridget, non-existent, so hard to find good help these days. Both chuckled, remembering when they were those children. Izuku, on nostalgia. I saw that. Don't you dare throw a rock at them. This is a running exercise, not a fighting exercise. So love, how's Eri? Bridget, oh, she is loving France. We might just have to move here if this keeps up. That was like a gut punch to Izuku, since he still hasn't talked to her about the promotion. With a sigh, Izuku turned off the robots, making Izumi collapse. Izuku, break until I come back. Izuku walked away while Izumi started crying loudly in relief. Izuku, love, we need to talk. Bridget, I'm all ears. Izuku, Overwatch wants to give me a promotion. Bridget, oh? Izuku, why not? Yeah, I would be the head of the Japanese department. Bridget, wouldn't that mean you would be locked to Japan? Izuku, and now you see my problem. I love helping people around the world. But if I take this, it will be a big step forward for my dreams of running Overwatch one day. and it would be more of a 9 to 5 job, so one of us could be with Eri since we've gotten lucky so far, but we both know that eventually both of us will be sent for a mission that could last Magneto knows how long. Bridget, I see you've given this much thought at least for the promotion side, but could you really give it up? You know how much of a thrill seeker you are. Izuku that still have 3 days to decide what to do. Any tips? Bridget, I guess it just depends on the future you want, a future full of thrills but leaving Eri most of the time with our parents, or a boring life of paperwork but being able to come home to be with our daughter. Izuku, either way I'm giving something up. Bridget, adulting it is Izuku, PFF, thanks love. Bridget, it's fine, gotta go. Hakagura is making a run for it and she thinks I can't see her. Izuku cackled at the thought as he walked back to the previous location. He saw Izumi crawling for what remained of his pina colada. Just as she was in reach, Izuku took the pineapple and dumped it all in the sand. Izumi gave him a look of pure murder. Izuku, it had alcohol, my darling little sister. Izumi, drinking age is 20. Izuku, I've been through war against the South American cartel. I was literally a one-man army. I think I've earned the right to drink. You haven't. Get a water from the cooler. You're lucky I'm a softie. We're done for today. Izumi nodded and took the water bottle, drinking it all in one gulp as if she hasn't drank in 3 days, which she hasn't. Izumi, Izuku make you do this? Sheet without water? Simple to train your body to fight without water, without food, without sleep, since sometimes you won't be granted that luxury. Izumi, and let me guess you're gonna make me drink my own urine to learn to survive. Izuku, first of all, gross. Second, that's a myth. How do you think the body detox itself? Literally all, if not most of the bacteria goes out your body. That way drinking that will only make you dehydrated faster. Know your lesson in that is always carry emergency rations and water on you on all times. Izuku opened his jacket and Izumi saw a pocket with food bars and another with a canteen of water. Izuku, remember my little sister, Overwatch is a military operation. They train us like that. In our event we have to go into war, which we sometimes do. Hell, before the USJ incident, me and Hannah had to go to a small island to stop a civil war. Izumi, do you still remember the people you kill? Izuku, thankfully yes. Izumi, thankfully? Izuku, the moment you start forgetting the faces of those you kill, the moment they become a blur, do you? That's the moment you start losing your humanity. Now rest up, we're going to Hosu tonight. Izumi, why? Izuku, call it a hunch. Later in Hosu, Ida and Manuel were patrolling the dark night. Ida was keeping his eye out of a certain vigilante, with only one thought on his mind, revenge. Manuel, alright kid, one last street before we call it it. Manuel was pulled to a wall hard enough to be knocked unconscious. Ida quickly was in a fighter mode, looking around. Ida, show yourself, villain. Gladly. Ida attacked where the sound came from, only for his foot to be caught by a hand with claws. The man came into the light and Ida remained shocked. Ida's, sensei. Izuku, Tenya, Ida, come with me. Ida, but what about? Izuku, don't pretend you give two sheets about Manuel. We both know why you're here. Ida. Izuku, exactly, come with me. Izumi, guard Manuel and make sure no one starts sniffing around. Izumi walked out of Izuku's shadow and nodded. Izuku walked away with Ida reluctantly following. Scene change. Ida, where are we? Ida and Izuku walked into a normal-looking house. Izuku, in Overwatch black site. Ida, I thought Overwatch wasn't allowed in Japan yet. Izuku, and I thought heroes shouldn't go after someone for revenge. Ida. Izuku, exactly, so keep your mouth shut, since this is off the books. Ida and Izuku walked past a family that was eaten, neither acknowledging the other. Izuku and Ida made their way to the basement, locking the steel doors with a large key. Walking further down, Ida froze as there was a bloody person tied up on a chair. Izuku, Tenya, Ida, let me introduce you to Kaizome Akaguro, or as you know him, Stain. Kaizome spits blood on the ground, glaring at the two in front of him. Izuku ignored him and turned around to Ida, giving him a gun. Izuku, you wanted revenge? Here's your chance. Ida looked at the gun and then at his sensei. Izuku, what's wrong? Isn't this what you wanted? Revenge? Your brother hero career is over thanks to this man. You wanted him dead. Well, here's your chance. Ida started walking to Kaizome and pointed the gun to his head. Izuku, before you pull the trigger you still owe me an answer. Can you do it? Can you live with the fact that you killed somebody, that you purposely took a life not for the greater good but for a personal vendetta. Ida's hand started to tremble as Izuku continued. He walked closer to him and placed a hand on Ida's shoulder. Izuku, can you live with the fact that you have blood on your hands? Will you be able to live with the guilt that you let yourself become a monster? Ida, why are you telling me all this? Izuku, just telling it like it is. You pull that trigger and you'll be killing Tenya Ida along with Kaizo Makaguro, because you will never be the same. But hey, I'm sure this is what your brother wants, right? Retribution? So go ahead, pull the trigger. Izuku took out a cigarette and started to smoke while he waited for Ida to choose his path. Ida's hand started to shake as with a shaky breath he dropped the gun, not being able to do it in the end. Ida, I can't, I just can't do it. Izuku, good. Don't see this as a weakness, see it as a strength that you see the line and will never cross it. Izuku kneeled down and picked the gun up. Izuku, but some of us need to cross the line. Izuku took his gun and shot Stain right in between the eyes, killing him without remorse or emotions. Izuku, to make sure the line is still there in the morning. Izuku let his cigarette fall on the ground and squashed it. Izuku, come on, let's go before Manuel wakes up and starts asking question. Ida nodded and walked away with Izuku, his mentality different but at the same time fortified. Ida, I'll never cross that line. That's a promise. Izuku and Ida made it back to Manuel. Izuku walked past Izumi and slapped him awake. Manuel, what happened? Izuku, villain with a sleeping quirk, Overwatch took care of it. Manuel, what a W, who are you? Izuku, Overwatch International Hero Reaper. Manuel, wait, I thought Overwatch wasn't allowed here. Izuku, it's complicated. The Hero Commission just approved of one Overwatch base, they just haven't made it public yet, they should by the end of the week. Manuel, I gotcha, well, nice to meet you. I've seen your work on the international news, you do good work. Izuku, I can say the same about you, even if you're lesser known, I've seen what you do, very underrated. Manuel, you don't know how much that means, thank you. Well, Mr. Ida, ready to Conti. Before they could continue, they all heard a monstrous scream. They look up and saw some pale yellow creature coming towards them. Izuku in a flash took out his gun and shot one of its wings, making it change directions and crash land on a wall. Manuel and Izuku walked to the crater. Manuel, the hell was that? Izuku, by the look of it, some type of Nomu. You saw it on the news of the USJ incident? Manuel, I did, but that looked nothing like the one on the television. Izuku, Overwatch took that creature and researched it. It's a species they've been popping off all over the world. Last one Overwatch faced was in Russia. Whoever's making them is starting an epidemic. They made it to the yellow Nomu, who was moving around screaming in pain like a mindless animal. The wind wasn't healing itself. Izuku, lower level Nomu, less intelligent, weaker, no self-healing. Izuku shot it in the face, exploding the head. Ida-sensei, look out. Izuku blocked with his arm just in time to protect his ribs as he was shot to the air by another Nomu. Izuku grunted in pain as he made himself into a ball to lessen the impact damage, but the damage never came as he looked. Izumi grabbed him with her telekinesis and gently puts him down. At the distance, Izuku saw another Nomu, this one aiming for civilians. Izumi, go help the civilians, you have my permission to use your quirks. Ida and Izumi nodded and left running. Izuku grabbed both guns and started shooting at the Nomu over and over, sending it back again while Izuku walked forwards. Izuku took out the cartridge and placed new ones on his guns as he saw the Nomu slowly heal itself. Izuku, your quirk? Manuel, I can use water, but I can't make any. Izuku, there's water in blood and I see a dead Nomu next to us. Manuel, I'm not gonna dignify that with a response. Izuku groaned and slammed his emergency canteen of water on the hero's chest, glaring at him. Izuku, fine then, just use this. Izuku ran forwards, just as the Nomu was getting up. Sending a hard kick to the head, sending the Noni's head to the side but not moving it, the Nomu looked at Izuku, who didn't flinch. The second the Nomu started screaming, Izuku put his gun at the monster's mouth and shot it, breaking its jaw completely. The Nomu gave a howling, gurgling scream as he tried to attack Izuku, but its hands were caught by two water WHPs. Manuel struggled to hold the monstrous beast's strength as the jaw slowly grew back. The Nomu grabbed the Ws and pulled Manuel to him. While that was happening, Shinomu fell on one knee as Izuku exploded its kneecaps. When the monster was at his level, he jammed a grenade on its brain and ran away. He grabbed Manuel, who released his WHPIS. Both heroes jumped over a car and hid at the other side as the monster exploded. When they looked up, all that was left of the Nomu was its legs. Manuel, how much gunpowder did that bomb have? Izuku, enough, it had enough. Let's help the kids before they cause more paperwork to be done. Just as Izuku said that, a car passed between them and they both heard it crash. Izuku said in a deep breath and looked. Izumi used her telekinesis to crash the car at the Nomu. Manuel, that's 1 hour of paperwork right there. Izuku, so not the time for jokes. Both ran to the scene and saw Ida evacuating the civilians while Izumi fought the Nomu with multiple eyes. Izuku, Midoriya, use your brain, his quirk has an obvious weakness. Izumi, now is not the time for you to be my sensei. Izuku, oh please, this shouldn't be a challenge for you. Manuel, help me with the civilians with Ida. Midoriya is more than equipped to handle this challenge. Manuel, you sure? Izuku, positive. Izumi, don't you dare leave me a hole. Izuku, just think of it as the robots. Izuku and Manuel left to help Ida, making Izumi give an unholy scream. As she barely dodged an attack in her fury, her quirk went out of control and she squashed the Nomu into a small ball 5 inches big. The small city was quiet as all 3 Nomus were taken care of before any real damage could arrive. Izumi took a few deep breaths before she collapsed for overusing her quirk. As she was falling to the ground, she felt someone catch her. Izuku, we need to get that quirk under control. The overused side effect is just awful. I'll give you a C for finishing it quickly, but next time, just burned it alive. It had an amphibian-based quirk. Fire was its weakness. Izumi slowly nodded as both heard the sounds of sirens at the distance. Izuku sighed and took a cigarette. He used the fire close to him to turn it on and started smoking. Izuku, this is gonna be a pain to explain to the police. Scene change. Shigaraki, no. Where the F was Stain? What is this? Reaper cheated. Chapter end. Last time. Inko, you can finish your work when you are better. Before Izuku could complain, the door opened again. Toshinori, worry not, for I am here. Izumi, how are you, honey? Izuku, oh lovely, it's a big happy family reunion. Izuku said dryly. Toshinori looked at him and frowned deeply. Toshinori. The room was quiet. Izuku glanced at Inko, who was distracted, so Izuku took his emergency pen and kept writing his paperwork. Izuku, if you're here to see my intern, don't let me stop you. Izuku said with no emotion on his voice as Toshinori made its way inside slowly, his expression of anger never leaving his face. Toshinori, this is your fault, she's here because of you. Izuku didn't dignify that with a response, he just yawned and kept writing. Izumi, Dad. I'm here because of quirk exhaustion. Inko, and don't you dare try to blame him on that, I know you saw the news without Izuku. Izuku Reyes. Inko, really? Still? Izuku looked at her with a raised eyebrow, making her sigh. Inko, without Reyes taking out the first 2 Nomu, the destruction could have been a lot worse. Izuku, I appreciate the support, but I can fight my own battles. Now Mr. Yagi, you are here to talk to your daughter. I'm here because of a sprained wrist, so just talk to your daughter before I press the red button and ask security to make you leave. Your choice. Toshinori glared harder at Izuku, while Izumi was looking at her father in shock. She has never seen this side of him. That's when it all just clicks for her. Izumi, so it is true that you abandoned a baby to die? Toshinori looked at Izumi, then snapped his head back to Izuku, who still wasn't paying attention. Toshinori, what did you tell her? Toshinori said through gritted teeth. Inko got in front of Toshinori and jammed her finger on his chest. Inko, I told her the truth. You have a problem with it. You talked to me. Now I think it's time you left. Toshinori, I will do no such thing. I'm staying until the doctors say it's time to leave. Izuku, then just sit down and shut up. You're distracting me. Izuku said, finally showing some emotion, mild annoyance. Toshinori looked at his daughter, who looked completely heartbroken seeing her father for who he was. Toshinori, Izumi. Izumi, why? Izumi started to tremble as she glared at her father with hot tears staining her face and ruining her makeup. Toshinori, Izumi. Izumi, why would you do something like that? You told me to always protect everyone. How could you do something so horrible? Toshinori, it was for the greater good. Izumi and Toshinori froze when they heard a giggle. That giggle turned into a booming laughter. They looked, and Izuku had his head back in laughter. Izuku, oh Magneto, been a while since I laughed like that hard. Seriously? That's your excuse? That's how you justify your actions? And here I thought you couldn't get more pathetic. Izuku got up and stretched, grabbing his papers, and started walking away. Inko Izuku, it's only a sprain, it will get healed just as fast at home. This was the last day of the internship anyway. Oh, and but might, don't get me wrong, I've done a lot of horrible stuff to complete my missions, but unlike you I don't try to justify my actions. Izuku took out his hospital gown and into gasps, seeing all the scars from quirks to knife and gunshots. Izuku dressed himself, putting his jacket on. Izuku, I fed up, I made mistakes, I've done things that I will pay when my ticket's up. I accept that as a part of me you should learn to do the same. Izuku grabbed one of his cigarettes and started smoking it, as he walked away, leaving the Yagi family alone. Izumi, get out. Toshinori had to do a double take as he looked at his daughter and what she said. Izumi was holding her blanket tightly. Toshinori, Izumi, come. Izumi, out, get out. It wasn't long before the nurses came in and sedated her. Inko looked at her daughter with worry. Inko, was that necessary? Doctor, we've got a report from the Reaper that she doesn't have good control over her quirk. She could hurt someone or herself, ma'am. This is just protocol. Now Mr. Yagi, I will ask you nicely to leave before I get security. Toshinori, excuse me? Don't you know who I am? Doctor, someone who is upsetting my patient. I don't care if you're Max Eisenhardt himself. Leave before I call security. Inko, I'll walk him out, sir, don't worry. Inko glared at Toshinori, using her quick to drag him out of there. Once both were out of the hospital, Inko threw him right into the mud. Inko, go home. Toshinori, you've made enough of an butt of yourself for today. Toshinori in her father. Inko, a father who's having a panic episode now that she knows just how much of a fraud you really are. Now go at home and get your mind in check. Inko turned around and walked inside. Toshinori huffed and walked away. Moments before, with Widowmake, we see her on the roof of a building using her scope to look at the Yagi family walking out of the hospital. She kept her aim right at Inko. Her hand nowhere close to her trigger, just looking at her. There was something about this woman that intrigued her. She just couldn't understand why. What was it about this woman that made her trigger finger to freeze and not shoot her? Inko disappeared inside and Widowmaker got up, looking at the hospital with a calm expression while her hand played with a bullet. She heard her phone ring and she answered it. Jack, you got a new target named Namuri Kiyama. I want her dead by the end of the month. Widowmaker, understood. Widowmaker hung up. She looked at the hospital one last time, seeing Inko again sitting down by the mirror, giving Widow the perfect view of the woman before she left. Meanwhile, with Izuku. Izuku parked his car and walked inside his house. He walked further inside as he unclips his gun from his holster. Sombra, Nino Malo, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Izuku frowned and looked at Sombra sitting on the counter. Izuku, you look like a HK wearing that. Sombra, oh if it. Izuku, Bridget did it last we saw each other, so I'm good till now. What do you want? Sombra, well, for one, how about you hook me up with one of those death sticks? Izuku tossed the pack to her. She caught it and took one out, putting it on her lips, and looked at him expectantly. Sombra, what, no lighter? Izuku, you said to give you one. You said nothing about a lighter. Sombra rolled her eyes and got up. She walked to Izuku and grabbed him firmly on the back of his neck, keeping him in place as she turned on her cigarette with his. Sombra, being a smartass doesn't suit you, Chico Malo. Sombra said huskily as Izuku rolled his eyes, not even affected as he smirked. Izuku, you know this would be hot if I didn't know you have a thing for older men, more specifically a certain cowboy with a cyborg arm. Sombra, which brings me on why I'm here. The files, I want them now. Izuku took the files Sombra was talking about out of his jacket, giving it to her. Izuku, I keep my promises, pictures of Uncle Jesse and the missions he'll be taking for the next 6 months. Sombra took them and started drooling as the shirtless picture of the cowboy. Izuku, we're even, now get out, it's been a long day for me and I have to finish the paperwork before I can go to sleep, and I would like to have at least 3 hours of sleep before having to deal with my students. Sombra, can't I stay the night? Izuku. Who did you PSS off? Izuku said in a tired tone since this wasn't the first time he and Sombra had this kind of interactions. Sombra chuckled, blowing a puff of smoke on Izuku's face. Sombra might have smashed an old Omnic in front of Maximilian. He said something along the lines of an eye for an eye. Izuku, you can sleep in my daughter's room, but I swear if I find one bug there, our agreement be made, I will murder you. Sombra gave Izuku a cheeky smile, poking his cheek. Sombra, hey Chico Malo, if only you were single, the kind of hate/love we would have in the bedroom would be magical. Izuku just slapped her hand away from him and walked to the table, starting his work. Sombra huffed, annoyed that she couldn't get a reaction out of him. Sombra, you're no fun. Izuku, believe me, the feeling is mutual. Sombra finished her smoke and walked to Eri's room, making a face at disgust at the room. Sombra, Dios, why all the pink? Sombra collapsed on the bed and went to sleep while Izuku kept working. The next day, Izuku woke up, raising his head from his table. He finished his paperwork at 4 in the morning. He looked around and saw his paperwork neatly placed at the other side of the table and a plate of breakfast and coffee near him. Izuku grabbed the note Sombra left him. Note, my pay for letting me stay the night. Till next time we meet, Chico Malo. Izuku shrugged, crumbling the note before he grabbed the plate and started to eat the scrambled eggs. Scene change. Izuku parked his car and started walking out. After walking for a while, he opened the door to the teacher's room and saw the rest of the teachers waiting for him. Nizu, Izuku Reyes, how was your internship? Izuku, well, the kids had a great time, I can promise you that. The door was opened and instantly Izuku fell on the floor. He looked and saw his kids hugging him for dear life. Toru-sensei. Toru screamed, crying heavily. Mineta was holding Izuku's leg tightly. Mineta, never leave us with that demon ever again. Coda D, demon. Demons. Izuku looked at his fiancée, who was smiling at him innocently, making him shiver in fear and slight excitement. Izuku, alright, get off and go to class, or I'll send my fiancée at you. His Sannin team left running as if their life depended on it. The rest of the teachers looked at Bridget surprised. Izuku got up and sat down. Izuku, honey, where's Eri? Bridget, I left her with your parents. Izuku, well now Nizu, I'm sure you remember the deal we made before the internship. I'm glad to say I have an answer for you. Nizu, I see, and what may that answer be? Izuku, I will take the promotion and stay in Japan full-time. The atmosphere just tense as Toshinori crossed his arms, not pleased with this turn of events. Nizu sipped his tea and then looked at Izuku. Nizu, are you sure? Izuku looked at his fiancée, who was giving him an encouraging smile. That smile told him everything. Izuku looked back at Nizu, more sure of his decision. Izuku, yes, this promotion is a big step forward to my dream of being leader of Overwatch. But more importantly, Eri needs stability in her life, giving her past. Me having a more normal 9-to-5 job will help with that. Nizu smiled and slides Izuku a small stack of papers. Izuku looks at it, then back at Nizu. Nizu, wonderful Winston, and I thought you would say that and already prepared the paperwork. Izuku, so that you helped with the paperwork? Izuku tone said with worried, already seeing multiple red flags. Nizu, yes. But don't worry, Winston and the hero commissioner president were watching me like a hawk to make sure I didn't try anything. Seriously, where's the trust? Every single teacher looked at Nizu with an unamused expression. Nizu's smile didn't falter as Izuku signed it. Nizu, lovely, just lovely. We'll discuss the smaller details later. Right now you all have your students are expecting you all, so this meeting is dismissed. The teachers left, leaving Izuku alone with Bridget. Izuku kissed Bridget, who kissed back. Izuku, I'll miss you. Bridget, as will I. We'll talk later. I got a mission on Egypt. After that it will be December and I'll be Mrs. Reyes. Izuku, I can't wait. But if you see Fariha, tell her the goat was her fault. Bridget, are you ever gonna tell me what did the goat do? Izuku, we don't talk about what the goat did. Bridget, fine. Now go and scare your student to death, my lovely little angel of darkness. Bridget said with a cheeky smile. Izuku chuckled as he watched her leave. Izuku sighed and walked to his class. Scene change. Izuku walked inside and smirked as the students looked surprised that he was still there. Aizawa was already inside his sleeping bag. Aizawa, alright, as you all know, Reaper was only supposed to stay here for a couple of weeks to train you all for the sports festival. But Niza decided to give him a permanent job, Students say hello to your new homeroom teacher. Both Aizawa and Izuku's smiles grew even bigger seeing the absolute fear in their eyes. Izuku walked in front of them all as Aizawa hid under the desk and went to sleep. Izuku, yes, I'm sure you are all excited about it now. Any questions? Multiple people raised their hands. Izuku, yes. Tenya, Ida? Ida-sensei, what will happen to Aizawa? Izuku, since Aizawa is already asleep, I'll answer for him. He will be my teaching assistant. Next question. Yes, Mina. Ishido? Mina, is it true that you're Izumi's older brother? Izumi, Mina. Izuku glanced at the class as murmurs were heard. Izuku raised his hand, making everyone to instantly shut up. Izuku sighed before his eyes went hard. Izuku, all right. I'll only explain this once. Only once, so listen closely. Yes, Izumi Yagi is my little sister. Yes, that means my biological parents are All Might and his wife. Why do I have a different last name? Because they put me up for adoption when I was born. My real parents are Gabriel Reyes and Angela Reyes. Any other questions? No? Fantastic. Now let's start the day. You were all adequate but could be way better. So the training is not done, the training is never done. Izuku got an evil glint in his eyes as an evil smile appeared on his face. Izuku, so guess who's gonna do a 30-mile run after I finished with the news without quirks? The groans that Izuku heard was music to his ears. Izuku, yes, I know you all just love them now. Just because the sport festival is over doesn't mean you can slack off. In 2 weeks you'll have your first term final exam and you better start praying. Siro, don't you mean training? Izuku, no I don't. Since I'm in charge with what you will all face in that exam. Izuku said with the most evil smile anyone saw, sending a chill up their spines. Scene change. We see the kids at their final stretch of the run. Izuku, oh, Sanchiana gained the day. Students, away Sanchiana. We see them running all around the school in the boiling hot sun without shoes. Izuku, now pull the yen up the west, they say. Students, along the plains of Mexico. Izuku/students, heave her up and away we'll go. Away Sanchiana. Heave her up and away we'll go. Along the plains of Mexico. The students stopped as midnight came and threw shards of glass on the road in front of them. They paled when they saw Izuku running on them, his feet bleeding, but he didn't stop. Izuku, she's a fast clipper ship and a bully good crew. The class snapped their necks when they saw not far behind their new sensei was Team Sanin running the same, ignoring the sharp pains they feel. Team Sanin, away Sanchiana. Izuku and an old salty yank for a captain too. Izuku/Sanin, along the plains of Mexico. The rest of the class whined, but one glare from their sensei made them start to run again, with a few giving up as the first few shards impaled their legs. Students, heave her up and away we'll go. Away Sanchiana. Heave her up and away we'll go. Along the plains of Mexico. Those who made it to the other side wished they didn't, as Aizawa shot them all with high-pressure water at them, so much pressure that it made Kaminari fall back to the shards, impaling his back, making him fail. Izuku Sanchiana fought for gold. Sanin, away Sanchiana. Izuku around Cape Horn through the ice and snow. Students, along the plains of Mexico. The few that remains minus Team Sanin started to cry as they sang, as now they had to walk their bleeding feet on still red burning hot coals. Izuku/students, heave her up and away we'll go. Away Sanchiana. Heave her up and away we'll go. Along the plains of Mexico. Izuku, 'twas on the field of Malidore. Students, away Sanchiana. Izuku, well, both his legs got blown away. Students, along the plains of Mexico. Well, heave her up and away we'll go. Away Sanchiana. Heave her up and away we'll go. Along the plains of Mexico. Izuku turned around and kept running while he looked who was left. Izuku, it was a fierce and bitter strife. Students, away Sanchiana. Izuku, the general tailor, took his life. Izumi, Ida, Team Sanin, Mina, and to Izuku's surprise, at the back of them all Kyokujiro was also left running, looking at him with hatred. Students, along the plains of Mexico. Well, heave her up and away we'll go. Away Sanchiana. Heave her up and away we'll go. Along the plains of Mexico. Izuku Sanchiana, now we mourn. Students, away Sanchiana. Izuku, we left him buried off Cape Horn. Students along the plains of Mexico. They made it. Team Sanin walked to Recovery Girl while the other three collapsed on the ground. Izuku walked to Kyoka. Izuku, my oh my, I'm certainly surprised seeing you here. Kyoka, I wasn't gonna give you the satisfaction. I will get my revenge for what you did to Momo. Izuku, really? Kyoka's face fell on the ground hard as Izuku slammed and rubbed his bloody feet on Kyoka's cheek. Izuku, well, I can't wait. Izuku walked away already knowing what Kyoka will do. On the final exam, Izuku parked his car and looked at his mirror, seeing a nervous little bundle of sunshine, otherwise known as his daughter Eri. Izuku, it's gonna be okay, honey. It's just for a few hours and you'll make lots of friends, I promise. Eri, but Izuku, trust me honey, you'll be safe. That bad man won't ever hurt you again. I had a friend who made sure of that. Eri, okay daddy. Izuku got up and got her daughter up, holding her in his arms. He walked to the kindergarten where the teacher was greeting everybody. Hello, you must be Izuku Reyes and this little girl must be Eri. It's so nice to meet you. Eri hid her head in the crook of her father's neck. Izuku, she's shy. Oh, that's fine, she's not the first shy girl I've had. Shame too, I was hoping to find a brave girl to give this candy apple. Eri, a apple? Eri looked and you was holding a candy apple for her. Izuku placed Eri on the ground and she walked to the teacher. Yup, your daddy told me how much you love apples, so I decided to make you a candy apple as a way to welcome you. Yo, school, do you want it? Can you be a brave girl? Eri nodded slowly. You smiled and gave Eri the apple. Izuku, I'll pick you up at 5, alright baby girl? Eri, okay, bye dad. Izuku smiled and kissed Eri's head before leaving. Scene change. Izuku was stuck in traffic and was doing the thing we all do when we're alone in the car, singing his heart out. Izuku tu sabor yo quiero tu sudor yo quiero tu locura que mi haga delir, puracana, puro amor. Amor a la mexicana de cumbia, huapango y son. Caballo, boda, y sombrero tequila, tabaco y ron. I want your taste, I want your sweat, I want your madness that makes me delirious. Pure cane, pure love. Mexican love from cumbia, huapango and sun horse, boot and hat, tequila, tobacco and rum. Izuku turned down the radio as his phone rang. He picked it up. Izuku Reyes speaking. Sombra, hey Chico Malo, sometimes I forget your father is Latino. Nice boy by the way. Izuku, puta, see where's the bug? Is in the stereo? Sombra, hey don't worry, I'm not gonna use it for anything bad, well maybe to tease you a bit. Izuku, ooh, so what do you want now? Sombra, oh nothing. Nothing, just fulfilling my part of out. Agreement. The bosses ordered Widowmaker to kill the pro-hero Midnight by the end of the month. Might be something to keep an eye out. Izuku, noted, thanks. Sombra, are you still in traffic? Izuku, yeah, probably for another hour. Izuku/Sombra. Scene change. Izuku/Sombra and cambio yo. Tengo sus noches y su passion, sus fantasias y su obsession, aunque duela, soy. La que en tu cama probo su amor, tu iris retina por eso yo, prefiero ser su amante, su amante. On the other hand, I have his nights and his passion, his fantasies and his obsession, even if it hurts. I am the one who tasted her love in your bed. You are routine, that's why I prefer to be her lover, her lover. Sombra line tuition no es equivoca cuando sientes celos no estes loca, hoy enterate. Yo soy la otra el de tía esta aburrido y a mí me persigue como un niño, soy un dulce que, siempre lo sabe bien. Intuition is not wrong. When you feel jealous you're not crazy, find out today. I'm the other one, yours is already bored and he chases me like a child. I'm a candy that always tastes. Izuku en cambio yo, tengo sus noches y su passionas fantasias y su obsession, aunque duela. Soy la que en tu cama probo su amor, tu iris retina por eso yo, prefiero ser su amante, su amante. On the other hand, I have her nights and her passion, her fantasies and her obsession, even if it hurts. I am the one who tasted her love in your bed. You are routine, that's why I prefer to be her lover, her lover. Izuku, alright, that's enough singing, I've made it to you. Sombra boo. Izuku, yeah. Izuku hung up and got out of his car. Walking to his classroom, Izumi caught up to him. Izumi hello brother. Izuku instantly flicked her forehead, making her flinch. Izumi, sorry, hello sensei. Izuku, better, what can I help you, Miss Yagi? Izumi and, nothing just wanted to see if you wanted to hang out after school? Why, to get to know each other better as siblings. Izuku, fine, but Eri will be coming with us. Also next time wait for when I'm not your sensei because this is highly unprofessional. Izumi, right, sorry. Izuku, so how are things with Zarya? Izuku smirked, seeing Izumi blushing and stuttering some excuse of it's not what it looks like. They walked inside the classroom, being the first two there. Izumi walked to her seat while Izuku walked to the board and started writing 3 words on it: F'd up, failures, mistakes. Izumi read them confused but waited. After 15 minutes the rest of the class made it, each one flinching that they made it to class after the teacher. Izuku, first of all, detention for everyone for being late. If I'm here you should have already been in your seats, and if I hear one groan I'm doubling it. No one said anything, but the look in their eyes was enough for Izuku. Izuku, alright, now who can tell me what this lesson will be on? Yes, Mineta. Mineta, today's lesson will be on the mistakes you'll make as a hero. Izuku, excellent. He's right, no matter who you are, no matter how powerful the quirk, how careful you are, how fast, how good, how perfect, eventually everyone here will cause a mistake that will get someone killed. And I'm begging you, anyone who thinks they can't handle it, go to the school therapist to see if this is really the path you want in life, because being hero is short time in the limelights and most of the time in the darkest pit humanity has to offer. If you can't handle it, it's completely fine and there's no shame in it, so think it over lest you become someone like me. Toru, then sensei, how about you tell us about your mistake? Izuku didn't answer for a minute as he looked at the ceiling. He took out a pure Cuban cigar from his jacket pocket, placed it on his lips, and lights it up, taking a few big puffs before releasing that smoke to the air. Izuku, fine, listen children, and listen well as I tell you the story of my greatest F-up, and how that F-up killed a good friend. The room went quiet from that statement as the student looked at their teacher to start. Izuku blew smoke into the room and began. Izuku, it was years ago. I just finished a mission for Overwatch successfully and made it back to the base. Flashback. Izuku and Baptiste were walking back to the base having normal conversation. Izuku, oh F you. Baptiste, no F you. Well, a normal conversation for them at least. Izuku, Anakin was the chosen one, you fang dumbass, he could completely kick windows, but Baptiste, Anakin was a SLV to his emotions. He was of the dark side. Beach, remind me again, who was the emissary of Form 7, the one that uses the opponent's dark side against him? Izuku, pieces on you, and on that form, Anakin was more of a MSTR of Form 5 than Windu was of Form 7. Anakin would win. We are talking about the same guy that was able to make the son and the daughter kneel, you freaking moron. What chance those Windu have? Baptiste, ooh, you're only saying that because you hate Windu. Izuku, no shit, I hate Windu. He was a total, but that stole the chair from Dooku. He didn't notice the Jedi Order was getting more and more corrupt. He created Boba Fett. The only thing he is going for it is that he's played by Samuel L. Jackson. Baptiste, whatever man, you are just a simp for Anakin. Both walked inside the main base where Gabriel and Winston were waiting for him. Izuku, mission successful. Sir Baptiste will give you the reports. I'm going to see my fiancé. Gabriel, no, you're not. Izuku looked at his father, who didn't give him an answer, just moved aside and showed that last node location of Bridget. Izuku's eyes widened and paled as she was breathing heavily, bleeding. She was on one knee as multiple Talon agents surrounded her. The officers shot her multiple times, making Bridget fall down, collapsed on the ground, bleeding out. After that the Kamara got cut off. Gabriel, before you start getting emotional, she's alive. Izuku didn't take a breath because he knew something was coming. Another video was showed, Bridget in a hospital bed chained up and Moira Odiarane healing her. The screams of Bridget made Izuku flinch as the video changed, revealing Maximilian looking at the Kamara with his soulless robotic eyes. Maximilian, greetings members of Overwatch. As you can see, we have one of your rising stars. Such a shame of her injuries, but don't worry, we're keeping her in top shape. It's a shame that we can't afford morphine though. Now for our rewards for finding the girl. We want Widowmaker and Tracer released from your custody. That seems like a fair trade, no? I'll give you a few days to give me an answer. That should give our doctor enough time to have her fun. The video ended and Izuku had the expected reaction. Fury. Izuku, I want to be placed on this case. Gabriel, no. Izuku, I wasn't asking for permission. Gabriel, Still no, as your commanding officer, you are not to get involved in this case, you are too close to it to think rationally. Izuku no shit. That's my future wife. I'm gonna go save her. Izuku turned around instantly, he fell on the arms of his father, quickly loosing consciences as his father hit him right at the back of his neck and grabbed hold of him. Gabriel, forgive me for this. Officer Baptiste, take Mr. Reyes to a cell, he is a danger to himself, to others and to this operation. That was the last thing Izuku heard before he passed out. Izuku groaned, rubbing the back of his neck in pain. He slowly sits up and looks around, waiting a few moments for his vision to stop being blurry. Diamen, I knew old Reaper was cruel, but his own son? That's just heartless. Izuku blinked a few times as his vision got back to him, and he saw Olivia Colomar et Sombra. Sombra, hey cell buddy. Izuku, oh that mother. Izuku ran to the cell and touched the bars. Instantly he was electrocuted back to the ground. Sombra, yet I figured that out the hard way too, so what are you here for? Izuku, soon enough it will be to kill you and Widowmake. Sombra, I see the plan worked, I guess. Izuku got more angry looking at Sombra, who had a casual bored look on her face. Sombra, I mean, you could do that, you could, or we can help each other. Izuku, why would I ever work with you? Sombra, because the longer you are here, the longer your little fiancé will be tortured by Moira. Sombra smirked at Izuku, flinching. Izuku frowned and looked at Sombra. Izuku, what do you have in mind? Scene change. We see a low-level Overwatch agent rolling the food cart. He hears fighting and he runs to the source of the sound, seeing Izuku on top of Sombra punching her over and over. James, hey, stop that. James opened the gate and ran inside. He grabbed Izuku and pulled him off Sombra, pushing him to the wall. While James was distracted, Sombra quickly got up and slammed a glass bottle on James' head, knocking him out cold. Sombra and Izuku dusted themselves off since the punches Izuku threw were fake. Sombra, alright Reyes, you're a pretty good actor. Now since you know this place, take me to the ships. Izuku, and what's stopping me from locking you back up? Sombra looked at Izuku, he was already out, his finger hovering on the cell's door button. Sombra just smirked and shrugged. Sombra, maybe the fact that I can disable the Kamaras? I mean, without me you would have to fight all of Overwatch, since they would see you escaped and would know your plan. Izuku, let's go, hurry up. Sombra smiled brightly and they were off, running up the stairs to the hangar bay. They heard footsteps coming down and instantly hid behind one of the doors. It was a small room with barely any space. Izuku and Sombra bodies were close, their faces close enough they could feel the other's breath. They stayed like that until they heard the footsteps reaching them. Izuku kicked open the door and punched a man out cold while Sombra did the same to the other man. Izuku started patting the knocked out men's. Sombra, not judging your sexuality, but is this really the time to feel them out? Izuku ignored her and found what he was looking for. Sombra saw Izuku take the keys from them. Izuku looked at Sombra, both nodded and kept running. Izuku boosted up his speed and broke open the emergency door. A bruise started to appear on Izuku's shoulder, but he ignored it. Izuku, can you hotwire a jet? Sombra, I can hack a jet to turn on. Izuku, then this is where we go our separate ways. Sombra, a shame. I would have loved to join you. Well, not really need to do something big to get back into Maximilian's good graces. Until next we meet, Chico Malo. Sombra walked to one of the jets. Izuku ran to one on the other side, his father personal fighter jet. The Lockheed State Route 71 Blackbird, an advanced long-range strategic reconnaissance aircraft capable of Mach 3 and an altitude of 85,000 feet. Gabriel bought it to himself as a Christmas present. Izuku jumped inside and jammed the keys inside the hole, forcing it on. The sound of the engine starting alarming the people inside. Izuku knew he had max 15 seconds to get out of there. He flicked a few switches and flew off just as he heard gunshots starting to shoot him down to no avail. Izuku had his hands firm on the steering wheel as the video monitor turned on, revealing an angry Gabriel Reyes. Gabriel Reyes turned around right now. Izuku denied, I'm not gonna sit on a cell to rot while the woman I love is being tortured. Gabriel, Izuku, this is your final warning, come back or you'll be seen as an enemy of Overwatch. Izuku, you do what you has to do and I'll do what I have to do. Love you, Dad, tell Mom I love her too. Izuku ended the call. and ripped the wire that allowed Overwatch to track him. He kept flying at top speed until he got enough distance. Izuku, computer, case file 65543 location of Talon. Computer warning top secret information class SS or higher, security code is needed. Izuku placed the correct code at the first try, making him smile softly. Izuku, really, old man? The day you found me you really are a softie. Izuku chuckled to himself as the information was presented to him, the closest known location of Talon's main base of operations. Scene change. Location: the forests of Vietnam. Izuku landed the Blackbird an hour ago, took as many provisions as he could and started walking. The only thing he had was a backpack with some food, a canteen of water, a map and one gun with 12 bullets. Izuku squinted his eyes as the sun started to set. With a click of his tongue, he decided to set camp, starting a fire and eating a little bit of the food. Izuku took the map out and started to research it. Izuku, the base is still a full day walk from here. Instantly Izuku jumped out the way and pointed his gun at the moving. Izuku, whoever followed you better say your prayers and I'll say mine, since I'm not going down without a fight. Now come out. Izuku's eyes squinted as Baptiste walked out holding his own gun at Izuku's, Baptiste's gun being so much bigger and more powerful. Baptiste, Izuku, stand down. Izuku, how many more found me out? Baptiste, Overwatch is currently on a manhunt for you. They made me search for you in Vietnam, so only me for now. Izuku, are you gonna turn me in? Baptiste, what choice do I have? Izuku, to help me rescue Bridget. After that I'll turn myself in. Baptiste, Izuku, this is insane. Izuku, no, what's insane is that you and those higher up think Talon will play fair. If we don't save her soon she'll be dead by that Scientist Moira. Izuku threw his small gun at the feet of Baptiste. He looked down and then at Izuku, who was putting all his chips on his friendship. Izuku, I'm asking you as my friend to help me. Please, I can't lose her. Baptiste looked at Izuku for a full minute before sighing and lowering his gun. Baptiste, pass the food. Izuku smiled and sat back down with Baptiste sitting next to him. Both ate while looking at the map. Baptiste, any idea where the base even is? Izuku, I flew over it. It's a full day walk from here. Our best shot to taking Bridget out of there will be a surprise attack. We sneak inside and find Bridget. Baptiste, getting inside will be easy, but getting outside will be a bloodbath. Izuku, yes, but if we call it and get a full Overwatch platoon, the chances they'll kill Bridget goes up to 68%. Baptiste nodded. With nothing more to do, they went to sleep to get ready for their extremely off-the-book mission. Scene change. It was nighttime when Izuku and Baptiste made it to the location. They looked at the base of operations of Talon's doctor and scientists Moira Odiarain. Izuku and Baptiste didn't need to take. They ran in the shadow of the night, grabbing the two Talon agents at the front door. Both snapped their neck and quickly got changed into their outfits. Izuku, we need to find the security room. That's the best chance of seeing where they're keeping here. Izuku said as he and Baptiste dragged the dead bodies to a bush. Baptiste nodded and walked inside. The place was about what you expect for a crazy scientist of Moira's caliber. Very few assistants, with a lot of security omnics and security cameras that Izuku and Baptiste didn't notice. They made it deep inside the base, finally finding the security room. Baptiste opened the door, seeing two human security guards there looking at the monitors. Charles, is it shift change already? Carlos, you won't find me. Izuku shot him and Charles. Both fell on the floor, their blood filling the floor. Izuku and Baptiste walked over them. They looked over the cameras, trying to find Bridget. Baptiste, I see her. Izuku looked and his eyes widened. Moira turned around looking at the camera. She smiled and waved at it. Izuku, she knows we're here. The alarm started sound all around the base. They heard the security omnics coming towards them and fast. Baptiste shot the mirror and jumped down with Izuku following. Baptiste turned around in the air. He pressed a few buttons in his gun and threw it. One of the omnics caught it. The gun overheated so fast that it exploded it and the others robots with it. Izuku prepared himself, but still he wasn't ready for the pain he felt when he fell on a crate, breaking it. Izuku groaned but ignored the pain as he got up and helped Baptiste up. Izuku, head for the exit. I'm not leaving without her. Baptiste, then I guess I'm not leaving either. No time to argue, let's just go. Izuku nodded and they ran, going deeper down the base, dodging bullets. A omnic jumped them. Baptize. grabbed speed and jumped, grabbing the Omnic's head in an arm lock. He crashed it to the ground, ripping the head out of it. Baptiste threw the head to Izuku, who kicked it at the groups of Omnics behind them. The head exploded, but it made no difference. There was no end to the robotic soldiers. Baptiste, we're almost there, let's go. Izuku and Baptiste running from a small army of Omnics shooting them. Baptiste, keep running, we're almost. Arg. Izuku turned around to see Baptiste get shot in the gut. Izuku, Baptiste. Baptiste, forget about me, keep going. Izuku ignored him and ran back for him. He lifted him, putting his hand on Izuku's shoulder. They started walking away with Baptiste holding his side. Baptiste growled and pushed Izuku off him. Izuku saw the crazy BSD, took his gun and started shooting, killing 3 Omnics with 1 bullet. Baptiste, I said go. I'll hold them off, find your woman. Baptiste kept shooting, slowly walking backward. When he ran out of bullets, he threw the gun to one of them. An Omnic ran towards Baptiste, but the handgun stopped his momentum. Baptiste ripped a minigun from and shot him down. If this was his last stand, Baptiste was gonna go down fighting. The Omnics started to surround him as Baptiste shoot as many as he could. He screamed when a bullet shot his shoulder. An Omnic got close enough, he tried to capture him, but Baptiste started using the minigun as a blunt object, hitting them with it as he shot them at the same time. His last stand didn't last long, only a matter of seconds before he was outnumbered and shot in the chest. He tried to slowly keep the fight alive, but it was no use. They shot him multiple times in the chest, making Baptiste fall to his knees, where he was shot in the head, killing him. With Izuku. Izuku made it to the last floor and could see the main door. He stopped for a moment as he hears the shooting stop upstairs. He knew what that meant. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment and kept going, being too deep to stop now. Izuku ran full speed at it but screamed and fell to the ground as someone shot his kneecap. Izuku turned around and saw Sombra with a gun pointing at him, the gun still having smoke coming out of the tip. Sombra just smiled, looking at Izuku. Sombra, sorry Chico Malo, but remember I need something to get in the good graces of my bosses. Sombra sucked her gun to a tranquilizer 1 and shot Izuku, sending him out cold. Izuku woke up and found himself again locked up in a cell. With a groan and feeling as if his kneecap was on fire, he tried to move, but he was restrained by leather straps on his hands, legs and torso. With no other choice, he waited for what felt like hours before the door opened. Izuku heard the hard, commanding footsteps stop next to him. He turned around and saw the leader of Talon, John Francis Jax Morrison. He sat down on a chair, looking Izuku up and down. Jack, so you're this new Reaper that's been going around, huh? Didn't think Gabriel would give that role to a kid. Izuku, then how pathetic can your organization be if I took down by my count 4 of your bases by myself over the years? Jack didn't appreciate his tone, so he jammed his thumb on Izuku's bandaged kneecap, making Izuku scream in pain. Jax, sorry, did that hurt? Izuku spit in Jack's face, scowling at him. Jack calmly cleaned his face and looked at Izuku. Izuku, sorry, did that hurt? Izuku said in a mocking tone, knowing he was dead anyway and no one was coming to save him, might as well go down on his terms. Jack, lot of lip for someone in the wrong position. Now what could the new Reaper want with our doctor? Izuku, you can stop with this whole speech thing you're doing. I know that Slot Beach Count of Sombra told you everything. Check, that she did. You know, you remind me a lot of a younger version of your father. He also risked his life to save Angela. Only he was actually successful and didn't go to the lengths you did, so I give you kudos for that. Izuku, so what, you gonna kill me? Maybe use me as bait or a bargaining chip for the old man. I can tell you now, he won't give 2 sheets about me after what I did. I'm pretty much worthless to you. Jack gave a small laugh as the door opened and 2 soldiers walked in. Jack, worthless? Son, I would recommend you go to therapy for having such a low image about yourself, but I have a better idea. To finish the job I did years ago, only this time I'll make sure the Reaper is a permanent soldier of Talon. Make sure you don't do anything critical on him, I want him alive. The soldiers released Izuku from him restraints and threw him on the floors. Izuku grunted and sat looking up at the men, since standing wasn't an option with his injured leg. That quickly became the least of his worry as the soldiers beat him up until Izuku was a pile of blood on the floor, his body filled with bruises, his right arm dislocated, and 3 ribs broken. Izuku coughed up blood as the soldiers left the room, with Izuku losing consciousness. 3 months later. It's been the same day in and day out. Izuku would get fed, beaten up, healed up and repeat. Izuku was awoken by the door opening. He looked. It was Jack and two of his soldiers. Izuku smirked at them, his eyes as filled with life as before. They were far off from breaking him. Jack, Mr. Reyes, how are you finding your accommodations? I do hope they're to your liking. Izuku, you kidding? I feel like I'm back at the academy. The rotten food is a good touch though, would recommend again. Did you cook it? What am I saying? Of course you did. What else would a washed up soldier like you be good for? Jack glared at the teen and snapped his fingers. The Talon soldiers got in front of their superior and started Izuku's daily beating. Izuku didn't try to stop them, knowing it was a fruitless endeavor. As Izuku coughed off spit from a kick to his stomach, Jack stopped them. Izuku, what's wrong, big man? You finally gonna get your hands dirty? What am I talking about? You never did on Overwatch. Why would Talon be any different? Tell me who's but taste better for brown nosing, Maximilian or Gabriella Daw? Jack, pick him up. The soldiers did, holding Izuku by his arms. Jack took out a cigar and ignited it. He looked at it for a few moments until the tip was glowing a bright orange color. He walked over to Izuku and pressed the burning head on Izuku's stomach. Izuku hissed in pain and squirmed, but it was for nothing as Jack didn't stop until Izuku's body was filled with burn marks and the cigar was out. Izuku, nice party tricks. What's next? Oh, how about the dirty nail on my fingers? That was a good one. Jack, oh, I have something better planned. Moira, get inside. Moira walked inside the cell. She was pushing a trolley with her. On top of the trolley there were various of medical equipment, scalpels, bone saw, scissors, etc. The soldiers dragged Izuku to the bed and strapped him back up. Izuku didn't have the strength to put up a fight this time. Moira pushed the trolley right beside the bed and picked up a scalpel, inspecting it. Moira, I must say it's so great to have another Reaper to test. Izuku, yeah, heard a lot of complaints about you, but I guess it's to be expected. I mean, how good can you be when everything you did you stole from my mother? Moira frowned at that and placed the tip of the blade just beside Izuku's collarbone and applying some pressure on it. The thin blade did quick work as it went through Izuku's skin like an old cloth. Izuku grunted a bit but kept a neutral face. Moira, your mother is the real thief. She stole a position that should have been mine. Izuku, and yet she's second in command at Overwatch while you're here with the cockroaches. Funny how life works. Hayubitata. This time Izuku did scream as Moira sliced Izuku. It wasn't one swift movement, no. It was slow. Moira wanted to make sure Izuku felt every second of it. The scalpel dragged across Izuku's collarbone all the way towards his arm and stopping at the middle of Izuku's bicep. Blood began to come out of the long narrow wound. Izuku was breathing heavily as he felt the blood making its way down his body. Jack walked to the trolley and grabbed a bottle of some kind. Jack turned around to Izuku and poured its contents all over the wound. Izuku cried out in pure agony as he felt the wound burning. He tried to free himself, but it didn't work. Jack, painful, isn't it? Disinfectant, something used to clean and disinfect wounds, hence the name. It's really funny how rather harmful it can be if you put it on an open wound, don't you agree? Moira, you're a doctor, what's gonna happen to him? Moira, at best hellish pain. The longer it stays in his open wound, the more it's SCD inside the body, the worse it will be. For example, stop the blood from clogging, but the chances of that are really low with only one wound. So let's up those chances. Moira made more cuts to Izuku's body, making sure to put disinfectant on them. He had made several cuts all over his body. After he was done, Jack pulled out something from under the trolley and placed it on top of the trolley. It was a rectangular metal box-like object with buttons on it. It was slightly bigger than a car battery. Jack detached what looked like a foot-long metal rod from the box. The only thing keeping the rod and box connected was a thick cable attached to the bottom of the rod and the top surface of the box. Jack then pressed a button on the rectangular box and the box started to make a slight buzzing noise. Jack went over to Izuku and pulled his shirt up, revealing his bare chest and torso. Izuku immediately realized what was going to happen and braced himself for it. Jack, what? No snarky words, no comebacks? Izuku, did you drink Maximilian's liquid like a good little boy to get that box, or did he give it to you for being a good bottom beach? How about that scumbag? Turn it up, I ain't scared of you. Jack, you should be. Jack pushed the head of the rod on Izuku's stomach. Izuku could feel electricity running through his body. He tried to hold back, but the pain was too much. He screamed out in pain as he felt a burning sensation throughout his body. After almost half an hour, Jack pulled the rod away, making Izuku gasp for air. He could feel a metallic taste on his tongue of his own blood and just laughed. "Jack, Moira, I'll leave him in your most capable hands." With that statement, Jack left and Moira went back to electrocuting Izuku. His screams rang through the whole place. 6-month mark. Izuku was lying on the berth, his hands and legs were still strapped. He was semi-conscious of his surroundings. His body was weak from malnourishment and the torture he had been through. Even for Izuku, who's been trained to endure this type of torture, it was taking its toll on his physical and mental health, day in and day out being used as Moira test subject. He wondered how long it had been. He lost track of time at the 4-month mark. He wonders how his friends might be doing, how Bridget was doing, how his mother is handling all this. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard the door leading to his cell opening. Izuku mentally groaned and looked up to see Jack coming inside the cell. "Izuku, Mr. 76, I was starting to think you forgot about me. What got tired of being on your knees?" Izuku said weakly. His eyes no longer had the same shine he had at the beginning. "Jack, 6 months and a week of all this, and yet you're this cocky. You have my respect for what it's worth." "Izuku who?" "Oh, how you honor me. How about you let me go, and I'll go to my room and write it in my journal." Jack hummed and turned on the TV. The first time Izuku has been granted access to it, it was a news report: Overwatch hero Bridget freed from a Talon black site. "Jack, heartwarming, don't you think? She gets to go free, we get Widowmaker back, and you? Well, you get to keep being Moira's little pet project." "Izuku, is this supposed to make me feel something? You think I didn't know the consequences of my actions? I knew full well that this was a suicide mission, and I took it anyway because I knew if you had me you would spend all your time and resources on me while Bridget got minimal damage." Izuku started to laugh as Jack's eyes widened. Yes, he was that easy to manipulate. "Izuku, God, you're not even pathetic, you're just sad. This is why my father was better than you in every way, but that's it, isn't it?" Poor little Jack couldn't accept someone was better than him, so he threw a tantrum like the joke said. It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. A furious Jack, he dragged the scalpel across Izuku's bicep, and then moved over to his other body parts. Jack went on for a long time, making multiple cuts on Izuku's stomach, thighs, and chest. "Jack, you think you're some kind of hero? Huh? Well, let me show you what happens to heroes," Jack said as he stabbed Izuku's left arm with the scalpel and tore off the ligaments. Izuku screamed in pain at that, but before he could recover, Jack stabbed Izuku's left bicep multiple times with the scalpel, tearing pieces of muscles every time he pulled the blade out. "Jack, you're just a pathetic boy, Izuku." "Pathetic? Izuku, is that what your daddy told you before he hit you with the belt?" For the first time since he got there, Izuku saw Jack flinch. It was small and only showed in his eyes, but it happened. "Izuku, yeah, that's right, Dad told me all about you. Poor little Jack Fathers was a drunk and Mommy couldn't stop popping pills, so he joined the military to escape it all, and now look at you. You run an organization that does nothing but make more James and Maria," Izuku said with gritted teeth as he screamed again as Jack used the scalpel to stab Izuku in the stomach and then pulled the blade out. Izuku groaned as he felt the insides of his stomach burning. If his knowledge on anatomy was correct, then it must be the stomach acid that was leaking due to the injury. And all Izuku could do was laugh since he won. He pushed Jack over the edge and was gonna kill him. This nightmare would be over in just a little longer. "Jack, let me show you what else my father taught me. He taught me to always keep a place clean." Jack went over to the trolley and picked up the electrocution device and used it to electrocute Izuku. He did it again and again until Jack felt satisfied. He then went over to the trolley and picked up a chisel. He went back to Izuku and held his left hand down and used the chisel to chop off his middle finger. Izuku screamed out in pain. The sound of his screams made Jack grin in satisfaction as he heard the boy's screams. "Izuku, you're gonna be in trouble. You know Dad told you not to play with his tools." "Moira, so I see you used it." "Jack, he gave me no choice. What's in this stuff anyway?" "Moira, oh, nothing. Nothing, it's a specially made toxin. Causes unimaginable pain while keeping your brain completely awake and functional, so that you can feel every single ounce of the pain. Pretty good thing to use when you're having fun with our little toy on the table." "Izuku, at least I don't have to live with the fact that I stole everything I've made." Moira, oh, it would appear that my little test subject still needs a lesson in manners. Jack, sulfuric acid. A really strong acid used in industrial purpose. Can see what it can do to a human body. Scene change. Izuku so close to death, just need to catch Jack alone. Omnic, you're in luck, found this thing sniffing around, now she's your problem. The Omnic left. Izuku got up and slowly made its way to the person. Izuku ibwa, Gwenchene? Izuku said in Korean, asking if the person was okay. The woman slowly got up and came to the light, making Izuku's fear to grow inside his heart. Izuku, Bridget, what are you doing here? She didn't respond, just crashed him to the ground, hugging him for dear life. Izuku heard her crying and he rubbed her back. Bridget, you moron, I thought you were dead. Never scare me like this again, do you hear me? Izuku, why? Yes, ma'am. Izuku squeezed out of him as Bridget kept crying. She and Izuku had to catch up quick before one of the higher-ups came down there to greet their new guest. Izuku, Bridget, what are you doing here? She didn't respond, just crashed him to the ground, hugging him for dear life. Izuku heard her crying and he rubbed her back. Bridget, you moron, I thought you were dead. Never scare me like this again, do you hear me? Izuku, why? Yes, ma'am. Izuku squeezed out of him as Bridget kept crying. She and Izuku had to catch up quick before one of the higher-ups came down there to greet their new guest. Izuku, Bridget, what the hell are you doing here again? You were supposed to be with Overwatch. Bridget, and I was, but when your mother told me what you did, which reminds me. Bridget slapped Izuku hard, leaving a big red imprint on his face. Bridget, that's from your mother. Izuku, okay, I deserve that. Bridget? Yeah, anyway, when she told me what happened, I panic. I think I stole your father's backup plane and flew here. By the way, did you know his password is the day he found you? Isn't that cute? Izuku, are you out of your mind? The only reason I'm here was so that they wouldn't torture you. Bridget, come on, did you really think I wouldn't come here to try and rescue you? Izuku groaned loudly, covering his face with his hands. Izuku, if we get out of here we need to lay low, or Dad is gonna have our buttes. Bridget, oh, I'm sure your mother's calming him down as we speak. I mean, it was her idea to do this. Izuku, how do you know that? Bridget, the keys were in the jet, she was the last one to use it, that's all I'm saying. Izuku, you do realize that they are gonna torture us, right? Bridget, we can hold on until Overwatch comes for us. Izuku chuckled, his chuckle turned into a full-on booming laugh. Izuku, I've been here for what must be 8 months now. You really think that man gonna raise a finger to rescue us? Bridget, have some faith. The door opened and Izuku frowned as it was Jack and Moira. Izuku, so did you calm down, you constant disappointment? Izuku frowned when all Jack did was smirk. He raised his hand, revealing a controller with a big red button. He pressed it and instantly Bridget started screaming in pain. Izuku, Bridget. Izuku glared at Jack, who sucker punched him in the stomach, making Izuku fall to his knees. Jack, you would be surprised the kind of thing Moira can create. There's a reason why she's 10 times better than you'll mother ever be. Moira, oh Jack, you're such a flatter. Jack, now grovel for forgiveness and I'll turn it off. Izuku bowed and grunted when Jack slammed his foot on his head, rubbing it in it. Izuku, I'm sorry, please turn it off. Jack turned it off and Bridget collapsed on the floor, steam coming out of her body, as Jack raised his foot only to kick Izuku on his face, breaking his nose. Izuku groaned, holding his nose while moving side to side. Jack's, now that's better. Who do you want? Moira, oh, I'll take Angela's perfect little child. I have some wonderful new experiments to try out. Jack, grand, I'll take Bridget, then I'm sure I can find some use for her. Izuku, you so much as touch her and I'll. Izuku spit out blood as he was kicked in the stomach, taking all the air out of his lungs. If he had anything to eat he would be throwing up, but his malnourished body had nothing to give. He balled into a ball, groaning loudly. Jack, soldiers, get our 2 guests ready for the main event. Before Izuku passed out, he felt the arms of the 2 Talon soldiers drag him away from Bridget. Scene change. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and he was in a hospital robe and stabbed to a bed. The room around him was white with multiple medical tools and God only knows what else. Moira walked up smiling at him as her hands hovered on her tools. Moira, where to start, so many. Moira started to stumble before she passed out on the ground. Man, what a lightweight, huh? Izuku moved his face and growled, seeing Sombra there waving at him, and smirking it made Izuku furious. Sombra, hey Chico Malo, missed me? Izuku, what did you do? Sombra didn't respond. She walked up to him and freed him from the straps. Izuku sat up right on the bed and looked at her. Sombra, what can I say? It took some time to get them to actually trust me. Sorry I couldn't help you. Well, mostly sorry. Kinda sorry. A little sorry I guess would be the correct word. I would. Sombra fell on the floor, feeling immense pain on her now broken nose as blood dripped out. Sombra, alright, I'll give you that one. You better hurry if you want to save your corazon. Izuku, this doesn't mean we're even. UFANG beach. I'll never forget the 8 months I was. Sombra, the more you talk the less time you'll have to find her. Izuku let it go and ran away to save Bridget, this time for real, no mistakes. He was running in a hospital robe. He stopped to the sounds of screaming. He looked around in a panic and saw Bridget tied down to a chair, bloody with drills on her legs, and a person in a robe torturing her. Izuku, Bridget. He went running, but someone punched him straight in the face, falling on the ground. He growled, looking up, seeing him again. Soldier 76, my look, who made it out his cell block? Izuku screamed in anger, got up and started punching him, or at least tried. S76 dodged and counter, ever punched. S76 grabbed Izuku's wrist, bringing him closer and slamming his knee on his gut, taking the air out of him. S76, man, is this the best Gabriel's son can do? Izuku, shut up. Izuku spits blood on S76's face, making him frown before slamming Izuku's face right at the window where Bridget's room was, cracking it. S76, so pathetic, can't even land a punch, just stand there and look while your girlfriend dies and you're powerless to stop it. Izuku squirmed, trying to no avail, as he saw the man in the robe grab a needle with a toxic green liquid inside it. Izuku, no. Jack, say goodbye to the Bridget you knew, brat, because now she's mine. The robed man looked at Jack, who nodded. The man nodded back and walked to Bridget. When the roof collapsed on top of the man, killing him, the whole place started to shine in red as the alarms was set off. Jack looked around and barely dodged a bullet directed to his head. He released Izuku in his way of dodging the bullets. He looked and laughed, seeing his old friend and Izuku's father. Gabriel Reyes looking said, Jack Reyes, my old friend, how've you been? You look good. I see that pseudo quirk Moira gave you is doing wonders for you. Present. Izuku, after that I passed out. Bridget and me were rescued and both were severely punished in ways that I rather not talk about. Izuku finished his cigar and looked at his class with cold, serious eyes. Izuku, that was my mistake, a mistake that cost a life, a mistake that took 8 months of my life, a mistake that cost me to be tortured until I was ready to die. Now everyone here will do a mistake like me, maybe bigger, maybe smaller, but you'll make it. You are not immune of making mistake. The real challenge is living with those mistakes and choices you made. Some people can't do it. They kill themselves, retire, or just go MIA, and there's no shame in that. So I'll say this again, if anyone here can't handle this line of work you all will be doing, quit now before you make a mistake that will cost someone's life. If you can endure it, then I welcome you. The bell rang and Izuku signaled them to move along. They did so slowly, but they left Izuku alone with his thoughts. He looked out the window with a sigh as he remembered his friend that died for nothing. Izuku, I'm sorry, Baptiste. But Anakin is still better than Windu. Izuku chuckled to himself as he went to his desk to do his paperwork. Weeks later, Izuku yawned as he woke up early. He looked at the clock. It was 6 a.m. He looked at the calendar and took a lazy smirk. Izuku, today is gonna be a fun day. Izuku said as an evil chuckle escaped his lips, as today was the first term final exam and Izuku was in charge on what the victims, the students, will face on the exam this year. Izuku got out of bed with a stretch and went down to start breakfast. While cooking, he turned on the radio. Radio/Izuku, besame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Izuku felt someone hug him from behind and slowly move him back and forth. Bridget/radio, besame mucho que tengo miedo perderte después. Izuku turned around and they kissed softly. Izuku raised his hands and hugged Bridget by her neck while Bridget hugged him by his waist as they started to dance. Radio, quiero tenerte muy cerca, mirarme en tus ojos, ver junto a mi piensa que tal vez mañana voy a estar muy lejos de ti. The couple danced around slowly, Izuku resting his face on Bridget's chest as they music took them. Radio, besame mucho, Como si fuera esta noche la última vez. With a giggle, Bridget grabbed Izuku and holds him like a princess as she twirls them around. Radio besame mucho que tengo miedo perdert después. Izuku smirked as he jumped out of her embrace and did a flip in the air, landing perfectly behind her. Radio quiero tenerte muy cerca, mirarme en tus ojos, ver junto a mi piensa que tal vez mañana voy a estar muy lejos de ti. Izuku swept her leg and grabbed her as she was falling, looking at her eyes with a mix of determination, passion, and want. But since Eri is upstairs, that want will go with nothing. Both chuckled softly as Bridget gave him a peck on the lips before getting up. Izuku, welcome home, love. How was the mission? Bridget sank her head on Izuku's soft, almost pillow-like hair and took a deep sigh. Bridget, exhausting, but it's almost over. Now it's just a matter of you finishing with that school. Izuku, Yue. And after the Quirk training camp, you, me, and Eri are out of Japan and into Paris for our wedding. Bridget, Eri is gonna make such a cute flower girl. Izuku agreed, go wake her up while I finish up here. Bridget, you got it. Izuku jumped a bit when Bridget slapped his butt. She left laughing while Izuku with a smirk shook his head, blushing. With Bridget. Bridget opened the door with a smile, looking at Eri and her girls' room, seeing a few drawings of their family taped on the walls. She walked up to her bed and sat down softly. She moved Eri a little. Bridget, honey, it's time to wake up. Eri stirred awake. She rubbed her eyes and looked at who woke her. Her eyes quickly went wide, seeing her mother there smiling at her. Eri, mommy. Eri said, happy as she jumped and hugged her mother. Bridget, for her part, caught her and kissed her little horn, happy to finally be back home with her fiancé and daughter. And to be away from Tracer, who can only talk about her girlfriend. Bridget, it's so good to see you again, baby girl. Come on, daddy must have finished breakfast by now. Scene change. Izuku got out of his car and started walking inside Yue. Inko, Mr. Reyes, good morning. Izuku, Mrs. Yagi, or should I call you Mrs. Midoriya? Inko, Yagi for now, still a few weeks away from divorce. Izuku, still kind of feel responsible for your marriage falling apart, and it feels great since it's making ass might suffer. Izuku said, laughing. Inko just rolled her eyes and walked alongside him. Inko, yes, me being a divorced woman in my 40s is so funny. Izuku, you starting to sound like Midnight when she gets drunk. Izuku said as they walked inside the school, walking past students who made space for them to walk. More specifically, they made space for Izuku to walk. Inko, she can't be that bad. Izuku, no, she's worse, she gets touchy when she's drunk. Last time me and Hisashi had to tie her up with Aizawa's scarf just so we could drink in peace. Inko, and by we you mean? Izuku, I'll tell you the same thing I told Izumi. I've been through war, I've been through torture sessions for 8 months, I've more than earned the right to get blacked out drunk. Izuku said as he opened the door to the teacher's lounge. He let Inko walk first and he followed behind her. Both walked to the coffee maker and served themselves a drink, with Izuku making his an Irish coffee. Inko, yes, Izumi told me the story. Did you have to explain it to the kids in such graphic details? Izuku, they needed to know that what happened to me can, and probably will happen to one, if not a good number of them. I know you're not immune to something like this. Inko, yes, I have my scars like any other hero, but at least I didn't get mine doing something so stupid. Honestly, it's a miracle you're not in jail. Izuku, what can I say, as cold as my father can be, even he can't be completely unbiased. Inko, that's quite the true statement. In other news, how's Eri doing? Izuku, fine. She and Bridget are having a girls' day and stabbing me in the back. Inko, why do you say that? Izuku pulled out his phone and showed the picture to Inko. Inko looked at it and it was Bridget with a smug smile. Next to her was Zarya in a snow-white outfit and Eri dressed like Frozen. Izuku, they went to Disneyland without me, the Heartbreakers. Inko giggled softly, giving the phone back to Izuku, who sulked for a bit. Inko, so, anything you can tell me about Zarya? Izuku, so that's it, huh? Wanted so information on who's your daughter is dating? Inko, well, I just don't think it's appropriate for Zarya to date someone so young. Izuku, yes, she's horrible for dating someone 2 years younger than her, the outrage. Oh, the poor children, how will they ever sleep at night when they hear about this? Izuku even gave a fake tear that he cleaned dramatically. Inko rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Inko, you don't have to be a D about it. Izuku, yeah. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it. Zarya is a perfectly nice girl, hell 10 times better than Katsuki Bakugo was. Inko, I heard from his mother that he's doing better and she forced him to attend therapy. Izuku, good for him. But Zarya will treat her right. Inko, I know, I'm just worried. I already failed you as a parent, and I didn't even notice how Katsuki was treating Izumi. I just feel like a failure. Izuku, first of all, you neither failed or did a good job as a parent. We may share blood, but my mother is Angela Reyes. Second, if anyone is a failure, it would be Asmite over their grading notes. Toshinori flinched but kept his head down. He's been having a horrible couple of weeks with the divorce leaks, the reasons why they're getting divorced, not being able to find a good lawyer to save his life. He'll be lucky if he stays in the top 50 with the way things are going. Izumi, and lastly, if anyone is to blame, Katsuki's parents are to blame. They're the one that never DSPN their child. Inko, believe me, you're wrong. I've been there. They DSPN him plenty. Izuku, hitting a child and DSPN a child are two totally different things. Inko, I'm guessing they hit him when he did something wrong, but that's about it. If don't explain why he's being punished and do more than just a few slaps behind the head, he will never grow. The only thing that would grow is his hatred inside his heart, as you saw with that child. Inko, I'm guessing your father disciplined you? Izuku, he had the belt in hand and then looked at me. He started to cry because he couldn't do it. My mother, on the other hand. Izuku trembled in fear of that smiling demon, since she would use the belt, heal him and hit him again, and take all his allowance money away to pay whatever it was he broke. Izuku, there's a reason why I barely acted out when I was a child. Like my father said, my mother is the reincarnation of La Llorona, the weeping woman. Inko, is that some kind of legend? Izuku, basically a demon that drowns unfaithful men. Inko, I gotcha. Well, I'll leave you be. I'm sure you've made the kids wait long enough. Izuku grew an evil smile as he waved Inko off and walked to class, opening the door. He saw his students flinch. As Izuku finished his cup of coffee, he looked at everyone. Izuku, so, who's ready to begin? Last time. Izuku grew an evil smile as he waved Inko off and walked to class, opening the door. He saw his students flinch. As Izuku finished his cup of coffee, he looked at everyone. Izuku, so, who's ready to begin? Izumi, Reyes-sensei, what will the exam be? Ida, yes. Is it going to be robots? Izuku, good answer, Ida, but no. Giving everything you've been through with that League of Villains. And of course training by yours truly. Izuku said with a smug tone that made some students roll his eyes. Kyoka, I wonder if it hurts to kiss his own butt. Kyoka whispered to Momo, making her giggle. Izuku looked at the two and just smiled. Izuku, no, it doesn't hurt, Kyoka Jairu, but next time if you have something to say, be sure to say it to my face, understood? Kyoka flinched, taken aback that he heard it, giving her and Momo's seat almost at the back. Izuku just smirked at them and continued with his little speech. Izuku, now where was I? Oh yes, the test. Since you've all been through so much, while Class B will have to face the robots, you all will face something else. The door opened and one by one every single teacher/pro hero in UA walked in. The look on the students' faces as they figured it out gave Nizu and Izuku so much glee. Izuku, you'll be facing all of us, and don't worry, all of us will be holding back at least 50%. Aren't you excited? Izuku said, almost giddy, seeing a few tremble. Nizu got in front of Izuku and smiled. Nizu, so who's going first? Scene change. Zero crashed through the wall, coughing up blood. Snipes, I have to admit this new gun is so much better than my old one. Snipe said casually, looking at Zero slowly getting up through his scope, as Snipe was using a modified NR.3 accuracy International Arctic Warfare Magnum. While that was happening, Izuku and his class were looking down at the fight each, and every student glared at Izuku, whose smile just became even bigger. Izuku, oh dear, did I forgot to mention it? Nizu, mention what, Mr. Reyes? Nizu said, smiling just as big as Izuku, both acting horribly. Izuku, well, you see, Nizu, since Overwatch is now allowed in Japan, we decided it would be good PR if we gifted the teachers of hero schools new equipment for fighting villains. Nizu, my, that is something now, isn't it? They all heard Aoyama screaming and flying to the air, making Izuku smirk. Izuku, oh, that fall is going to hurt. In 5, 4, 3, 2, Aoyama went back to the ground, landing at the hood of the car, making the students wince. Nizu, is he dead? Izuku, nah, he's breathing, just passed out. Izuku went to the mic and turned it on. Izuku, alright, that's enough. Shiro and Aoyama both are disqualified for not working as a team. Shiro, grab Aoyama and take him to recovery girl. Shiro spits blood to the ground, mad that he was disqualified but did as Izuku told him. Izuku turned around and looked at the class. Izuku, now can anyone tell me why they lost? Kyoka, because you're in, but that loves to make us suffer? Izuku, nope, and I would watch your tone, Miss Gyrus, don't forget who's your sensei. Yes, Ida. Ida, they didn't work as a team, their quirks are so different they couldn't find a way to work together and that's why they failed. Izuku, good, and can anyone tell me why they should have worked as a team? Ida again? Ida, because out in the field you won't get to choose who you'll team up with, so you must be ready for any outcome. Which I already have. Izuku, oh? Do elaborate. Ida, yes sir. I've used my time to prepare for the exam in my mind. I studied each and every quirk in class and the best way that we could work together no matter who we will face. If we lose it won't be because of lack of teamwork. Izuku, correct as always. You should be proud as always, your thinking is better than most of your classmates. Ida, thank you for the compliment, sensei. Ida bowed, doing his chopping hand motion as the next fight came into view, making Izuku chuckle, grabbing his guns, AMD checking them. Izuku, Betty, Veronica, it's time to wake up. Izuku walked away, stopping with his opponent, and went right to her ear. Izuku, now is time to put your money in your mouth. Izuku walked away while Kyoka shook her eyes and glared at him, leaving. TV, next opponent Izuku Reyes vs Kyoka Gyre. Nizu, oh dear, that's not good, looks like Miss Gyre will be fighting against Reaper alone. Scene change. Izuku was in his full Reaper outfit, sitting down on a chair waiting for Gyre to attack. Izuku took out a cigarette and started smoking it. Izuku, count the lights on empty souls. Quietly behind the doors. Oh, bleeding us just for fun. Izuku got up and walked a few steps forward as the chair he was sitting was destroyed by sound waves. Izuku, men of power telling lies. Shifty hands and thirsty eyes. And they can smell your fear like blood. Kyoka jumped down from the building using the sound waves for a pseudo-flying method that, as much as she hates, Izuku taught her how to use. Izuku, my weary soul, we've met your kind before, set fire to us all. Kyoka, you're not going to take me serious, are you? Izuku, no, prove to me that you deserve my full attention. And oh sweet Providence, come save us from ourselves. From hell and consequence. Kyoka growled and jammed her ear jacks to the ground. Izuku raised his eyebrows, curious as the world started to shake. Quickly it became an earth-shattering earthquake. Izuku got off guard, tried to keep his balance, jumping. He didn't notice Gyro coming towards him, and she gave him a front kick, into a downward punch, then a side kick that Izuku caught. Izuku, now that was creative, I'll give you that, but little tip. In a flash Izuku punched Gyro in the nose. His gloves gave him the extra strength to break the nose. Izuku released Kyoka, letting her fall back, holding her nose in pain. Izuku, use that pain against me. Unlike the others, you have an ability that you're not using. Actually think about it. Oh, and feed the rich and kill the poor. Turn out the lights and just ignore what's going on outside. Izuku went back to not taking her serious, making Kyoka angry. She thought on what Izuku said and it came to her. She connected her ear jacks and screamed in pain, using the sound wave to send a smiling Reaper flying to a wall. Izuku, beating hearts of the depraved. We've turned their people into slaves. And we've given up before we've even tried. Izuku took out his guns and started shooting his RBB bullets at Gyro, who went to cover, but 2 bullets hit her right in her throat. When Kyoka made it to the safe space, she grabbed her throat in pain, tears threatening to fall from her face. She would scream, but the pain is too much. Izuku, I saw that, Miss Gyro. What are you gonna do now? Remember, you're the hero in this exam. If you fail, you'll let the civilians in danger because you couldn't handle it. Izuku starts walking towards Kyoka. Kyoka looked around at what to do, then she came up with an idea, looking at the abandoned building. Izuku, and oh my weary soul, we've met your kind before, set fire to us all, and oh sweet Providence, come save us from ourselves, from hell and consequence. Izuku made it, pointing his gun at the back of Kyoka's head. Kyoka pointed in front of her and Izuku looked. She had her ear jacks hooked up to the building. If she screams, the building will fall on both of them. Izuku nodded in approval. Izuku, not bad at all, only one problem. You would need to scream to win. If you don't, I shoot your head and I will win. I'll give you to the count of 5, 5.4. Izuku saw Kyoka take a deep breath and scream with all her might, tears falling freely from her face as Kyoka screamed so loud the lights on top of them shattered, along with most of the buildings and sound systems. Izuku, oh sure. Izuku quickly placed himself on top of Kyoka to protect her as everything fell down. When the dust settled and the emergency respond robots came in, it looked like a 8.0 earthquake hit the city. Izuku moved up, clearing the debris on top of him, and lifted Kyoka up, who was unharmed. She looked at the destruction she caused in shock. She tried to say something, but her throat still hurt too much to speak. Izuku, well, safe to say we found your ultimate move. And you passed the test. Come on, let's go to recovery, girl. I can feel you broke like 4 ribs inside me. Kyoka nodded, still in a haze, as they left, walking past a crying Cementos who now has to rebuild the city instead of taking his lunch break. We see Izuku in Recovery Girl's office being patched up. Recovery Girl hasn't stopped scowling since Izuku made it there. Izuku rolled his eyes and sighed, looking at the old woman. Izuku, something you would like to say? If I had to guess, it's gonna be about methods of teachings. Chio, did you have to go so hard on the poor girl? Izuku, so hard? I was holding back 50%, constantly giving tips and purposely not taking easy shots on her. I did take it easy. Chio, look at the difference. The other students have a few bruises, maybe a fracture. Kyoka Jiru lost her voice, broke a rib, has fractures all over her body, not to mention that little earthquake you made her do that could have killed the both of you. Izuku, oh yes, you're right, I should have gone even easier on her, since that's how the villains are gonna be. Yes, they won't be using extremely dangerous supernatural powers or guns with RBB bullets, no. Hey, did you hear that the underground has come up with this new type of bullet called a Nerf bullet? I'm sure they'll just use that. Chio, it was just a suggestion. Izuku, I don't tell you how to heal to tell me how to teach. Izuku said, getting up and putting his shirt and jacket on. Chio, Mr. Midoriya, giving your conditions, I recommend you sit back down. Izuku, heroes don't always get that luxury. It's not my first time like this. I'll be fine as long as I don't get in any more fights. Izuku said, waving his hand dismissively as he walked away. Izuku walked back to the observation room, gritting slightly his ribs, still feeling a bit tender. He opened the door and there was quite a sight. Inko and Toshinori fighting while Izumi was on Inko's back, and all his students looking at the fight as if it was something out of pay-per-view. Inko, she's our daughter. The F is wrong with you? Toshinori, it's the law, I don't have a choice. Izuku, oh, everything is a choice, assmite. You made a choice to drop me off in an abandoned orphanage to die, and now you're making the choice is whatever this is that has to do with my sister. Inko and Toshinori looked at Izuku, who walked in between them. Izuku, now what is the meaning of all of this? Nizu, it would seem there's been a LOV spy in my school and all the proof points to Izumi. Izuku, that's gotta be the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and I know stupid. I've been on missions with Lucio. Nizu, Mr. Reyes, we simply want to talk with her. Izuku, is that why Inko and Toshinori been fighting? Because you want to talk? Inko, bullshit, you want to talk? You've already were gonna take her to jail. Izuku, what? No trial? Nizu, prison and jail are two different things, you know that, and I know that we simply want to keep her under watch until the investigation is finished. Izuku, yeah, that is deeply illegal and I won't stand for it. Now get the F out of my class. Nizu, Mr. Reyes, this is not up for discussion. This is happening as my worker. You'll stand down. Toshinori, grab Izumi Yagi. Before Toshinori could move, Izuku placed his gun right on Toshinori's throat. Izuku, unlike with Kyokajiru, these are real lead bullets. You so much as touch her, I'll blow your brains out. What you two are doing is highly illegal, and I don't give a damn in how many blackmailing secrets you have. Nizu, you are not a god. You don't get to break the rules, so I'll say this one more time. Get out. If you want to arrest her, do it the proper way, otherwise you'll have to go through me, Inko, and anyone here who thinks Izumi is innocent. Nizu looked as the students of Class A stood behind his teacher. Nizu, Mr. Ida, you do? Here, I thought you would follow the law. Ida, what you both are doing is not right. Sometimes doing the right thing is more important than doing lawful thing. Mina, yeah, Izumi is our friend. There's no way she could be a spy. Tsuyu, she's been a fan of heroes since she got here. It would be stupid to think otherwise. Karo. Every other student started saying something similar. Izumi started to unintentionally start crying, being so touched that her friends are all on her side. Izumi guys. Nizuchi, so it's treason then. Izuku, it would appear so. Mineta, if you would. Everyone was confused since Mineta and the other two students of Izuku were off sick. Suddenly the window was broken. Nizu and Toshinori were shot repeatedly to the wall, being stuck there by Mineta's ball. Mineta jumped inside the room, smoke still coming out of his gun, a cold expression on his face. To say people were shocked at his new look would be an understatement. Mineta, the outside is clear, the chopper will be here shortly. Izuku, right? Izumi, you better not be the traitor, since if you are, you just ruined the lives of everyone here. Izumi, I'm not, I swear I would never. Izuku, then let's all hope you're right, let's go everybody. Toshinori, this is complete. Izuku, Mineta. Mineta shoots Toshinori in the mouth. Mineta's purple sticky ball get trapped there. Izuku, well, we should get going until we can prove Izumi is innocent. Everyone here is an outlaw in the eyes of the Japanese government, since no doubt Nizu sent them and no audio video of this. Nizu, you're harboring a spy for LOV. Izuku, so she went from just wanting to question her to accusing my sister being a member of the League of Villains? Nizu, Mr. Reyes. Mrs. Midoriya, you're letting your emotional connection cloud your judgment. Izuku, Mineta. Mineta shoots at Nizu's mouth, shutting him up. Inko, can't you call the president of the Hero Association? Didn't you sleep with her? Izuku, problem with that being that she lost her election to this man. That my gut is telling me he's responsible for all of this. He was a deep supporter on Japan staying independent and not letting Overwatch operate here. The door opened, making everyone except for Mineta and Izuku go into high alert. Hakigure walked in her costume made by Mei Hatsum. Toru, alright, everyone is taken down, let's hurry before the second and third year hero students come out of their classes to stop us. Izuku nodded, walking outside the room with his students following him. The students looked at Toru in shock as all the pro-hero teachers were knocked out, unconscious. Momo, Hakigure, how did you beat all of them? Toru, it was easy when they can't see where I am to attack, plus sensei taught me how to fight without making a sound, so really they didn't put up much of a fight. They made it out. Seeing a Overwatch plane starting to land, Mina turned around just in time when the door opened, revealing UA's big three. Mina, in brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Beware my power, Green Lantern's light. Mina said quickly as green light surrounded her, transforming her into a Green Lantern. Mina, sorry but can't let you stop us now. Mina pointed her ring at them and used her will to make 3 perfect green copies of the big 3 that went straight into fighting the originals. The plane landed and out came Lucio smiling. Lucio, yo, you called for a lift? Izuku, everyone on now. Izuku eyes widened when he heard Ida screaming. He looked and saw Ida on the ground, both of his legs shattered, with the culprit being Rumi Usajiyama. Rumi looked at Izuku with a serious expressions. Rumi, Izuku, Reyes, Inko, Midoriya, and every student of Class A, you are all under. Izuku, we don't have time for this. Koda. Koda, run away. Koda said, appearing next to Izuku. Koda used his quirk to control animals to control's Rumi bunny side. Rumi eyes started grow small. Her heart was racing as she saw her life race through her mind as she ran away terrified. Izuku ran to Ida and picked him up. Soon every student was inside the plane. Izuku and Lucio, get us out of here. Last thing we need is Hawk or Endeavor also coming to play hero. Lucio nodded. While they were taken off, Izuku sat down next to Izumi, who had her hands in her face, the events of just the last hour being more than she can handle. She flinched when Izuku rubbed her back. Izuku, this day went to shit quick, huh? Izumi, I still don't get why. Why did my dad didn't believe me, and who could have done this, why? Izumi said as tears of frustration started to fall from her face. Inko hugged her daughter's shoulder for support as she hid her face on her mother's neck and started to cry. Before they all could take a breath, the plane shook. It was being attacked. Izuku, never a moment's peace. Izuku muttered as he looked out the window. Following them was Hawks, and a set-off All Might that managed to escape, and by the way her was jumping, he'll reach them in a matter of moments. Izuku, well, I originally wanted them to fight the big 3, but I guess this will have to do. Team Sannin, time to show off your training. They saw Team Sannin and Izuku putting on parachutes, getting ready to jump, while some screamed at Koda, who jumped without one. Izuku, relax, he's fine, look for yourself. They all turned to the windows and saw Koda free falling while his body transformed. Zero, what's happening to him, man? Izuku, the deal with the devil, a dangerous surgery with a success rate less than 10%. If successful, the patient quirk will evolve to its next evolutionary state. Koda is one of the few that survived the operation. With Koda ignored of the pain of his body changing as he grabbed Toshinori from the air and slammed him to the ground, creating a huge crater when both of them landed. When the smoke cleared, Toshinori saw just what the hell attacked him. Koda was kicked in the face by a milady, sending him back. Toshinori got up ready to jump to the plane again, but a bullet grazing his cheek stopped him from moving as Izuku landed close to him, already in full Reaper costume, pointing his guns at him. Izuku, you know deep down, well, not that deep down but still deep enough, I always wish we would end up like this. So come on daddy dearest, finish the job you started. Since I'm not letting you leave unless you kill me, I'll protect my... Izuku did a spit take as Toshinori without hesitation punched Izuku in the gut while he was busy monologuing. Izuku crash lands on a car, denting it. Izuku, students with my life if I have to. Izuku breaths out as he stumbled back on his feet, but Toshinori didn't let up as he grabbed Izuku by his mask with enough pressure to crack it as he lifted Izuku into the air. Toshinori, you really overestimated how much I actually care for you. I was just waiting for an excuse. Toshinori ears started to ring as Izuku shot his 20-gauge caliber shotguns right next to Toshinori's ear, making him see double as his ears bleed. Toshinori let Izuku go and covered his ears in pain. When Izuku was on the ground, he shot Toshinori in the gut, and then Izuku remembered a conversation from long ago. Past Izuku, first of all, lower your voice. Second, if that true, then Japan is doomed. Thirdly, I never said I was stronger than him, just that I'm ranked higher. If we went on a pure fist fight, I would lose. Granted, I would be able to hold my own, but still lose. Sadly for present Izuku, past him was correct. Toshinori didn't even flinch when the shotgun pellets made contact with his stomach. There's a reason his hero name is a short-term phrase for almighty. Izuku ran to get some distance from the unstoppable monster. If it was Koda against All Might, it would be more of a fair fight, but Koda was currently busy biting empty lady arm off while Hawks was throwing his little feathers at his face, so Izuku had to do without. Izuku ran inside a building and started climbing up. He could hear Toshinori being close enough that Izuku could feel the breath of his father on the hair on the back of his neck. Izuku made it to the roof and closed the door, putting a chair over it as if that would do anything, and just took some deep breaths. Izuku, okay, so I'm up against someone who's a double, but I set him off over the edge this time. And I'm just an A rank overall, not my brightest day, but I've been through worse. Izuku said to himself, lying to himself, trying to hype himself as the door was broken to pieces and out came All Might with razor-sharp teeth. Toshinori's eyes were pitch black except for a golden dot on one of them. He looked like some kind of sun demon. Alright, that might be an exaggeration, but in Izuku's mind he might as well looked like that. Izuku crossed his arms as Toshinori stopped in his tracks, looking down at Izuku like he was a misbehaving child that needed discipline. Toshinori, all this talk and for what? For you to run away? Izuku, well, if you were in my shoes, wouldn't you do the same? Oh wait, I'm guessing you did run away from a-holes who made fun of you for being quirkless, until that beach nana took pity on you and gave you OFI. Tell me, how did it feel to leave the rest of us behind as you escaped hell? Was it worth it, forgetting the people who needed you the most? A whole fight was going on around them. Hakigure was fighting a set-off Rumi, Koda was busy with MT Lady, and Mineta with Hawks and Endeavor that decided to join in the action and tag team the purple hair sniper. And here Izuku was just talking, trying to buy Koda some time so he could beat MT Lady and take on All Might. Toshinori, always funny, always with something to say. Izuku tried to move away, but not really a whole lot he could do against someone double his size and over 20 times his strength. Toshinori grabbed him by his throat and started walking to the edge. Izuku was gasping for air, scratching Toshinori's arms to release him, even kicking on Toshinori's ribs. But there's a world of difference between AA rank and a double SS rank. Izuku's suit went into emergency mode and started electrocuting the both of them, a sort of last resort survival, but it only made Toshinori grin. Toshinori, all these toys, all this gadgets, take them away, and what are you? Toshinori said, ripping the suit to pieces with one arm. Izuku looked at Toshinori on the eyes, and in a moment of stupidity or bravery, mostly stupidity, Izuku spits on the man's face grinning. Izuku, twice the father you'll ever be, old man. Definitely stupidity. Izuku is a rank hero. That's a very powerful rank to be in, yes, but a hero that specializes in covered ops operations, guerrilla warfare, investigations, stuff like that. Not straight one-on-one fighting. That was his fiancée Bridget's department. She would have had a better shot at All Might. So there was really no other way this fight could end. By Toshinori not even giving him the decency of a clean death. No, in Toshinori's eyes Izuku represents everything that he hates. Izuku is living proof that a quirkless hero can happen. But Toshinori can't have that. He can't live with the fact that his choices could ultimately be wrong. So he just threw Izuku off the roof. Izuku spreads his legs to reduce his velocity and kept his head up with his back arched. Izuku closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the pain to start, but it never did. Inko, good thing I made it on time. Inko said, smiling gently as she placed Izuku on the ground. Izuku just frowned at her. Izuku, you're a moron. You know that, right? Why the F are you here? You do realize we're on the losing side here, right? There's no way for us to win, we were just buying time for you lot. Izuku said as he got up. He stumbled into the ground from his ribs being broken again. Inko grabbed him before he hit the ground, placing his arm over her shoulder. Inko, oh, so I should have stayed and let you fall to your death? Izuku rolled his eyes and spits blood on the ground. The broken bones must have punctured something. Izuku grabbed a cigarette from his pocket and lighted it, mixing the tobacco smoke with his already injured lungs. Izuku, broken bones but not death, and you and I both know the risk of this business. Some live, some die, and there's always someone telling our stories, but we can talk about semantics later. Izuku said as Toshinori landed on the ground in front of them. Izuku and Inko got into fighting positions. Izuku, for now let's see how much time we can buy Lucio to get those kids out of here. I could go on, but what's the point? We all know how this fight is gonna end, since it was never about winning but just about buying time. Scene change. The cell gate opened and Izuku was pushed inside after spending 6 hours on the operating table. Inko jumped to him and slowly lifted him, sitting him down on the bench. Security, the head of the Hero Association, will be here shortly to discuss your punishment. Izuku, lovely, like my friend Tracer said, I would love to say a few words to that. Twat also, God save the king and afternoon teas. Mineta is making fun of her. Really a good idea right now? Izuku, better than sitting here in quiet. Nothing more we can do except wait. Koda, hopefully not for 8 months like you did. Izuku-chum. Izuku said as the gate door closed and the guards left. Izuku glanced. Mineta, you think she'll find it? Izuku, she better, or else be prepared for a tall 8-foot man to make you his prison wife. I mean, you already have the long hair for it. Izuku chuckled softly as Mineta turned pale at the mental image his teacher just gave him. Inko, you sure this will be a wise choice? Izuku, never said it would be wise, but it's my last option. But I know I'm gonna owe her big time for this one. Izuku said with a sigh as he placed his remaining chips on Sombra, not being a little sheet, and helping them escape. Hours later, we see Izuku in the interrogation room. His chair was wobbly, the AC was cranked up making the room hot. The table was sticky from orange soda, all thing to make Izuku squirm as he has been waiting an hour for this new president of the Hero Association to arrive. And what was Izuku doing? Izuku, I'll be a man of the land, I'll be a man of the trees, I'll be a man wherever my woman will be, wherever my woman will be. I won't be any captain's mate. I won't be servant of the seas. 'Cause this pretty little woman is all I need. He was singing while slamming on the sticky table to the beat. Izuku, at 14 I was cabin boy to fearsome Captain Buckleroy. I'm staying right here. When I was sick he ordered Cat 09, until I said that I felt fine. I'm staying right here. I'll be a man of the land, I'll be. The door opened and Izuku stopped talking and looked at the new leader of the Hero Association. Izuku, so what, couldn't find a shirt to fit your arm? Akin didn't respond, he just sat down looking at Izuku. Izuku, what was your name again? I know we've met before, but by the life of me it slips my mind. Akin, my name is Akin Ogundamu, the newly appointed head of the Hero Association. Izuku, not to mention secret Talon agent. Well, I guess not that secret anymore, and I bet I can guess what you're thinking. How did I? Akin, Sombra. Izuku stopped talking completely and looked at Akin, shocked as he crossed his hands. Akin, we found out your little secret a while back. She won't be helping you escape this. The people still in their cells will suffer. Izuku, and what about me? Akin. Akin got up and took his prosthetic off and showed Izuku the nasty scar Akin had on the bump where his arm should be. Akin rubbed it with a frown as if he tasted sour grapes. Akin, you should feel honored, Izuku Midoriya, since you're one of the few people I respect, since we're the same ordinary people using gadgets to replace what was denied to us at BR. Izuku, true only difference is that I didn't become jaded with the world. I didn't hate the world for making me quirkless. You clearly did. Akin scoffed and glared at Izuku, who glared right back. Akin, the world is a cruel, uncaring place. This whole system was designed to place our kind under their thumb. Doesn't that make you sick? Izuku rolled his eyes and sat in a more relaxed setting, putting his arm on the back of the chair. Izuku, let's say I agree with what you're implying. Yes, it does make me sick that we're seen as less than human just because we were born different. What about it? Akin, Jack and Moira are in Talon because they want power. Maximilian because of money and hatred for all humans. Sombra was there to find blackmail to use against US. Widowmaker because she was brainwashed. But I'm different from that since my goals are Nobel. I want to tear this oppressive system to the ground and build a new world order, one of true equality. Akin frowned, looking at Izuku as he started laughing at Akin in a mocking tone. Izuku, oh, it's like talking to a 9-year-old child. The road paved to hell with good intentions. It's an old phrase but still being used today. Do you have any idea how many dictators, killers, kings, politicians have said that to justify their actions? There's no such thing as true equality. That's nothing more than a myth made up centuries before to keep the people under the thumb of whoever ruled at the time. You just want violence for the sake of violence. Unlike you, I can at least respect. Jack, he's a BS sturdy, but he's not pretending to be anything he's not. Akin, humph, believe what you will. I supposed it was a mistake for me to think you could be convinced to see the truth. Izuku, I do see the truth. This world is a sheet hole, but it's better than what you're asking. How many would have to die in those wars you want to have before you get what you think is true equality? Akin, how many have to die? It's a small sacrifice to change the status quo everyone seemed to keen on maintaining. Izuku, you're right. Let's say I agree with you and join you. In the end, nothing will change since there will still be people at the top instead of people with quirks. It will be the weapons industry. You would be doing them the biggest favor having the Fifth World War. You would be replacing our dependence on quirk back to our dependence on firearms. How is that any different? Izuku said on his feet as he walked up to Akin, looking up at him without fear. Akin looked down at Izuku with determination for his cause. Akin, it will be different because me and our people will be there to make sure that doesn't happen. Izuku, my god, you're like Connor from the Assassin's Creed series. Akin, I'm sorry? Izuku, he wanted peace for everyone and thought that he could achieve it by helping the right people, in your case Talon. But in the end? Nothing changed. His tribe was moved or killed. Our people will suffer the same fate if they follow you. Human beings are too complicated and too easily corruptible to ever achieve this fantasy you've made up in your head. Izuku moved past him and knocked on the door loudly. Izuku, guards, I'm ready to go back to the cell. Izuku looked at Akin as he placed his prosthetic back with a disappointed sigh. Izuku, before they get here, I'll leave you with this. Don't try to pretend you're some kind of messiah for our people. You just want to be a ruler, a dictator. If you didn't, you would have changed the world politically instead of forcing change to happen at the cost of innocent civilians. Quirkless, with quirks, mutants, omnics, it doesn't make a difference to me. I'll protect all races until my last breath, and if that means I'll die tomorrow, then I'll die by my beliefs like you would yours. The doors opened. Akin moved his hand dismissively. The guard took that as a sign and took Izuku back to his cell. Once there he saw 2 new occupants. Sombra, hey Chico Malo. Sombra said with a swollen cheek and a black eye, wearing only black breathes and an undershirt that didn't help hiding all her bruises she got trying to escape all of Talon coming after her. Izuku, can't say I'm surprised you finally got caught. But what about her? Izuku said, pointing with his head at Sombra sleeping on the floor, her blue body with as many bruises as Sombra. Sombra just shrugged, looking at her. Sombra, Talon betrayed her. She was the one who found me out, but Maximilian replaced her with another robot called Bastion. Izuku, shocker. Sombra, yeah, I'm gonna need to ask for a favor. Think Overwatch would want a hacker and a sniper? Izuku, I'm sure I can convince them if you can get us out of here. Mineta, no need for that, sensei, your team Sannin is already on the case. Izuku-o? Izuku glanced around and noticed Toru tracker collar was on the ground in a way that would make it look as if she was asleep. Izuku, I see, let's hope she knows what she's doing. Sombra, hey K Cruel, you have that little faith on the girl you trained? Well then again I can see why you would, seeing you trained her. Izuku just rolled his eyes and sat down with nothing to do but wait. Later. It took 4 hours for the laser bars to deactivate and lights turned off, leaving only the dimly lit red emergency lights. The people inside didn't wait twice and started running. Izuku, I'm guessing this is a Talon black site, so Sombra, Widowmaker, you won and you're gonna have to get us out of here now. Sombra, oh sure, not like there's any pressure there. Izuku, is now really them time to be a smartass? Sombra, it's never not time to be a smartass. Come on, follow us, the ships should be around here. They nodded and kept running, getting lucky that the site was empty. Sombra, there's Doomed Fist personal shiplets. Izuku pushed Sombra out of the way as he blocked a punch from Akand, both looking at each other with murder in their eyes. Akand, you should have taken my most generous offer when you had the chance, Mayor. Izuku grunted in response, feeling his arms bone broken from that one punch. But it was Akand who screamed in pain as he fell on one knee. Toru was behind him holding one of Izuku's gun and she shot Akand on his left kneecap. She didn't waste time and slammed the butt of the gun on the man's neck with enough force to knock him unconscious. Toru, alright, he's down, let's go. They all started running except for Izuku, who walked to the giant. Mineta-sensei, we have to go. Izuku, there's a difference between Talon and Overwatch, Mineta, this is it. Izuku said as he kneeled down, ripping Akand's red scarf that was around his waist and tied it above Akand's wound, slowing the bleeding. Izuku got up and walked away with the group. Sombra, seriously? Izuku, I'm not saving him, I'm giving him a chance to survive. There's still a chance he could die now, let's go before he wakes up. Sombra sighed as she and the rest jumped inside Akand's giant ship. It was a tight squeeze, but they made it work. Izuku jumped into the pilot seat and flew off. Izuku, so Talon is in control of Japan, huh? How deep those that goes? Sombra, I'll tell you after you get me and Widowmaker immunity and a job at Overwatch. Can't go in there without any leverage. Izuku, fair enough. While the two frenemy talked with each other, Inko noticed the blue-skinned woman Widowmaker didn't stop looking at her, making the green-hair woman nervous. Inko, why yes? Widowmaker, nothing. Widowmaker said as she kept staring at her. Inko sighed. Inko, this is gonna be a long plane ride. Hours later. After 8 hours of flight, Izuku saw the main Overwatch base. Instantly the guns were on Izuku's ship. Izuku took the radio and tuned to their frequency. Izuku, this is Agent Reaper, stand down. I repeat, this is Agent Reaper, stand down. I need Overwatch members Gabriel Reyes and Angela Reyes. I've got injured people with me, including myself. Soldier, copy that, you are clear for landing. Angela and Gabriel Reyes are on their way with help. Izuku hung up and sighed. This was gonna be a long night. Izuku landed slowly, seeing the place started to get filled with armed soldiers and medical staff waiting. Izuku walked out of the cockpit with Inko following him. Izuku opened the door and was instantly attacked in a hug by his mother. Angela, you BS'd, you scared me half to death. Why do you always find a way to scare me to death? Do you want me to have an early grave, is that it? Izuku couldn't speak as Angela started looking him up and down. Being a doctor and a very overprotective mother, she could already see all the injuries and the disgusting display of what the other doctors did to patch him up. Angela, did you get healed up by a bunch of med students? Look at this. This is just sloppy work. Izuku, mother, this is not the time for that. You can check me over after everyone else is taken care of first. My wounds are bruises at best. Angela gave Izuku a look only a mother could and simply touched the arm Akand punched. Izuku winced and pulled back in slight, almost minor pain. Angel, you call having a broken arm a bruise? I don't give a DMN about favoritism. You're my son, you come first before anyone else to be cured. Izuku, yeah, you made that extremely clear when you were in the middle of surgery and then found out I had a cold. A soldier in the background flinched since that was his surgery. Other people started walking out of the plane and instantly the soldiers pointed their guns at Sombra and Widowmaker. Izuku escaped his mother's embrace and got in front of them with his arms in the air. Izuku, they're with me. They're with me. Stand down. Gabriel, the hell do you mean they're with you? Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Izuku glanced back at Sombra that had a smug look on her face. Izuku, it's not a long story, I can tell you after everyone is taken care of, but for now I need you to trust me. Gabriel, am I gonna get mad? Izuku, no, furious is the more correct word. Scene change. Izuku was right. Gabriel was furiously passing back and forth while Angela was busy healing Izuku up. Gabriel, so, let me see if I got this straight, you've been working with a member of the enemy. Izuku less working with more on the lines of helping each other not die on certain missions. Gabriel gave his son a good glare and Izuku just placed his hands on the air. Izuku, I'm just saying. Gabriel gave her secret information, so you did treason against Overwatch, a fireable offense. Izuku, but seeing as I'm your son you'll just punish the hell out of me and then brush this under the rug like the whole going rogue to save Bridget case. Gabriel, and now you want me to give them both blanket immunities from all the crimes they've done. The amount of people she's crippled, the people she killed alone, is enough to fill a graveyard. Gabriel said, pointing to Widowmaker that was busy painting her nails. Izuku placed his finger on his chin, pretending to be in thought. Izuku, didn't you do the same thing when you were brainwashed? Gabriel flinched and gave an actual angry glare at Izuku, since that was still a sensitive issue. Izuku just shrugged and grabbed a cigarette from his pocket. Ignoring the look of disapproval from his mother, he lighted it up and started smoking. Izuku, you and Widowmaker are two sides of the same coin, only difference is you got lucky and got out, she didn't have that luxury. Are you really about to be a hypocrite and not forgive her like Winston forgave you? Are you not gonna deal with the media that Winston had to deal with your case? Gabriel, enough, you've made your point. James, get in here. The of the new soldiers or background characters in Izuku's eyes walked in, saluting their commander. James/Marquis, yes sir? Gabriel, take Widowmaker to the science section of the building, ask Winston to see what he can do about taking whatever chip Talon placed on Widowmaker out of her system. James, yes. Right this way, ma'am. Widowmaker got up and followed them soldiers out of there. Gabriel sighed with a "I'm so done" expression on his face while he looked at his son. Gabriel, any other secrets you want to get out of your chest? Izuku's mom is getting you a tie for your birthday. Izuku winced when Angela slapped him behind the head. That actually made Gabriel chuckled, before going back to serious. Gabriel, you do realize if those two betray us, even I can't save you, they'll be completely your responsibility and you'll have to take the fall of this turns out to just be a trap. Izuku, I can accept that. I would rather have faith in humanity and in second chances than be a cynical a-hole like that Akin fellow. Speaking off, we need to talk about Japan. It's been corrupted by Talon, how much I don't know, and that's where she comes in. Sombra smiled and waved at Gabriel. Gabriel could just tell she's gonna be a pain to work with. Sombra, what do you say, Old Death? Will you give me and Widowmaker pardons? In exchange I can show you just how deep the corruption goes. Gabriel, that I am so gonna regret this later on, but... Okay, you'll come with me and tell me what you know, all the secrets of Talon. Sombra, fine, but I would work fast now, it's only a matter of time before the Talon higher-ups discover that me and Widowmaker are alive and they will know our only choice would be coming here. They'll be moving everything as soon as that happens. Sombra and Gabriel walked away. It took another 15 minutes before Izuku was healed. Izuku, Bridget and Eri? Angela in your room waiting for you, they've been briefed on what happened. Izuku nodded and walked away. After walking for a long way, he was stopped by a almost tackling hug from his sister. Izumi, you're alive. Izuku, of course in alive, I'm way too stubborn to die. How's everything been treating you? Izumi, oh fine, everyone talked to their parents and their reactions were not mixed, go say they least some support what they did while others thought they should have sided with the heroes of Japan. Izuku, I see, well chin up, everyone is gonna be okay. For now go tell everyone that lights off tomorrow is gonna be one hell of a day. Izuku kissed Izumi's forehead as she let go of the hug and walked back to the visitor sections of the base. Izuku walked deeper into the base to the small apartment complex. Walking inside the apartment again, he was hugged, only this time he was tackled to the ground. Eri, daddy. Eri said, crying in relief that he was okay. Izuku smiled and hugged Eri back. Izuku, for someone so small you back quite a punch, baby girl. I'm sorry I scared you so much. I promise I'm fine. I would never leave you like that. Bridget, you better keep that promise. We still have a wedding to have and sibling to give Eri. Eri, I want to be a big sister. Izuku chuckled as he got up, getting a kiss from his fiancée that he returned. Bridget, I'm glad you made it back okay. Izuku, so am I. Come on, let's give our little angel a lullaby and then go to sleep ourselves. Bridget, mind if you do that alone? I'm dead tired and just want to take a bath. Izuku, sure, no problem. Come on, baby girl, say goodnight to mommy. Eri, goodnight mommy, I love you. Bridget kneeled down and kissed Eri's little horn. Bridget, and I love you, my little sunshine. Izuku grabbed Izuku, holding her in his arms, and walked to her small room. Eri, I miss my old room, daddy. Izuku, I know honey, this is only temporary, I promise. Now what song do you want me to sing? Eri, can you sing me that song? The one where we looked at the stars? Izuku, sure baby girl. Izuku placed Eri into bed, turning on the AC while Eri covered herself in blankets. Izuku sat on the bed and started singing a cappella. Izuku, if you leap awake in the mirror of a bad dream, and for a fraction of a second, you can't remember where you are. Eri yawned, getting comfortable as Izuku played with her hair. Izuku, just open your window and follow your memory upstream to the meadow in the mountain, where we counted every falling star. Izuku kissed Eri's cheek, seeing she was already falling asleep. Must have tired herself out being so worried over him. Izuku, I believe the light that shines on you will shine on you forever. Eri, forever. Izuku, and though I can't guarantee, there's nothing scary hiding under your bed, I'm gonna stand guard, like a postcard of a golden retriever, and never leave till I leave you, with a sweet dream in your head. Izuku got up and started walking away slowly and softly as to not wake her up. Izuku, I'm gonna watch you shine. Gonna watch you grow. Gonna paint a sign, so you'll always know. As long as 1 and 1 is 2. There could never be a father loved his daughter more than I love you. Izuku said before slowly closing the door with a smile and went to his own room since Bridget wasn't the only one dead tired. Izuku opened his eyes. He was running in a hospital robe. He stopped to the sounds of screaming. He looked around in a panic and saw Bridget tied down to a chair, bloody, with drills on her legs, and a person in a robe torturing her. Izuku, Bridget. He went running, but someone punched him straight in the face, falling on the ground. He growled, looking up, seeing him again. Izuku woke up. Izuku woke up in a flinch as he turned around and looked at the clock. Izuku, 8 am? Shit, I actually got a full 8 hours of sleep, lucky me. Izuku said before going back to the gates of Valhalla. Izuku was in heaven as his face was on the best pillow in the whole agency, his fiancée's lovely mountains. Izuku squeezed them only to receive a whack at the back of the head, making him groan. Bridget, I knew you were awake, get off me. Izuku, pillows don't talk. Bridget, I'll give you to the count of 3. Izuku groaned even loudly as he lazily got up. Izuku, you're always so mean in the mornings. Bridget, maybe it has to do with the fact that you had that nightmare again and still refuse to go to therapy? Izuku, I don't need to waste $200 an hour just so, since whack that couldn't make it as a doctor telling me how to feel. Beside, I have a better way of dealing with that sheet. Izuku said, grabbing the carton of cigarettes from his nightstand, ignoring the look Bridget was giving him. He lighted it up, ignored her crossing her arms. He started smoking, looking away at her as she tapped her feet and started huffing. Izuku, you know that doesn't work on me. Bridget. Izuku, it's just a stupid dream. Bridget. Izuku, I'm fine. Bridget. Izuku, oh come on, you're being completely unfair. Bridget. Izuku, fine, I'll go to the stupid therapist. Happy? Bridget. Very, and if I find out you didn't go, I'll be very disappointed. Bridget said as she kissed Izuku's cheek and walked to the bathroom. Now it was her turn, to Izuku having a silent screaming match with himself for always falling for that trick. Bridget, are you gonna join me, or do you just want to keep insulting yourself? Izuku, that I'm gonna keep insulting myself. Bridget snorted and walked inside. She got undressed and started counting down with her fingers. Bridget, 3.2.1. Izuku walked in with her already naked, and Bridget's smug smile became even bigger while Izuku just grumbled as he grabbed her wrist and led her to the tub. Meanwhile, while Izuku and Bridget have their 18+ fun with Inko, we see her with a cup of coffee in her hand following Angela. Inko, so are you gonna tell me why you woke me up on this ungodly hour, or are you gonna keep quiet? Angela, it's not a complicated issue. After hours of work, the science department managed to free Widowmaker from that chip in her heart, and Brian, her skin also returned to normal. I don't know about her memory, but she wants to talk to you before anything else. Inko, okay, but why though? Angela, I don't know, but she won't talk with anyone until she talks to you. Inko sighed but nodded. No matter how the situation of yesterday was still on her mind, she was a pro-hero. First, she had a duty to help everybody. They made it to Widowmaker's room. Angela, I'll give you some privacy. If you need anything, just push the red button. Inko nodded, walking inside, seeing Widowmaker already up and getting dressed. Inko, hello? You wanted to see me? Inko was confused when she heard Widowmaker's breath shudder. God, over 20 years and your voice is still as heavenly as I remembered. Widowmaker turned around and Inko's breath got caught in her throat as she covers her mouth with her hand, tears instantly falling from her face as she looks at a ghost of her past. In front of her was her former lover Shuko Nimi coming back from the grave. Inko.Shuko.B but Io. Oh God. Inko fell on her knees and started quietly sobbing, not believing her own eyes. Shuko gave a wobbly smile as she kneeled down in front of her, putting her hand on her shoulder. Shuko S, sorry I was late for our date, but I have a good excuse this time, I promise. Shuko fell to the ground as Inko tackled her and started doing a mix of laughing/crying, rubbing her face on Shuko's chest. Shuko, with a few tears of her own, hugs her back and kisses the top of her head. Later, Izuku and the rest of the heads of Overwatch were on a meeting along with Inko, Sombra, Shuko, and Izumi, since she was the catalyst for all this. They were all discussing everything. Sombra told Gabriel. Izuku, DMN, you sure? Sombra, I was the one that knocked him out cold. Yes, I'm sure All Might was brainwashed into being an a-hole after the sport festival. Why else did you think his entire attitude change out of nowhere? Izuku, don't know, didn't care either, just wanted to fight him. Jesse, the video going around the internet showed you getting your butt kicked. Izuku. Please tell me you didn't show that video to Bridget. The door opened. Bridget walked in without saying a word, grabbed Izuku by his ear, and dragged him out. Gabriel. You're a shitty uncle, Jesse. Jesse, his own fault for swapping my cigars for that fake CRP they use in movies. Winston, anyway, we need to make some damage control. The Japanese government is already grabbing hold of the conversation of what happened. If we don't do something soon, it will put Overwatch in a bad light. Inko, can't you just tell them the truth? You have Shuko and Sombra on your side as evidence. Sombra, yet we still haven't gotten official pardons, so not sure we would be the best options for proof. Izuku, no, I already have a plan. Izuku walked back, rubbing his ear and glaring at his uncle Jesse. Izuku, me and my team Sanin alongside Sombra will infiltrate Talon's main base. There they'll have to have proof that Talon managed to corrupt the Japanese government in every aspect by placing secret agents to spin the narrative to make the people not trust Overwatch a second time. Gabriel, this has Jack's smell all over again. I'll send in with you. Izuku, sorry Commander, but I'll have to decline. The more people, the higher the chances of getting caught. This needs to be done quietly. In and out, I've done it 1,000 times, you know that. Gabriel, yes, with your original team. You really think your students are up for this? This ain't like that mission you've let them do alone. This is a S-rank mission. If you get caught, it will be next to impossible to get you out of there. Izuku took a cigar, and now it was Jesse time to glare, since he knew that was one of his Cubans from his personal collection. Izuku, I have full faith in them and their abilities. They'll do fine. Beside, Hannah is on that esports event, so not even Magneto himself could part her away from that. Tracer is on a mission in Peru, Lucio left for his tour, and Bridget will be busy teaching my class. Izumi, wait, what? Izuku, well, we can't by all means let you all go without an education. Until all this settles down, you'll still be taught only by my most appealing and gentle wife. Everyone who knew kept their mouth shut as to not ruin the fun. Bridget was surely gonna kill these kids from exhaustion. Izumi, oh gee, great. Maybe this will be a way to bond. She is gonna be my sister-in-law and all that. Izuku grew a smirk that Izumi took as him agreeing, but honestly Izuku wasn't paying attention. He was thinking of all the ways Bridget will make the life of the students hell like when they were students all those years ago. Flashback. Gabriel walked to the table and threw a hot wet garbage bag of old food. The students looked at him as if he was some kind of demon, which he kinda was, making them all train from dusk till dawn without any food. Gabriel, now, since you all performed terrible and should be absolutely ashamed of yourself, this is gonna be your food for the day. Anyone who doesn't eat it will cause the whole group to be punished, and you'll have to eat it all over again tomorrow. Am I understood? Present. And Bridget was twice as bad as his father was. A chuckle escaped his lips as he looked at his innocent, unassuming sister. Izuku, yes, I'm sure you'll have a grand time, an absolutely magnificent time with my fiancée and her training. Izumi just smiled brightly, exited. She was too young to know the horror that awaited her, and she and everyone else will miss Izuku's watered-down version of the Overwatch regime. Later, we see Izuku in his room getting ready for his mission when the door was knocked. Izuku, open. The door opened and Izumi Yagi walked in. Izuku stopped what he was doing and sat down, inviting Izumi to do the same, which she did. Izuku, what's on your mind? Izumi, it's just Mom told me everything about that meeting. I just don't understand why would Talon do that. There had to be a better way. Izuku, the way I see it, it was a brilliant move. Izumi looked at his brother for an explanation. Izuku shrugged and laid down, looking at the ceiling. Izuku, think about it, All Might is loved in Japan. He is seen as a god amongst men, and is very popular globally. While I'm well known, let's leave it at that. Who do you think the media will believe before they ever get proof of what really happened? Again, brilliant move on their part, and they know we're coming to Italy to try and get some proof that they're involved. It's a trap, but Overwatch doesn't have a choice but to walk in it and minimize the damage. Izumi, but why did it have to be my family? Izuku, because your daddy didn't want to give up control. That's the problem with Japan. They all relied on All Might to hold the title forever, forgetting the fact that he is human and will eventually have to step down. Even if we get the proof we need to clear Overwatch name, All Might's reputation will forever be tarnished, making him go to retirement and, more importantly, making the crime rate in Japan rise, causing the chaos that Tiny Love organization has been yelling about. Anything else? And no, you can't come with me. Izumi, what? Whatever gave you that idea? Izumi said, laughing nervously as Izuku rolled his eyes and stood back up. Izuku, why else would you come here? Anything I said. Your mother could have said the same thing, and you can't come with me. You were trained to be a limelight hero, not a spy hero like I was trained. Anything else you would like to know? Izumi, can I hide here? I ran away from Bridget's training. It was inhumane. Izuku looked at her equally as terrified as he looked at her, as if she grew a second head. Izuku, what, you want her to kill the both of us? Hell no, you can't hide here. In fact, you better start running since I'm calling her. If he finds out I tried to hide you, she would kill me. Izumi, please help me, I'm on my knees begging. That wasn't a lie, she was even hugging his leg, terrified, but that didn't stop Izuku as he made the call. Izuku, hey love, you'll never guess who wanted me to hide her. Later. Bridget, and the next one who tries and runs away will have my boots so far up there but it will come out of their mouth full of sheet. Anyway, so you're going to Italy for this assignment? Bridget said, smiling at his fiancée like nothing happened. Izuku hummed, taking a sip of his coffee, ignoring the cries of his students begging him to help them. Izuku, up with Olivia now on our side. We know where the main headquarters are. We need to move while the iron is hot before they move and destroy everything there. Bridget, make sure you bring something back for Eri. I saw that, you absolute piece of alien garbage. Use that ring again in these training session. Just try me, I dare you, try me. Oh, and I could use a new purse, something black. Izuku, black, got it. I should get going, no point delaying the inevitable. Bridget kneeled down and kissed Izuku, who kissed back, both smiling as Izuku walked away. Bridget, all right, now that my fiancé is gone, I am done taking it easy on you maggots. Izuku got an evil smile hearing what could only be a mix of crying and whining. Izuku, Karamiya, do I love that woman. Izuku said, sighing, completely infatuated with Bridget. He made it to where Eri was watching cartoons with the other children of soldiers and members of Overwatch. As soon as Eri saw her father, she got up and ran to him, giving him a big hug, which he returned. Eri, daddy. Izuku, hey baby girl. I've come to say goodbye. Daddy has to go on a mission, but I should be back by tomorrow night at the latest. Eri, then we can play? You promised me we would play. Izuku, Yes, tomorrow I promise I'll be the best princess you've ever seen on his tea party. Well, the second best since no one makes a better princess than you. Izuku lifted her up and kissed her forehead. Izuku got a tap on his shoulder. He looked and it was Koda. Koda, everything is ready, we're waiting for you. Izuku, I'll be there in a few seconds, go on without me. Koda nodded and left. Izuku looked at his daughter, smiling as he placed her down, rubbing her hair. Izuku, well, honey, daddy's got hero work to do. Eri, good luck, daddy. Eri said, giving Izuku a big smile that melted his heart. Izuku walked away to his team and Gabriel waiting for him. Izuku, alright, is everyone ready? Gabriel, son, I'm asking you to reconsider this. A team of 5 is simply too small. Izuku, and that's what makes it perfect, will be faster, quieter, less chances of anything going wrong. Olivia, Eugen, we gotta go. Who knows if Akin saw me and Widowmaker with you guys were on borrowed time. Izuku, your rides, people, let's roll out. Dad, say goodbye to mom for me, will ya? Izuku said, patting him on the back before walking inside the ship, leaving HQ. Scene change. With Bridget. We see her eating in the lunchroom alone when someone sat next to her. She looked. Bridget, can I help you, Miss Yagi? Izumi, well, I just wanted to get to know you a little better, seeing as I'm gonna be your sister-in-law and all that. Izumi said nervously. Bridget sighed as her quiet meal was interrupted yet again, this time by Zaria slamming her plate with twice the food Bridget had on it and a big smile on her face. Zaria, Izumi, I heard you were amazing in practice this morning, and you look gorgeous today. Zaria said in her booming voice that made Izumi flushed. Bridget looked at Zaria. Bridget, can you not? Look at the poor girl shaking like a leaf. We get it, you like each other, but I just want to eat. Zaria, oh, and how about all the times you and Izuku made out while the rest of us were eating? Bridget, one time. It happened one time. Let it go. Their argument was getting worse. No one knew who threw the first punch, only that the mess hall really lived up to its name that day. With Izuku. Pilot, all right, we're on the drop site. Izuku nodded as everyone but Koda put on a parachute. Koda grew a pair of bat wings. All 5 of them jumped down and landed. Olivia, all right, it's a 30-minute walk from here. Any questions? Izuku, any idea what I should get Eri? Olivia, about the mission. But I don't know, you can't go wrong with a teddy bear, I guess. Izuku, I'll figure something out, let's go. They started walking. Olivia looked to Toru with a smirk. Olivia, any reason I've been feeling you brun holes in my head? Toru, how can we trust you? You've been a member of Talon for years. Olivia, oh, someone did her research. Olivia said in a teasing tone, putting her hands at the back of her head. Olivia, short answer, you can't. Long answer, what other choice do you have? I'm the only one that knows where the proof you all need is, so you don't have any other choice but to trust me. Izuku, all right, that's enough, let's just get through this without talking. Take Koda as an example. Olivia, fine, I'll play good. Izuku, arg, this is gonna be a long night, I can feel it. Later. 2 guardsmen were standing in their positions when one was shot in the face with a big purple ball right in the mouth that distracted the second one, which was placed on a chokehold until he passed out. Olivia hacked the security door, opening it. Olivia, welcome to Talon HQ, who wants a tour? Maybe something to drink? Izuku, just get us to the computer room or wherever they keep the files. Izuku's eyes widened as he took his gun out and shoot it. The bullet grazed another bullet, changing its trajectory, grazing Olivia's cheek. Tour time is over, you traitor. Izuku's eyes widened as he could never forget that voice. The man came out of the shadows, glaring at the lot of them. Baptiste, hands in the air. One move and I'll shoot you all dead. Izuku, Baptiste. Last time. Tour time is over, you traitor. Izuku's eyes widened as he could never forget that voice. The man came out of the shadows, glaring at the lot of them. Baptiste, hands in the air. One move and I'll shoot you all dead. Izuku, Baptiste. Both marksmen kept their guns pointed at each other, Izuku glaring behind his mask while Baptiste had his scouter's red light pointing on Izuku's head. They didn't say a word, didn't move, just analyzed the other, waiting for even the smallest of mistakes to be made to get the advantage. Somber, alright, I'm on Overwatch team now, guess I should explain this. Baptiste was a mole on the inside for Talon, more specifically for Akant. The room became more tense from that revelation as both knowing each other's moves so well that they started walking in circles at the exact same time. Izuku-ta, now that explains why you choose Windu. Only a-holes like him. Baptiste, what did yelled do you seriously remember that conversation from years ago? What am I talking about? Of course you do. That's why I liked you, that's why I wanted you to take Akin's deal. Izuku, and what deal is that? To hold on to power over something so incredibly stupid? Baptiste holds his gun tighter, his finger on the trigger inching closer to shooting. Baptiste, stupid? We've been treated as second class all because we didn't have a quirk. Akin's plan will make them all see who's truly on top. Izuku, yeah, and it's not us. We're nothing more than ghosts in a world that doesn't want us no more. Baptiste, that's why you should join us. Akin's plan, it will return the world back to what it should be. Izuku, God, he really did a number on your brain, didn't he? Baptiste, give it a couple 100 years and there won't be a single quirkless left alive. The only thing constant in this world is change. The human race is changing, nothing gonna change that. That's the difference between us. I accepted that you, Akin, and whoever the hell he manipulated haven't. You're all trapped in some sort of fantasy where the past was so much better than what we have now. Baptiste, guess I was an idiot to think that you could see the truth and join us. You've been around them far too long to see that they're nothing more than disgusting freaks of nature. Izuku, you, God, are people in Talon dumb or something? I mean, you just keep them talking and it's like the world around them just disappear. Izuku said, making Baptiste confused. Izuku moved his head to the side. Baptiste followed his view and his heart dropped to his stomach. They were alone. The rest left to find the proof while Izumi distracted Baptiste. Baptiste glared at his old friend as the moment was getting closer. Izuku, before we do this, was any of it real? Our friendship? Baptiste just looked at Izuku and grins, even lets out a free chuckles. Baptiste, and now who's being the stupid one? Why else would I want you to join us? Izuku gave a smaller grin back. Before both got serious and shot their guns at the same time, Baptiste's bullet grazed Izuku's cheek and taking a piece of his ear with it, making him bleed while Izuku's bullet? Baptiste's shooting arm was beyond repair. His life as a marksman is all but over. Baptiste stumbled back and slowly fell to the floor with his back to the wall, grunting, holding his arm in pain. Izuku slowly walked up to him and offered him a cigarette. Baptiste looked at him and opened his mouth. Izuku placed the cigar there and lighted it for him. Baptiste took a deep puff. Izuku placed a flask with some booze next to him and took Baptiste's gun for good measure. He gave his old friend a nod and walked away to find his team. Scene change. Izuku walked inside, walking past the dead Omnix and seeing Sombra doing her magic on the computer. Izuku sat down on a chair and puts his feet up on the desk. While Sombra was doing her thing, Izuku took a small aid box from his coat and started stitching his cheek. Sombra glanced at him and then back at the monitor. Sombra, Baptiste? Izuku, I want to say, having his final smoke and drink, but the thing is, people like us, we never stay dead for long, do we? He won't be an interference in this mission at least. Sombra hummed as she kept clicking away on the keyboards while in the background Mineta, Toru, and Koda were each guarding an exit weapon in hand, waiting for anybody to open their door/window. And these weren't the wacky quirk-infused guns like the purple ball sniper rifle that Mineta carries on his back. No, each of them were holding a gun with real lead bullets. Sombra, alright, I'm in. Izuku, does it have the proof we need? Sombra, yup. Maximilian must have betrayed me since he wanted to make sure I didn't give you this information. Izuku, pretty sure he knew we were working together from the start. Sombra, probably, but kept quiet since he thought we could use that to blackmail you. And downloading. Izuku's shame, his hatred for anything human got the better of him. Sombra, tell me about it. The alarm started to sound, the room's light turned red as Team Sanin got ready, all the while Sombra and Reaper kept talking like nothing was wrong. Sombra, so tell me you have a way out of this place? Since there's no way Maximilian doesn't know that we're here now thanks to the download. They both heard the shooting starting. Izuku just shrugged. Izuku, concentrate on the download, I'll take care of the exit. Izuku said as he finished putting the finishing touches to his cheek. He got up and walked to a wall. He took a pistol out instead of his shotgun and shot to his right as a Talon soldier almost got Mineta in his blind spot. Izuku took out their exit ticket, He stuck it to the wall and walked away. He tossed a table to its side, his little Sannin team jumping behind the table, still shooting while Toru reloaded her gun. Sombra finished. Sombra grabbed the USB and glitched herself next to her team. Izuku, after the explosion, turn off everything. Sombra in the building? Izuku's in the city, minus hospitals. Sombra grinned as Izuku pressed the button. The C4 exploded, creating a hole in the wall. Sombra activated her EMP, turning off all the lights in the city, making the city go dark. The sound of Omnics falling on the ground was their signal as they ran to the hole and jumped down, each finding a different way to soften their landing, with Izuku's being crashing on top of a car. Toru, Reaper. Izuku, you all know where the black site is, go and don't you dare slow down. Izuku said. They all nodded and left Izuku there. Izuku groaned a little and got off the car. He pushed the broken door out of the way and jumped inside. Izuku winced, feeling a bullet pass right through his shoulder, leaving a lovely hole in it. He hotwired the car and drove off. Scene change. Overwatch HQ. Angela. Unfortunately the ear already closed up, can't heal that. Izuku, yeah, I can still hear from it, so not like it's ruined, just another scar from my collection. We see Izuku being treated by his mother while the TV was on. They were watching Winston showing the proof to clear Izumi and Overwatch's name. Angela, you're thinking of something. Izuku, yup, the HQ was already empty when we got there, with Baptiste being the only one there. I'm just thinking where the rest of Team Talon is hiding. And more importantly, are there any other mole in Overwatch? It couldn't have been just Baptiste. Angela, that's definitely something I'll have to talk to your father and Winston about. Izuku, yet please God let Farah be a traitor, that's all I ask for. Izuku received a whack behind the head for that one, making him grin. Angela, you two need to forget about what the goat did. Izuku, I will when she admits that she's wrong. Angela, what did the goat even do? Izuku, we don't talk about what the goat did. Izuku jumped out of the hospital bed feeling all healed up. He gave a kiss on the cheek to his mother and a smile before waking away. Izuku, well, I'm gonna get some sleep before the sheet storm tree that's gonna happen tomorrow. Love you, Mom. Angela, I love you too, baby. Izuku yawned and made it to his room, seeing Bridget and Eri sleeping together. Izuku grew a tired smile as he changed to his pajamas and cuddled with his family, feeling warm when he felt Bridget's strong hand on his back pulling him closer and giving Izuku a kiss on the forehead. Asleep, Izuku snuggled closer and fell asleep. Last time. Izuku, well, I'm gonna get some sleep before the sheet storm tree that's gonna happen tomorrow. Love you, Mom. Angela, I love you too, baby. Izuku yawned and made it to his room, seeing Bridget and Eri sleeping together. Izuku grew a tired smile as he changed to his pajamas and cuddled with his family, feeling warm when he felt Bridget's strong hand on his back pulling him closer and giving Izuku a kiss on the forehead. Asleep, Izuku snuggled closer and fell asleep. 3 weeks later. We see Izuku eating breakfast with his family, ignoring the absolute screams of torture coming at the first floor from Izuku and Bridget's students. Bridget, more coffee, love? Izuku, please. Bridget poured Izuku more coffee. Izuku smirked and threw a baguette to the first floor. The second the bread fell, all sounds stopped. Everyone on the second floor looked down as it was about to go down. Mina used her ring to make a huge fist and punch people out of the way. Mina, mine. A fight of epic proportions started going on down there as the Class A were fighting like rabid animals with nothing to lose to get a fresh loaf of bread, all for the enjoyment of the people in a higher level. Izuku, there's a commentary joke here, but it would be too easy. Team Sannin sat down on the table with a guilty-looking Izumi. Izumi, I don't feel good about this. This is favoritism. Izuku, oh, completely, but who cares? There isn't a single human being that is above favoritism. Decide if you want to join them, you'll welcome do it. Izumi looked down at Momo, who was currently the one with the bread and had a shotgun on the other end. Momo, I need it more than you all. Izumi. Izumi got quiet and just ate her warm and fresh meal in peace. Izuku, so since I'm pretty much going to be on vacation after all the shit with Japan calms down, guess it'll be wedding time. Bridget? Yes, oh honey, you are gonna look so adorable as a flower girl. Bridget said with a small squeal, looking at her daughter, who as always was a mini Kirby. She just ate like she wasn't gonna have food tomorrow. Izuku, are you gonna make Lucio wear a bridesmaid outfit? Bridget, honey, it's Lucio, he already has one ready. Hell, he placed himself on a strict diet so he'll fit. Kirishima, out of my way bro, if anyone's eating this it's me. Mina, Kirishima, share that with me. Kirishima, PSS off Mina. Mina, what the F did you just tell me? They all heard Kirishima giving a high-pitched scream like a little girl after Mina did someone so horrific it's too horrible to put into words. Izuku glanced down and gave a low whistle. Izuku, poor boy, he'll never be the same after that. Torutin didn't know Mina could be so terrifying. Mineta trembled and ate in silence, giving a small prayer that he changed and he never got to experience that Mina. Mineta, why? Coda. Mission? Izuku, no mission for a while after our last one. You three are on vacation, enjoy it, trust me, this peaceful times are a luxury not a right. Toru, by that logic aren't you scared that you'll have to go on a mission on your wedding day? Izuku, of course not. Bridget, we're terrified of that happening, since vacation days in Overwatch are subjected to say the least. Both veterans Overwatch heroes sighed used to it while downstairs Kyoko was giving out an insane laughter since she was able to get the first bite before Tsuyu stole the bread. Izuku, doesn't that bring back memories, baby? Bridget, yes, you grabbing the bread and me grabbing you and body slamming you on the floor after you were down. I took you and I pile-drived you again for good measures. Izuku, good times, good times. Now who wants dessert? Eri, me. Izuku grinned as huge amounts of different types of desserts were placed on the table while down everyone was glaring at Tsuyu since she was the ultimate victor and ate the bread whole. Izuku, H. This is much too rich for me. Izuku threw a large piece of chocolate velvet cake due to the first floor. Making everyone look at it, again it got quiet. Izumi, you're evil. Izumi said with a frown. Izuku shrugged and enjoyed his pie. Izuku, hey, this is normal Overwatch training. Those kids need to know that you'll have to go weeks without food and sometimes water for a mission. It's up to them how they overcome such an obstacle. Izumi, how did you overcome it? Izuku gave a sheet-eating grin as Bridget huffed, still very much annoyed of something that happened years ago. Izuku, it helps being a mama's boy. The same as you, Izumi. I had a person higher up that played favoritism. She would sneak food to me, so out of everyone I never missed a meal. Everyone on the table looked at Izuku with this motherfucker look, even little Eri, which made Izuku cackle. Izuku, like my mother told Bridget all those years ago when she found us out, life's not fair, get over it, and I did learn something in the end anyway. Kodawa? Izuku took out emergency ration bars from his pocket. Izuku, to always have emergency food and water at hand, you'll never know when you'll need them. Izuku looked at his hands surprised as the food was gone and he didn't even notice it. He looked at Eri, who was just finishing up the bar after she drowned it with chocolate syrup to make it edible. Scene change. Izuku was walking alone on the base. Bridget was busy training the students. Eri was busy imitating her mother, becoming a mini-her. His parents were busy making a deal with the Japanese government. Overall, he had nothing to do. And he was loving it. Izuku, maybe I should take a nap. I've been so long since I've had that luxury. Izuku said to himself as if he was committing a sin. Sadly for him, the world would punish that behavior, as he turned the corner from to his room and the way was blocked by Shuko Nimi and into Midoriya acting like middle school girls, kissing and giggling because they kissed. Izuku, you know there's better places to do that than in the hallway blocking people's path. Both women blushed and separated. Inko, Mr. Reyes, you look good. Izuku, I appreciate the sentiment. I'm guessing Izumi doesn't know? Shuko Izumi? Izuku. You've got to be kidding me. Izuku said, looking at Inko, who was blushing deeply. Inko, I was gonna tell her. But then she started to kiss me and... Izuku, good luck with that. Just move along, I want to go to my room and sleep. Shuko, wait, tell me what? Who the hell is Izumi? Izuku, her daughter. Inko glared at Izuku. Thankfully for Inko, Shuko squealed. Shuko, I'm his stepmother? Inko, you are gonna tell me everything I've missed while I was Widowmaker. Shuko said, grabbing Inko's wrist and dragged her with her to Shuko/Olivia's room. Izuku sighed, happy to have the hallway cleared. He kept walking. Sadly, Izuku's words were true. Peaceful times are a luxury, not a right. Gabriel, there you are. Come on, we gotta go on a public mission meeting Japan's government. Wear a suit and tie. Izuku groaned loudly, but nodded as she walked to his room, this time dragging his feet. Scene change. Izuku Magneto, why the suit and tie? I hate the suit and tie. Izuku muttered, playing with his tie as him, Gabriel, Angela, and Winston were on the way to a neutral place for the Japanese government and Overwatch to speak. Angela slapped Izuku's hand away from the tie as he was close to taking it off. Angela, stop that. This is a serious meeting. Angela said in her professional tone. Gabriel smirked at that and gave his son a playful elbow. Gabriel, you wanted more responsibilities, wearing the suit and tie is part of that. Trust me, I hate this as much as you, but you'll get used to it. Izuku-ichim. The airship landed. Izuku and Gabriel cracked their heads at the same time and stretched almost the same way. Angela found it adorable seeing how similar her son and husband were. Winston, alright, let's get going. Gabriel, Izuku, please try to play nice. No sarcastic remarks. Izuku, yes sir. Gabriel, fine you demon monkey, let's just get this over with. The four of them walked out and saw the president of Japan there, with of all people Nizu there with him. Izuku frowned slightly seeing the demon rat. When they got closer, Nizu turned his head and saw Izuku smiling at Izuku. It made Izuku trigger happy. His hand was instinctually on his gun waiting for Nizu to do something, but her never did. Ashi, welcome Overwatch, thank you for accepting our invitations, as you clearly know our government and country need your help. Last time, the four of them walked out and saw the president of Japan there, with of all people Nizu there with him. Izuku frowned slightly seeing the demon rat. When they got closer, Nizu turned his head and saw Izuku smiling at Izuku. It made Izuku trigger happy. His hand was instinctually on his gun waiting for Nizu to do something, but her never did. Ashi, welcome Overwatch, thank you for accepting our invitations, as you clearly know our government and country need your help. Nizu, well, it's lovely to see you all again. Izuku, please calm yourself, I wasn't one of the brainwashed heroes. Izuku, well, forgive me if I don't believe you. Nizu, you haven't given me much proof of the contrary. Izuku said in a cold tone, his hand not moving from the grip of his gun. Angela walked to Ashi and shook his hand. Angela, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. President. If you don't mind, I'm going to check that you two are not brainwashed. It will not be painless, but it's necessary. Ashi, understandable. Angela got to work, it was not painless. Both him and Nizu ended up screaming, Nizu more the Ashi. Did Angela make her test extra painful for Nizu because of what he did to her son? Yes, she did. Angela, they're both cleaned. Now Soldier Reyes, stand down, that's an order from your superior. Izuku sighed but released his grip and stood crossing his arms. Ashi, good to know. Now for the reason we're all here, please let us sit down. The group walked to the table and sat down. Izuku was frowning looking at Nizu, who kept that calm smile that just bugged Izuku for some reason. Ashi, as it has come to our attention thanks to Overwatch, Talon has infiltrated our great nation. To what extent we don't know. Izuku, and since we have the technology and methods to unwash them, you want Overwatch's help? Nizu, no. We want the technology. Due to that, we're more than capable of finding these moles ourselves. Izuku, I think you mean rats. Nizu. And you must be out of your godmed mind if you think Overwatch will give you anything. Gabriel, Reaper, stand down, that's an order. Izuku gave a low growl, but he remained quiet. Gabriel sighed and looked at Ashi, completely ignoring Nizu. Gabriel, but he speaks the truth. Japan is filled with brainwashed individuals from heroes to politicians. If we gave it to you, then Talon can grab a hold of it and find a weak spot in the treatment. Ashi, then what do you recommend? Angela, simple, let Overwatch inside Japan. Not a trial run like with Reaper, but multiple fully operational bases and soldiers to help your country come back to normal. Ashi, that's absurd. Japan doesn't need Overwatch, we've made just fine on our own. Izuku, there's that Japanese pride, the same pride that's gonna kill your country, since newsflash, even Toshinori Yagi, All Might himself, got brainwashed. What chances do the rest of your people have? Ashi looked at Izuku with disgust while Izuku gave the man a cold glare. Winston coughed and started talking with Ashi, trying to make him see into reason. After a bit, Ashi sighed. Ashi, who would be in charge of this? Izuku, that would be me. I'm already the leader of the first Overwatch base in Japan. I'm sure I can sniff out all the sleeper agents by 5 years after that. If you're still not satisfied, we'll leave. What do you say? Winston, it's really the best option. I know that Japan is a very isolationist country, but think of your people. Talon already damaged your pride by doing this. Do you wish for it to continue? Gabriel and Izuku glanced at Winston, impressed that he went under the belt like that. Ashi. 5 years no more after that Japan can reconstruct ourselves. Winston, lovely, I've brought some forms for you to sign, just give me a moment. Izuku closed his eyes and hummed, glad that this was ending soon. Scene change. Izuku and the rest made it back to the main base of Overwatch HQ. Gabriel Reaper. Izuku got straight and saluted his father/superior officer. Izuku, sir. Gabriel, take this time to think about who you promote. And for the love of God, don't let your bias cloud your judgment. Fariha Amari is a grand soldier no matter what the goat did. Angela/Winston, you know? Gabriel, I was the leader in that mission, so yes, I know. Angela, well, what is it? Gabriel/Izuku, we don't talk about what the goat did. Father and son smirked, seeing the frustrated faces of the other two as they left to their respective places. Izuku opened the door to his room and saw Bridget and Eri there. Bridget was busy with paperwork while Eri watched cartoons. Izuku walked to Eri and kneeled down next to her, kissing her cheek. Izuku got up and walked to Bridget, stealing a kiss on the lips. Bridget hummed as she closed her eyes and gave a small smile. Bridget, how was the meeting? Izuku took a breath and sat down. Bridget kept writing her reports. Izuku, well, I'm going back to Japan. Eri, I'm going back to my room. Eri squealed happily as she went and hugged her father. Izuku returned the hug with a soft smile. Izuku, yes honey, you'll be back in your own room soon. Bridget, shame, that would mean that I can't keep training, oh wait, it's just us. I can't keep torturing your students. Bridget said with a sigh, slightly disappointed. She's gonna miss their cries of pain. That's when she saw Izuku grow a twisted smile on his face. Izuku, I don't think that's gonna be a problem, since I've been tasked with choosing members of Overwatch to come with me. All promoted, as they'll have to live in Japan for 5 years, probably more. I wonder who'll make a great choice for that. A purely evil smile grew on Bridget's face, while with the children they didn't know what but fear sparks into their hearts. Bridget, you know that means we won't be able to have our wedding, right? We'll be too busy just getting settled in. Izuku hummed. He grabbed Bridget's hands and kissed them, having a soft smile. Izuku, I don't need a wedding to know I want to spend the rest of my life with you, honey. Where else can I find someone so caring, loving, gentle, and kind-hearted as you? Bridget, keep that up, and we'll have to give Eri to my father to look after until tomorrow. Bridget said, her face getting more and more red as Izuku kept kissing her, arms slowly getting higher. Izuku, maybe that's what I want. Bridget, not today honey, I have a headache. Izuku gave a small groan as he sat back down with a frown that Bridget found adorable. Bridget, so we'll have to move the date, huh? Izuku, we're Overwatch agents, we know that vacation days are optional. Bridget, yes. Yes, I do, well, except for maternity leave. Izuku, you're thinking what I'm thinking? Bridget, Izuku, don't be absurd. Izuku, I'm just saying you would love absolutely gorgeous with a baby bump in your wedding dress. And just picture all the fun we can have with 2-year leave. Bridget, Eri, can you go play with Grandpa? I heard he has a new toy for you. Eri smiled, exited as she left the room. Bridget got up and locked the door. She turned around and gave Izuku a look that both scared and exited him. Bridget, I hope you realize the monster you just unleashed. Years later. My Neta boss, you there? Izuku? Oh yes, sorry, with Izumi coming over here today it got me thinking about how she and I met. Anyway, you're free to go. Izuku cracked his back with a sigh. After 3 hours, he finally finished his hated paperwork. Izuku, I'm gonna kill Nizu for making me the principal. He got up and walked out of the office. He looked around with a smile, waving at people that waved back. Izuku went to the window and opened it. Bridget, if you think we're done, you all must be dead. To be having the same vision of heaven, we're just getting started. Izuku smiled softly, looking down at his romantic partner. After everything settled down, Izuku went back to work at UA and he brought Bridget with him. She now gives classes to those who are falling behind and make sure they get their grades back up. Izuku, honey, one's making a run for it. Bridget, thanks love. The person who brings me that but will have a weak OFF. Izuku closed the window just as the screaming started. He kept walking and walked inside his class. When the students saw him, they all ran to their seats. Izuku walked up to his desk and looked at his new patch of students. Izuku, let me welcome you all to Overwatch Boot Camp Japan Edition. Today we're gonna have a little test just so I know what I'm working with. With me is my lovely teacher's assistant Toru Hakigura and the number 3 hero Izumi Zarianova. They all looked confused until one felt someone sharp in his throat. Everyone saw the poor child being lifted to the air. Toru boss already have a first one to be kicked out. He was talking about making a hole in the girls' locker room. Izuku, you know what to do now then. Izuku looked at all his new toys with a smile that scared them all half to death. Izuku, who's ready for hell? The end.